Gia Sao Paulo, you have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! Ventures Pro versus W7M!
It's a tale can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
final of the Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! One round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to fight him, and he fights you! Comes, he makes it! We cannot, we know we cannot! Into red time, he can't finish it! He's no brother! Infinite overtime! It's upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes we will! Yes we will! W7Ms! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Check 1, 2. In Boston, the show goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet? Boston never gets old.
Good morning from Boston, Massachusetts in the USA, where today the Sixth Invitational 2025 starts. We have 20 teams, all with one goal, and that is to lift that hammer at the end of this journey. My name is Anne, I'll be your host on today's show, and joining me, we have the wonderful Fresh and Alfama. Guys, it has been 344 days since we last lifted a hammer, and despite it being a little bit colder here than it was in Sao Paulo, I still hope we are very excited.
It's very cold in here. We've got to say it. We've got to say
Yeah,
it.
it is.
It's full of snow. It's beautiful. I love the vibe, the jazz, the saxophone, the piano. It's smooth. It's very smooth.
And the snow outside, so we're basically still back in our spiritual home. You know, when we were in Montreal for Sixth Invitational, it was always snowing outside. Very familiar surroundings outside. Yeah, it's crazy. It's been so long, obviously, since the Sixth Invitational. The best teams are here. This is what everybody works towards right throughout that year. You know, you was in the team, Leo, I was in the team.
Yep.
That's what you set your goals at. At the start of that year, your goal is the Sixth Invitational and to do well at this tournament.
Well, my goal was to not get first rounded, but yeah.
Yeah, true. Well, your teams were Corey, and it's understandable.
I mean, it is the most important tournament after all. And like we said, we have 20 teams and we put them in 4 different groups. This is what our groups are looking like. And we decided on one group of death. And that group has to be Group B.
Yeah, I will argue till I'm blue in the face with anybody that says otherwise. Group B is absolutely the group of death. And if we just bring them up, you'll see that there's 5 teams in the group. Now, this is really, really important. And the reason that CAG are grayed out, they're not eliminated yet, don't worry. If you finish fifth place, you're eliminated. If you finish in 4th place, you go through to the bracket but start in the lower bracket. 2nd and 3rd, you will start in the upper bracket. And then if you finish 1st place in the group, it's a huge advantage because you start in the upper bracket and you receive a bye. You will be 1 game away from main stage if you finish 1st.
And if you look at the records column here, you will notice that you have 4 different zeros, right? And it's for the amount of maps that you will win. Did you win a match in 2-0 or did you win in 2-1? The points will be affected by that. So effectively, any map will matter here, and even teams that would get eliminated in 5th place will have an impact on the trajectory of the rest of the teams in the tournament.
And then just coming back onto why this is the group of death, obviously, Sixth Invitational last year, 340 days ago, we saw FaZe and Furia play against each other for the Six Invitational Grand Final. It was FaZe and W7M at that point. W7M ended up winning it. Both of them are in the same group. You know, a dynasty a year ago, that's what we were talking about Furious. FaZe are one of the best teams in the world. Secret top 8 at both majors this year, only losing to BDS, by the way. They probably get semi-final or a final if they're not against BDS. And then Shopify, who again, main stage team, and NA's best hope. They're all in the same group. And then there's Kagosaka, the LCQ merchants from Japan. They probably will round that out and face it up in a very tough group, in all honesty.
And Jack, you know what? I think it would actually be harder to predict who's going to be, what will be the ranking in that Group B, rather than who will win the Six Invitational.
Yeah, it is really difficult, of course, to predict where these teams are going to be. I think another group that really has that is Group A. To me, it feels like everyone in this group could have some kind of beef with each other because of storylines that are between these rosters in Group A. But that is also why we could call it the group of opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's only one consistent team in this group, and that is Team Liquid, that have been together forever, that put in these consistent international performances. After that, every other team in this group has made roster changes, has looked inconsistent throughout the year, has failed to make, you know, both majors. Obviously, if we go against Unwanted, formerly Beast Coast, that won the Manchester Major, got swallowed up by, you know, M80 in terms of that organization. 2 of their players ended up going over there. They're going up against each other. M80 making 3 changes coming into this. Team Joel obviously changing out so much, now, you know, representing the Fish. And they've made roster changes, coach changes, and then G2, who are inconsistent on their best of days. Honestly, how do you call Group A? There's so much opportunity for any of these teams to do well in it.
Yeah, if you put Liquid aside, you've got 2 organizations that are not here, like 2 teams that are orgless, and then 2 teams that haven't lived up to the expectations of their organizations in M80 and G2. So clearly here, no big favorites, and Liquid should become first of that group.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked about these teams being here for the hammer. Well, there's a prize pool as well. 3 million USD in total, and this is how it is distributed. Just by showing up, rocking up, not winning a single map, you'd still win 35,000 USD. But if you make it all the way to the end and you get that first place, that is 1 million USD, and that is a lot of money.
That is a lot of money, and I will say a lot of these players do it to call themselves a world champion. That's why they want to be here. They want to win this event to get that hammer and call themselves a world champion, but a fair chunk of change is going to go in their bank accounts if they end up winning this event as well.
I mean, you never start playing this game and becoming a professional player because you want to earn a lot of money. Let's be real. Like, you come for the passion, but still, $1 million, like, that's life-changing. And it's crazy.
You come for the passion, you stay for the hammer. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that is definitely a good thing to say. But, I mean, it's a long journey, but it starts here today, as we said. And this is what our schedule is looking like for that very first day. We are operating with 2 streams, so I hope you have 2 devices or 2 screens to be able to catch all the siege action today. On the A stream, we'll be starting out with Joel and Team Liquid very shortly. But looking at these matchups in general that we have on both the streams today, guys, what is the one that you are going to keep your eyes open for?
I think I will look at stream A first. Looking at this, probably G2 versus M80. Like, high stakes, right? Watching a match from G2 at an SI is always something very entertaining, right? But if you look at M80, completely new roster, we haven't seen them play. I think for me, this is clearly the biggest one I want to look at.
Yeah, that could be an absolute corker of a game. I will say on the B stream, FaZe against Shopify Rebellion. I think
that's a huge one.
Literally one of the favorites for this tournament. Shopify Rebellion, I hold them as NA's best hope in my mind. And I will say, we could have up to 360 rounds of Rainbow Six Siege played today. If every game went max out, I hope it doesn't, because that's going to be a very long day for everybody to watch. But 360 rounds potentially, up to, it's going to be a lot of Siege.
Yeah, that's a good thing. We have best of 3s all throughout Phase 1 for SI. But it's also the first time we're having an SI in the USA. So it's time for a proper welcome for you all to Boston.
Boston, a city built on grit, strategy, and a little danger. Only 20 teams remain. They've got the brains, the skills, the firepower. But in this town, there's only room for one boss.
Montreal Major Champions is W7!
Welcome to Boston. The siege starts here.
Well, I can't lie, I've got a bit of goosebumps after that, or goosebumps, and I don't think it's because of the cold temperature here in Boston. What an exciting video to get us started here at SI. And we'll start with our very first game on the A stream as well. Joel versus Team Liquid, like we said, and coincidentally, these two teams were in the same group at SI in 2024. They faced off again in Manchester as well, and even though the rosters are completely different this time around, I think, Leo, the teams in general, in the grand scheme of things, are completely different as well.
Yeah, it's complete opposite. I mean, you look at these two teams, one is Orgles and one is supported by one of the most traditional institutional organizations in all of esports that have been there for 20 years, that is extremely supportive. That's Team Liquid. If you look at the comfort and the facilities that Team Liquid provides, the coaching staff, the psychologists, all of this stuff that Orgles doesn't have. If you look at the expectations as well, they're huge on the side of Team Liquid. On Joel, there is no expectations at all. So if you look at this, you think, okay, it's clearly a David versus Goliath. But then if you look at when they've played each other before, I mean, the gap isn't that wide between these two teams.
So what actually happened when they played each other before then?
Well, you look at SI 2024, right?
Yeah, you look at SI 2024 and you see that Team Joel, who was Bleed at the time, they were Bleed Esports there now, obviously Team Joel, they ended up winning that game, Leo.
Yeah, and it was very close, let's be real. But it was already a huge upset back then. And if you look at Reeps right now, you see that he was the biggest playmaker. And that's already a big win condition for Bleed. It's always has been. It will be the same for Joel. But yeah, I mean, Reeps is the standout player here.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at that game there, he got 136 EPS, obviously 9-4 in the entry, 44 kills across the best of 3. That is absolutely insane. This team, in terms of Team Joel, are so reliant on him.
Yeah, he was probably, I think, the best up-and-coming prospect we've had in APAC in a very long time. Someone that is able to have such a good impact so consistently, coming from that region, is very rare, and he's clearly the next up for it.
Yeah, and we're glad that Reeps and Team Joel are here in general. I mean, the kitchen almost burned down at boot camp, unfortunately, but that wasn't the only struggle they've gone through in this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've seen Team Joel, struggle during the year. They didn't necessarily make a lot of the majors. Obviously, you can see the fact that they're called Team Joel. They lost their organization. They've lost players. They lost Tedster. They lost Julio as the coach.
Hold on, Jack. They've gained Corey.
Yeah,
all right, okay.
Out of the retirement home?
No, but at least, he's not in game, so he won't be able to team kill anyone. But he will be out of game, and let's be real, in more traditional note, Corey is a great pickup. He has lots of international experience, and he will be a great coach for these guys.
Yeah, we're only making a joke at Corey's expense because we both love the guy, absolutely. If we can just bring up two players in terms of the players that we're going to focus on Team Joel, we've got Leader and Noodle. Now, Leader is not as new to this roster as Noodle is. Leader is actually going to be, he joined the roster ahead of Stage 2, and he's a European IGL, if you don't know him, on an international stage. And generally, wherever Leader goes, Noodle follows. And wherever Noodle goes, Leader follows. We've seen these two play on Koi back in 2023, I want to say, in Europe. And they also played for GK at the Atlanta Major. And now they're representing a third region in a team together because they're representing Asia Pacific inside of this tournament as well.
And they both bring a wealth of solutions, I think. Mentalist was taking all of the charts as an in-game leader, and that was tough for him. And I think he's a great shot caller, but I think Leader taking over that IGL role will open up more things for Mentalist at the same time. And they were lacking a real entry. Third was doing a great job, but I think with Noodle, you had an extra layer of great vision for the game, and maybe someone that has evolved in a really big region that maybe has a higher skill ceiling. So reuniting these two will maybe help them break that ceiling that they've had in international events.
Yeah, and I mean, the last time these two were on a roster together, it was Atlanta. They made main stage with the team they were on back then, so that's definitely an important thing. I think Noodle also overtaken Julio as a player who's played most regions now, 5 in total for him. But then we're looking at the other side, and we're looking at Liquid. And I think my main question is, what is our honest expectation for Liquid coming into this event?
Yeah, I'm going to start here on a little bit of a slightly negative front towards Team Liquid. I absolutely love them, and there is no doubt about the quality that these guys have. Obviously, we've seen Nesk and Palu forever. Lagonis is one of the best IGLs inside of Brazil. Maya's such a star player, and Resets is very solid and consistent. great quality. However, the expectation that's been for Liquid across many, many, many events, I'm talking years of events at this time, is Liquid are going to win it. Liquid are going to go close. They're going to get finals. That's maybe not the expectation for Liquid at this event. I think realistically, most people, I would say, are putting Liquid in the top 10, top 8. I think main stage for Team Liquid would be a solid result.
Yep.
And other teams have maybe surpassed them a little bit, Leo.
I think that's the paradox with them, right? 1 or 2 years ago, you would say that Team Liquid is a heavy favorite for any STR event they attend. And despite them working in the right way, bringing Maya, having a consistent approach of the game now, and a great cohesion, that expectation of them being a finalist every time, that has dropped significantly. And now we expect these guys to be maybe top 4 maximum. And I think that has changed a lot. I think that's because they've been overtaken by other big Brazilian teams.
Yep.
But they've gained consistency, but they've lowered that skill ceiling, I think.
It's not all bad news, though. I will say the group that they're in is a very, very achievable group because of the inconsistency. We called it just 10 minutes ago the group of opportunity. Liquid are operating at a higher level than any of the teams in that group and at a more consistent level. So I believe the real reckoning for Liquid is going to come later on in the tournament when we're looking at main stages and those games.
There's a bit of pressure still on them, though. I mean, Nesk, he's getting older, we'd say.
Yeah, I feel like that's a big time-ticking bomb for him. Because I've been in a team with Rise, for example. I was 28 years old when I joined and turned 29 after a year playing with him. I can tell you, with a player with that age, he's always going to take every loss a really, really hard way because it could be his last one. And he's been chasing that STR trophy for a long time. If you don't count his Pro League finals that he won in Season 7, he's still looking for that major or 6 Invitational trophy. 19 STR events, he only won 1. He really wants that one, but the longer it takes, the harder it gets for him.
Yeah, it's definitely something for him, though. I mean, him and his partner are expecting their second child as well. That's definitely something that keeps that time bomb ticking in a way as well. We mentioned it is a best of 3 to start out SI with, so these are our map picks for this series. Our first bands coming in, how do we feel about them?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see Team Joel ban away Clubhouse and Bank. And in a way, that's no surprise because they're very, very good maps for Team Liquid. Clubhouse is maybe a little bit surprised because Joel do like it. I think the big story out of these first 4 bans is the fact that Joel haven't actually banned away their perma ban in Chalet. And now Team Liquid, they're going to basically ban out Skyscraper and Labs, which are on the preference map. Yeah, low preference for them.
Yeah, low preference, so that makes a lot of sense. Very basic. If you look at Joel picking Cafe, I think that makes sense. They beat Elevate 7-0 just recently in the APAC Cup qualifier in SEA, and it's been very often a low map for Team Liquid. Now, if we move on to the pick, no surprise here. With Joel leaving open their usual perma ban and the best map of Team Liquid picks Chalet. Now, let me tell you, at 100%, this is a trap set up by Corey, and this is a counter strat.
100%. I agree with that as well. And just on that Chalet, it was the 3rd map when they played at 6 Invitational 2024 last year as well. So, and then Construct's going to be the decider, which in terms of preference and kind of win rates, it's very, very similar. It's a middle of preference map for both of these 2 teams. It is the perfect. Ultimately, if these are in a best of 1, they'd probably end up there because it's very middle of the road for both of them. They both like it, and I think it'll be a great deciding map.
Awesome. Well, a bit of curveballs, I guess, in this map. Veto them, but the game is ready, so it's time to get our casters on board as well. We have our international casting duo, Pengu and Dev Marta. The first game of SI is all yours.
Thanks, Anne. Yeah, and what a great one for it as well, Nick. Team Liquid making a resurgence, back at another SI. But are they going to be able to actually be a top contender? That remains to be seen. They're against quite a dark horse opponent. We had a lot of expectations for Bleed back in the day, but now that they're Team Joel, now that they're Orgless, now that they're down in the dumps, they're a wild dog with nothing to lose.
They are, and I mean, they got Corey as well in the background. Right? We see some old players returning on different positions, and generally speaking, I think they have a chance. But there is this thing that we got to talk about. Right now, the players are feeling a little bit ill, but sick, and we saw them, walking towards the play area. They look so dead and lack of energy, and it's early here in Boston, but you gotta show up, just going crazy in the beginning, because if you're Team Joel, we're expecting aggression, unpredictability, and try and catch Liquid by surprise, which I think they have in the map veto. Letting Chalet go through, saying, hey, we prepped this, we kind of shredded it, but first you have to survive Cafe starting on the attack inside. That can be very difficult, especially for the mental. You start down like 0-4, 0-5 in round count.
Yeah, it is a big ask for Team Joel. While this is, in theory, a David and Goliath matchup, there is very much a chance that Joel can repeat what they did last SI and take down one of the most infamous teams in esports in Team Liquid. Cafe to kick it off. That is Joel's map pick. And as you can see, you guys back home are certainly favoring the Cavalry for this one. The Brazilians will step into the server and maybe gallop their way forward as Team Joel look to swim their way to a victory on map 1.
So obviously there's been a few meta changes. Shields are less dominant, so we might not see like the Blackbeard, the Blitz and the Monty Band all that much, but Blackbeard also did get released, so he's also kind of like a semi-shield operator. But my big question marks for Cafe is stuff like the Grim, stuff like the Two-Brow, if you want to like start slowing down some of those walls of breaching. The Maestro, for example, things that can kind of slow down the game for Joel's attacking side, when they can just kind of play utility. So far, we've seen pretty standard stuff, right? Capital going out in Cafe makes a lot of sense. A lot of corners they're going to be stuck in. The fire, the smoke, both great. Nomad for flank watch, jumping out windows, also makes a ton of sense for Joel because it can enable their own aggression on the defensive side once they get there. But for defenders, not going to be utility in Maestro, but actually something like Asami as well. So we're playing a pretty classic Cafe so far. A lot of piano focus, a lot of window repels, nothing out of the norm.
We're definitely in a bit of a flux meta at the moment where we're still seeing where these operators land with, well, Echo, yeah, a great operator in the current meta. Not Maestro, but another very similar, slow, utility-heavy anchor is banned out. Yeah, we're in a bit of a strange place at the moment where all year it's been the shield meta, and we're maybe starting to see a diversion from that with the nerfs that came out in the most recent patch. However, we also saw a very new and very strong shield introduced in Blackbeard. So it's hard to predict how the meta's going to go. I feel like I'm kind of just waiting to see how things pan out. Are we still going to see teams crutch off these shield operators, especially on a map like Cafe, which you would know better than anyone? You know, this is where it began for you in the infamous match, Penta versus EG back in the day when you clutched it with the Monty. Monty does have his place here, and we are seeing the Blackbeard teased out. Of course, repick still available for Joel as it is the preparation phase. But there's a lot to deal with and a lot to pick apart attacking onto a map like Cafe, a very defender-favored map.
Absolutely. One thing I actually had in my notes, I was like, what if Joel had banned something like a Buck because Maya loves just entering and giving verticality on a map like Cafe for Liquid? But yeah, I think for Joel right now, expectations, they're going to play for the first kill and take it very much step by step. I expect it to be like a more European-style siege, if you will, which again is just about, let's get the first step done, then go to step number 2. And that first step is going to be, for example, piano repels, go into the roof, drop down those hatches, try and get a pick, play that 5 versus 4 and keep the man advantage, because as long as they're fighting Liquid on even ground, on Cafe, it can be start to get into the actual building later on.
I like that we're seeing the Claymores come out from Noodle. Joel knows full well that they banned the Nomad, and Flank Watch is going to come down to other forms of util. Blackbeard has been stuck here. Very powerful on Repel just for getting information, even if you're not necessarily taking fights. You can safely peek info on any window still vulnerable to those C4s, however, and we see one in the pocket of both Nesk and Palu, the OGs of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and it's a good slow start right now, right? We got Hogan on the floors on the roof, just like using all those forest drones, breaking apart some of the self-destruction, getting some intel, breaking those castle barricades. Mentalist and Blackbeard taking a fair bit of damage there, though. So he's going to be a little bit hard to peek on those windows. There's still 2 C4s in pocket off Team Liquid as well. So if they know Liquid is low on health, you can't just say, guys, easy C4 kill right here. It's been the first minute. Air raids on the roof, on the repels. No one's gotten inside the building. No pick it either. So Joel very much locked out so far in this round.
It's such a heavy anchor setup with the castle and the mirror making this a real fortress. Mentalist being low HP, as you said, is going to really restrict his options as well. Seems to be some kind of an explosive play as the flashbangs go out, and Nesk is caught on the cross. Good teamwork there, and the rappel in comes from Reeks. And a good shot from Noodle as well, who supports his teammate. Joel are in the building, and they have the numbers advantage as they start to inch their way forward. Reeks with the M4, smacking these mirror windows and looking for an opportunity as Lagonis marches his way forward. Good spray from Mentalist, but it won't quite find what it needs as of yet. Joel to march on forward, but Liquid begin to fight back.
And I want to see Liquid in the building right now. He's still outside on the rappel. He needs to help his teammates now. Mentalist Noodle up against so many players.
Oh, this is an awkward position for Lagonis, but Mentalist is very low on HP. 3v3, and it's still so winnable for Liquid. It's awkward. These castle barricades have changed the architecture of the map. Joel will have to navigate it. Mentalist, even though he has that shield, a single bullet to the foot will be to his demise.
They're hitting a small reset right now. Noodle on the roof can play Scala or drop down one of those hatches. They're trying to spend these last 35 seconds to reposition right now into a stronger spot. There's the pick that opened things up for them.
And now Palu's caught out of position as well. As soon as they know where he is, he's going to be a dead man walking. He looks to get aggressive. A pre-fire from Noodle. 3 for him on the round so far. Information still in the hands of Liquid.
Oh, no.
You can't be missing those, Palu. Mentalist is not even needed. It's the 2 Europeans to close out the round for Team Joel, and they're off to a flying start.
They were locked out, then they were in the building for a small second. I thought, leader, you gotta get active right there. We saw him on the cocktail window rappel in the Grim. I was saying, if you rappel on in, Mentalist can then swing the door, maybe you trade, maybe you get a free kill, but it's very aggressive, it's very risky. So instead, Team Joel, they do what APAC is not quite known for. They hit the reset button. They're holding angles, they're waiting for Liquid to either not know where the attack is coming from or make a mistake. And Liquid, I will say, they didn't really make a mistake. And Joel made the impressive thing of adapting, saying, okay, now we have to be the playmakers once again. Noodle, go onto the roof, go skylight, go red hat, get that pick, and then open things up. We saw that exact thing play out. They just simply played for their picks. They were patient, they were great. This rotation saved the round. Paolo whiffing also made things a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, Noodle on that Zofia, 4 kills. Yep. As you said, it came down to good positioning, repositioning as well, good patience. Joel really nailed that. Off to a good start. Now, Cafe is very defender-sided, but every now and then we see that story flip. That said, I really felt like that was going to be a Liquid round from the get-go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it looked like they were in full control. They weren't even moving from their corners until they were forced to. When the flashbangs and Sophia concussions were down from the piano, that was Neskin inside that pixel spot. He ran away, he got injured, he died. That's when things really started getting chaotic. And yeah, one of the big things about Joel is, of course, they have minus third stat, and then plus Noodle. And I feel like it's such a natural 1-to-1 roster change because they can both play their individual fracking roles, look for picks, make plays. And I think Noodles is a great player if you just give him freedom to shine. Playing Sophia, great flex operator. Some soft destruction, some intrigue, good weapon. Yeah, you're a little bit slow being at 1 speed, but on Cafe, you're not moving a whole lot. You're holding angles and just making injury pops. So great operator for Noodle in these rounds.
We've got the Blitz coming out. We've got the Gridlock in place of the Nomad for flank watch. And I like the double special drone squad as well with Hoven and Leader. The Brava and the Twitch. We already saw the Brava getting some information by hacking these interior cameras. Leader ended up getting shot by the defense, but it's worth it. What's this?
Surely
this seems
not.
to be some kind of a set play.
he's in.
Jump straight on inside.
Uh-oh.
The Fenrir Dreadbot.
Oh, you gotta run.
Doesn't matter. Has no impact whatsoever. Bonus. He's caught out. Is he able to be taken down here immediately?
What?
Mentalist!
No.
You can't be whiffing those. The shield knocked back, and somehow Lagonis able to weather the storm and survive with his life on low HP. Hoven not able to refrag as of yet, and the diffuser is now trapped. Maya can't win his fight. And now Joel have an opportunity to try and reset. There is still a bulletproof camera staring Hoven down. He's not safe right here. He wants to get onto that drone and try and hack it away. But he's worried about the flanks. Numbers disadvantage for Joel as Liquid are floundering around the map.
Mind you, Mentalist on the Blitz had diffused. That's stuck inside of Train right now. So they gotta fight for it. Great aggression from Ness. Gets the injure. Should get the confirm as well. There it is. But he has to keep fighting. Liquid, they look okay, but they are not stable. They have no control and they're falling by the wayside. Ness in a 1v3 with a minute to go.
Nothing but the SMG-11, and he finds nothing at all. Great closeout on the Twitch with the DMR, and that's another solid round, even more convincing than the first, by Team Joel.
I like this, because Team Joel, they're playing these like mini executes, but they still have a baseline. That's the big thing I want to point out right now. Let's say you play a map like Border or like Cafe, we can rush pretty much every single bomb site from the rip. Well, you can do that. Or you can take like the first 60 seconds, set up things, and then go for the rush. They were playing Brava, they were playing Twitch, they had drones everywhere, they shot default cams, they hacked utility, and then a simple smoke grenade from a Blitz to enable the entry was excellent. 2 things I want to change. 1, Blitz shouldn't miss every single bullet like that because that makes things very difficult. And 2, I think you drop Diffuser and Mentalist before you go into the bomb site as the Blitz because you're going so deep in train. If it goes sideways, you can't really retreat the Diffuser all that easily. And that's what made the round much more difficult for them. If that was dropped outside the bomb site window, on mining, you can just make the Blitz play, whatever happens, happens, then you can safely into the building with a second player and then get the plant down.
It's funny, really, the Blitz didn't necessarily enter the side. He jumped straight in and then
Straight
walked
through.
straight out of the side again into train.
That died.
And then died, unfortunately. Yeah, tiny mistakes.
Yeah. I mean,
Putting on a little better.
I think he thought he injured him here with like a 4th bullet, because I thought he injured him. So right here, That's an injury, right? He stopped shooting.
Yeah, it looks like an injury.
Exactly, but he was just like going in, like on the floor, breakdancing a bit, but then again, they take top floor control, they get the verticality, and they're forcing Liquid to make these unnecessary rotations by playing so aggressively around the side. The roamers have to respect it, have to jump the roam.
Tilted, bro.
I mean, he knows right there, that could be the round losing error. So
yeah, if he'd fluffed that.
Yeah. Could have been. And I mean, yeah, you said it right. Cafe typically defender favorite, but it can flip sometimes. Right now, it just feels like Joel are forcing Team Liquid to play their game more than anything else, especially that second round. I think first round was actually Liquid playing a really good round, but then things just didn't work out in the end. You miss some shots, you lose some gunfights, etc. But a really good read so far from Joel. They're definitely surprising me.
Yeah, if anything, Joel are the ones with a lot of expectation on their shoulders. If they are to win this game, I mean, that would be a huge upset.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, you always expect them to make main stage. We don't necessarily say that they're going to be tournament favorites by any stretch. They have been finalists at SI before. They've lost it. They've been finalists at Majors before, and they've lost it. The only thing this team has actually ever won was that old Pro League finals back in the day.
They are beating
Very
the
long
best team in
time
the world
ago.
back then. Like they did great in that event, Atlantic City. And I mean, I know some people say, oh, but they played Dokkaebi Lion every round, and they were.
You say that?
I mean, I think Fab and I might have said that a few times. But the thing is, Liquid, they're a team who has a really good understanding of the meta game of Rainbow Six Siege, and they were the best team at the meta when it was Dokkaebi Lion. They were unbeatable. We scrimmed these guys when we bootcamped in Brazil, and I think we scrimmed, let's say, 12 times. We beat them like 1 in 12 times, basically. They were undefeatable in practice. They're so disciplined. They play such a sound, consistent way of Rainbow Six Siege, but they have been struggling a little bit too much in recent times.
Yeah, and just in the 2 rounds we played so far, they have been getting destroyed by meta operators. In round 1, that Blackbeard really helped Joel. In round 2, it was the Blitz, and even though it wasn't successful, it certainly helped establish the push. Here we've got not only the Blackbeard and the Blitz, but also the Glaz. This is a full, like, we're bringing some serious brute forcing utility, and we're gonna slap it in your face.
I like it. It's just a round by round, these small kind of mini games that Joel they're bringing. But Liquid, look at this. They're bringing utility. I spoke about this back in the operative band phase. The True Brow of the Kite, for example, for walls, the Goyo, the Maestro. This is excellent, especially if you look one-to-one at what the attack is bringing. Because, mind you, Joel can use a drone phase to say, hey, Liquid, they're playing these operators. Liquid are blind picking all the defenders, expecting a certain take. And I think right now, Liquid definitely won out in the operator pick phase. They got all the right tools to deal with this kind of attack, but it will come down to execution. Where does Liquid spend the utility, and how well can Joel pick this apart?
I like that from the ace to try and breach this wall, but Maya on this Maestro is able to shoot them off. We need someone to try and contest Maya as the Selmas detonate. And it may be a free kill. To kill that Maestro early on is of huge value.
Yeah, it's the biggest one you can take down. Maybe you can use the smokiness here, Blitz, jump in the window, because you're right, James. You have to isolate Maya, deal with him first. And if we know him, he's not gonna fall back. He's gonna stick around for as long as possible. Maybe play his life, actually. They got Toxic Babes on the smokes. They can stick around, but they're throwing backside instead.
Oh, hello!
Just like that.
Straight in from the backside. Noodle with a huge kill. Even though leader on the Ram has gone down, a massive beachhead has been established by Joel. The Blackbeard in from the rear side.
Oh, got it.
Now the Evil Eye also glassed, shattered, not able to be utilized anymore as the Maestro is dead.
Really good entry. Joel, they keep trading 1-for-1, but it's always weird for the attackers because they gain map control. Now they're in Bakery. Sure, they lost a player, but they got what they needed. Verticality, again, gunfights going on the wrong side for Liquid now. They're just in the bomb side now.
With over a minute left to go, Joel moments away from planting the diffuser, still control above, and Nesk will use that to perfection as he comes down the red stairs for a flank. Hoven is down on the Glaz. And now Joel have to reposition. They have to figure out a way to address all of the setups from Liquid in another trade. May well favor the attack. Reaps is such low HP as the Blackbeard will have to be the instrumental playmaker for Joel.
There's a hard one. You can't want Blackbeard to be the one with diffuser walking in towards the bomb site to get a safe plant down, but the issue is Reaps has no help to cover anything right now. Good intel there from Mentalist, they now know where both the defenders are roughly, but again, with all those soft walls being open, long as the side on the bomb site, you can't really go for a plant. Joel, they have to try and get one pick, force the 2 versus 1, or a 1 versus 1 and go for kills. This is not a safe plant spot. I hope they realize that.
What's more, Resets has the C4 in pocket. There's plenty of information as well. There must be an evil eye unaddressed somewhere in the site. Mentalist will go for the defuse plant. Reaps low HP to cover. Resets. Inching his way forward.
Oh, team kill!
Nesk is a team kill, but he also cleans up the rest. A 4K for him, +1 onto his teammate. Bit of a laugh, and the second oldest player in the tournament gets a huge clutch for Liquid.
Sigh of relief there for Liquid. It didn't look like that was gonna work. I gotta be honest, like just taking the plant like that, I thought too there was gonna be some intel from Liquid. They had a C4 in pocket. I thought that's gonna be an easy plant denial, but no. Sometimes you gotta stick and just hope that it works out. Nesk, despite team killing, also wins out his individual 1v1, but this right here, the minion play, they actually do a good job again distracting Team Liquid and not making it clear what exactly the attack is gonna be. They go Bakery door, they throw some, Selma charges, they throw some ADS, some grenades, then they rotate, they go main door, jumping closet window, but they also hit the Bakery at the same time. Maya didn't know where it looked, he had 2 or 3 different angles to worry about. While that actually happened, they also attacked the upper floor for verticality. So Joel, they're just everywhere right now.
At least Liquid are on the board. You never want to be going 0-3 down on a defense-favored map. Joel have really come to play on Cafe, though. As Leo mentioned in the analyst segment earlier, Joel won this map 7-0 against Elevate in the APAC Cup SEA qualifiers. A huge result. Elevate are a really solid team. Of course, they were the winners of the last Asia League.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they even took down Team Joel at their peak. What you would have thought would be their peak. And now they're here, of course, roster change coming through. Is this a spawn peak from S? That's a ballsy maneuver. He must be feeling pretty good after that 4K in the clutch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, mind you, Nesk died as the first person in the lobby back in the round number 1 and didn't really get to fight back. Now he's 5-2. He's top bracket just like that, right? Sometimes it's that easy, but it has been a couple of quiet rounds for Liquid on individual levels. Yeah, sure, they can trade their teammates, but nobody but Nesk so far has really stepped up, hit their shots correctly, or made that kind of wow play factor. So they're still kind of warming up into it. Flip side though, Joel, they have been individually so great while maintaining their team level of those mini executes. The only downside for them, they've been bringing these pocket strats, right? A rush that round, a glass the following, etc. Eventually they'll run out of strats. They'll have to go back to like default Rainbow Six Siege, and that's what Liquid will be much more prepared for and expecting. So when Joel runs out of juice, I think they could get a little bit more comfortable in these rounds. It's a good run out. No nomad.
Huge. Oh, Reaps. Not able to readjust in time. Huge kill for Lagonis on the Capcan early on. Now, usually this is where people try and hunt down these roamers, but it's actually Maya, the castle, who's targeted by the Deimos. As the lurk from Leader, the site has seemingly been taken, but at huge cost, and there's nothing really for it. Leader coming in from the backside finds the first kill of the round for Team Joel, but he's up against the world, and he's all alone. Minute and a half, but not a lot of options here. A second kill goes begging as well. He really needs to land some more of these shots. He has been given a few isolated fights, but let's be honest, this is a dream that just will not become a reality.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, it's just a matter of when do you lose the round right now. Look at Liquid, they got their corners, they got their crossfires. No one is all that isolated. There it is, easy kill for Paolu.
What happened, man?
I think they had a massive timing issue there. I mean, sure, the run out from Lagonis getting 1 kill right before execute, that's always gonna hurt. But if you look at the timing, Leader walked up the white staircase, and then right before he even reached the top part, Hoven and Deimos drops down the sky and dies. Yeah. And then they can't get a trade, they can't get a punishment anywhere. The entire side of Piano is super castle barricaded, double mirror window. Nobody's actually playing there from Liquid, so the one space they took of Piano didn't, amount to anything. So small misread, small mistiming, but again, you've already gotten 2 attacks for Joel. I would say 2 attacks are all that's expected of you. They can only do better than expectations or maintain it.
That said, if you win the first 2 attacks, then you get swept 4 in a row.
Doesn't feel good, does it?
No, and that certainly changes the momentum. So I think that now Joel have won their 2 attacks and started so strong, it's really set a precedent that they need to deliver something in the remainder of this half. They got 2 more rounds to do it. But Liquid have made a good adaptation, right? Obviously, the first round that they won on the kitchen bomb site, bakery bomb site, that was very much a clutch. Yeah. It was very much Nesk coming up big. Yeah. That round just there, it was Liquid having a better read, getting aggressive, preventing Joel from going for those set plays by going for runouts like we saw from Lagonis. And what's more, just predicting the aggression a little bit better out of Liquid. So Joel need to realize, Liquid are changing how they play.
Yeah, now we gotta change ours.
Now the onus is on us to do the same.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think you said it so well. Liquid actually stopped them from executing for once, and it worked out like the most stable round for them thus far. And we actually saw Joel there in the operator pick, or the drone phase rather, kind of toying with a couple of operators. We saw the nuke being brought out for a small second there. I think they didn't drone. The rest of the operators went, okay, they have 2-barrel kite. They're not playing like Maestro, Valkyrie, like no intel really here, so the nuke value is insignificant. Mentally says, I'm a flex player, I'll go for nuke to blitz. That's always going to enable you an entry or path in towards the building. And Joel actually, very slow round right now. Maybe gonna drone a little bit more, lock down those flanks. The only issue with going slow, you're up against Kite 2-barrel combination without having, well, any heart breachers, first of all, and also knows to deal with them. So those walls that are reinforced and locked down, they will not be opened up. I think they're faking the take this time. They're not actually gonna go for it. But this is a good small thing to do. Hallway window.
It was a bait to go in red window and make their way upstairs. Nice play from Mentalist, but this is very dangerous. He's walking to several crossfires.
Oh, wow.
As he's spotted by 2 players. And the C4 takes down Noodle from reset. The Tubarão as well, throwing down the blitz. Liquid appealing back their defense, but Joel are taking ground, and they have flushed the Brazilians away from that top floor.
I think that was very beautiful from both teams, actually. Mentalist navigated that entire top floor space without taking a single point of damage despite the crossfires, the true-ball canisters, the toxic babes, etc. Yes, Joel, they have lost a player, their top rank of Noodle to a C4, but they've gained all the map space they could desire. I think this is actually a good trade for Joel because they can still get to bombs and execute with this top floor control, with the verticality. Because you have Demos and Reaps, you can also play those single isolated kills. If they bring it back to a 4v4, they're in a prime position to still take this round.
You already said the V word. Verticality. We still have a C4 on Parlor. We've seen 1 C4 kill thus far, and if Liquid can stay alive and go down onto the ground floor, then there may be an opportunity to deny. Oh, surely Noodle can find this pick. Wow. Good spray from Maya. He's also the dock. He can heal himself up. And he finds the kill onto Reaps. No reply from Joel as 2 of their players have fallen. And another one surely about to do the same. As Lagonis spots him. Mentalist, what a shot. But Maya continues to double down. Joel, we're in awkward straits. Maya puts Mentalist finally in the dirt. He won't get away with the same thing twice. And Maya to get a 4K and close out the round. Big stuff from Team Liquid. 1 left in the half.
I want to see a little bit more from Joel that we saw in the first 2 rounds where it was more team play oriented. I mean, the biggest example there, if you know there's a player stuck inside a train, roughly but not exactly where he is, you gotta either drone him, force him to move over, hold across, or get a teammate to assist you. Reaps taking that 50-50 gunfight with an uncertain yellow ping against a dock. It just seems so risky. I just said if you get it back to a 4 versus 4, that dock kill, Maya, who got a 3K in the round, that would have been the deciding factor, basically. Yeah. That gets you the 4v4, gets you bomb site control, you take down the anchor player, you're looking great. So I want to see them invest a little bit more together on those important areas of the map, not just take the 50-50s, because if Reaps win it, great, but if he loses it like he did, it's terrible.
It's the classic misconception about vertical play. Everyone's like, well, if I'm playing above the Bark or the Ram, or I'm playing below and I'm the Ash, I'm always going to win that, because that's Siege, right? That's vertical play. It's not how it works. You can shoot back at someone doing vertical play. The way that you need to guarantee a win is you put multiple points of pressure on. Like, Maya isn't feeling any pressure. From mining. He's got full ability to hide behind cover. He finds 2 kills through the vert. There's no one on that external window. Even here again, Joel needs to be, as you said, targeting things together. And that means that unfortunately, if there's nobody ready to be that second person pushing onto the dock, then the vertical player just has to chill out a little bit.
It could be as simple as just like, let's say the drone that's like somewhat yellow pinging him, just drive it in there, make your presence known, red ping him, force fire again. Exactly, it's like, oh, they know that I'm here, because if you're Maya, you're thinking, they have no clue that I'm here. You see Reaps try and go for a wall bang, or floor bang, he's way off the mark, and Maya's like, they don't actually know exactly where I am. I feel great about this
aggressive,
now.
I have to,
So you're right, like you gotta apply that pressure, either a drone, a player, a push, a wall bang, anything else. But again, Joel also didn't bring, and they haven't really been doing this all that much, they're not really playing conventional Cafe with like hard breaching. They've seen the mirrors open, they have Ace and Hibana. They've only played Hibana 1 round on top floor attack, they played Ace 1 time on the kitchen bottom floor attack. They're not playing around breaching and utility and dealing with the mirror windows. They barely even brought an Ash until now. So I feel like Joel, they had their way of playing the game. It worked half the time, it failed the other half. Now they kind of flipped it. Now they're playing Ash, they're playing Thinker, they're playing those frag grenades, soft destruction to deal with those mirror windows, those corner positions. So this right here, I think, is when Joel finally flipped the coin and said, we're gonna start changing our game because you changed yours.
Yeah, it may be too little too late though.
Yeah, it's a little bit late.
Even though we have a lot of util, like the frag grenades, the IQ of course can check for a lot of util. And namely the Ash, as you said, not just for breaching, but particularly for those mirror windows. A lot of great tools there. But how much depth is there in this strat from Liquid? Clearly a lot. You've got the ability to protect those mirror windows. You've got castle barricades to soak some of those Ash charges up. There's a lot to deal with, and still they utilize the blitz. They get explosive downstairs, running away now. Palu taking a huge amount of damage.
No catch. Interesting. So obviously they're gonna make that play trying to catch Liquid by surprise, but no one's cutting off the rotation. Nobody's dining window, nobody held like that little tunnel between dining and train. So Paolo gets out and take half his health and damage. I feel like that should have been a kill right there. And the fact that Paolo lives with the C4 in pocket can cost him because it's a vertical bomb site. Liquid, heavy presence upstairs. Paolo can now help that further. And Joel, yeah, you get a little bit of map control, but not the right portion that really leads to anywhere else. Either you gotta walk upstairs now and take top floor apart, or brute force the bomb site against verticality, against Valkyrie cameras. That's gonna be so difficult. Oh.
What are you doing, mate? Leader.
Risky.
Very, very risky. Very unnecessary as well, and that marks 6 rounds for 6 of Liquid finding the opening kill in this half.
Yeah, I mean, they've always been trading 1-for-1 or just outright finding the kill, and again, they're just so comfortably in the leader seat right now. Also, no Twitch, no Brava for like the first time for Joel's attack inside. All these default cameras and Valcams inside the building can't really be dealt with. I think they know that Hoven's pushing as well, so this could be very risky for him.
Oh, Mentalist and Hoven together.
Smoke and plant.
Some good teamwork, and yeah, the plant may be possible here. The timing has to be perfect.
Nope.
Maya swings a second one on through the smoke. Naya is having a laugh. Game of his life. 8 kills so far in the half. Reaps and Noodle taking the top floor, but they were not nearly close enough to try and protect that planter. Another shot though, and it becomes a 2 versus 2. Maybe this is winnable. Maya is down, good spray from Nesk with that DMR. It's all up to Noodle, 15 seconds, and that diffuser is in the middle of the site, and there's no way to retrieve it. He's gonna have to go for kills, and I just don't think he's got it in him. Nesk and Lagonis have a solid crossfire. I mean, Noodle's a dead man walking. Valiant effort, but Liquid really came to life in that half. 4 rounds in a row as they have established for themselves a dominant lead.
Again, as a decent attempt from Joel, that was clearly like a plan B type effort where it's like, oh guys, plan A didn't work, let's just go for this. And it comes down to 2 players, right? Hoven and Mentalist, they're into the bomb side. One guy's planting a smoke, hoping things work out. Hoven's like, there's a proof of camera, there's a guy to my left, guy to my right, there's somebody above me. So the teammate I don't quite know, he can't simply hold all those angles. So I feel like they were just praying that Liquid didn't figure out what they were doing, or just simply made a mistake, didn't realize where the plant was going down or something like that. That's times of desperation.
Sadly, it does. Joel started so well, and then we started seeing little things like this. The cover inadequate. No one above to watch the re-entry as well. From Pillars, you could have watched that. A few nice exit frags made this look winnable, but realistically, there was never a shot for Joel. Liquid too strong in that round, and they've really found their form.
Oh. Yeah, they're looking good. And I mean, Liquid, again, I think once they figure out their opponents and stabilize, that's when they're the strongest. Like, I feel like Liquid is not necessarily a team that's like, if they play their A game against anybody, they'll just win. It's more like they gotta play their A game and make some slight adaptations to, you know, team-specific matchups. I think the fact that we're playing best of 3s right off the road here is gonna favor a team like Team Liquid, like Team FaZe, who have so much depth, so much support, and so much experience. Whereas when you talk about APAC, well, best of 1 merchants, right? They make upsets, they have a smaller map pool, they have their crazy strats. If Joel kept up those attacks and this is the best of 1, they're like, okay, they are owning on their first 2 attacking rounds. They got their pocket shots, they got their counters. Surely they take this map in a best of 1 scenario, but if this then goes best of 3, you expect Liquid to come back on Chalet or Concha later on, right?
Yeah, Liquid honestly adapted way faster than I expected.
Yeah.
They shook off the nerves of those early explosive pushes from Joel. Now they're on the attack themselves.
Yeah, what can you get done? The big thing to note here, Maya, absolutely lethal on the entry, and Nesk is going back to kind of like a 2018 style Nesk, where he's enabling somebody like Maya to get in the building, set him for success, and Nesk is very open to trading his life if his teammates has his back and just, get map control. So Liquid can play a very aggressive style if they want to, but they're respecting the utility, they're respecting the setup because you got those mirror windows, you got the Vigil, you got the Val cams. It's hard to navigate exactly what's happening right now, and Liquid are not going to risk it by going too fast.
Do have boots in the building, though. This Vigil's a cheeky pick for Noodle. Playing aggressive in bar, able to drop down and play for pillars, able to hop up and take fights, and not vulnerable at all to the player on Skylight.
Want to see Nesk, of course, if the Vigil scanner is active, Nesk is the IQ scanner, you can see where he is. Hall comes out, that should be the entry to Liquid.
Oh, this should be a kill, surely.
Oh no!
Maya wins! And yet Leader is able to trade with the C4. Yet again, Liquid find the opening kill. However, Joel taking the numbers advantage. Another kill, though, for Liquid as Nesk finally puts Reaps down in that top floor. Good information gathering. The IQ also paying dividends, spotting out those Valkyrie cameras as the Lion locks Joel in place.
Now with Lagonis alive, so Dokkaebi, you can hack those cameras, find all the defaults, finds the Valcams, immense value right now. That's gonna shut down all the defenders of Joel to say, hey guys, shoot your own cameras immediately, or they will know where you are. And they can go for an immediate plant now if they get that intel. See, there's one, for example, no C4s, no toxic babes. Default plant your library door is totally doable.
Yeah, very scary now for Joel. You're gonna have to find out a way to deny this plant or retake above, and it comes down to all the decisions that need to be made. And Lagonis is so quick, he's pre-fired, and he's in the plant position. 15 seconds to go, all it takes is 1 or 2 gunfights, and the story is flipped!
Oh.
Leader and Hoven have come to life, and he finds the last with a deagle! Joel are not done yet.
Small place there that has a massive upswing for Team Joel. They pushed up the white staircase to bait the sound and yellow ping from the pre-placed drone. Ness looked away thinking, oh, I'm getting flanked. If I die, the round is over. I have to not worry about that. While they were baiting the flank, they pushed in through Laundry to shut down the default plant position while also pushing the bomb side double door by the bomb chassis. So essentially what they did, they pushed from 3 different angles with only 2 players able to cover from Liquid in that 3 versus 3. It means there's a gap somewhere. Look right here. They flank up white stairs, they push side with 2 players, they kill the cover and the planter. That guy loves guy upstairs. That guy's useless now. So these small micro plays, that's what we're looking for. They played that perfectly there for Joel.
And yeah, Liquid still looked really hot on that attack. Got to give them a lot of credit. They're really quick at taking map control, getting that information, even into the mid-round. The fact that they had that info on Reaps in Piano.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, huge green flag for Liquid. They're still looking very put together, and as great as Joel have been in moments here or there, Liquid have far and away been the better team in this map so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go as far as to say, I think last round from like a strategical position in the map, I think Liquid won that until they lost it, of course. Oh, good night! This guy doesn't miss today, does he?
No, dude, what the hell? That's his 10th kill of the match in 8 rounds. And that was an admirable spawn peek as well from Hoven. Read like a book, an oldie but a goodie, that spawn peek. The Valkyrie will now have to sit on her cameras, and I believe one of them was actually used for that run out as well. I
believe so, yeah.
Perhaps that's why Maya knew about it, but absolutely deleted him.
It's always risky, right? Because again, like risk assessment, if Hoven gets that kill onto Maya, it's so freaking good. And if Hoven dies, which he does, it's not all that bad. So I feel like it's a worthy trade. You still got utility, you're playing an active gadget operator, or sorry, a passive gadget operator. Valkyrie in the drone phase just puts down those black, the black guys, and when you do that, you're chilling. You can die, you can watch the cameras, give intel. The only issue is if there was a Dokkaebi, which there isn't this time around, that would have been terrible. But now we gotta see Joel maybe fight for a bit more map space, maybe stick out for a bit longer top floor, try and get back that pick, because Liquid, if they can set up all their drones, all their positions, they're already in a great spot to just take advantage of the 45.
Ooh. Boss G Noodle on the Vigil almost loses his life. Needs to be careful not to use his disruptor as well too much, as Resets may be able to see him with the IQ scanner. Liquid have taken some good control, but these mute jammers are making things really messy. The castle barricades as well. The absence of the Azami castle is proving very powerful. And Nesca's just going to march on forward.
What?
Spotted by leader. Good trade from Maya. He is so hot today.
Woo!
But taken down with the slug cannon. 3 versus 3 now. As Noodle finds another one with that Boss G. Turns out you can nerf the operator. You can nerf the gun, but you certainly can't nerf Noodle. Resets has snuck his way in, though. He's indeed taking down Mentalist.
Oh, wait a second.
Now it's a 2v1. Reaps against the world. The clutch calling his name.
No diffuser right now for the attackers, so either gotta take top floor control or walk back down, look for those gunfights. You see the position. Back into it, 1v1. Almost there it is. Both on 1 HP now.
Oh, this is awkward. Big duel. Resets is going around. He's been hurt, and he does find that shot. Reaps goes down. We can hear Liquid firing up after that. Certainly not a round we thought they would be winning, but they brought it back, and Reaps couldn't clutch out. Liquid are well and truly in form now. 5 rounds on the board.
Oh boy. Again, these small things. I mean, you see Nesk walk in long bar, not knowing where to look. You hear a Boss G bullet going off, actually aimed towards him, but it misses. And then Nesk just keeps advancing forward, not knowing where the enemies are playing from. And I thought for a second, what are Liquid doing? They're trolling this round. But then we saw the vision, right? Nesk was baiting, setting up the play for Maya. The second he died, Maya swings new balcony from the rappel in and gets 1 kill. Looks good for a second, but gets busted, unfortunately. So it's again, Nesk is in a position where he's not afraid to die as long as somebody else makes a play off him. And they had the timing, they had the positions. Great effort there from Noodle getting those 2 Boss G kills, really helping them stabilize top floor. But then the anchor player falls apart, and then Liquid gets all this map space. And the one big thing, Joel didn't know they had diffuser control upstairs. So all of a sudden I think, oh, we gotta give up top floor, go back to the bomb side, and just take the fights. But it's like, you didn't really have to, you just didn't know that.
There's some good moments there for Joel, but not enough. Even Reaps not quite living up to his usual self. It's Noodle top fragging for Team Joel at the moment. And most of that was in the very first round where he found 4 out of his 9 kills. We've had 7 rounds since then. He's only managed to find 5 across them. Reaps, though, 1.3 or 130 odd EPS the last time these teams played each other at an SI. And he's been quite absent now. He certainly didn't have the clutch factor in that previous round. Liquid are looking in form, and this is Joel's map pick to boot.
Let's see what they want to do. One of my only concerns for a roster like Liquid is always about Lagonis as an individual against really good teams, right? Like when Liquid makes it to, let's say, top 8, they make main stage, I'm always a bit like, Lagonis is a great IGL, great mastermind of the game, understands it incredibly well. He's like the leading captain of this roster from a strategic perspective. But when you go 2-6 against Joel, if this was FaZe Clan, if this was Shopify Rebellions, maybe like the best hope from North America, I feel like you just, in this current age of Siege, you kind of need everyone to step up to the table. The same thing is for Mentalist, right? He's 2-6 for Joel right now, but on attack, he played the most important roles of anybody. The entry, the executor, the start enabler, the planter. We haven't seen Lagonis fulfill that role just yet, but he is leading the team on Hibana right now, doing a great job with drones.
Thankfully for Lagonis, Liquid have Maya. True. Who can't be tamed. Secondly, as Palu's getting to work on the floor, the ram goes out, the boogies make things awkward now for leader. He is effectively trapped here in Kochek.
If you played this map before, this bomb side, when you give up the full roam click onto the attackers, you watch down the staircases, you're gonna sit in 5 separate corners near the bombs that are on the bomb side thinking, how are we going to win this round as a defender? Because what can you do? The floor above you is broken apart. There's nothing really stopping Liquid from just, dropping down that freezer hatch, walking towards the bomb side, and start planting. Sure, you got those long lands aside, Mentalist DMR from Bake who can see towards that plant position, but if you whiff or die in that spot, Liquid could go for free plant. Nothing and nobody can really stop them once they get in the site itself.
Not a huge amount of late round util as well for Joel. And the plan is going down. We need a C4, we need some denial. There's that long line of sight. Here comes the push. And Reaps has denied the plan. Diffuser is in hand now for Joel. And Liquid have been dismantled. It's perfect. And they're back on the board again.
There is no way they can stop the plant. all they have is one long line of sight. Mentalist with DMI and Bakery. That guy just one-tapped almost 2 players, and it opened things up. It was beautiful. You get the guy covering, you push the bomb site, take down the planter, and just like that, things are wide open. But what happened with Liquid's verticality, I don't actually know. I didn't see it, but there should have been a person holding that cross from above, so that gap shouldn't exist.
How's Reaps run through?
Exactly.
I guess there was no redundancy.
Maybe they flanked red stairs, or maybe it was a timing or a communication issue, but I feel like that shouldn't have happened, but it did. Of course, mistakes that happen, gaps can be made, gaps can be forced, but either way, Mentalist getting the kill is the saving grace, because that enabled Reaps to get that second kill afterwards on the planter.
And a very necessary tactical as Hugzord talks to the team. The coach gets his thoughts in on it. Unfortunately, I don't speak Portuguese, so I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah. I think for Liquid, it can be as simple as, remember their plan or expectations, or something as simple as, okay, we played this strat, we took the risk to play safe next time, bring an Osa, for example, bring a blitz like Mentalist, because the big thing is, if you can just escort the Fuser safely in, the plan goes down a lot easier, right? But you have to make those aggressive swings otherwise.
95% of that round from Liquid was perfect.
Yeah, no, 99 maybe even.
This was the only bad moment. Even then, sometimes you lose fights. This was the only problem. That should never be allowed.
They flanked, yeah, the timing, okay.
And I mean, Joel made plays at the right moment.
They did, again. Like
and Leader had some nice shots.
They flanked 2 staircases. Brown stairs, the main stairs, what we call it, and then red stairs. And that, again, forced the 2 players of Liquid to look away from the verticality and take the fights. And again, what's banned? Nomad. Who banned it? Joel. The flank was all of a sudden very much open. And when Liquid is going for the execute, when they are planting, that's the one time they cannot really afford anybody to be on camera for flank watch. So they waited specifically for the call. Guys, they're planting. You have 7 seconds, maybe let's say 6 seconds to make that flank happen. They did it in 5. So they beat the bar. And again, just like before on the reading retake, they played that round beautifully in what was actually their only play in that round.
It was 2.5 minutes of nothing.
Yeah.
Just sitting back on your phone simulator.
Whoa. Drone time? Ah, phone time.
Gotta get those TikTok hours up, mate.
Oh man,
Gotta watch Jesse Chick's TikToks.
I did a TikTok with him yesterday.
Yeah?
I think that launched yesterday actually as well. Ranking operators in order.
You did tell me about that.
The ending was kind of crazy.
You said that Zofia was really bad, right? And
yeah.
we saw Noodle in the first round get a 4K with
Yeah, I felt really silly when I saw that. I was like, I've been shit-talking Zofia so much. I think Zofia has a weird spot in the game right now, to be fair. And I think Noodle did a great job playing the operator. But I think what he did could have been done probably with any other operator as well. He was shooting really good there in those minutes.
Well, Liquid is still just 2 rounds away from stealing Joel's map pick at Cafe. And on the attack, they finally have brought that shield.
Yeah.
You mentioned it, we haven't seen Monty as of yet this game, just the Blackbeard and the Blitz. Now Lagonis is bringing everybody's favorite shield. And Maya's taken a huge amount of damage to the legs there from Leader above. Nesk has also snuck in. Here comes that Monty. Remember, Monty not nearly as powerful as he once was. Coven, really small magazine, not the weapon of choice against 2 opponents like this. And Liquid have found 2 picks as a result. Now Noodle forced back further and further. He's being targeted by the Deimos as well. And Joel are in a real pickle.
I like that from Lagonis. I've been kind of critical of his multiplayer. He's very passive, doesn't ADS. He unextends like the entire time. You're threatening lethality. Maya swings, but unnecessary maybe. But there it is, the follow-up. Lagonis did it. He went for the kill.
He's playing it so well. And the rest of the team springs to life around him. Well, up to Noodle now on a 1v3, and he misses his opportunity with that Monty alive. This is a nigh impossible task. As Lagonis starts to force that plant down, no explosives. No utility to speak of for Noodle to try and take down this Monty. And there's 2 other players to find as well. Lagonis just taunting him, pushing him further and further. He is completely trapped. And Liquid have won this round dead to rights.
That's so good. And is Lagonis, he's often really passive, too passive as Monty back in the shield meta. This is the nerfed state of shields. You can't go for hipfires. It is slow. You know, you don't have melee priority. But yet, despite all those, nerfs to shields, Lagonis felt like he was a lethal opponent in that series, or in that round rather. And the entire team of Liquid, they bought into that strat as well beautifully. Just Maya hunting players behind the Monty. You saw people rotating the windows, the hatches, the skyline. Everyone working together and saying, hey, Monty's gonna walk on in. He's gonna create an effect of like enemies are gonna be moving a lot. All we gotta do is catch them. Beautiful.
And Maya, If your strat is march in a Monty forward and get your best fragger to stand behind them, you can't ask for a better person to do that than Maya right here. And he absolutely farmed. And even when he was taken down, Leader let his guard down and immediately Lagonis shoots him in the back. Beautiful round from Liquid. Map point within their grasp. The momentum has well and truly shifted after the first 2 rounds where Joel looked in control. Now they look completely deflated.
Oh, yeah, I really thought when you get those first 2 attack rounds with Joel, that's like the best start you could ever imagine. But then again, you can never quite count Liquid out, especially again, as I said, in a best of 3, because they have more time to adapt. They have more risks I think they feel like they can take as well, because it's not the end of all if they lose a map. And now we seem kind of on the same plan as last time. Munchie's on the board, but then you have a nuke on resets. This could also be a case of, hey, you can have Munchie walking in on the front, making a bunch of noise and say, look at me, then resets over backstab somewhere. So I like this fact that they could bring in out maybe 2 different ways of playing out this round. They can gap find, they can brute force, they can basically force you to a bad spot in more than just one way.
Yeah, things are not looking pretty for Joel here. But we've got Noodle back on Slug Cannon. Oh, here goes an aggressive run out. Oh, look at the C4. I can't believe he is still outside.
Somebody help.
Somebody has to try and help him. Is he going to be able to get back safely? This is surely an impossible task. There's no way that Liquid haven't confirmed this kill. Resets eventually gets him. Leader was the first one to find a pick, trapping Maya, the top fragger in the server. I would take that trade any day of the week if I'm Joel.
Yeah, I think you're very happy with that. Okay, it's IQ, not like the biggest like impact operator, but exactly, it's the player behind the operator right now that matters. We still got Lagonis on the Monty right now, and that could be the operator to break this apart. You can just walk in long bar. All you're gonna worry about, of course, is C4s. You can then punch those mirror windows, or if you can Ash push them out. But this just enables again the push through, but just fear the Bosch T. One bullet hits you, you're either dead or very close to it.
So close. The impact onto the Monty does very little.
There's the gap finding downstairs.
And here's Resets. He's been an instrumental playmaker for Liquid in this game so far, but Noodle is so close to him, and Leader's found Nesk. Resets has to have an impact on this lurk down below as the flank has come through as well from Leader. He's just waiting for his opportunity. Noodle goes down. No trade opportunity as Lagonis forces that diffuser down. And Liquid have stolen this round away from Joel, ripped the rug out from underneath them, and ripped the map away. It's Mentalist in a 1v3. This swiftly makes into a 1v2. With this Monty marching in his position, he has to take the 1v1 against Palu, who bests him. And Team Liquid spring back into it from down 0-2 to win 7-4. A massive game from Team Liquid as they take Joel's map in the series.
You have Resets on one bomb side playing the bait game, Lagonis on the other planting with 0 cover, and the third guy just full vibes dropping down into pillar. Beautiful, confusing, chaotic final round, but Liquid, they were in the driver's seat after those first 2 opening rounds.
Beautiful showing from the Brazilians as we go to a break.
Available now.
Welcome back to the desk for the first map of SI 2025. We're going to talk about it. It was Joel's map pick, Cafe, and Liquid came and swept that map away from under their feet. We have the highlights, of course, from this matchup, but first things first, let's talk about those bans, because for once, all shield operators were available.
Yeah, I think Liquid got their bans exactly right. I think Joel got their bans exactly wrong. Obviously, we saw Liquid ban away the Capitao. This is the attack bans I'm focusing on specifically. The Capitao and the Nomad. Now, Liquid have been known as a team to ban some weird operators, to ban some weird attackers, weird defenders. The reason they do this is because they are such a versatile team that they can play any of the busted operators and all of them, and they're used to playing against them. So their Capitao ban, in theory, for Liquid makes sense. Joel banning away the Nomad, I think, was a bit of an issue for them. Yeah. And as we come to see, as we get through these highlights, Lagonis, when Liquid needed to win the game and win the rounds, Lagonis was hopping on the Monty. It was absolutely devastating. And ultimately what it does for me is it tells the story of how that game went, that Liquid were more adaptable in those key rounds, those key moments. Joel were competitive, but Liquid's adaptability was what got them over the line.
Yeah, and we're not saying this was the wrong choice of bans for Joel. It made sense on paper, to be honest. Removing the Nomad because you want to disrupt the playstyle of a traditional team like Liquid. And on the other hand, abusing the shields. Look at the 3 first rounds. They were playing Blitz and Blackbird every single round. So they tried to do it, it just didn't work the way they wanted because Team Liquid adapted with the Monty.
Just looking at the scoreboard, I really want to highlight Resets. Obviously, he is the MVP, you can see there by EPS. And there was 2 rounds in particular. First round that he had on IQ, and then the very final round on Nook, where he was finding those lurks into sight off the back of Lagonis and the rest of the team. And, you know, he goes unspoken about in this star-studded lineup, right? You know, we talk about Maya as match winners, Palu and Nesk, and Lagonis to the Gajil. Resets falls under the radar, but he was critical in what was a 4-7 win. He basically won Liquid 2 rounds on his own through his lurk ability.
On the other hand, look at Joel's side. You have Leader and Noodle, the 2 great pickups, the 2 international ones that are stepping up, that are not afraid of Liquid. And look at Rips. Rips went negative. He went 4-9. Remember, he went 44 and not 9, but 44 kills. The last time they beat them on at SI 2024, he needs to step up as well. But it's great to show that Leader and Noodle are already well implemented into that team and can step up to the level that they're expected to be at.
And we will just give a very small caveat that we have been told that Team Joel are all suffering with sickness and they are playing, with ill health. They haven't been able to scrim recently. So we will give them a little bit of a break on that. But yeah, they're obviously not looking too hot right now.
Yeah, we gotta hope they feel better soon, but they still went and won the first 2 rounds here. What do you think was the main thing that caused them to win those 2 rounds on attack on Cafe?
Yeah, well, initially, I think the game plan was really good. They wanted to look for these opportunities. So look at the utility usage from Noodle here. So double flash to make him move. Noodle punishes the movement from Nesk. That's the gap that they've created. The entire team now can play off that and go play aggressive. Noodle gets a second pick off that and Riffs as well. And you can see all of this to crunch. Same thing here, creating movement. Noodle punishes the kill on Tupalu to get in that 3v1 situation. The amount of pinching, having multiple pressure points, using utility to create movement in Liquid and punishing them was very well done for Joel. The way that Liquid adapted, though, was perfect. They bring tuber arrow, they bring barbed wires, they bring smoke, they close the gap by being close to each other, and then at this point, Joel had no solution because they're not actively problem-solving the utility. And that's something that we need to start seeing on the next map.
All right, so lots to think about and work on for that next map. There's a small gap, though, in between. We have a bit of a break before we'll talk about the next map, Chalet. Time to talk about our second map of the series, Chalet here. The pick for Liquid going into this one. They can close it out in a 2-0. But what we talked about when the map kicks came on was that this is maybe a bit of a bait coming out from Corey.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Well, actually, I'm surprised to see them pick that one, but I'm not surprised that Corey comes in with like something of a hat trick, right? They need something a little bit special to beat Liquid because Liquid is expected to beat them. So, Chalet being their permaban, leaving it open and letting Liquid pick into it, clearly that's a preset plan. Now, if I look at the 2 first rounds that they won in attack on Cafe, like we said, opportunity seeking with preset plans. I'm assuming they have the same thing lined up for Chalet, with having analyzed exactly the way that Liquid plays this in defense. Yep. What are the key positions? And how can we take that key position and open a gap to then follow up on this? My issue with this is, what happens, Jack, if they cannot open up that situation.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me, is the two win conditions ultimately that will decide Chalet, that did decide Cafe, in my opinion, is can Team Joel adapt? Because Liquid are superior right now at adapting inside of the game, coming up with the solutions inside of the game, inside of the rounds, because of the guy that you've just seen on your screen there, Lagonis, with how strong he is as an IGL. And then the second thing, it comes back to Lagonis again. Will Team Joel ban the Monty? I personally would. If I'm Corey, I'm saying to the team, get the Monty off the board, because Lagonis is devastating with the Monty. Why is that? Because with the Monty, he can literally just walk in, take a look at the site, and then micromanage IGL his team to perfection. He's not relying on drone information or communication. He sees what he sees behind that Monty, and he's so good at IGLing.
It's fair to say that we saw Joel struggle quite a bit with that Monty as well. So really curious to see what those operator bans will be coming into the second map. But we get to talk to our casters again, our international casting duo. Pengu and Def Martin, we didn't get to speak to you before the first map, but we are so glad to have you guys here at SI. How are we feeling, and how are you feeling after this first map?
I'm great.
Sorry, I was kind of.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Moore.
I was kind of floating there for a second. I think two things gotta happen here for Joel. A, ban the Monty.
Yeah.
B, Corey subs in instead of Reaps.
Oh,
as a player.
No.
Bang.
That's right. So I was gonna say I just want Reaps to show up. Like, this guy is meant to be like the APAC Shaiko. He's got like a million sensitivity. He sits like a little alien. He's a god. Like, he's so damn good at this game, and this is so not normal for him. So I want to know what's going on. I don't know if maybe he's one of the more sick people on this roster. Yeah, apparently they're a bit under the weather, but he really needs to show up. He's so capable. Like, this guy is one of the best in the game. On his best day, it's just clearly not his best day right now.
No, that's very unfortunate. We, of course, want him to be doing better in this match. We want the team in general to be doing better. If they don't want this to be an 0-2, they need every point they can get by even winning a single map in here. But the map is ready, so the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the guys on the analyst's desk. Not really a desk, is it? This isn't really a chalet, is it? Or will it be? We'll see if Team Liquid can play as cold as they did on Cafe. And as you can see, the social predictions are certainly favoring the Brazilians. Joel really got to step it up. And if there's one thing that we can say as a shining light for the APAC underdogs, it's perhaps the fact that, as Leo said, this has got to be Counter-Strat Central here.
Yeah.
This is Team Joel's permaban and Team Liquid's favorite map. A huge gamble has been taken by Corey, the coaching staff, and the players on Team Joel, and they better be ready for it.
Yeah, that and Joel hasn't really shown this map in quite some time, so Liquid go into this with much less prep. Liquid actually bang out the demos. That was one of the big question marks. I was like, okay, if you're Team Joel, you gotta look at something like the Monty, the Blitz, the demos, trying to work on those angles, but instead it's Liquid banning the demos.
They're banning the
Joel
operators
bans the Blackbeard. It's completely flipped right now. For defenders, okay, we saw Joel ban out the Asami and Cafe previously. That can also be a decent operator here in Chalet, but he got options. Joel, who was playing a bunch of Vigil, has banned the Vigil.
Have we got the team names the wrong way around?
It feels like we're being trolled right now, right? It does feel a little bit like it. Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Okay, they both played that a little bit, but not a whole ton. I like this one, I think, for Reeps, because you just glazed that man for like 35 seconds straight.
And he deserves it, not maybe not.
And I have a correction I want to make.
Oh, okay.
He's not the APAC Shaiko, he's the APAC Spoit.
Yeah.
Because Spoit plays a higher sense than Shaiko. But yeah, other than that, you're completely right. And I think Chalet being a more open map is gonna favor a player like Reeps, because Cafe is like a small box. You can't do a lot on it. I think Resets playing Nerk found so many gaps. Not the same story, of course, that Joel were playing, but I think on Chalet, Reeps will shine a lot more naturally due to how the map flows better.
Yeah, 100%. Reeps has really got to step up. He's going to be the centerpiece of Joel. We already know that Noodle is a great entry.
Oh, yeah.
And we know that Leader is a great leader and also a great fragger. Him and Noodle led the team in terms of the fragging department in the last map. But we expect a lot of firepower out of players like Reeps and Hoven, and we didn't see that on Cafe. And we need to see that here on Chalet. Now, the Azami has slipped through the ban phase, but isn't taken. One of the most powerful operators on Chalet. There's just so many external windows, so many places that you can use those Azami barriers to protect yourself, to play hold positions in a more anchor-centric way, or you can play it quite free-flowing. I'm surprised not to see it. I guess the mirror is a little bit of a substitute for creating those tough-to-clear power positions.
Yeah, it's kind of like mirror or time, I think, doubling down, because mirror wants to see into library, whereas Summers are close off library as much as possible, so they kind of contradict one another. But also, there's so many strong defending operators available, right? Whether it's something like Kai Tuber off the basement, whether it's going for time deny, Maestro, you got mirror, you got all the trap operators. You can play many different styles of Siege on Chalet, given the operators that are open available to you. And for Liquid's first attacking round, it's all intel game. They're gonna get both the Flores and the Brava, and we're seeing Mai right now. He's just drifting around the map, getting intel, denying intel. We saw a pre-lineup Selma charge on the office wall from outside the video balcony. Why go on the rappel? You just chalk it in there. And they hit the mark pretty well. But right now, Liquid, they're applying phantom pressure, they're droning everything, they're saying, hey, we're over here, hey, we're over there. What they're actually doing, just leaning with utility right now and setting things up for later in the round.
Here comes the fire as well, looking to clear the dark position. A C4 goes out, but Lagona's playing very safely on that rappel. Will completely evade it. Doesn't have any more fire left. Thankfully for Liquid, there's nobody in that dark position in library. But still, control firmly held by the defense of the mezzanine, and that prevents any of the Liquid players from entering library.
They still think there's a player there. There hasn't been a player there for quite some time. I like the mini execute, but now they know. But like, Liquid spends some utility, and C4 goes out and trade. Nothing really happens, but Liquid, they are gaining that slight bit of information, but they're not quite gaining ground. They have no more camps of fire.
Why are they still checking it? They still didn't know. They only just figured it out.
Maybe they thought somebody retook it, but yeah, this seems like Liquid they don't have the intel game quite on par. They have 3 drones left in pocket right now, so they are lacking intel. They gotta use the smoke soon, jump in the window. This will come down to 50-50 gunfights now because Liquid are losing all their util.
But Joel are actually falling back. We just saw the player on that mirror window drop down the hatch towards the site. Joel have done a great job at whittling down that timer. Liquid are going to be really hard pressed to try and make something happen with the little time remaining.
Yeah, they're peeling back the layers, right? Oh, again, Maya just wins the gunfight here. There's no business doing that, but that's opening things up for Liquid massively.
However, there is good hold on site from Reaps. We called upon him, and now he's found 2, looking for a third. Nesk shuts him down. Numbers in favor of the attacking side as Hoven still above, goes for his flank, takes down Nesk. Now he's got this mirror window to take on Lagonas, who is essentially trapped. He can't safely jump outside. It means it's all up to Palu, and Lagonas goes down. He does find the one, but he has to go hunting now for Hoven, and this plant will be forced. It's not going to be easy. Hoven has so many opportunities to deny this, but he's got to land it quickly. Does he see him in time? Oh, he gets off the plant. Palu cannot find that clutch. And the round is over in favor of Team Joel.
Classic. Did he say classic? He's punched it. What was that? He's actually, there's this meme that you can do a Corey in Siege, which is a team kill.
He
just did a Corey IRL, yeah. I told you, Corey's aiming for Reach's job. He's trying to sub him. Oh, you can't see anymore? Don't worry, I'll play for you, okay? He'll find a way into this roster somehow as a player. I didn't see the vision there from Liquid, I'll be honest. The lack of basic information, spending 2 capital fires, I think 3 Reterra drones from the Flores, and still not knowing for sure whether the corner was clear or not. That's a big puzzling situation to me, but I think you were right when you said that Joel played that so beautifully. They gave up the entirety of top floor at the 50-second mark, but just leaving one player, the Warden. And okay, he lost the gunfight. It wasn't pretty against Maya, but you only lose that one member, and the side is still strong. So Joel, again, with a good strategic understanding of when to do what, both on Cafe, despite losing, and also in that first round here in Chalet.
Yeah. If we see more of that from Liquid, then I'm going to be really worried about their time management. Shouldn't be taking 2 minutes just to get into a position to look for an execute. Now, Maya is always deadly, though. I mean, the fact that he even found that first kill that he got was a big surprise, and I expect a lot more out of him. And Resets is the guys on the analyst. What can I call it if it's not a desk?
The analyst floor.
The analyst floor. The guys on the analyst floor. I'm just going to call them the analysts.
Okay.
The analyst pointed out Resets was a huge player for Liquid in that first map. Joel, I like their setup in that first round of trying to really force the time to be whittled down, really give Liquid so many challenges to overcome. And I think if they continue that with operators like Wamai, Azami, Mira...
Play some Goyo, come on.
Yeah, Goyo is a great time denier, right?
Yeah.
You stack all these together and you really force Liquid's hand in the late round.
Yeah, I like this as well because this is a basement bomb side defense, by the way. But they're playing top 4, they're playing again, they're peeling back those layers, they're gonna start top, fall back, survive, fall back. They're actually fighting right now. They're double swinging, the trade, injured, kill confirmed, get out of there right now. Get the one kill, you peel off, but again, the crosser there being caught, but they whiff the bullets. Somehow they somewhat get away.
No way!
Almost.
Hoven does trade onto Maya and send it. It is an even exchange, but a good read from Palu. Hoven gave up the numbers. And now Joel have to pick it back again. What's Leader looking for? Again, going back towards the site. Amidst the chaos, apparently the ace has actually breached the boiler room wall. So Liquid have already achieved a lot of the core steps of this attack. Not to mention Lagonis still has the Hibana available to get more breaching going. This is a good round for Liquid. If they've got enough drones to make this happen, then I don't see Joel standing a chance.
It's very unconventional there from Joel, the way that they defended that. And I feel like it definitely could have worked a little bit better. But to my surprise, they actually stuck it out pretty well. Setting out that window from Hoven, very big gamble. If you had won the gunfight against Paolo, that's 3v2 favoring defense. So yes, they were super aggressive, but there was a plan in motion with that aggression. And that's what I love to see. C4 and Pocket Mentalist doesn't see it, does. Doesn't connect the shots though, and now he's in a world of hurt. Leader in a 1v3 now to clutch up with 35 seconds left.
There's information as well, and a good trade. Well played from Liquid. Maya's got a lot to say about it as well. Yeah, an unconventional defense from Joel. Heavy roam and well played from Liquid, especially in that late round. So slow, getting the vert needed, exchanging their positions, going for a real simple execute.
I really like that Liquid, they're actually working on multiple areas, right? Like they're droning, sure, they're entering, sure, but then, as you pointed out, they had breached Boiler at some point as well in that round. And if you're up against a very aggressive, roam-heavy defense as an attacking team, the fact that Reset can play ace, get the breach open before you do the roam clear, then go back upstairs to help clear the map, it's just so valuable. And that's wild going up against a Kaid, for example. So just speaking to Liquid's ability to work the entirety of the map at 2 or 3 different positions at once, very impressive. And clearly it's catching Joel by surprise because they were like, okay, we lost the site, but they're attacking the roam. What are they doing? Where's the attack coming from? Liquid, they felt like they were everywhere that previous round.
Yeah, I'm impressed that Liquid's able to multitask like that. It's a real challenge, especially because there's a lot going on in the comms if you're trying to hunt roamers upstairs. To be able to concentrate on getting an objective done while contributing to something like that, it's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, and Liquid, they hit their timings. Again, like when they pushed back the defenders of Joel, they were there holding the crosses, they were there into the building of the entries, they got the refranks going, so they're multitasking at such a high level where every single point of contact is actually succeeding in their favor. It's another kind of slow start for Liquid, but again, Reset on the nuke, of course, looking for gaps. Got the rest of the squad most likely looking for is a spearhead. Where's the attack gonna come from? Try and create this, again, phantom pressure. Open doors, open windows. Make Joel feel more and more boxed in and make them feel like they have nowhere they can play, nowhere that is in their control. Again, like here, breaking those castle barricades. Joel gonna be like, okay, guys, where are they attacking from? Where is it safe? We don't know.
I like the line pick from Maya here. I think it's a great way to punish that aggression and the loose playstyle that Joel want to go for. We've seen how much they're trying to rotate around the map, how much they're roaming, how much they like that early aggression then to peel back. Lion is the answer to that.
All they gotta do is hit the timings. With Liquid, their team, they can do that. Such great drone work here from Maya. Again, he's an injury, he's a superstar, he franks it up. Right now, he is rap guarding it on the microphone saying there's one player Master Pigeon door, one guy Solarium. I'm not sure who he's talking to though, because they can't really act upon this information. Greenpeace go out, Lion Scanner, will they rappel on in? I don't think so. C4 goes out. Misses.
Oh, the nade. Leader's gonna take a hell of a lot of damage from that grenade. The second one may be the death of him. He goes for the cross. Maya cuts him down. That is perfect. The drones, the bees, and the grenades. Well played from Liquid to find that early advantage. Now Joel have to figure out, do they go aggressive? Do they look for a response? Because they are being waited for. Resets, takes a hell of a lot of damage. but survives.
Good read there from Joel. They are waiting for it. You need some of those subs before it goes out. Takes down the life of Paolo and Hibana. So Joel is still fighting this. They're going to stay top 4. It comes down to gunfights.
Another big pick from Maya. Noodle down. Resets eventually traded back, but the damage is done, and Joel are not in a happy space. Maya and Neska both low. One bullet from Mentalist will take either of them down, and even a spray from Hoven will make short work of them. So even though Liquid have the advantage, it could slip away very quickly. Mentalist goes down below.
It'll be on sight.
Both of these players have just dropped off, and there's information. Liquid know about it. And Lagonis wastes no time going for the plant, the spray down. Maya hits the deck. Nest to try and cover, but Hoven makes it a 1v1. He may not know it, but it's just him against Lagonis, who's in the kitchen, waiting to cook up a storm. And Liquid are well and truly fired up now.
Such small things there, not going to side for Joel. It comes down to timing. Mentalist had a superb spot on the bomb side. The second looks away, guess what? A drone goes to a drone hole, sees where he is. Liquid, without any hesitation, jump in the bomb side window, a trophy window, walk down to the stairs. They know exactly where that one side player is playing from. And then the second they jump in the window, guess what? Mentalist looks the wrong way once more, drops down the hatch, surrendering the bomb side. Now they gotta play retake. If that works a little bit differently, where Mentalist holds the window jump in, stays in the bomb side, then Liquid can't just go down for a plant attempt, and it buys Joel a bit more time. Something they've been so good at so far in the early and mid stage of the round, but where they're kind of faltering later on right now. Great clear of the corner though, the Grim Beast, the grenades, and that buys the opening. This gunfight right here from Maya, I feel like he has no business winning that against Noodle, no less. He's 0-3 right now. If that's Noodle from Cafe, Maya dies.
Yeah.
But Noodle's having a hard time finding his footing right now on this map.
Yeah, ACOG DMR is not the weapon of choice for a close-range engagement like that, and yet he wins it. Maya is in peak form. Liquid are feeling very happy with how this game's gone so far. Joel have had the wind taken out of their sails. Noodle has completely disappeared after his performance on map 1. Hoven's the only one fragging on this roster for Joel. We need to see so much more out of them, and we know they're capable of so much more. Is this them being a bit under the weather? Is it new roster pains? What is going on?
I honestly think the way that Liquid are playing right now on Chalet, it's very mentally taxing to play against. They're spending more than half the rounds just on their drone. They have so much information, and if you think about it from the perspective of a Joel player, you're always thinking, I don't know if I'm safe. I think they have a yellow paint, they know where I am, I'm getting pre-fired. You just don't ever feel safe. Normally on Cafe, in a small boxed-in map, that's how you're gonna feel. But on Chalet against most teams, you should feel like, we have this half the map, enemy has that half, and there's gonna be a fight in this particular spot. But how these first 3 rounds have played out, you're fighting on bomb side, you're fighting on the roam, defenders never have any breathing room. I think they're just getting completely taxed mentally on top of what was also a very difficult Cafe map for them, and they have not found their footing. I also think Joel, they haven't really changed their operator lineup so far. It's the same kind of stuff as the first attempt on bar defense. So strategically, they have their one specific plan. It hasn't worked yet, really. And if it doesn't work this round either, you gotta swap it up.
Yeah. Yeah, Joel is seemingly just playing a very loosey-goosey game. They're not bringing a lot of really hard-to-clear setups.
No, just the mirror windows.
Yeah, mirror windows and some new jammers. But everything else, it's kind of a soft dissuasion rather than a hard, no, you're not coming here.
Let's see. Saw the mirror window placed inside the small box of library, you know, looking towards... Oh! Victim the C4! Out of nowhere! Downstairs. Did it last round, didn't work out last time, should I say. This time it hits the kill. And that's a huge one, because they're doing a 4-1 split for Liquid. They have 4 players master bedroom side. They had 1 solo person resets on the library balcony. Now they gotta rotate another player around and wait 20-30 seconds, or just not have a flank gap on library balcony.
Good setup now from Joel, as that mirror window is gonna be hard to dismantle. As I say that, the Ash charge does breach it, smash the glass, and Liquid have a way to try and kill Reaps now. He spots some information, but doesn't get the kill onto Lagonis, but a heavy tag nonetheless. How are Liquid gonna try and march on forward? They're making their way up the hallway. Nest goes down, traded by Reaps, who fails to find his second. Another one, Lagonis goes down. Woo! That's the Reaps we've been looking for. Where is the energy, Joel? Where is it?
You went around like that and no one's even excited. I know you're sick, but you gotta just get in there.
Wow, that is so telling. Oh,
yeah.
man,
They're
they
getting
are
puffs
sick,
instead.
bro.
I feel so bad for Noodle now. Like, it's such a huge round.
And we're like shitting on him. He's going 0-3 and he's like coughing on the mic.
Oh, this C4 though, it's such a good pre-lineup. Such a, the shock factor there for me. Oh my god, there's a C4 here. And they fight it out. And again, it really came to play. There's nobody, if there's a kind of library window right now, Reaps can't swing this because the small library window where Reaps has died from, it literally sees that position on the map. So getting that C4 kill changes everything, like I was saying. Liquid had 60 seconds left. It would take maybe close to 20 or so seconds to rotate a player from Master Bedroom all the way to Library to replace him. And instead, we don't got time for that. So they 4-man push from just Master Bedroom office, and they allowed so much more movement from Joel to fight it out and be in a favorable spot for those gunfights. So small things not working out, massive consequence there for Liquid.
Yeah, Story of Siege, right? One of the most punishing games there is.
So many. The devil is so in the details in Rainbow Six Siege. Always has been, regardless of the meta.
Yeah.
Back in year one, you lost Thatcher or Thermite to a spawn peak. You can't pretend you have the walls. Have fun.
You're basically GG.
Yeah, you basically lose the round.
Yeah. And the game has evolved so much.
Yeah.
The meta is so much more flexible now. We have so many different on-meta operators and tools available. And yet, at the end of the day, this is just a shooter. And all you need is 5 bullets.
5 cheeky headshots. Then
Great
again,
util there from the Twitch, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's immense value. And it's just, again, Liquid have been doing such a good job of just really playing the drone game. Whether it's normal drones or something like a Twitch or Bravo or Flores, tons of value. And now, after 4 rounds being played, we see Lagunas once again, just like on Cafe, on the Monty. We can lead the charge, IGL, and apply all this kind of pressure on the map, and Liquid can play around it. And if you don't want to go for like an aggressive entry style Monty, you can just do this. You drone, you can become a planter, because sometimes you need a good gun in the front lines, and sometimes Monty's enough.
What's the plan here? Straight on inside. This is not the bomb site, remember. But it is an important area to go and take control of, as bomb site is master. Hoven is getting pushed, and Laguna sees him, doesn't want to ADS too willy-nilly, and eventually does take him down. No information. Hoven was completely distracted by those drones, taken down without too much trouble at all.
It was really good there. Maya was like lobby door, cutting off the the rotation outside a bar. Then you had the Monty with Maya behind him as well. So
player in mud, I think, too.
Exactly, and a player in mud. So there was no way out for Hoban there. He is gonna die. Great shot from Maya, out of nowhere seemingly.
The drone work is so good from Liquid.
Yeah. You see Joel, they have no idea what's happening around them.
This should be a kill for Lagonis. No, Noodle comes to support. Almost gets traded on back. However, with leader going down, it's not a pretty position for Team Joel. Resets. Maya and Palu now circling, still holding their positions. As I was saying before, drone work has been immaculate. Always information. Is Maya going to rush in off of this? Resets goes down. Good trade. Oh, Noodle up against 2 now. From outside the bomb site. No diffuser in pocket for either Maya or Palu. It looks like they're going for a kill, both playing together. Do they know where he is? He's jumped straight outside and back in again.
They've traded spots.
And now Noodle's still on the bomb side, is waiting for the peek to come through from Maya. Holding the pistol, a flash is good. And Maya does lock it in. No need to reload the AK. He'll get it done with the P9. And Liquid are continuing their reign of terror.
Yeah. I want to see some change here from Joel. I mean, I know Valkyrie is banned, so you have limited intel, but you do have Echo, you do have Maestro. They're playing proof of cameras, which is great because they're on strong operators like, for example, Lesion, but the issue is you can't move it around and you can't, destroy any of the drones. You can impede them temporarily if you know where they are, but Liquid have eyes everywhere across the map. They're walking the building with the Monty, and again, Lagunas, good job once more getting aggressive with Monty, not just sitting there, watching the player run away, confirming the kill. Okay, there's small slip up in library. There were 2 players. Lagunas dies for free, but Liquid are always trading bodies when they lose somebody, and they're never really giving up their advantageous position in the map in terms of man count.
The way I see it, there are 2 options here for Team Joel. Either A, completely change the playstyle. Stop trying to play this loose roam game. It's not going to work. Liquid have your number. They're posting up 3 different players on external areas and then pushing you with that Monty for that hammer and anvil. Are we now practicing the alphabet in the old chat?
I was going to say, what was that, A, B?
Smiley face. Smiley face. Or, another option, try and figure out why we keep dying on these roams.
Yeah.
And a lot of that comes down to good drone work. I know she's out of the meta, but I'd seriously suggest bringing a Solus. Get her in there, try and hunt those pre-plays down early. And we saw what Liquid looked like on that execute onto the top floor when they didn't know that there was no one in the dark corner. They wasted 2 minutes. If you can cut down Liquid's incel game, I think Joel would be having so much more success in these rounds.
I actually like this because Solus is like an F-tier operator. Unless you're very specifically playing her, this would be one of those cases where she has a time to shine for sure. Instead, we're getting this kind of pseudo bomb site, pseudo roam game where they're playing the Kite tuber out to knock down the sidewalls, but then there's no follow-up, right? There's no Echo, Maestro, Goyo, you know, smoke for plant deny. There's only one C4 in pocket. It feels like they're trying to close the walls for as long as possible, but then play gunfights.
Yeah, I dropped the Legion, to be honest. Liquid are not playing lurking at the moment.
No, not at all. I think Asami and Legion can both go in some ways, depending on where the Asami keepers are going, of course. We gotta see that. They got a roam presence, they got the bomb set up. Liquid is still deciding on whether they want to go for that full map clear or go for a pseudo direct bomb set attack because they got the Maverick, they got the Iban and the Ace. Liquid are not really in a great spot to go for roam clear right now. They have a lot of soft destruction, hard destruction. That's really it. Oh.
This Maverick has made things pretty awkward. But Mentalist has still managed to hold on to his position. It's just lines of sight outside the breach of Snowmobile. Noodle and Reap still holding on to the top floor. The drones were in Master and Piano and Dining.
Yeah.
From Liquid.
So this is again like they breach the front wall at Maverick. They can have one player there, probably Paolo himself later on. Then they rotate backside right now for a trench boiler take. And this is like very kind of like ranked style. It's very simplistic. You'd only need this area control. And then if you get a couple of kills, it's risky. Oh, he gets one.
Could be good for more. A big aggressive play from Hoven. And now the walls around him are completely opened up. A big spray from Lagonas! Absolutely destroys him! He takes the round into his own hands and finds 3. A belated trade from Resets, but it doesn't matter! Massive round from Hoven. Exactly what we've needed. Team Joel might have found the magic they've needed.
It's one of those things that shouldn't work, but it just does. I mean, you're not supposed to just go for it. You're not supposed to just swing out the bombs at door as they're breaching the walls because there's 4 attackers there. Surely they'll hold the angle, right? No, they didn't. Liquid once more. They make one tiny mistake and 3 people die immediately because of it. While Hoban got those injuries, we see the entire team follow up. Mentalist finishes the trench breach, buying Hoban some space on the map. And I mean, I think they knew. There's 60 seconds left. They have no C4 for plant deny. They have no toxic babes. They need to go for gun kills. And why wait for Liquid to be ready holding those angles when you can maybe try and catch them by surprise? It's a massive gamble. Because if Liquid had won those 2 gunfights, the round is over on the flip side. Now it's 3-3, it's tied up.
It's the second round that we've seen Joel win based on an explosive, just go for your life hero play. The last time was on that top floor around Library when Reaps went for that aggressive play on the Wamai, but it's not something you can rely on.
No, not at all.
Now, the half is done. We can put that behind us. Forget about the talks to the Solus. Now Joel need to bring the fire on this attacking half, and they brought the fire. Blitz, Montaigne, Lion, talk about oppressive, and not to mention literal fire in the incendiary bolts from the Capitao. This is a lineup to be feared.
It is, and I'm trying to figure out what the vibe is here, because like double shield means you're very limited in how you can attack this. This screams like Mudroom, bomb site dump in, can distract the Library. All you need, so to speak, is clear out the 1 or 2 defenders on the bomb site, and it's completely yours. But if you don't go into shields aggressively, I'm curious if they have enough like firepower, like with gunplay, to actually take map space for a roam clear. So I want to see what they're doing, because this is definitely a strat they've been cooking.
Thankfully, they got the DMRs to take down these Azami Kiba barricades, or barriers. No direct counters to the mirror windows. Here comes the first E1D. Maya spotted. Nade comes through. This seems to be a rush.
Yep.
Surely it's poised. The spray with the pistol finds nothing. An aggressive play outside.
Fireplace.
And here comes the jump in from the fireplace window. Hoven goes in, takes a huge amount of damage, goes for the flash, finds one, finds 2! Woo! Hoven stepped up massively for Joel. Where is Liquid? They must retake the site now, but the Noodle's locking him out. And there's not much in it now for Maya and Ness. as they look to try and recompose, get themselves back into it, plant down, retake opportunity, but there's nothing for it. Leaders shut him down. Nest up against the world, and Joel have finally found their footing, found their form. It's come down to explosive shields, and as Nest finds one, can he get the second shield operator? Surely a fruitless cause though, as Noodle and Leader still lie in wait. It would be a clutch for the ages. One keeper barrier remaining, but no time. He has to stick it. He has no choice but to hold on. And it's going to be easy for Joel to finish it off. A big round as Joel have finally taken the lead on Chalet.
It's such a simple approach to Siege, but it's so effective. There is one goo mine, one bulletproof camera, one person dining hallway holding that fireplace window jumping from holding on Blitz. The entire round is over. That double kill seals the deal. You take down the C4, the mirror, you take down the smoke, toxic babes, plant deny. Getting those 2 kills means you can plant, you get bomb site control. He then stands behind the bar, sees the third player on this fireplace. He single-handedly won the round of his individual play, but you see this on the outline. Mentalist on the Monty didn't go for a direct plant. He also pushed with the stock and helped him in case he needed assistance. It just happens to be Hoven is so good, he didn't need any help.
Unreal. Where's the energy? Come on.
There's a little bit of energy there.
A little bit.
I see 2 smiles, smile and a half.
It's a 10% energy. It's funny, Joel is usually the team that's
super
always
loud.
smiling.
Yeah.
Not just loud, but like Mentalist is like laughing when they lose, laughing when they win. I think there was a quote from, I think it was Corey. Des had a chat to him before the event and said, we expect to win nothing, right? Like we've just had the worst. We've had the worst year you could possibly imagine with all the drama with their previous organization, being owed hundreds of thousands of dollars as a team in prize money and salaries. They've failed to make. They even failed to make it to the Montreal Major. Making it to SI, they never expected. It was a gift. They barely scraped in on points. And this is their reward for all their effort and the calamities of 2024. An opportunity to come to America and play at Six Invitational. If they lose, if any other team loses to them, it's a joke on that team, especially a team like Liquid.
You gotta not take things for granted. It's easy too, but like SI is a big deal. Any player, when you start out, when you're aspiring to be a good player, this is where you want to play on that stage. Try and make it as far as possible. And just the idea of maybe, if everything aligns, you could win that hammer. The dream of every player. Joel, unlike the last round, very slow this time. Setting up, soft destruction, drone work, but we see the Monty, we see the Grim Dokkaebi. They certainly are playing for a side execute. When the beasts go out in that final Dokkaebi call, I'm expecting Mentalist and Monty to fly in the side window and things are gonna get very chaotic very quickly. And then looking to have Reaps backstep. Not playing Nuke like we said, so the default cams can be a problem. But here we go, open the castle barricades, make sound, hit the backstep flank. They need 1 or 2 kills early off the rip to make this work.
Hoven's gonna go and destroy the castle barricade immediately. There is pressure from Mentalist. The Azami Kiba keeps him at bay. The logic bomb rings on out, but still Meska's just continuing to put that pressure onto the bathroom window. Hoven goes down from a C4. That's the top fragger of Joel. And this push stopped dead in its tracks.
They didn't really go for it. It looked like they were ready and they were gonna go for it, but then they didn't. Now they're in. What can you get done here?
Awkward from Mentalist. He wants to try and
help
take the fight. Noodle supports from the window repel, I believe. And with that, Reaps comes in, takes down the bathroom player. Lagonis deep in the site. He puts down the Monty. 2v3 still winnable, but Reaps has to land a few more shots like that. Leader also coming to support, waiting for a player to pass his line of sight. Reaps is just around the corner, and he's looking at the wrong side of the door frame as well. Leader may be favored to win this fight if he swings, but neither player has any idea, and his reaction time is not fast enough. Reaps taken down, and Palu to find the final kill of the round. Liquid slipping through Joel's fingers. A sigh of relief after what looked to be a bit of a scary execute.
Very puzzling. I don't know if they just didn't hit the timings or there's miscommunication. It looked like Mentalist. Okay, so there are 2 castle barricades, 1 piano window, 1 bathroom window. You want both of those opened up, but they only had 1 soft destruction charge left from Sophia. And look at Mentalist was trying to turn his head, say, that one you should break, piano window. And as he does that, he actually opened the bathroom castle instead. And he says, oh, okay, now this is open instead. And I think that was the issue this came around. They couldn't enter both windows at once, and it just stalled it for like 20 or so seconds. Then you had a player die to a C4. The flank didn't really hit the mark from Reeves either because the software wasn't opened up. So great pick from Noodle, but then again it just falls apart. Munty can't quite get in rather. And there's no follow-up play after Munty goes into piano. Everyone's on windows, window repels, outside. The awkward thing about going for those direct execute is that you're kind of fully committed to one go, and that's all you have. And they spent their big go without doing anything because there was a final Dokkaebi call, there was a final Sophia charge, and that was it. They didn't even get to use the Grim Piece, really, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like Joel just doing the same story every single round. We got a few shields, we got a few operators, let's just try and brute force something all at once. And it's not necessarily informed. They're not droning out and they're saying, oh, the setup is this.
Yeah, let's do this.
And so let's do this.
Yeah.
It's not an informed execute. It's just, I reckon you're going to go in this window, I'm going to go in this window. They time it well. Usually, that round they did.
Yeah, that round they didn't. And I mean, this is what we're expecting, right? They left Chalet open, baiting Liquid into picking it, and now they have these very specific strats prepped and ready for it. The only dangerous part is a great nade. The only dangerous part about this is if Liquid doesn't do what you prepped for, or you yourself don't perfectly execute, you have specifically baited Liquid onto one of the strongest maps, arguably. And the one saving grace you have, your pocket strats, if they don't work, what do you have afterwards? Then you have default Chalet Siege against a great Chalet team that is your permaban usually. That's not a good look. Ram Boogie Drone could go out, break the barricades, Mitch just walks on in. Whee!
Don't mind that idea.
Not sure what they're gaining from this, but it looked cool.
Yeah. There's still an Electroclaw on the hatch in connector. And there's actually a roamer on the other side of the map. It is Nesk. Now, he is a slow operator, the Kaid. So he'll make a lot of noise when he goes for a flank. Liquid was so good with their flank watch and their drones. Let's see if Joel can do the same.
I mean, there's only 2 flanks right now, right? Technically, there's dining hallway, there's top floor, then you got the basement staircase, but that's where active players have trees and stuff. So this shouldn't be flankable, but everything is with the right timing. Right now, we're not seeing anybody, particularly on drone watch. They're kind of flipping back and forth. This thing, they need their stop destruction, right? Ram and Sledge, they gotta do the work. Munty actively walking around. No one is a dedicated flank watcher up until now. It's Reeves. No more need for Sledge. 60 seconds left. They gotta walk down the staircases. They got coil fires, they got smoke canisters. Neske might have found the gap, actually. Thinking about he's past
Hoven has no idea.
Yeah, he's past it. This could be dangerous.
I think he's still in piano.
Oh, he walked back in.
He went back into office. This is very scary.
But time is so low. They got Gui fires on all the staircases. Last explosion popped. They're gonna have like 15, 20 seconds to work with.
And there's a flank opportunity. Here it comes. Hoven goes down. Nest looking for a little bit more. Meanwhile, on the site, 2 players have fallen, but there's 2 flankers. That means that there's only 1 player on site. Joel should have that information and be able to flood, and so they do. Noodle is in the building, but Mentalist is the one with the diffuser, and he's still upstairs. How is he going to get to site in time? He can't because Neska's there waiting for him. Mentalist is low HP. He's on the diffuser, and now he's trapped with 2 people. Noodle has to come and support him. Now they know they've got diffuser, and the round is over. Noodle can try his best, find the first one. It'll need to be an ace. He's got no idea. A desperate spray through the wall, but he can't find it. By the skin of their teeth, Team Liquid weasel their way out of that one.
It's such a frustrating round for Joel because there's going fires on all the staircases. You're surrounded by 2 roamers. That's a Munty with a 1 HP. If you walk into anything, you just die. What do you do if you're Mentalist? You gamble that either fireplace stairs or blue stairs will be clear. He picked the wrong option. Last player alive is to chase the kill with no seconds left on the clock. And again, the flank was open. The due diligence there on the flank watch wasn't good enough. And Nest did such a great timing play. Maya swung the staircase. The same second, Nest went for a flank. And essentially, they get 2 kills for the cost of 1. And again, Liquid built an early meta advantage, which massively benefited them later on. Great flick.
Oh, this was so close as well. Noodle almost had this.
Yes, way too close, actually.
This is the energy that Joel simply can't match physically.
It's not fair, is it?
They're not physically capable. I mean, you just look at Noodle. He did everything he could that round. 4 kills.
Yeah. That man is fighting for his real life right now, while also fighting for his team's life in the server. And he's woken up. He's 8-6 now. I think he had a 0-4 start, 1-4 start.
He's very slow to start, but no, he's doing very well now.
And it's still a close game. It's 4-5 with rounds going back and forth. Sure, there's been some individual heroics from someone like Hoven in 2 separate rounds, but still, I do wonder what kind of performance this would have been if Joel are at peak performance, they're not sick. They could have scrimmed yesterday, scrimmed the day before, because I spoke to Corey, he said they've been focusing on just sleeping and getting better rather than actually practicing, because that's how ill they have been. Despite that, it's close. It's looking good some rounds, a little bit of missed time some others, but I will say, Joel, they've surprised me positively so far in this best of 3.
And Reaps very quickly jumped into the building. We're seeing a bit of a switch up for the first time. Nox brought out by Joel.
Ooh. Love the lineup drones there.
I like that there's a lot of different things going on in this attack. They're poking and prodding on the side. They're seeing what util and players are in library up above. But they're also opening the back of stock from Snowmobile. They've also got this lurk over on the kitchen and dining side from Reaps. A lot of options.
We're finally seeing some Echo play. Banned the first map, not really brought the second. It's a great multi-counter, great for intel, but then we see the nuke of Reaps. Because there's active yokai drones on the map and of course those default cameras, you're gonna watch them say, guys, don't worry about fire plays, it's clear. Little do you know, Reaps could just walk in the bomb site at any point if he wanted to because he won't get spotted. So with the right timing, again, timing's a common word in this matchup, you can get a nasty flank gap here from Reaps.
And the Dokkaebi as well now counters that Echo. Leader takes a lot of ground on the top floor as well. Joel really are everywhere all at once, but Nesk finds the early pick and Noodle goes down too. Joel have found nothing on this entry, and Liquid have carved them up. Well, up to Mentalist 1 HP. Nesk holds his position. Liquid built up that momentum. They're looking unstoppable. And they're closer and closer to finishing this series off.
Such a good read from Nesk. I mean, their timing was perfect. The Dokkaebi call came out, Nesk swung down 5 stairs. He said, okay, it's clear. I'm not gonna swing it again, is what you would think. After the Dokkaebi call ends, which is kind of like when defenders, they feel safe, that's when Reaps goes for a very weirdly timed flank, and Nesk reads it perfectly. He walks back down the 5 stairs, shuts down Reaps, and just cleans up shop in library afterwards. I thought that was a great off-pace play from Team Joel, but it goes punished. And now I think they're in a spot where it's like, okay, plan A isn't working, plan B isn't working, adaptation isn't working. What do we have left, right? Really standard default Chalet. They caught a tactical timeout. Corey, their coach behind them, hopefully has some encouraging words because it doesn't seem like they have a good read anymore at this point. Heard some strategy around the hard destruction. It does sound like it's going to be a more stable default round. See, the Dokkaebi call basically expired the second that Reaps died. So really weird timing that Nesk just gets beautifully. But yeah, going off the little bit I heard from the timeout, it sounded like they're going to go for more stable, hard breaching, get office, get the kitchen wall, kind of like an ABC 1-2-3 style. And you guys can see it right now, but they're currently hovering like Flores, Dokkaebi, Grim, Sophia, Sledge. Very, very stand operators, with the exception of no hard breach, which they spoke about. So I'm not sure where that's coming from right now.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of dedicated hard breach out of Joel at all.
No, we haven't.
Series. I think there was one round where we had a thermite, and I quite liked it. Very early, we saw a nice methodical way to breach open that snowmobile wall, and then they messed up elsewhere. But, I mean, this is kitchen dining. It's very hard to... Yeah, it looks like we're just going to see the same story yet again. No hard breach. That dining wall isn't going to get open. We're not going to go for a map clear. We're not going to go for a default execute. This is going to be, once again, jumping in windows, trying to time something with that Dokkaebi call. And I like that playstyle in general, but, you know, it's not beating this dead horse, man.
Yeah, usually it's like a one-off strategy you do, let's say 2 or 3 times in a best of 3 maybe, or over 2 maps. They've done it like 4 times in a singular map.
Yeah.
And it becomes more predictable, less unpredictable, and Liquid, they're going to be ready for it. I'm just confused because I swear I heard Selma charges being mentioned in the technical timeout in English, you know, not Portuguese. And there's no Selma, there's no hard destruction, so they've either changed off their strat or they were expecting a different bomb site. Regardless, we gotta see what they have in mind. It's Reaps and Blitz this time, so they're kind of swapping it from Noodle played it 1 round on Cafe, Homan played it earlier, now it's Reaps' turn. Lead on the Grim to set things up. is right now it's just the drone phase, seeing where the players are from, who can we isolate, who can we kill. But all eyes on Reaps and Blitz, where he goes, that's going to be main execute.
Leader did get information on resets.
Yeah.
Waiting for an opportunity. I like these aggressive dread mines as well from Palu. One outside on the balcony. Looks like Reaps is looking at pressure from Bathroom. Nesk is just on the inside. He can delay time, putting up those Kiba barriers. There's still a lot of questions asked by Joel here. Where are we going to play? The Dokkaebi as well, just waiting. Holds open that call. Hover going for the concussions, gets the information on the back of it. Does he go for the swing? He does. But there's a player in office that he hasn't checked for yet. But Maya doesn't know where he is. Big kill, and the Blitz doubles down. Palu coming for the reply, and he finds Reaps as well. The danger of ADSing on the shield. It catches Reaps off guard, and it may be the death of Joel. Liquid now look to hold on to this defense as they're still downstairs. They fall back down below again as the last three players from Joel try and salvage the last of their pride in this series. Liquid is so close to casting them aside. Time to reset. Time to set the drones. Time to get this information, 30 seconds. And that timer going down every second. Lagonis has a strong position to make sure that there's nothing happening from that other side. Here comes Palu, just waiting, holding onto his position in Trophy. He's about to be met with a whole lot of resistance, but he's repositioned well. He has a very strong crossfire, and Noodle's not going to check the position. Palu shuts him down. Joel are dropping like flies, and Liquid have cast them aside. GGs are called, and the Brazilians take a very comfortable 2-0 over the sickly fish of Joel.
Just like that? Just like that. And I gotta say, I don't know, I want to see a little bit more from Joel, like the adaptation department, etc. But the story was kind of written ahead of time. Liquid in long series in best of threes, and they get time to feel out their opponent. They just seem so hard to beat unless you just seem like a match them 1-to-1.
Yeah, an unreal game from Liquid. A few cracks in the armor here or there, but Joel were not themselves today. They really could not hack it. You got to be on your best day to take on a team like Liquid, and that was not Joel today. I hope they can rest up and get better for the next match, but look, Team Liquid have already started off beautifully at the Six Invitational. There's a long way to go, though. This group is looking very competitive, a group of opportunity.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Joel, they're going to be kicking themselves that they didn't play at their best today.
Yeah, I mean, every time I saw Noodle on the player cam, I just felt worse and worse for them because, oh man, it's so hard. These like small kind of mini executes, they look so clean though, more often than not, but then it kind of gets messy very late on.
Well, that's the game done and dusted. Liquid take it 2-0. We'll be back after a quick break.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, je les entends parler et ils m'édisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché,
It's like a good plan. Thank you so much for your time and good luck for tomorrow. Well, Lagonis, congratulations on the victory here at 2-0 against Joel. To start your SI 25, must be a good feeling to start it this way.
Yeah, feeling great. It's always difficult, the Six Invitational for us, but I'm happy that this time we won our first match. So yeah, feeling happy.
Awesome. Well, we talked a lot about our expectations for you guys coming into this event. What are your expectations for Team Liquid?
So the expectations, I go step by step. So first, we're looking for the group stage, but I think after a point, other goal is to go to the main stage and then okay. But step by step right now, I don't thinking far away. Just thinking tomorrow I have another match. So step by step, and we are going.
Cool, it's a good way to view it. We'll talk about that match coming up in a bit as well. But first about the match today. You played a lot of passive Monty on the attack. How do you feel this helps your team to create that kind of space as the IGL of the team as well?
So playing as a Monty and being IGL is very good because I can focus more in the communication. Probably I do this every time, but playing with shield is good because of this. So I can communicate just clicking and going with the shield. So it's very good to give space, to get some space of the map. And it's a lot of pressure, right? So in the championship, dealing with shield, they play very well with shield, play every time. So yeah, we're both teams using a little bit of shields, but we were better then, so I'm happy.
We definitely saw that great use of the shield from you guys here. Now let's talk about that match from tomorrow, because it is against Unwanted. The core of this roster sent you guys home from Manchester. How are you going to prepare for this match coming up?
So, we want that revenge. They are great players. They won a major. They are in the Rainbow Six history right now. So, but I'm looking forward for this match. So yeah, we're gonna get our revenge right now.
Cool, sounds like a good plan. Thank you so much for your time and good luck for tomorrow. At a time is what Laguna said, and well, a great start for them at this aside. 2-0, 4 points go their way in Group A, and we're looking at the highlights from Chalet as well. I think a general consensus from us in the green room was it kind of played out similar to what we saw on Cafe.
Yeah, I think we kind of expected how this result would go first and foremost. We expected that Liquid would be very dominant in this group. They've come out with a 2-0, pretty clean win, I would say. But yeah, Chalet very much followed Cafe in terms of the flow. Is that Joel were finding some quite limited success in the early rounds of the half that they were playing. And as soon as Liquid were wising up to that, Liquid were really flexing their muscles in the, the 4th, 5th, 6th round of both of their attack and their defenses. And Joel were just falling short because I think ultimately Liquid had more adaptations, more understanding, and just more, I would say, tools in their toolbox.
Yeah, and ultimately that's what you're looking for in a team that is more consistent and that we painted as the most consistent team in that group, is that they had that extra layers of strategies, of team play, of cohesion to react and adapt in a better way than Joel did. I think Joel only had that one very specific way of attacking, on defending on both maps, whereas you saw a lot more versatile play from Team Liquid. And most importantly, and we saw that in the highlights as well, they were better in terms of strategy to problem solve what was in front of them. Whereas Joel were looking for openings, well, Liquid, they were creating those openings. And one of the main stakeholders for this is Maya. Maya with 5 opening kills. Mind you, on that single map, this is huge. Only 1 opening death, by the way, for this guy. And obviously, you've got to highlight Hoven there, right? Amazing play for him as well. And also doing it as a flexible operator. He was the one playing Brava, playing Capitao, playing utility-based operators, and that's a huge one for him.
Yeah, of course, we have some moments from Haven himself as well. I mean, a great map from him coming out here, but there were some other things that we saw from him and from the team in general. A 7-4, 7-4, quite dominant on the side of Liquid. And I think those 4 points are going to be super welcome for the team. But yeah, once again, Maya, he could really be the key for this roster, and it shows again on this first day of SI.
Yeah, he's got that little bit of stardust. We said it. I think the Maya pickup to this Team Liquid roster was a very, very sensible pickup. And I will highlight him again. I know it's from the first map, but also Resets played so well on Cafe as well. Really won Liquid that map. So those two, we're not really talking about Nesco Palu making plays today, which when we talk about Liquid is a very common occurrence as well. So Liquid are looking good so far.
And if you look at Lagonis, his shield play so far has been stellar. I know, and I love the fact that with the shield nerf, he's not playing the Monty as aggressive as he could, because now it's been nerfed. So he's playing it very passive, the way Canadian does it as well. You enter a room, you apply a lot of pressure, you break a crossfire, and you call. You call and you call. And you could see that from his face. He was IGLing the entire way.
I mean, we saw this. We talked about the shield bans coming in as well. I mean, we wanted Joel to ban the shields, but they were using them on their attacks as well.
And they abuse it. Look at this preset play with the Blitz and the Monty. They go directly from one side to the other. Look at Mentalist jumping in the window, and then at the same time, Hoven with the Blitz, rushing in, peer pressuring in, and look at this pinch on the double anchors. That gives them the round. They've got a rush strat that anyone can reuse in ranked, with that Blitz rushing in from that window under the main stairs, and the Monty pushing in directly on the side window, on the game's window. Now, this is a great preset play. Why is that? Because look at that pressure upstairs. They've got pressure on the rest of the team. But if you look at all the rounds, these mini set plays, they don't always work, Jack.
Yeah, this is Joel having success in their first round of that half, right? On their very first attack of the entire game. Obviously, they end up winning the round as it goes out. Now, when we said what was the key differential between Liquid and Joel, it was the fact that Liquid got ready for it. You could actually start saying that maybe Liquid started leaving false gaps for Joel to try and walk into, for Team Joel to try and walk into. As this round plays out, we'll go straight into another clip of round 10, and this is where Liquid really were ready for how Joel were going to play. And this is going to be round 10. And what happens here is you have the Dokkaebi call. At the same time, this Dokkaebi call and the false pressure is all designed so that Reaps can get a lurk off in. They're ready for it. And that's literally as soon as the Dokkaebi call gets ready, Nesk is ready. This is where the lurk's happening. And Liquid are collapsing and ready for this play coming in from Joel. And that's how they were getting stronger towards the end of their halves.
And look at the adaptation in terms of operator usage. What did they have? Capcan and Legion. Double traps to make sure that they're not falling into people rushing their side again. So great adaptation from Liquid. And once again, fundamentally, they're a high discipline team, high cohesion. They can group up and play this crossfire perfectly.
It's nice to see this adaptation from them coming in, especially when we talked about Cafe. The first 2 rounds that Joel won was because of those gap seeking. To create that kind of false sense of security worked out very well for Liquid here. Now, the one sour thing is that we had the MVP of the match on the losing team, and that is Hoven. Maybe some of our unsung unsung heroes on the side of Joel.
Yeah, clearly it's one of the players that we speak less of on that roster, obviously. And I think, you know, it's not undeserved to see him MVP here. Look at his aggression. He was one of the main guys bringing Joel back.
Kill.
Yeah, this kill, well, it's mostly on Lagonis, let's be real. It's Lagonis facing this. But in general, look, that 4 kill as an anchor when they're completely pressured by Liquid is the only reason Joel was back here and was in a 3-3 split instead of a 2-4. Again, he's the main active guy with that Blitz Rush getting the double pick on the anchors. Once again, doing this with operators that are supposed to be utility-based is such a big impact on his team. It's great to see him at this level, and once again, one of the players that we don't speak enough of.
Now, we know that you two love looking out for the details of the small things in the matches as well. I'd like to ask you, from this specific best of 3, what is the one detail that really stood out to you?
Well, we saw it. It was out on Cafe, and we just wanted to highlight this. It was a spawn peek attempt that very, very often happens inside of Cafe. It's the run out from the snow door, and it just didn't work, did it, Leo?
No, any Randy would fail or would die to that spawn kill.
Any Randy?
Any Randy, yeah. Any random in ranked would get picked here. But look at the reaction from Maya. I mean, this is when you play at the top level. I know spawn kills are being used most of the time in professional play to get that mental advantage. But like, doing it against Maya is really tough. And I can assure you, even many pro players would have died to that spawn pick.
Yeah.
But Maya doesn't.
But that's the difference between like a top pro and, you know, like you said, a Randy, if you want to call it a Randy, or somebody that's playing ranked, is that very often would catch somebody out. They're just sprinting out of spawn. Maya is ready for it. He punished it and set his team up in a 5 versus 4.
You know, Jack, I count myself as a Randy as well.
Yeah.
I would have died to that spawn pick.
I've seen you in ranked.
Yeah.
We love it when we can be honest with ourselves here as well on the broadcast, but that is our first matchup on the A stream, already done and dusted, a 2-0 for Liquid. But we have more action coming up. After the break, we'll have M80 and G2. I know it's a matchup that you two are very excited about, and when we come back, we'll talk about the changes that have happened over on the side at G2.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ceux qui me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6 ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. Meu nome é Júlia da Silva Rocha Ribeiro, eu sou do Itaim Paulista, Zona Leste de São Paulo. Eu conheci o R6 através de uns amigos meus, quando eu estava na minha depressão pós-parto. Meu cunhado me emprestou o PS4 dele, eu adicionei uns amigos e eles comentaram sobre o jogo. Na época eu não fazia ideia do Rainbow Six Siege, já tinha jogado Rainbow Six, só não o Siege. E aí eu conheci o R6. Eu engravidei em 2020. Em 21 de novembro de 2020, eu entrei em trabalho de parto, mas o meu filho ele não veio à vida. Então foi um momento muito difícil porque eu ainda era adolescente, eu tinha 16 anos, era pandemia, já estava difícil enquanto eu estava grávida. Aí chegar no final da gestação e perder o meu filho foi uma das piores coisas que aconteceram na minha vida.
Muito difícil, né? Dada a pouca idade que ela tinha, né? Então não é fácil, né? O luto não é um momento fácil para ninguém. Quando você não tem uma preparação, uma maturidade emocional, se torna mais difícil. Ainda mais na fase da adolescência, que é aquela fase realmente complicada, né? Tá se descobrindo, tá criando essa maturidade.
Eu tive muito apoio da minha família, pai, mãe, irmã, que eram as pessoas que moravam comigo. Tudo que pudesse ocupar a minha cabeça era melhor para eles.
Ela tinha muitas crises noturnas, esse terror noturno, ela acordava chorando. Ela acordava gritando e eu não dormia, ninguém dormia. Eu tinha que sair de casa para chorar. Então, quando eu peguei o videogame, foi uma forma de falar assim, bom, vou jogar com a minha irmã. Eu pensei numa dupla, né? Não para ela jogar com outras pessoas, eu pensei em momentos meu e dela. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar o Siege e de primeiro momento eles acharam maravilhoso.
Ela foi se aprofundando nessa coisa e aí eu já vi a mudança de postura dela, a mudança no pensamento, nas falas, e eu vi que isso realmente é uma coisa que transforma mesmo a pessoa, entendeu? Que transformou ela. É surreal isso que acontece, esse vínculo que ela criou, né? Na verdade é um vínculo, que o RC está associado a uma fase que ela passou e graças a Deus ela conseguiu superar.
A história do cosplay veio porque em 2021, quando eu ingressei no Siege, quando eu conheci o jogo, teve a final do Brasileirão, Liquid e NiP, e aí eu vi o Léo Bianchi, apresentador, anunciando 3 ingressos, da seguinte forma: por qual motivo você deveria ser convidado? Pensei, eu preciso pintar meu rosto de caveira e eu vou gravar o Stories. Nisso, eu peguei meu celular, apontei pro meu rosto e falei, Léo, se você me der esse ingresso, amanhã você tem uma caveira na final desse Brasileirão. Quando eu me vesti de caveira, o pessoal me acolheu muito bem no evento. Eu falei, meu Deus, é muito legal dar vida a esse personagem. Ela deixou de ser uma personagem e passou a ser uma personalidade. Ser a caveira é uma das melhores coisas que eu posso ser na área do videogame.
Estamos ao vivo com a grande final do Six Invitational 2024 em Itaquá. FaZe de um lado, W7M do outro. Show! Felipox de um lado, rende do outro! Tá, C4 lançada, passa no vazio, troca do KDS. Atenção agora, Felipox! A FaZe não quer deixar o overtime acontecer! Casey, Vita ainda tenta brigar, cai! JB e Neide! E eles continuam vivos na disputa!
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6 ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. O R6 de coração, ele é uma das melhores coisas que aconteceu comigo.
an exciting game here on the A stream between M80 and G2. And I think we can say there are quite some similarities between these two teams when we look at the rosters and what they are trying to be.
Yeah, if you look at G2, they used to be the perfect super team. You look at M80, they were trying to build another super team. And what these two super teams achieved, but not much. Both of them were a failure in the end. And in the end, both of this organization have went through huge roster overhaul recently. For G2, a little bit longer, you know, it was in stage 2. For M80, it was just now recently, and they've made the biggest one of any team here at this event. But they're both trying to look at success with a new roster.
Yeah, and they keep building these new rosters and building them. I think both of these teams, both of these organizations have imported major winners. Obviously G2 with Alamau and M80 with Spoit. They throw a lot of money and resource at the problem of these teams, and both of them, that's where the similarity continues. Obviously G2 won 6 Invitational in 2023, but have still somewhat struggled to, I would say, reach their potential, if I was putting this nicely. We expect both of these teams to be top teams at international events, and we've not quite seen it necessarily from them.
I think that's mostly the point, especially in 2024. That's where we saw a big lack of results from these two teams that were expected at the end of 2023 to be in the top leaders in the world.
Let's talk about M80 and their journey to this SI, because how has that been for them coming into this event?
I think so far it's been a little bit mediocre. They're one of these teams that qualified via points. That's great. But if you look at the way they've played, they were consistently a top team in their region, in NA, without ever being the first one, second in stage 1, and third, fourth in stage 2. And if you look at their major in Manchester, it was sufficient to go all the way in quarterfinals. I think they were one of the weakest teams in the quarterfinals, and they were dutifully eliminated there. And at this point, they did not even qualify for the Montreal Major. So far, it's been a mediocre, I would say, year for them at the top tier level. They've been consistently dominant in their region, but not that dominating to be first. So they needed a big change to even have a shot at performing at an SI.
Yeah, I mean, there's players on this roster when they qualify to SI. We talk about Kofkov Kimmerman, who's now on the opposing team, for example, as well. So a lot of changes for this team. The main question, I think, Jack, is do we really have expectations? Do we really know what this team is going to bring to us?
Well, that's the thing. M80 have made so many changes between their stage 1 roster, between their stage 2 roster, and now the roster that they come to 6th Invitational with. It is one of the first time, if not the first time ever, that we've seen a team attend 6th Invitational with 3 new players. As you can see here, Diffuser and Gunner, center of your screen and center right of your screen, both of those players came as part of that Beast Coast acquisition between the two organizations. They were the two that were cherry-picked out of that Beast Coast team to come and join M80, come and join Spoit and Kino. And then they picked up one of those promising IGLs in North American Siege and Packer on your far right there from the CL4L roster that went to Montreal. And the reality of what this presents us is, as an analyst desk, we're expected to know a lot about these teams. The reality is, we don't know how these will play. We don't know if the M80 will inherit the Beast Coast map pool, the CL4L map pool, or some of the M80 existing map pool. We assume roles and how they will be, but ultimately we don't know, and we don't know how they're going to play. That is, in a way, quite a distinct advantage for M80 coming into this, because if we don't know, certainly their opponents do not either.
And I would agree that for one time, I feel like they've built this roster the right way, in the sense that before it was just throwing big names at a team. You had Cameraman, you had Hyper that came out of retirement, you had Citizen, players that used to be top performers, but 1, 2, 3 years ago. And in esports, that's a long time. Now, if you look at them, they've built it the right way with keeping the right core of the team, Kino and Spoit, and then adding the right players and a new up-and-coming IGL in Packer.
And I think the thing is about Packer is that's the thing. It's a big faith in a core IGL. It's like,
fresh vision.
Let's have a fresh vision. Let's have our IGL who will lead us around the map, and 4 extremely talented players that make sense alongside him. On paper, this team makes so much sense. We've just not seen them yet.
And we looked at those players as well. We see Packer and Diffuser here on the screens. First SI for them as well. But on the other hand, G2, the only organization to ever win SI twice, is a massive difference coming in here. Now, I don't think, Jack, they've had the easiest path to SI this time around.
No, they certainly haven't. We spoke about M80's path to SI. Let's have a look at G2 as well. It's not even worth putting their league results into this graphic because they didn't do well enough to qualify to anything from the leagues. It was the LCQ for the Manchester Major. It was the LCQ LCQ for the Montreal Major. It was the LCQ for the 6 Invitational, because when they attended the Manchester and the Montreal Majors, they were terrible, you know, eliminated to VRX in Manchester. Obviously, Montreal didn't go well either at all, so...
They lost to Scars as well.
Yeah, exactly, that's the thing. So G2 have had this really torrid run through this year. Let's be honest, it's not been a run that we expect of G2, of one of the top European teams and organizations, but what I will say is they're here because they are so goddamn good in these LCQs.
One key word I would remember for all of these teams, redemption. Both of these teams are looking for redemption after having thrown a lot of money and resources, like you say, in building super teams. This is the moment, that SI is the moment to get that redemption and finally perform at a top tier event.
And we're looking at this roster now, a bit of the LCQ merchants, I guess, but the main topic that we talk about at G2 coming into this tournament is that there has been a change of IGLing.
Yeah, absolutely. Alamau has been taken off the IGL and Uno has been put on the IGL. Now, these two players that are highlighted on your screen, and the stats are from the most recent tournament that they've played, because they've not played a game in the 6th Invitational yet. So this is from the LCQ. And what I will say is, Alamau is one of the smartest players in the world. He really, really is one of the smartest players in the world. Taking him off that IGL role, I think is only going to enable him on a personal basis to perform the best siege that he can possibly perform in. And Uno will provide that level of traditional consistency in terms of IGLing. So for G2, I think we talk about how bad their year was. That was, you know, with Alamau as IGL. Their LCQ was pretty good, and that was with Uno as IGL. So I think new and improved G2 with the IGL change is going to be absolutely massive.
And I think there are two things that are to note here. The first thing is I used to play with Uno, and I know how good of a vision he has. I know his shot calling abilities.
Yeah.
He's also one of the oldest players here playing at this tournament. If I can recall well from playing with him, I think he's 29 years old. So
yeah,
he's got that age, he's got that experience. Now, if you look and compare these two players, you look at Alemao as a top performer, he was key in finding gaps, and that was G2's playstyle. Alemao would consistently look for an opportunity, he seized it, and if he was successful, the rest of the team would perform.
Yeah.
Now, what was the biggest weak point of this for G2? What if Alemao doesn't find that gap?
Yeah.
There is no problem solving, there is no active defaults working. And that's what Uno will bring to that team. And I love this change because this is what is going to impact G2. They have on one hand with Uno a default step-by-step playstyle that they can execute. And on the other hand, Alemao, completely free of his leash, can go and find that gap. And if he finds it, boom, that's the new win condition.
It gives them a base level of consistency that the team can adhere to across every single round that they play, especially on their attacks. And it gives them a wildcard factor in Alemao, who I said is one of the smartest minds in Rainbow Six Siege. People forget that when this guy was playing not IGLing back when he was on Team 1, he won a major and he was the special one at that event. He can go and do that and be that for G2.
And I want to just highlight one more thing. If we can maybe bring back the team roster and the stats again, I want to highlight Uno's performance so far, because he was one of the players that was overlooked in a long time. Look at his EPS score. He's above Blaz, he's above Doki, he's above top performers of Europe, playing on the worst roles and IGLing. For me, Uno has really stepped up, and his age is not a problem.
It makes sense with cameramen coming into the team as well, and them doing a lot of this background work for the team. Laura as well in that LCQ, really living up to his in-game name. A massive performance from him there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Obviously, G2 saw something in Laura to bring him all the way over from Brazil. They've seen a lot of talent in him for stage 2. It didn't quite go so well in EUL. I think, you know, we were all working EUL. We all spent time watching G2 during EUL. They had a successful league stage in the domestic league, but Loira didn't really necessarily show his potential. When it came to the LCQ, however, he'd had a bit of break, a bit of time off, and he looked incredible. If that Loira can be that momentum can be kept from him and he can play to that potential, again, it's only a good sign for G2, and I think that underpins the whole story for G2. Year's not been particularly great inside of the competition, but this LCQ time, this change in the IGLing, Loira coming in, cameraman coming in, there's so many good signs for this roster that if it all pins together, G2 can be a serious threat.
Absolutely. And for anyone wondering, those stats that we were showing you were from the LCQ directly, and they highlighted just how good Loira was with 131 EPS. I think he's really come alive, and like Jack said, we have multiple reasons now to believe that G2s have had it with cameraman, with that role change, with all of these things, new win conditions to dominate at this event.
Are you guys smelling this as well? I feel like I'm smelling some typical EU
Copium?
G2 copium.
we're just the EUL desk getting excited about an EUL team, I think. But no, I mean, we obviously think M8T are going to be good as well. We like the M8T, but I think G2 have just got a lot of signs going in their direction that is very, very good so far.
All right, cool. Let's look at the map picks for this best of 3. It's going to be super difficult to predict what kind of maps we're going to see, especially coming out from M80, because we don't know this team really.
Exactly, that's the thing. We don't know M80's map pool, so it's very, very hard for us to predict it. And how the bans have gone so far, G2 have banned Clubhouse and Labs, 2 of their least favorite maps, particularly Clubhouse, off the board, gone. That is not unexpected. And M80's bans of Cafe and Skyscraper,
best
2 of G2's best maps. So they're taking G2 into the middle ground of that map preference that they want to play in. G2 are going to pick into Bank. Now, in terms of preference, a little bit lower. However, G2, it became very recently, and I think this is due to the IGLing change, it became a very big comfort map post, I'd say, 1st of January. When they were playing in the closed qualifiers for the LCQs and the LCQ finals themselves, they loved Bank, so it's no surprise to see that whatsoever.
Yeah, and if we move on to the next one, we're going to see M80's pick. So far, what I feel like we're seeing from M80 is that they're trying to lower the ceiling for G2 by removing their best maps, and G2 is just trying to be comfortable, removing their worst maps. So we're trying to make that as, I guess, as equal and balanced as possible. A pick on Lair, that one is a little bit surprising. I feel like G2 have been a great Lair team, probably not the best ones in Europe, but they've recently added it as a good map for them. And I don't know, I think maybe this is a curveball that we were looking for.
And then the final map is going to be Chalet. Now, Chalet is a fundamental map. If you think about what these 2 teams are going to rely on, what's going to win them games, it's going to be an incredible amount of gun skill, of individual ability. And I think Chalet is the map, maybe other than Border, that encapsulates that the most. G2 are very, very comfortable on Chalet. We've seen them play it a lot.
Yeah.
And we would therefore presume, and given it's one of the easier maps in the pool to learn for a brand new team in M80, that they're going to be comfortable on it as well.
And what I like to see here, Bank, Lair, Chalet, all of these maps offer a lot of potential for Iloira, for Doki, for Alemao to go lurk around. Some are big maps with many different ways to flank. I think it gives plenty of opportunities for G2 to really exploit their really strong playstyle, especially in defense with those roamers.
Right, now I know this is going to be a difficult question for the 2 of you. Haven't seen the map, Vito. Maybe not knowing exactly what M80 is going to bring out to us, but what are our expectations? What are our predictions maybe coming into this game?
Listen, I wouldn't say this is a hard question for me. I think, I think we've seen, by the way we talk about G2, that we expect them to be the favorites here. I think that's pretty on point. I think if we follow all of the arguments that we've put forward here, we would assume that G2 goes in this tournament with a bang. Now, I will say one thing. M80 have been cooking since December with a new roster. No one knows how they're playing. And speaking with Alemao yesterday about it, he was like, I told him, did you scream these guys? Do you know how they play? He was like, no idea how they play. We're going to focus on ourselves and adapt.
I'm going to disagree with Leo. Mainly, I actually agree. I think G2 are favourites, but I'm mainly going to disagree just because Leo has said G2 are favourites. I'm going to go with M80. I think the reality is both of these teams have made good progress in the recent history, in the last 2, 3, 4 months. M80, you've got to remember, have got 3 major winners, right? We have done a whole pre-show on M80 and not mentioned the #1 rated player in the NAL, who is, of course, a European, who is Spoit. They've got one of the best players in the world, in World Siege in Spoit. I actually think, you know, in the right circumstances, Spoit would have been the best who have ever done it and still could be. Then you add in 2 major winners in terms of Diffuser and Gunnar. Both of those guys, top players on that Beast Coast roster. In recent history of won majors, Packer's one of the most emerging IGLs. Kino's there as well. Like, it's such a good roster that I think if it comes together, M80 genuinely might be seriously dangerous. And you asked for a prediction, and I'm going to go M80 just to disagree with Leo. My real prediction is this is going to be an absolute firecracker of a game. It might not be the most highest quality Siege, but this is 2 insanely talented teams on 3 very fun maps.
And super entertaining playstyles as well.
Yeah.
Well, I am all here for it, and luckily we have 2 European casts as well to talk us through this game. We have Ace and Des, and Ace, what's going on? What are you looking at?
Are you still doing this crossword?
Look, I've got one left, Des. I'm just trying to get it done. In fact, we've got the big brain analyst and host with us. Maybe you can help out. It's the last clue. It's 2 words, 5 letters. A building is surrounded.
Okay.
Seconds, minutes, and hours, and that's 4 letters.
Okay, so wait. Let's focus on the first one. 5 letters, and a building is surrounded. Could it be Siege?
Wait, I think I've got the 4 as well. Minutes, seconds, hours. Is it time?
Could it be Siege time?
That's right, Anne! It's Siege time! Let's go! We've been cooking that one for a while.
We
and
are
this game is cooking as well.
Stop, Magnus!
That was a fun one. G2 M80 to kick things off. What a game to start it off with as well. We get to scream, we get to shout, and then we get to watch some brilliant Siege come to the fore here in the second game of the day, G2 versus M80. Tim, how are you actually feeling now that the crossword's been solved?
I'm just happy to be back at Invitational again, Des. I love Invitational group stages. It is always chaos. There's always upsets. There's always surprises. The first 2 games so far today have kind of gone in maybe the direction that they'd be expected, I think. But this one for me is going to be one of the games of the day. G2 versus M80. The real theme that I've picked up on there from Jack and Leo particularly is, look, we don't know exactly what to expect from these two teams. We've got roster changes on one side, we've got IGL changes on the other, and let's be honest, kind of up and down form for G2. Who knows what we're going to get?
And in the middle of all that, if you're just here for a little bit of beef, you've got Alamau facing off against Bodega as well. These two are always at each other's throats. It's amazing to watch. They've already been given it large, as you saw on the cameras earlier on. But if nothing else, when I was speaking to Bodega the other day, he was saying, like, I think my record against Alamau is like 13-2. I am just so in his head. And I'm just like, well, it's a bit of a different field now. You've got 3 new players, a lot of change. That can definitely bring the surprise factor to the game and catch G2 off guard if they're not careful. But equally, let's not ignore G2. They spent New Year together. They got all of them over towards Finland, had a good week or so together for team bonding. And when I asked them why that was, the answer came back to, look, 6 days a week of scrims can get quite stressful. You can get at each other. It's very intense. So having that time to actually bond as a team is really, really important. So they're coming in here fully fresh off LCQ victories. They're feeling that this can be their tournament. They can do really, really well. But their first roadblock is going to be M80, the unknown factor. Let's see which team comes out on top.
Operator bans have come in. Not too much to talk about there, to be honest with you, Des. Pretty much as expected. Dokkaebi, Monte, you know, yeah, you're going to see plenty of those bans throughout the next couple of weeks. Kaid makes perfect sense for Bank. It's about allowing access to those hatches, making sure you've got that bit of verticality, the only bit that you can gain down into the basement site. And then Valkyrie as well. Valkyrie can be a nightmare on Bank. There's so many little hiding places for those cameras, so we just see that intel removed as well. So pretty much standard bans, I would say. Nothing too wild before these two get into it. I think we've just got a little bit of a rehost that's going to be... Would it be day one, Des?
No.
Without the odd little tech rehost?
No. It's just a guarantee. It's a fact of life. Death, taxes, and rehosts on day one.
So true. So true.
I mean, we speak about those bans a little bit further as well, because for me, looking at the ban out of M80, the Dokkaebi, like, we know she's very powerful. Yeah, has been for a long time. I think this is probably the acknowledgement towards Alamau being quite a Dokkaebi player as well, taking that away. The Monty from G2 coming as a surprise, because I would have thought that's exactly what he would then default to playing if they didn't have something like the Dokkaebi on side.
I think we're going to see a slightly different game coming out of Alamau now, as we would expect. He's moved away from RGLing, and it's been quite a long time since we've really seen him, you know, without those, if we want to call them chains, you know, without those chains of having that responsibility of monitoring everything else that's going on, you know, now just being able to focus on your own game. Let's not forget about the Alamau that was on Team 1 back in the day. You know, this is one of the best smoke players that we've probably seen inside of Siege, inside of the game. Mechanically fantastic, and it's maybe not something that we've always seen from him. He's had his moments, don't get me wrong, but, you know, throughout his time IGLing, and maybe it just gives him that little bit more freedom as well, and we're going to see him roll back the years.
You know what really terrifies me, and to go back to numbers here, if you look back through all of 2024, Alamau was the highest rated non-BDS player.
Yeah.
Like, it's just that kind in EU this is.
He's very good.
Like, he's to be the second best player in the region across the whole of last year whilst IGLing for most of it. It's terrifying what he's going to come up against. But on the other side, you've got Spoit, who's a superstar in his own right. Yes, of course, M80, NA team had to take an EU player, but he was straight up there as well across the second half of 2024. He was the second best rated player from all major regions. The only player that came above him was Volps, who, of course, we'll see play a little bit later on today. It's going to be exciting, Tim. We get all the superstars in our games, this one and the last game of the day. But the thing is, I think as we've already seen, and as we've been speaking about for the last, few weeks, really, this feels like a really competitive SI where so many high talent players are here. There's probably 10 different teams that I've heard that people have said, oh, they could go on to win this. And these aren't just random people saying it. It's coaches of teams at the tournament with 10 different names. It's brilliant.
Just while we're looking at the player cams as well, I'm going to mention them new G2 jerseys. Wow.
They're nice, aren't they?
They are nice. They've taken a move away from the sort of historic G2 black jerseys, black and silver usually. But yeah, very. It's kind of got a 90s football kind of vibe to it.
Yeah,
with
it
the
does.
collar and similar. I think BDS had one similar as well last year. So yeah,
It's like the jacket that Uno's wearing. It's proper like football player sort of vibes. I love it.
It's proper got a bit of a 90s vibe to it. I like it.
It is excellent indeed. As you see there, we are working through the issue. All our players are back in the lobby, as we can see on our monitor over on the left, so should be able to get things back underway in just a moment. As a reminder, in case you are just jumping in, we've got Bank to chew our way through first and foremost. A map that we've already said, you know, looking back at history for G2, it's one of the ones they prefer to go to. If you look back at M80 through history, and of course you can't really reference too many historic stats from M80, it's 3 new players. It is basically a new team at this point. They're 0-4 on it in the last 6 months. They do not like this map. They'll play it, but they don't seem to do very well on it, and that is a problem for them. So I think G2 are kind of saying, look, we know Bodega's not going to change his strats massively. We know there are 2 players on this team that aren't super keen at this map anyway. That's why I want to jump into it and really try and turn the screws on this M80 side and start off with a win on that first map, because as the analyst said earlier today, every map counts. You get the 2-0, you get 4 points. Anything worse than that, and you start dropping points at the other side, and that can all stack up given how close some of these groups are.
Let's get into it then. Round 1, it's going to be a basement defence from M80 to kick things off. Now, without the Kaid on side, we're going to see Gunnar bringing along the Tubarão. Not to say we wouldn't have seen that if the Kaid was available, but it is going to offer at least an avenue to keep those hatches closed a little bit. It's just going to at least burn some time, if nothing else. That's what we're going to be looking at Gunnar doing most likely. I don't know exactly where he's going to start. He's up on the mid floor at the minute. He may be the one that they choose to play inside of open, behind these castles, with that late drop down through the hatch. We'll see. You know, we know that Gunnar's got absolute, you know, skill and kills for days.
G2 coming out with a set piece in round 1. You look at the operator lineup and I see the backstab coming out from Blaz through Garage. I'm looking in towards, of course, the Glass coming along. You've got the Ossa on side. They want to go for an execute behind smoke here. It's clear as day. M80, of course, don't really know that. They are quite dug in with the comp they've got. I'm looking at the Azami and the castle, and it just screams making this site into a fortress and not giving any room for G2 to start exploring in. Smoke will definitely make it easier, and Alamar's looking for a first cheeky little pick. A nice long angle, almost finds his man, but just a little bit too slow on the trigger.
Just a little bit too slow, as you say. Packer getting away with that there. Just having a little look out and not quite able to find his man. We've got Kino locked in the standard smoke position on the blue stairs there. He's just going to be trying to play his life. He'll be there for as long as possible. And you can see here, G2 meeting so much resistance, they've decided to go elsewhere.
Well, this is okay, because while they're soaking attention down here through dirt, you've got the top floor being pushed in by Blaz. As mentioned, I thought he might go through Garage instead, but instead, he's the roam clear for them, ensuring everyone actually is down on site. And for the most part, they are. There's 1 or 2 that have been lurking around, diffusers you saw a second ago, and here comes the potential pinch. Loira rounding in towards his man. It's quite crucial that Loira stays alive. He's got 2 of the team's 3 smokes in back pocket. Sure enough, lives and gets a second as well. And there's 2 Euromas completely deleted off. And the thing is now, G2 know they've already seen resistance downstairs. Very good chance the remaining 3 players are all down on site, and you've got half a round still to play with.
Yeah, the 2 new boys taken from M80, but Spoit and Kino, they have answers. Questions have been asked, and they respond in kind, picking up Uno and Doki, leaving us now 3 versus 3. The time is at least on the side of G2 as Blaz manages to pick up 1, but he can't find a second. Spoit is going to be there for the trade, and that's just going to remove that main stairs angle that G2 were looking for as well. So 2 versus 2, but as I was saying, they still have the time. They can sit back a little bit here. Alamau can get on the drone, have a look through, and start to come up with a plan.
There's no smokes left for Kino. There are 3 smokes in the back pocket of G2, and they've still got the Glaz on side. If they play this carefully, and with a minute to go, you would expect they would. They've got all the tools to make a plan play work here, but it's all going to come down to Alamau. Spoit has been rock solid so far, dug inside the site, taking down 2 players, and removing any backstab threat. This now gets really, really simple. Who hits the shot onto the Glaz, or who does the Glaz take out first?
Out goes the smoke canisters, and that's going to allow Alamau to have a peek around this corner. And M80 are very aware here it's a Glaz they're up against. They really don't want to expose themselves because they know how easy it could be. But Alamau, again, missing a couple of shots, a couple of opportunities, but the diffuser does go down nonetheless, and they've got the Talon shield to play behind. This just got extremely difficult. Loira comes in my notes before this game. I had Loira in capitals, in bold. How is he going to do at this tournament? And he's just introduced himself in a huge way in round 1.
I think he was probably a lot of pressure was heaped on Loira when he first joined this team, and it was like, okay, he's not shining, he's not immediately a star player for this team, like how dare he? And the problem is that's the expectation that carries with joining a team like G2, as you're expected to be on it from day one. But you look at the LCQ and how much he's warmed into things. There are a lot of people looking at Loira and saying this is going to be his tournament to explode. It does then push questions over towards the other side of the newbies on the team in Blaz and what he can do. Although he's got himself a kill there, he's given that backstab threat. He's cleared the top floor, he's then got himself down marble, started putting pressure on, got a kill for himself too. Done all you can really ask there, but I love how there were just so many elements of that game. It all started inside a server, it ended inside a server, and it was Loira who got the 2K up on the first floor, then joined this execute in the 2 versus 2 and played it beautifully. Really well played by G2, but M80, I think at least, showing they are not going to give large parts of the map for free to G2. They are going to fight them for it, and they are going to go aggressive on you when you least expect it. So G2 have got to be careful here. M80 may well catch them out at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds obvious, but it's going to be about winning those fights, is the reality. They didn't do it. Gunnar and Diffuser, they're up there. We know the sort of capability. You know, I picked up on Gunnar at the beginning of the round. We know that they can really find those kills. They are two great players, but Loira just had their number, and if that continues to happen, then M80, they may have to reassess that strategy of trying to play the map if they continue to be punished out there.
All right, well, now we are up to this top floor, and I won't quite call it set-piece play, but you've got the Capitao on side here from Blaz. Very, very effective on this site. The 2 smokes in back pocket, as well as the fire to stop defenders rotating around, really helps set things up for you quite comfortably. But that's where you've got Packer sitting on the Clash. He doesn't really care about the smoke. He'll be able to push his way through and cause a little bit of bother if you try and make a plant happen inside a site. So G2, they know that's going to be a problem for them to try and work through. And Doki, of course, being on the Deimos, I'm looking there towards the vertical destruction. I think it was Pengu who once famously said Doki is not a window player, and the point was then proved 3 seconds later with a nade that killed both him and Alamau. Not the best times, of course, for Doki. However, nades no longer cut them, so that won't be happening anytime soon. But I would like to see at some point him maybe looking to get underneath and make use of that tracker to force these players to move in tandem alongside the Capitao.
The Bees are going to go in quite early there, and that's going to just prevent a little bit of movement. Gunnar doesn't mind, though, manages to find Loira. However, Blaz is there on a little backstab, manages to down the Azami as well. So effectively 4 versus 3, the kill is confirmed. Packer is just continuing to hassle Blaz out on the stairs, but it just doesn't matter. They fall 1 by 1 like dominoes as G2 find kill after kill and find round 2.
Again, just a really good team push there. Blaz drawing a lot of attention off towards the main lobby side stairs, and at that same time you've got 2 players coming in through the windows. Just everything coming off Blaz. The player I was speaking about in the previous round, how will he do? Well, he's just walked to 3K, Tim. Beautiful stuff.
I don't want to get carried away too early. G2 look really good. They do the first couple of rounds. G2 have gone in and won those rounds.
I kind of see it as like, do you pass a bar in the first few days of the competition? Do you show that you've got the team coordination, that you can pull off good team executes, that you can win the gunfights that you need to? And so far, G2 are ticking all of those boxes for sure. What I will say is for M80, all right, it's been a very slow start. They had a couple of nice kills in that first round, Spoit with 2, Kino with the 1, and Gunnar collected 1 for himself in that previous round, I believe. It has been a slow start. If this trend carries on where they find themselves down 0 and 3, that's when you 100 expect a timeout to come through and have a conversation about how you're going to play those next 3 sites, because you expect to see the same 3 sites that we've already seen across that first quarter of the game. So don't count them out down yet. I always say there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. You might see a very different G2 on the defense and a very different M80 on the attack, but not forgetting, this is G2's map pick, and they look extremely comfortable so far.
Yeah, they're looking sharp. And M8, they need to be finding themselves around sooner rather than later in reality. Looking back historically between these 2 teams, they've only played each other twice, and they've actually got 1 win each, both in best of 3s. G2 won back at SI 2023, and M80 won at the then Gamers 8 tournament in 2023. So even spoils so far. Whoever comes away with this one will take the slight advantage between the orgs. And right now, G2 are looking good for at least getting themselves an early lead if this momentum continues for them.
Part of me worries, with it not being a very popular map for M80 and also the new players that have come in, they might be looking at this and saying it's not a map that we've got really intricate strats or counter prep on at this point. You know you're playing G2 for a while, to be fair, so you'd expect some of it. But the defenses so far, look at the lineup in this round as well. They've been incredibly slow. There have been no roamers really around the map looking to cause any bother outside of typical things like hovering on hatches on a base with defense. That's not particularly aggressive, and even Blaz was expecting that. They were anticipating it with the knockback in round 1. But M80 have largely sat in, turtled up, and let G2 have the run of things. And I think if they're going to be able to try and disrupt G2 here, they've got to give them a few more things to try and figure out in these rounds. Right now, it's a little bit too elementary for G2.
Doki's just going to be watching at the top of blue stairs there.
This is better.
There could be somebody pushing up there. And the thing is, M80 don't need to get too aggressive here on these blue stairs. They can just play for time. It always works in the defender's favour. Doki knows there's somebody there, so he's not going to turn his attention towards open area yet because he knows he might get peaked. So Kino right now, he's playing this perfectly and just slowing G2 down.
Yeah. Same thing I said before, though. 4 or 5 players downstairs. Sure, a little bit of a garage extension on the go and a blue stairs hold. Nothing too flash. And admittedly, you don't want to leave players completely isolated and get picked off by a very well-drilled G2, knowing that Doki is going to play a hell of a lot of Deimos, and he will hunt you down. He will pick you off in tandem with 1 or 2 of the players on the team, but it would waste time. And I know we're down to this last 60 seconds and no one's gone down, which is a good start, but again, you've given all control over to G2 here, and they're getting themselves set up in good fashion.
They haven't really got an answer to Kino just yet. We're 2 minutes into the round. We're seeing the Goyo canisters start to get popped, so we can burn another 30 seconds here more than likely. And G2, they're going to have to do something about this position. And on the Warden, it just makes it even more difficult. They can't rely on utility to get this job done. It's going to have to be brute force. And Kino, he's playing this perfectly, Des.
He is. To be fair play, they wasted a hell of a lot of time here. There's still, as you can see, the fire burning out. It will expire in a few seconds' time, at which point they're going to have to make something happen. Uno's in a good spot with the flash as well, sees the man. But like you say, Tim, they can't unseat him. There's only 30 seconds to go. And now he's pushing high up as well. Is he aware of what's going on below? Yes, he will. And that shotgun range is just absolutely ludicrous. Brings one down, a headshot onto Blast. His work is done, Tim. He's killed 2 and wasted 2 minutes and 45 seconds. G2, they're going to need a miracle to win this one.
Yeah, they don't get the round from there, and it's all been won on the back of Kino's play on blue stairs. And that is a little bit disappointing from G2. We see the kills coming in, but ultimately, M8 have got the crossfires, they've got the trades, they've got the positions, and they get the round. And that was much better from M8. But like I say, I'm a little bit disappointed in G2 there. A Warden on blue stairs? Who would have thought it, Des? Who could have dreamed that he might be in that position? We'd already seen him there on the smoke in round 1. They should have been expecting him. They should have had a plan to deal with it. They kind of tentatively prodded with the Blackbeard, but never really went in any meaningful way to try and challenge him, to try and get him moved. And it was a big problem. They just never, ever dealt with him, and it didn't feel like they ever really had a plan to.
Yeah, and then if we just stay there all far back and give Trump, give red, you know, like we gave too many kills, you know? That's it.
Not wrong in his observations there, Bodega. A few too many kills being given away, I think, on their last basement defense. And you might be looking at this now and thinking, hang on, why have they called attack timeout? They've just won a round. Like, hello, are you stupid? Absolutely not. It's the same thing that I said earlier. They've now played that first quarter of the map. They've played downstairs twice. They've won it the second time round, which now means they've got to go back to a site they've lost and potentially onto another site after that. And whilst they've done okay digging in deep into basement here, you know, first round they lost 2 players out on the roam, fair enough. I think they're realizing we're going to have to play this a little bit differently moving on forwards. Not be giving players away, but I still stick to what I said earlier. I do want to see them being willing to challenge G2 in different parts of the map. It doesn't mean dying stupidly, it means playing as a team.
Moving into round 4 then, we'll see whether M8 maybe just had a little bit of a slow start the first couple of rounds, and they can start just cementing now and building a little bit of a foundation for themselves to get a few more rounds. G2, like I said, just coming unstuck at what should be an easy problem, really. It should be an expected problem on that side. So we'll see whether they can adjust things going into round 4.
What we're looking for, nothing else, it's that vertical play that I was asking for, the ability to go out there and challenge more of the map rather than digging in deep and hoping for the best once the crows start singing, in this case G2 on their push forward. So I do think G2 are going to have to think about a way through. They've seen them leaning in towards things like the Blackbeard and the Ossa, of course, back in round 1. They've tried to make these shields work and to make success, I'll say more success than anything else. In this round, they're not going for that at all, but they do want this vertical control. Look straight towards Blaz here on the ramp. You bring along that operator when you want large parts of the floor being opened up in pretty quick time. So they've got to make sure, 1, that he stays alive, and 2, that they actually get this top floor control in good time. Uno's going to start things off by opening up this reinforced wall on towards Whitehall. Gives you full control all the way down and stops players here, like the Warden of Diffuser, who's dug in upstairs inside a stock, from being able to safely rotate back down Whitehall. He's really in a bit of a danger spot there. We've forced to drop instead down through the hatch, back in towards site.
just working the way up gold stairs here. Alamo manages to walk in and find one.
Beautiful.
Packer almost picks up a second as well, and it's a great start from G2 on this roam clearance. They're not doing some serious work there. Alamo continuing to challenge out towards Stock, forcing maybe Diffuser to drop away down the hatch, and G2, they certainly have a little bit more impetus about them than they did in the last round.
Oh, Alamo on the nut feels like winding back the ears, doesn't it? That's the go-to that we used to see from him so often. We mentioned about him being off that IGL role and being able to be a bit more unleashed and making plays like that is certainly a sign of it. They've got the entry though, Tim. Now what else can they find? They've also forced the Warden away from top floor, so top floor is now theirs. I don't know if they fully know that yet. They're in pretty good spots overall. By the looks of it, yes, they do. But with half a round still to play, now you've got to say, what's next, G2?
That's it. They've really got to take get the most out of that man advantage that they've been able to develop. Right now, M8, they're digging in pretty well here. They've fallen back to site and they're going to hold those angles. They're aware that the hatch is open, ready for any potential drop coming on in. But G2, they just need to keep going through the checklist here, and that's exactly what they're doing. Get the wall open, start making it difficult now for M80 to play in the entire site, force them back into just half of it, and see if they can't create a little bit of room for exactly that. The drop comes in and they can start challenging. Uno manages to pick up one. Is there a second there for him? Of course there is. Spite manages to pick up Blaz. 3 versus 2. G2 still in the advantage.
Now they're kind of weaponizing this against him. They've got no idea that Uno is still snaking his way around. The long distance 1v1 coming in. He knows where Gunnar is, but Gunnar lands the headshot. Uno almost repurposing that Azami cover back to his own means, but Gunnar hits the shot and gives him 80 a second round.
Yeah. Nice. Listen, run back the CEO clash, bro. Run back the CEO clash.
We cannot give up red.
Bring the mirror. They're just hitting crouch walks. But listen, call what we're holding.
I think calling what we're holding was the issue there, where Uno managed to really get in and get away with 3 kills because there was no notice there of what was going on through Poppy. Like, the fact that he got this drop in and walked away with 3, they were like, okay, well, where are they? Coming admin side, they're coming in kitchen side, but no one actually called that they were watching towards Uno, and you can see the problem there of 3K being warped, but ultimately saved by Gunnar, as mentioned.
G2 there, I think they just need... They were just a little bit ahead of themselves, I think. They hadn't dealt with everything that they needed to. Gunnar was able to get around behind them, use those angles late in the round to be able to just get that advantage over Uno and make him take that long-range fight. And so I think G2 was, yes, it wasn't a bad round for them. They got those early kills. They maybe just went that little bit too soon. They thought the opening was there. They thought the time was upon them to pounce. And it wasn't quite. And ultimately, M80 were able to stand tall and hold up pretty well. So, M80 now coming back up to the top floor. They've got a couple of rounds under their belt this time. They've brought back the Clash, as Packer said, run it back with the Clash. They're confident in this strat, in their ability to get it done. Again, last time it was Blaz. He walked up the main lobby, spiral stairs, and just got a couple of kills. And that's exactly what M80 are picking up on. But we can't let them keep just crouch walking in, getting a couple of kills and creating the space. This time, it's Loira to find the opener onto Gunnar. M80, they need now to dig deep and make sure they don't lose any more.
Yeah, picked him back up there as he tried to run back into the room. You're running into hot fire there and you've got the Clash on side. It's really, we need the Clash to be in the room first, but pay the price on a little bit of mistiming. The big difference in this round, though, looking at it, is going to be that mirror. They've got no easy way of dealing with this, is my main concern for the side of G2. Of course, getting in below and shooting it out is one thing you can do, but that requires getting a lot of control downstairs. And look who's down there. It's Diffuser causing a bit of bother in the basement. The last thing you want is to get backstabbed by him as this round wears on. But with the 2 shields on side, looking in towards mainly that Ossa, screams to me that you've got to keep all eyes on Uno and where he wants to plant. Currently on this square window, they want to make sure that they can get in here safely first and foremost.
Got to pick up on Alamo at this point as well. Obviously coming off that RGL in. We suggested maybe we're going to see him, you know, getting in there, getting active, getting kills. He's struggled to get himself into the game so far. 1 kill in 4 rounds. It could be a big difference maker for G2 if he can kind of get him activated. That might well come when he moves on to the defense. We'll see in the second half. But right now, just a little bit quiet. And Blaz, yes, he's got 4 kills, but a lot of them came in 1 round, and it feels like Loira just needs somebody backing him up a bit here.
Diffuser's being problematic here. Do they catch him? Alaman might hear him on the drone underneath. I'm not too sure that they have. Not forgetting he's got this C4, which is the golden answer to this shield-based play, especially towards the Oster. Alamau trying to force his way forward, and Doki's in behind. Another well-executed bit of team play coming out, but look, Tim, Uno's gone down. I mentioned that C4. The thing is, they can recover this and likely get a plant on. Diffuse is in a 1 versus 4. No control of sight, nothing to be done. And Doki closes it out for G2.
Last round, I said G2 had allowed M80 to use that flank to get in behind them, and they just needed to make sure that they were controlling everything a little bit better. They did it that time. We saw that late attempt from M80 there just to get on the backside from Square, and it was completely unsuccessful. G2 shutting it down. I mentioned Alamau. What is he bringing? What is he getting done? How is he helping the team? It was a great play from him to deal with that clash, pushing with the blitz, making the clash move, and Doki was there. It was a really well-worked bit of team play.
It was spicy. This is when G2 are the best. When you give them the time and space to execute as a team, you've got 3 or 4 players all moving into positions at once, and you know, dare I say those dreaded words of split theory. This is exactly what it looks like when a team can erupt into a part of the map from multiple directions and take over it incredibly quickly. It's very hard to stop them. And that's where I think M80 have found more success previously, is not really giving them that ability to pick off isolated players. We heard them saying that. In fact, during the timeout was we can't afford to keep on losing players here. We can't let them get picked off around the map. And dare I say M80 did better there, I think, in digging in. And they, of course, had Diffuser being able to roam around that basement and first floor with absolute freedom, getting a great C4 onto Uno, but that was the only thing that went the M80 way in the round. Last round of the half, though, G2's final attack and M80's final defense. We'll be down here in basement.
G2 certainly going to be looking for that 4-2 half. I think if they can get it on the attack, they should be fairly confident on their own map in being able to lock it down on the defense. That's only going to mean that they need to be able to win their 2 primary sites and they will get the job done. So this would be a big round for them. But by contrast, of course, you can say the same for M80. They're going to know that the pressure's on a little bit here. They're not going to want to go onto the attack needing to get a majority of rounds to get the win, because it's not necessarily going to be that simple against G2 here. So just a careful little peek out towards that printer window, knowing that the pressure may well mount through open area to get control of those hatches first.
Sure, and it's a similar thing as well, where hovering around the hatches, as you say, is the main point where you want to put a bit of focus down, and Doki's the one on the hunt here, looking at what he can try and find. Of course, lots of top floor clearance are coming at the same time, where you've seen Blaz being on those duties before. This time around, it is Alamau on the buck. We were talking about Alamau the other day, actually, and saying when you think back to the days of Team 1 back in 2021, his smoke and buck were unrivaled, you might even say, around the world. And I'm enjoying the fact that we get to see him with a little bit more freedom now on these kind of operators. As we mentioned, seeing the Nook earlier on was a nice bit of a throwback as well. And I think the book really cements that again, this is a bit of a different look G2.
Fight just going to be holding this position for, I was going to say, a couple of seconds more, but he knows that the pressure is mounting, knows that his time was numbered, and just gets himself away from danger. G2 now in complete control of the upper levels of the map, and it is time to start working towards sight. Last time around, of course, becoming unstuck by that blue stairs position. This time, Packer has managed to get himself in a position quite aggressively up main stairs here, just waiting for that push to come forward, but aware of it, I think. Alamau sends in the nade. That's just going to force them away. I don't know if that was aimed more at the barbed wire than the player, but either way, it gets the job done.
It's two for the price of one, really, isn't it? Forcing away the barbed wire and the players at the same time. Doki very aware now. If he was listening, of course, that there were 2 players there looking to challenge onto him. Of course, Blackbeard charging in through the soft wall, doubling up in this case here, ready for the execute. A similar spot as before, of course, no Oster on side this time around, but Doki's just there being that little thorn in the backside where you can't comfortably play, staring in towards server from range. Really, it's constantly trying to pinch them in. And Loira's dropped in, found one, instantly traded out as well. So not a bad response from M80. But again, the pressure is building from G2.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got themselves in position. Uno's got the diffuser in hand. They're just burning out that utility. Doki manages to find one, and that creates the space for Uno to start putting the diffuser down. He's getting aggressive inside of the side. Uno does stick it, but he's 1v3 in the post plant. He manages to find the first. Can he get onto the hatches? It looks like he can.
Imagine if Uno can pull this off. It would be magical. He's got the diffuser down. That's a big advantage on side already. M80, they've got to decide what the game plan is here. They try and get one down to a 1 versus 1. Uno potentially about to go nuclear, being chased up. Blue behind him as well, but just about rounds the corner in time. Right idea, sees his man, but misses the shot. A flash coming out down to the last 15 here. He's only got to win the 1, and Tim, he's done it! Uno in a post plant, 1v3, to give G2 the half.
Beautiful composure from Uno on that play, Des. He sticks the plan. Even when the pressure is mounting, he continues getting that diffuser down when the attacks are coming into sight. He knows that the win condition there is get this diffuser on the ground. There's no other way to do it. Get it on the ground, get upstairs and hold it from the hatch. And he did it absolutely beautifully, even understanding when that rotation was coming, when that push was coming to clear him away from it. Great stuff from Uno, just showing, you know, exactly how he thinks so smartly about this game.
Yeah, I love it. I feel like he was kind of half speaking to us when he was saying this. Leo on the pre-game desk was just like, he's showing that age is not a concern. I was like, yes, Leo, you're absolutely right. Age is not a concern. How old are you this year, Tim?
Don't worry about it, Des.
Go on, Tim, give us the number.
21 again, for the 19th time.
I'll
be 40 this year.
I know, mate. It's a big one. What are we doing for it?
I'm just ignoring it at the minute.
Oh, yeah.
To be honest, I've never really been bothered about age. Like, people talked about, like, when I was 30, people get like, oh, you're 30. Like, and honestly, I've never been as happy when I was 30. And
It's
I'll
funny
say
you
the
say
same
that.
again. I've never been as happy as 40.
I say this to people all the time. Like, when you turn 30, I'm 2 years into that journey, 2.5 years in. But 30s feels a lot more settled than 20s. Because in your 20s, you're still sort of figuring yourself out, discovering what you want to do with life as well, kind of learning who you are as a person. You get to your 30s and life feels...
You know what's going on.
Yeah, it feels good.
Generally got, you know, a little bit of direction. You kind of know what's going on. And
Yeah.
you've got, you know,
And if you
started-
don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It's
You'll
fine.
still
It'll
figure
come.
it
But I get to 40 now, and I think I'm almost past worrying about stuff. You know what I mean? It's like whatever. It's fine.
Great. We know who is worried about stuff, Tim. M80. We make that noise to each other a lot. I'm aware. It's probably just come out and broadcasted the first time. All right, second half is underway. M80 have got a little bit of a challenge before them here. They are down 4-2. It is G2's map pick, and hopefully M80 can show us what they're all about on the attacking side. That reminder again, they have changed 3 players. This is very much a new look M80. And from what Bodega was saying to me, you can expect a lot more fun, you can expect a lot more aggression, a little bit of a faster pace as well, and hopefully they can catch G2 off guard with that. I don't want to count them out yet. I'm seeing things, for example, like the Stens being on side, like the Ying here. A little bit of a throwback to old school Bankdrifts there, I say, where a lot of teams would attack with that Ying on side. But we'll see what they can do with all this utility they no doubt going to dump on top of G2's heads.
Yeah, Lawyer is now making a choice with that hatch open. He is locked in this position. He's unlikely to move until moved is the reality. He needs to try and take 1 or 2 with him and burn probably another minute realistically. So that's going to be the first big one to watch. In goes the Candela to try and disrupt him, but now is not really the time as a well-timed smoke canister comes out from Lawyer just to hold them back, but there's the full white. Here comes the push. They've dealt with it so much better than G2 did, Des. Doki picks up Gunner, 4 versus 4, but G2, they're starting to lose their grip on this site.
Doki's still here. They might see the feet maybe stepping out, and sure enough they do, but he knows he's getting pushed in. And with this, there's about 60 seconds left, still dug in. He's getting flashed, he's getting candelaed, he's getting tracked. Everything you can throw at Doki is being thrown his way right now. He's seen nothing but a white screen for the last 20 seconds. I'm pretty sure he thinks his monitor is broken. But the important thing is, he is still here, Tim.
And that just goes to show exactly why his army is considered as powerful as she is. Just wasted so much time in there behind those Kiba barricades, but the ground has now been taken. The diffuser is going down, but so are the players as G2 are managing to find kills. 2v2. Can M80 repeat what Uno did against them? Can they hold on from above?
Bit of a retard. So I'd say diffuser's going in here as well. They've managed to get one. Alamal's got no choice. He's got to push out for the firefights here. Right idea looking towards the hatch. I think that's where he thought his man got down from. But no, it's here on blue. Right idea. And finds the down. But my concern is, Tim, they don't really have the time anymore. And the hatch is there. This one's looking a little bit cut. He'll try and get his man up. They've got 10 seconds to make this work. The drop comes on through. Has he taken a bit of a gamble? Yes, he has! And Uno with a 2K and a disable coming on through will move him up to 5-2. Diffuser there. He's absolutely bottled it by dropping in too soon.
Who the fuck dropped? Who the fuck dropped the hatch? Oh my god, he's fucking terrible.
I love SI!
You guys are making me laugh!
That is going to be a big
You can
blow.
win if you stay in the hatch opener and hold the default plant. It's a pretty basic angle, though, he says in all chat. They're letting diffuser know what they think. Because I was sat here like, bro, why are you dropping? Wait until you hear the diffuse coming through for a bit longer.
I think I'm going to try, Diffuser. I'm going to try for you.
Why drop? I don't understand.
I think either the caller's come in or he's maybe got a bit of sound where he thinks he's being picked up. So he thinks it's a 3-2, it ends the round, and it's job done. He's concerned about being challenged whilst they get on the diffuser so that he can't... So I agree, even in those circumstances, hold the hatch. Do not take the drop, even if you think you can get them both. I'm reasoning with why I think...
The thing is, he left the drop so late, like the pickup was finished by the time he actually hit the ground, and I was like, you've left it so long.
Maybe the info was a little bit late. I get why he's done it. He's thought, I can just get this done now. I don't have to worry about the challenge coming back up the hatch. Yes, I think it was the wrong decision, of course. Doki and Alamau have got a little bit mouthy in the chat. They've let him know about that. And the thing is, that could be a big blow for M80 now. 5-2 to G2. A round that M80 absolutely should have won.
There you go.
How different does 5-2 sound to 4-3? It is a massive, massive difference.
Thank you very much, Reserve, for reminding us of that smack talk in the all chat. As you said, letting him know. The crazy thing is, like, these things happen, and in hindsight, we all sit here and go, what was that? But in the heat of the moment, like, you feel like it's the right call. You just react very instinctively and do it.
Let's be honest, we've all done that in ranked.
Yeah,
but the point is, this isn't ranked.
I've not got a kill there, Tim. That's the best part. He's got one at least.
Exactly. We've all made that bad decision. We've all thought, I can do this. I can have that moment. I can get this wrapped up. And that's all that's happened. It's that rush of blood. It's that day one at SI. But the point is, if you want to go on and win this tournament, you can't be making rash decisions like that. You've got to play smart.
The thing is, Tim, we're also not fighting for $1 million in rank. That's the difference. That also
that is the big difference.
And to give Diffuser a bit of lead, 5th highest rate to play in the NL last year, we know that he's got the caliber. Just at least here in this first game, we've not seen too many of that new fresh blood on this team waking up and making a bit of a difference. Out the window goes Doki, and Diffuser cannot catch a break.
That was actually really good from Doki. He had about 20 HP left after being bullied by the Deimos from downstairs, so he really made the most of that life that he had left, and he's really helped his team out there. That's Deimos and Ash now off the board. It's 3 versus 4. M80 is still trying to work the windows, but honestly, I'm struggling to see exactly how they're going to create the space here. The next thing they need is a couple of kills.
That's it. G2 have got that numbers advantage here. That clock starts to wind on down. 70 seconds to play. In comes Kino and still can't beat his man at tight range. 2 quick kills for G2. They're in a 4 versus 1. Sad to say it, Tim, does feel like this map might be short for M80. They're only going to have 1 round to work with, and this may well be. It looks like it is, based on the camera that you can see at the bottom of your screen, an unofficial timeout, as we call it, making use of this final 60 seconds. And I do expect that means we'll see G2 in all chat in a moment, giving them some lip.
That doesn't sound like G2 does. Yeah, I think ultimately, you know, this map has just got away from M80, and we came in asking questions. We didn't know exactly what M80 were going to look like. They've had the couple of player changes. Have they had long enough to really settle in? Bodega's come back in. Can they get everything together?
That one hits a bit close to home. For those who missed the context on that one, Cameraman, of course, left M80 and has now joined G2 as their assistant coach for this event. So there's the reminder. He wouldn't be 0-6. Yeah.
It's a good opportunity to talk about that Cameraman pickup for G2 as well. I've always really rated Cameraman heavily for his, you know, strategic knowledge and ability and the way that he can shape teams to his vision. And that's something I think that is going to help G2 massively over the next couple of months. When I think about Cameraman, I think way back to sort of 2020 days in Brazil when he went to MIBR. And he was there with Cyber and Bullet and those guys. And MIBR at the time were just known as this team that just were all out aggression all the time. They just did crazy stuff. They just ran in and tried to get kills. Cameraman went there, and we saw this huge shift in MIBR. And they rocketed to being like kind of a top 4 team in the world really, really quickly, because he gave them the strategic edge. And then eventually the roster went across and became FaZe, and then obviously that roster has then seen a couple of changes where Cameraman moved away. But it was just such a visual, you know, representation of his ability to be able to go in there and shape a team and give it structure and give it strategy. And I'm not saying G2 didn't have that, but Cameraman coming in as assistant coach is just going to add layer upon layer. And we're starting to see it, I think.
Well, we'll always stress the reminder this is a best-of-3. It's not a best-of-1. Otherwise, I think G2 very rightly so are able to talk all the smack in the world. However, Map 2 could prove to be a very different affair when it starts breaking down into it. It is going to be, I believe it's Lair that was waiting, not Labs as our next one. I'll double check that in a moment, but I'm pretty sure it was Lair we're going to as our second map. For now, M80 have still got 2 minutes 30 of potential punishment coming in. Or Tim, maybe they stage a miraculous comeback. It would be something special. We have got the Skopos on the side of Blaz here. We saw an unbelievable play on this map with a Skopos previously. I don't think we're going to have that kind of like perfect alignment where lightning strikes twice again. I'm always keen to see what this operator can get up to. And the answer right now, Tim, is hunker down inside the basement and get running around the map like a lunatic.
The thing is there's a number of reasons for bringing the Skopos, you know, as we talk about. It can just be about having a shield that's also a bulletproof camera. It can be about the amount of utility that it brings. It's not always about getting out on the roam and having that teleportation back to site, or, you know, you can just be there to take the fights, but to bring the utility, because you've got a bulletproof cam, you've got a shield essentially, you've also then got extra utility with the impact nades. Alamau's going to pick up diffuser, and this is just going perfectly for G2 right now. 4 versus 3.
This is top floor, Tim. They're trying to break a 2-man hole on the top floor, and they've lost 2 players trying to do it. That just shouldn't be a thing, and I did wonder when we'd see this happen as well. Blaz has got a kill, danced around a little bit there, secured Alamau. Not really a trade, but baited in a kill for Alamau to secure, and then it's just teleported down to basement and got himself back up to full HP, able to roam around and be a lunatic once more. G2 really have got the run of things here, and M80, they know that this is short. They know that this is a big ask for them to try and get anything back and over. It's just not going to happen. Blaz, he's the boogeyman under the stairs, haunting them in this game. What more can you say?
Yeah, it's almost certainly job done for G2 in map 1 as Alamau manages to pick up Packer, and it is all up to Kino. 1 versus 4. Had a pretty decent game so far as Kino, picking up kill number 9 there, but it hasn't been enough to buy his team some rounds, and that's what M80 are going to have to consider in the break between these 2 maps. They're really going to have to come back strong on map 2. It's going to be Lair, and we know G2 are a good Lair side. Des, and having picked up Bank there, it could be a quick day for G2.
It's definitely been a quick start there, 7-2 on that first map, and I do want to again shout out players that wouldn't normally do so. Blaz, Laura and Uno have all had unbelievable performances there. You know, we're gassing up Alamau coming into it, but it's been those 3, the ones that have really stepped up and made themselves known. And we know that there's quality in Alamau and Doki. If these 3 can keep up performances like this going through the series into future days, this could be a really promising tournament for G2.
It's a great start. I don't want to get carried away. I don't want to get carried away about any teams today because, as we know, the group stage progresses and it's a roller coaster ride. I've always said it, any team, you look back, any team that has won a tournament in Siege, they have a bad day at some point. So, you know, those will be coming, and that's the important moments. It's all well and good winning easy. You got to be able to win hard.
Well, M80 got to pull themselves back together. Let's see what happens after the break.
Welcome back to the desk here, where we're going to break down the first map between G2 and M80 on Bank. Now, I think you two can give yourselves a bit of a pat on the shoulder, a pat on the back for that one, because whilst we said it was difficult to predict what M80 was going to bring us, you were kind of right about G2.
Yeah, I think so. I think we focused very, very heavily on the fact that they've changed from Alabao to Uno in that IGL role. And as such, I think we saw G2 absolutely dominate. I think they controlled almost every single round of that match. It really was G2's map that they went out and they absolutely took the bull by the horns and they absolutely destroyed their opponent. It was, of course, their map pick, so you'd expect them to win it, but I think the nature of how they won it was what was most impressive to me, Leo.
Yeah, if we look at the win conditions that have evolved, one of the things we said, Uno being the IGL will elevate the fundamentals of that team, and that showed in attack with an amazing split and with great post-plan situations. We still have the key strength of this incredible individual plays, with Loira finding so many opening engagements, with Uno finding so many clutches. So we still have that aspect, and we also saw Alemao given space and creating space. So all of the things that we mentioned early that we expected from G2 with this role change is happening right now in this game. Was it only because it was their map pick, or is it going to be consistent? That's the real question.
Kind of fun to see Uno as a top performer on this roster as well. Maybe not something we'd always expect, but it did have some amazing moments in this matchup. But in general, G2 seemed very much in control of the rounds they were winning.
Yeah, that was the thing. I think obviously they started out on their attacks. They got a 4-2 attack split. Realistically, I think we were saying it should have been a 5-1. There was a kitchen open area attack that they had everything they needed to plant, and they went and pushed Spoit, and we know what Spoit's capable of in terms of winning that. But yeah, I would say in terms of control, that's the way I look at it. 5-1 attack half. It was very, very dominant. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. The plan was good. Their teamwork was good. Their synergy was good. All these buzzwords that we use. And then off the back of that, they had that X factor in Alamau who was able to lurk in and create a lot of space for them.
And even in that aspect, I mean, if you look at the stats right now and you see it, the only reason it got close in many of these rounds were only Kino or Spoit getting 2 or 3 kills when they shouldn't have, because G2 were very extended instead of keeping control. I'm thinking of that one round where they attack open space. They have open space control, they could plant, they decide to flood kitchen and they lose here. That was one round they gave away to M80. So they were still, even then, even winning 7-2, they were still even better and even could have won 7-1.
I think it's nice to see Alamau being kind of unleashed with this new role he's been giving, or the fact that he doesn't have to IGL anymore, and we're seeing that in many of the rounds.
Yeah, I have one example in particular. Actually, it's the first one we saw from the highlights. When Alamau is given that space, let's take a look. Nuck, I'm gonna go into main and look at the drone above the stairs. First thing, he pings the goo mine. You can see here, so he knows he can avoid that goo mine. Second thing, you will see the yellow ping on the Trump player here. In that corner, boom, he's getting yellow ping, free kill for Alamau, straight into the punch, straight into the second roamer. And look at what he has achieved. In a span of 10 seconds with one drone, he has single-handedly cleared the entirety of the roaming here.
And especially for that type of attack and defense on the open area, is the one thing that you look for is you want top floor control as an attacker. Normally it takes you 2 minutes to achieve that, and you have 1 minute to set up and execute. Alamau did that single-handedly with a drone in front of him. Within 60 seconds, he controlled the top floor and got his team into a 5v4. They did go on and lose the round because they trolled the execute, to be honest. But the importance there is, if he can do that consistently, G2 and Uno off the back of that is going to have so much more time to plan their executes accordingly. And as such, their attack win rate will go up because of that.
It's all smiles in the camp of G2 as well. We saw that after the game, they were all smiling, having a great time with each other. But I feel like whilst we see G2 be a well-oiled machine, it's the complete opposite over on the side of M80. This is not what we were hoping from this new iteration of the roster for their first map. Packer on the donut. Things were not looking great for them.
Yeah, I know. We didn't get any dessert after lunch, so Packer 7 is up a donut, I guess. But the one thing I will say, even Spoit liked that one. The one thing that I will say is that obviously we said that we liked this team in theory. We didn't know what they were to offer us, and Packer's role in that, I'm not going to be too critical of Packer that in fact he dropped 0 kills, because in this system he's the one that isn't meant to get the kills. He is the IGL leading his troops around the park.
He was playing Clash, bro, like giving some,
again, there's a strat there where there's a clash on the board on the top floor for CEO. Whenever you play a clash, you're 4v5 guns up, right? And then Gunnar had died in front of the clash, and it was effectively a 3v5 because Packer's having to play the clash. Stuff like that hasn't helped, but yeah, they need to just dust themselves off M80 and go again.
There was lots of talking going on, especially from Packer on that team, but we just saw the Fuser as well with the strat book for Lair. That's our second map in the series after the break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Lair is our second map, and we're just getting set up. Now, the one thing I think the question that everyone has for M80, it's their map pick. What do we need or want to see from them to make sure that this doesn't end in an 0-2?
I've got a quick shopping list. The first thing you do, because they start attack, is to go direct takes. Limited control, that way you cannot get flanked that easily. Second thing, you make sure you open those walls really quickly without Reacher and Thatcher. Third thing, you abuse utility like shields, like Ying, like glass, to make sure that you have utility that puts you in a favorable gunfight, because you're worse right now in terms of gunfights than G2. If you can do all these three things, then you will have a successful attack split, and yet you defend, close the gaps so that LMO cannot open these gaps, and play close to the bomb site with natural crossfires.
I'm going to summarize all of that with 3 words. Four words. Keep it simple, stupid.
Are we doing ward seekers again, or the crosswords types of things? I mean, sounds like keep it simple, but yeah, that's exactly what we need and want to see from M80 in this map. It is their own map pick, and we once again have Dez and Ace for Lair.
I love how Fresh tries to keep it really simple. It's like, keep it simple, stupid. 3 words. Oh, it's 4 words. You kept it simple and still mucked it up.
Never mind.
What's he like? M80 are the ones mucking this up, Tim, though. It's not been a solid start from what you've heard so far. This is their map pick. My main concern, though, is you look back at this. I think back when Lair first came out, G2 actually played this quite a bit, and they look pretty good at it. So I'm a tickle concerned that M80 are really walking into a bit of a trap here, and G2 are just going to slap them down for an easy 2-0.
Yes, I think that would definitely be the concern at the minute. Like we said, coming in, question marks over both sides, changes in the way G2 play, but changes on the M80 roster. How is that going to impact both teams? I think we can certainly say, at least after Bank, that G2 have definitely responded the better to those changes than M80 maybe to their changes. However, maybe things have settled down. They're coming into a map that they've picked, a little bit more confidence there. We'll see how they go on there. Monty is going to be the first ban.
This is one of the more balanced maps as well. It's the closest to 50-50 that we have for defense attack win rate. So if M80 are going to find success anywhere, I don't blame them here on the attacking side to believe they can get something away from G2, who I think quite naturally would choose to start on the defense, as they were not the team that picked this map. In case you are new to Siege, you haven't watched too much of it before, if you pick the map, the other team gets to choose what side they start on. Where that then varies a little bit is if you get to overtime, the team that picked the map gets to choose what side they start on. So I expect M80 will start overtime on defense, assuming we even get there, Tim, because we may well not. M80 in with the Monty and the Warden bands coming out, and also seeing the Blackbeard taken away, Tim.
The big thing now for M80 for me is, how do they keep the vibes up? How do they keep the energy up? Because they've had a couple of tough round losses, particularly that Diffuser drop. I don't want to keep highlighting it, but Diffuser, it was a tough round to lose. And it is the sort of thing that's going to eat away at your confidence as a team. And coming in here, they've got to find a way to turn things back around and, you know, sort of get back in the driving seat here. And G2 on defense, it's not an easy thing now for M80 to break them down. Like Leo said, maybe they've just got to concentrate on those direct attacks. Just get in there. Don't give them too much opportunity to play their game. But it's always difficult to come in against a team that are already on top when they're on defense.
I don't want to pick on one player too much here as well, but like however,
I got taught something once, Des, and that's everything before the word but doesn't count.
Oh, well, fine then.
I don't want to highlight one player, but go on, highlight one player.
Gunnar was shit on entry. That's the highlight that comes out. The thing is, relative to what we expect from him, because in NAL, he was the second best entry. Like, he is a brilliant player, very, very good at getting the entry kills and converting it into further in the round to help propel his teams through to a win. On that last map, he was 3 and 8 on the entry, 1 and 2. Didn't really get himself moving. Yeah, sure, got the 1 entry, but nothing came off the back of it, and that is my concern, is they need him firing on all cylinders. You can't keep on turning to Spoit and Kino as the incumbents from this team, for example. You've got to go big.
That could be a symptom of the roster changes, of players coming in, and I'm not saying fighting over the same positions, but it's who's going to do what, who's fitting in where, you know, is going to playing in the same sort of positions as he was for Beast Coast when he was able to be that top entry player, you know, and it's just getting that settling down. Spoit comes in, gets the entry. Is he going to be able to find himself a second one? No.
Beautiful.
He does, in fact. Alamau, I thought, was going to win that fight, but Spoit, a second, and beautiful stuff, just playing in behind that shield of Packer.
A good bit of really simple team play coming out as well. You've got the Deimos on side for the track, you've got the shield up in your face that you have to pay attention to, and Spoit coming in behind. Like, if I was going to be playing a shield and have anyone behind me, it's probably Spoit that I want behind me. He's walked to 2K there, got rid of the smoke, got rid of the Valkyrie. A great start for M80 and just how you wanted Lair to begin.
Great play from Doki there, just with a little bit of intel. Knew that they were inside of Ops. Takes the punch and takes the kill, takes down Gunnar. And as you said, not the best game for him back on Bank. And it continues to be a torrid affair so far on Lair. Nitro potentially going to go over the top here. They need to be careful. They can't allow themselves to lose that Blitz shield that easily. They only have a one-man advantage and they need to keep that utility at their disposal.
Really got Mass Wall tied up as well with the electric in case. Normally you see a team trying to open that up quite early on to put pressure into where Doki's currently playing, what we call masks. There are masks on the wall to his left. And you'd expect pressure to come in towards Oxide, where Spoit is coming from. And this is, for G2, I think back to when I first watched them play this map, they love playing the Bandit in this exact position. But normally they'll leave one half of the wall open up to be able to challenge on towards Mez at the same time. So they've kind of conceded this entire south side of the map and just said, fine, you guys want to work with that? You can work with it. They've got a lot to do here, though, with only 3 of them left alive. And I think for M80, Tim, they're starting to surround, and you can feel that death coming closer for G2.
That's big from the Bandit there. Just able, Doki, to keep himself in that position at Masks. Prevents the ace charge detonating. Diffuser does pick up Uno, though, and while it felt winnable in a 3v4 for G2, a 2v4 I think will be too much to ask, and exactly what I expected. M80 now start to apply the pressure, start to push in. They are feeling emboldened by their numbers advantage. Packer's putting the diffuser down. This has been a really nice attack all round from M80.
Dare I say, Tim, a near flawless one as well.
Really good.
Outside the Doki, getting that little side swipe and getting rid of Gunnar. The poor side who I mentioned just couldn't seem to catch a break in the last map. It's carrying on here. That was brilliant. Admittedly, largely orchestrated and focused around Packer and Spoit. This sort of, yeah, it's a very aggressive I was saying Monty, but it's not. It's a blitz in this case. The shield leading in, the main gunner behind them as well. It's so hard to know where to focus. Look away from the shield for too long. He's dropping it down. Pistols coming out. His flashing use is seen here. Just really good, fast play. And I remember hearing during one of their timeouts or between rounds on the last map, they were saying, right, we go fast, we go hard now. They've come in on round 1 of Lair and just hit G2 with a haymaker from nowhere. Almost sucker punch him, you might say. And so although that first round's gone really well for them, I'd argue G2 will be saying, guys, it's 1 round, they caught us off guard, it's all cool, chill out, let's go again.
You might wonder why Uno was getting caught out downstairs like that, just coming around Rocket Stairs. He was likely playing underneath to prevent M80 doing exactly that, because Doki wanted to keep himself in position in masks, wanted to keep that double wall closed with the Bandit batteries and also play around Ops. And one of the first things, if you're wanting to open that external breach that teams will do, is they'll go underneath and they'll open up the floor from beneath their feet and clear that masks position. So I think that's why Uno was kind of caught out in the cold there, trying to rotate his way back, but it was just too late. M80 had too much control, so much better attack from them than we saw back on Bank. This time we're going to see a different side from G2. They're going to move into the mid floor, but still defend the top floor. A lot of the utility being expended up there.
For sure, you can play a full 3-story roam on this site, which is always nice to see. Keep yourself busy, as you said, they're down in the basement at the same time, so there's a lot to kind of concern yourself with. If you're M80, you ignore the basement, you find yourself getting chewed up by someone with a late flank. You ignore the top floor, they're going to rain death on you from above. But they're still sticking in behind the shield, and I do not blame them because it works so well. The other key addition, though, of course, is going to be Kino that you're looking at here. Not really many smokes on side. Instead, got the frags in back pocket, the smokes in the back pocket of Packer instead. So I'd wager here you're not going to see this be a big, massive focus Glaz execute. Instead, a lot of the focus, I think, will still be based around Packer.
Exactly that. It's going to be playing in behind that shield. They had so much success with it last time. Why would you not double down and give it another go? G2 didn't really have an answer. We'll see whether they are able to this time. We're going to have, for the time being, M80 kind of trying to set themselves up. They're using that Maverick to open these walls, but there will be no more of it as Doki manages to take him down.
We spoke about this vertical, and you'll get death rain down on you from above if you're not careful. That's exactly what Doki has just found. It's a great angle for sure, but now that means that wall will not get opened up. And so for M80, it's going to be a case of figuring things out the old-fashioned way. Guns up, charging in with a shield and causing a little bit of chaos.
I think the problem there is M80 have kind of gone about things backwards. You need to take that top floor before you start worrying about your breach and getting on towards side. They've been punished because they haven't done. We've had them sat there for the longest time on the stairs, kind of waiting with this blitz to go and do something about it, but they never did do anything about it, and they've been punished.
There we go, then starting their way up towards Rocket, and I think, like you said, Tim, realising, hey, we probably should really worry about top floor. We've now lost 2 players trying to get rid of that. They don't know about the Kaid off towards the left, finds 1. A little bit detached here is the problem, Tim. The player that was supporting, in this case, I believe it was Kino, was just too far away from Packer, who was looking to take ground, and G2 barely had to feel rattled in that round. They weren't pushed away from top floor and just picked up kills for free. I think even Doki's surprised by it.
Doki knows how disgusting that angle was. And he's just killed the Maverick off. Well, the thing there is, it was weirdly easy for G2, that round, because it was the same, essentially. M80 needed to do the same as they'd done fantastically well in round one.
Yeah.
They just needed to do more of that, and they didn't. And I'm not really sure why the change of strategy for the attack. Go across and take top floor. It was almost, Packer goes in, doesn't know the Kaid's in the corner. It feel like there were a little bit of a lack of intel, maybe not aware of how many of G2 were upstairs.
Well, they were reeling by then.
How much control they had. And so, yeah, I think for me, M80 just needed to sort of rinse and repeat round one, really, and go in, take that top floor, and then worry about sight. But it didn't really pan out like that.
Oh, that is
it's horrible.
The worst thing is, that's obviously an angle that's been opened up by Gunnar as well. Like, he's drawn the line across the top and given Doki the angle that he needs. I was just like, that's a really weird one to find. I didn't know you can do that. Turns out you can't unless a Maverick lets you do it. The thing is, I don't blame him as well, because you have to open the top section. If you want to do the Maverick,
you've got to do it that way around.
You've got to do the top. You can't do the bottom and then do the top, where you get your feet shot out. So I don't blame him.
The answer to that whole thing is, like I said,
top floor.
Take top floor first.
Yes,
you can't, you can't do that sort of backwards way around. You've got to be getting up there and getting that top floor, because otherwise, like in any situation in Siege, you're going to be punished from those vertical angles if you allow the defenders to stay up there and control them. And that's exactly what happened. So can G2 build from that on the defense? Let's not forget, they are on the defense here. It is the side they chose. They're going to be looking for a 4-2 half. They're 1-1 currently, and they need to now build a little bit of strength. I'd actually like to see them, continue getting out in the map. They won that from the top floor, not from the site last time. Get out in the map again. Cause a nuisance. Make it difficult. Give them 80 problems to solve. Keep the pressure on them.
At least they know they're being challenged up here on this second floor. Loira finding out Gunnar again. I keep on speaking about this need for the entry. You're playing on the Ram. That's not the kind of operator you look at and say, you're the entry in this round, guy. That's what a Deimos is for. And again, they're just losing players to, I wouldn't say silliness, but it's getting a little bit hectic here. They've managed to trade one back with Diffuser, playing on the back of Packer. But what worked so well in round one has taken, what, 2.5 minutes, or 3.5 minutes of play to come back to the fore again.
And the thing is, G2 have made a smart play here. Off screen, you haven't seen it, but Blaz and Loira have just got themselves back to site now. They were playing on that mid floor. They've said, you know what, we've won that section of the round. We've done as much as we need to do. We've wasted half the round. We've got 2 kills. We're going to drop back. Let M80 do the work now. They've got rid of the hard breach. They've got damage onto the blitz, damage onto the Deimos. Let's just make things tough for them. And G2 are just controlling the pace of things really well at the minute. However, Loira maybe getting a little bit excitable there, will be picked up by that Claymore from Kino.
Big one to note with the Ram offside here. It's all down to the Diffuser to start doing work. So he will start shooting through that ammo as time goes by. Packer is not looking too healthy either, it's worth stating. About 20 HP to his name. Got to be careful, because there's that entry shield. You're the one who's looking to get in there and at least take a couple of bullets maybe, or deal with things like smokes coming out. Now he's down to 10 HP. He can't really be that entry for them anymore.
He can hear that nitro as well, and they might know if they've got everybody droned, and they might have an idea who everybody is, so they may know that it can't be detonated, but it may well still be playing into the mind a little bit. Out comes the Toxic Babe canister. We've spoken about Packer. He's going to be taken down easily. It's the impact. Doki, he knows he needs to win this challenge. He's looking through the mirror window, can't find his man, but again, just continues to burn time. 15 seconds left, Des.
That's all they need here. G2 should be able to hold on. Diffuser starting his push on through. Kino has found one, making it a second plant going down. A 1v2 for now as the push starts rounding, but they're in the right place. They hold on tight. It's a 2 versus 1 for M80. And Tim, it feels like they might have turned around what looked like a bit of a disaster into a round win.
Exactly that. They lost those 2 players early, but Diffuser and Kino have done a beautiful job at the end of the round.
What?
I think that was the cameraman Claymore.
The cameraman Claire. There's a cameraman Clean. I thought it was a reference
No,
to
he
the
said
TV
Claymore,
show.
so I think I would guess from that it was probably Keno playing a Claymore that cameraman used to play. You know, when he was on M80, that was probably his job to put that Claymore down, so he's probably kind of finding it quite funny.
And didn't tell G2 about that claim.
Exactly, that G2 have then got picked up by that Claymore. But look, credit to M80 where it's due. Good round from them. It was looking tough. They took a couple of losses. They had a couple on low health. They lost Packer down there to the impact nade. G2 really should have won that round, Des, from that position. They were 3 versus 2, and they kind of had them on the ropes, but Diffuser and Keno got in there and got that Diffuser down and did a great job.
They did, and understandably G2 now. I spoke about it back on the first map. After 3 rounds, you said a quarter go by, you played through 3 sites. That's the best time to take attack time out, even if you find yourself winning the 3rd round, as M80 did back on the previous map. G2 here clearly not happy. They've dropped 2 defenses inside the first 3. This last one, as you said, Tim, I think was what this moment here, I was like, they're in a 3 versus 2. They know where they're pushing in from. They've got rid of the shield. Like, there's not much more that you need. Knowing the other side has got to get a plant down, but G2 left the door wide open. They'll be kicking themselves to that, and you could see it in the very muted reactions and faces of the G2 lineup. They've got to change some things around here. Otherwise, Tim, that map 3 starts to encroach upon us.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of panic from G2 in that final situation as well. Kind of, you know, running around site, trying to get an impact onto that plant, but not knowing that Diffuser was hidden in there. They just didn't really know everything that was going on. So, like I said, well played to M80, just creating that little bit of chaos and that little bit of space that they needed to put that Diffuser down. So that leads us nicely into round 4. G2, they're going to head back up to the top floor once again. We saw this back in round 1. They were unsuccessful. M80 looked pretty good attacking this site. They made it very, very difficult for G2 to hold any of the positions or any of the map control that they wanted to. So for me, M80, don't complicate it. More of the same. However, I'm looking at the lineup. It's changed. We've got Packer. This time, instead of the Blitz, he worked so well with Spoit last time, but this time he's brought along the Hibana. Keno's on the Blitz. Spoit's moved across onto the Sense.
You got on the Deimos now, and we're dropping away, like bringing in the Dokkaebi as well here for Diffuser. I think Dokkaebi's like ridiculous as an operator. Like BDS are a team that I think of. There's a reason why they're so successful, and I honestly think teams would benefit more from banning that operator away against them. And if Diffuser plays it right in this round, you'll just see exactly why. It enables you to clear in so effectively in the early stages of a round and clear out roamers. It lets you execute really well. It's just free information for your whole team when they're trying to make a play happen. I think it's an incredible operator, as do many teams, but maybe haven't seen it enough so far throughout the competition. But saying that, man was right in front of you. You heard his phone and you still got your gun down. You're paying the price for it. And Loira has absolutely collapsed onto 2 players of M80. Alamau finding 1, and G2 putting up a very stiff front here and giving nothing over to the North American side.
Spoit just using the new functionality of that light screen from Sense there, able to put it up and down at will, just puts it down, has a peek, sees a man, puts it back up. But ultimately, all it did was really reveal his position in behind that utility, and G2 were able to mop up the end of the round beautifully. That was just a complete contrast from what we saw in round 1. G2 super comfortable. Diffuser tried to get things moving, tried to get aggressive through ops with the Dokkaebi, and it was like the first in a house of cards that came tumbling down at that point. As soon as the Dokkaebi went down, G2 I think had an idea we don't really need to worry about upside anymore, and they were just able to focus elsewhere and take everybody down.
I mean, Alamal's letting him know, but Packer is now 0 and 11 across our 2 maps. It has not been the start that he wanted. But our highlight, it doesn't come down... Yeah, you focus all you like on the player that hasn't got a kill so far, but I think across the team as mentioned...
He is RGL.
He's... Like, that's an excuse, Tim. Alamal was the 2nd best in the world, despite being an RGL, mate.
He's RGL, Des. Des is RGL.
Fantastic, guys. Thanks.
The
thing is, in case you're wondering why, they're not doing this for a bit of fun. They are concealing these 2 operators away. They don't want them being droned out, and then as soon as we hit 0 and it's about time, the attackers can do nothing about it, they'll bring out the Kaid and the Tubarao, and they'll really look to lock things down because no Thatcher on side. Now it makes this a little bit frustrating for the attackers to deal with.
Not only no Thatcher, but no pocket EMPs either. You know, Dokkaebi does have them available, I think, and not going to be brought along. So, like you say, it's going to give that Kaid a real opportunity. And this is, again, if you remember a couple of rounds ago, I said G2, they just need to create as many problems for M80 to solve as possible, because I think that's where M80 are going to struggle. We saw a great performance from them round 1 when they were able to just walk in, everything went to plan, no problem, we get through it. For me, Packer is obviously the new player coming in there. He's RGLing, put some pressure on him. Focus on him, give them problems to solve, make them adapt. Let's really test that IGLing skill. Let's really test how much he can think on his feet for the team.
It's more than just Packer is the problem. Again, we've seen the best come out of these guys in the early parts of this map, I thought, was with Packer at the helm on the shield, and a gunner coming in behind him, mainly Spoit in this case, the one that was walking a few kills back in that first round. In fact, for Spoit, got a 3K back in round 1, haven't seen him on the board since then. So it's definitely fair to say you've seen that drop off from M80. And yes, you might say they didn't deserve to win round 3 and it should have been G2's round. I imagine G2 would agree. They could be up 3-1 here.
Just going to have a little bit of hard breach going on from that external side. Again, just looking to pressure that top floor, which was something that M80 failed to do previously, but need to be cautious, of course, because the Valkyrie cams are up there, and there's 4 nitros on the side of G2. They are absolutely begging for an opportunity to get a vertical kill going on. They know that there's going to be some attention coming down these stairs. Interestingly, we see Tubero just trying to use that canister to create difficulty coming down those stairs, but he's unable to and does get punished. Uno, however, picks up Gunner in return, 4 versus 4.
Getting rid of the Dockerby again, massive for them. Gunner just keeps on falling at these random points in the round where he hasn't had a chance. Think about the round, it's been the Dockerby here as well.
Kino
marches onto a 3K2 for himself in the mid-round, explodes out. M80 surely can't lose this, Tim. They're in a 4 versus 2.
Surely they can't. I don't think they will. Packer goes in inside of the smoke, starts getting the diffuser down. Not much of an idea from G2. Even with the pulse underneath, they can do absolutely nothing to prevent it. That's diffuser down, and G2 now working against the clock and against the odds. Diffuser picks up Uno, and it is all up to the last man left alive. It's Alamo trying to get back up those stairs, but he was tracked as well. Deimos in an XV1 situation. Deimos is a nightmare because he just piles on the pressure with that track. And that's going to be another round for M80. Very even so far, I feel, on there.
Kino's really starting to fly. I think he's like 16-10 now as well. Not a player that you look at on this side, given history, and say, oh, he's the one who's going to carry him through. Like, all eyes came onto Gunner, onto Spoit, onto Diffuser for those kind of purposes. But Kino is definitely making himself heard, I think, in this series. Of course, didn't lead to anything for the team back in map 1. But at least here, he's starting to cook something a little bit special. Hopefully, the rest of the team can join him. Diffusers at 6-2. It's worth stressing too. You can see where these kills are coming from that are leading to the rounds for them. G2, not yet really seen a hero step up here on Lair, but I don't think they'll be too bothered to if they can get this next round and draw up a 3-3 half. The timing on me finishing that as we had that little dun 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 dun. I tell you what, I was listening to the stream earlier, sat upstairs, and I heard it and I was like, what is that? And I couldn't figure it out. And then when I sat and actually probably watched the stream, I was just like, oh, it's the transition, it's the stinger, right, okay.
Here we go then. It's going to be the final defense for G2. Let's see if they can get themselves at least an even split here. Right now, I feel like M80 probably going to be feeling pretty good about this. It's their map pick. They've guaranteed themselves the 3. They can maybe even go 4-2 before moving on to the defense. Going to be certainly questions asked of the G2 attack. They're going to need to be coming in and doing a majority job on the half as an absolute minimum if they want to be winning this in regulation, but let's not talk about that overtime word just yet, as M80, I'm sure, will be looking to avoid it.
Don't say the line, Tim. Don't say it. I won't say it. Just wait.
Would it be day 1 if it doesn't come out, Des?
I'm actually kind of disappointed today we just have 2-2-0s and that's our first day over.
We won't.
We shall see. We shall see. Over anything else on the Matey side, they really are sticking to this point of trying to make the blitz work. Leaning into it hard, but haven't really played around it as much sort of light show. Back in round 1, yeah, they caught G2 off guard, that's for granted. But since then, they've struggled to really bring it to the same effect. They haven't been able to stick a man behind the shield and have him march in and pick off isolated players because G2, one thing you saw back on Bank, they're very good at trading each other. And when one player's getting heat, there's another one nearby, happy to capitalize back the other way. And that's where I think M80 so far have been tripped up quite a few times, has been by that kind of counter-aggression away from G2 that means they've been a bit hesitant to make some of their moves happen. Here, though, they are pushing in, and in quite a few numbers, 4 of them, all jumping in around display and in around this mezzanine, trying to step their way forward to pick off what looks to be Blaz.
Packer gets caught in the goo mine there, has to go out of the window and back in, and he's just under too much pressure as Doki throws another one out there. He's trying to duck and dodge it, but he can't get out of the way, and ultimately Doki's able to find the kill. That's a big loss for M80 as Kino goes down as well. You picked up on the power of the players so far. Uno, Lyra, G2 are cruising towards a potential flawless round to close out the half. It's all up to Gunnar. Can he find his first kill? That's the only thing that he can do to stop this being flawless, to stop it being a punishment of a round. Even with the advantage, Des, he still gets rinsed on the hatch.
Second. Yeah. He's jumped and just died. He is. I saw him dancing like strafing back and forth.
He was trying to get out of the way of the goo mine.
I was like, well, now, because he's doing side to side, and I was like, well, now your feet are exposed, and Doki's going to pick you up for free, and that's exactly what happened.
This round I want to play Smoke, not Tachanka, Ella, that should be good for us.
Play Ella instead of my will you?
Yeah.
Screams to me they want to try and slow G2 down as best they can.
And then for the next round you guys can play maybe a mirror, you know?
Yeah.
Like with the Clash too. Playing Clash both rounds.
Clash both rounds.
You know what worries me a little bit?
Ella, it's all talking about deny, burnt out.
What worries me most is...
Make sure we're playing together.
Well, going into the second half of their map pick on defense, commonly teams will come in with their own lineups and what they want to play, their own setups, their own
playing
ideas.
Reactive, Siege.
The thing is, having to have Bodega tell them. They're taking the time out at the halfway point before we've even seen a single round of the second half, which to me just suggests that, at least from what Bodega's heard, the guys aren't talking enough. They aren't getting ideas because, again, they've tried to make Packer on the blitz work for 5 of those 6 rounds, and it's only worked for one team. Looking a bit lost, maybe, and that's why I'm worried now that a coach had to step in and say, okay, first 2 or 3 rounds, here's what I want you to play. You should be helping the guys to figure that out for themselves in a way. And I'm just a little bit nervous that maybe that newness of this team, again, not forgetting, 2 months or so together, there are going to be a lot of things like these now. They're coming up against real stiff competition on land for the first time as a group. Means there's going to be a lot of things to figure out.
I think the problem that M80 have got as well at the minute is that G2 are now starting to feel good. They're starting to feel like things are rolling, things are clicking, they're getting those kills. Can they continue it on the attack? We'll see. But like I say, that as well to me suggests that M80 are just playing a little bit reactively here to what G2 are going to do, rather than thinking, this is our game plan. We're on defense now. We're in control of how this goes. Let them do the problem solving. It's like they're thinking, right, no, G2 are going to do this, so we have to bring the Ella, we need to bring the smoke, rather than thinking, look, this is our plan and this is what we're going for.
It's not a bad idea knowing that there's very likely to be a shield coming at your face, and sure enough, Uno is the one donning the blitz in this round and looking to apply a bit of pressure. That's exactly what the Ella is going to help with. Trying to undo unto G2 what has been done unto them with the Kite and the Tubarão as well, alongside the smoke and the Clash. You can see it's all about keeping G2 out, but I come back to what I said back on Bank Tim. I was like, okay, it's not your map pick. If you want to play Heavy Turtle, I get it, fine. I'm more concerned that on your own map pick, you're still playing that way, because you know, given G2 all the time and space, they will undo you, as they showed you back on Bank.
Packer just holding a tight angle with the SMG there, but they're giving themselves away, Des! Finding his man up through the hatch. It's going to be Alamo to open things out. Taking it down Spite. That goes the Ella, but at least the Guzmot mines will already be out. They'll be in position, so they don't lose too much in the utility sense, at least. Gunnar gets himself on the board, Des. Takes down Alamo. Little bit of a late trade, but 4 versus 4 now. M80 not in too bad a position, but already having that smoke utility baited out of them at only the halfway mark.
Dragging it all out at this point, aren't they? As well, you're starting to see the Tubarãos come out now as well. Of course, things like the Electroclaws have still got to be dealt with. But it's slightly worrying that they are already testing M80 quite early in the round. We're over halfway through now, though, coming down to the last 60 seconds or so. So this is where G2 are going to have to say, right, what we've got away with here is all well and good, but now we're going to have to start thinking about what our push into this map looks like. Making use of the Grim Bees as well to make it a little bit easier, you know, swing to come on through. Not quite being pinned in here on a shield, Tim, in the same way that Packer was previously. And here comes the push forward. The flash comes out, and Packer is done. That is how you play the blitz, my friend.
Yeah, they've dealt with the smoke fantastically well, but Diffuser picking up Blaz could be big there. It levels things
Great
up,
play.
3v3, but they're aware, they're ready. Diffuser gets taken down, 2v2, 2v1 effectively, and it's the clash that's left. This just got so difficult for Kino. He's had a big game so far. He's going to have to go even bigger as Diffuser gets taken down. 25 seconds, Loira might need to take the opportunity to get the plant down here, though.
That's what they're really worried about, those forcing a 1 versus 1, and that's what it could become. Kino down to almost no HP, and Doki is feeling himself at 7 and 3. Equally so is Kino, the same scoreline, but the plant is down. The 2v1's back on side, and they don't get this one, Tim. What I love is about the middle of that round, their double swing from 2 players down on towards Rocket Stairs. This is like mid-execute when G2 are in full force and moving on forwards. They had so many 2v1s that they forced just really on the fly. It wasn't like a pre-planned thing. It's beautiful to watch.
Yes, E1, listen. Play with each other, calm with each other, and just, like, we can give them some of the map control. We just have to hard hold the spot. We give them everything.
That's not working out, though.
No, I was going to say, I'm not... I guess we'll see in the next couple of rounds, but G2 are feeling good at the minute. G2 are taking and winning fights. Giving them more, you don't kill a fire by putting wood on it, they've got to be careful about how much they give G2 here.
I said it back on Bang. I said it this map a few times already. They're playing super defensive. And on Bank, I could understand it because it's not... Alamau is definitely trying to get in his head here. Big time in the chat. But the big... Stop it, guys. Jesus. But the big point comes back to... They keep on, as we've said, playing really turtle comps. And Packer's even saying, no, keep doing it. Just hard hold a part of the map. G2 have shown that they can abuse that, though, if you do it. They're happy to say, cool, we'll take loads of the map. And then when we feel like we can get like a 2 or 3 man squeeze onto the one part of the map you are holding, look at what happens. And what I don't like is, like, you hear this quite a lot. It's, it's got to play more as a team. Like, what does that mean? Like, how do you want your team to interpret that? And I'd love a little bit more direction out of Packer there on what it is that he wants the team to be doing. Because whatever he's been doing for the last map and a half has clearly not worked in their favour. Sadly, they are crumbling here, and I just don't see a way for M80 to get through unless they try something different.
Yeah, I think, much the same as I said for G2 on defense. I'd kind of like to see M80 take the fight to G2 here. Like I said, I feel like they're playing a little bit reactively. In that last round, we heard them talking about, right, make sure we're bringing this, slow them down, bring the Ela. That's what they've been doing. And I just feel like saying, no, this is how we're going to play it. We're going to get aggressive. We're going to get up in their faces. Let's make them do something here. Let's make them win the round. They kind of go in the other direction with, let's not fight them too much. Let's, we can give them the control. Let them sort of have to come and fight us. And I don't know, I think G2 are just a little bit too sharp for that at the minute. I think we might see M80 getting punished quite quickly.
It does feel like this one could be over before you know it. 2 or 3 more rounds, and G2 could have that 2-0 they're looking for. We mentioned it back early on in Bank. But every map win counts. If M80 lose 2-0 here, they walk away with nothing. G2 walk away with the lion's share, 4 points themselves. And that can put you in real dangerous stead when it starts coming around to the end of the group. Diffuser falling down here, and Doki onto the entry. I tell you what, Tim, I was looking at it earlier on. G2, I think, have only lost 2 entries so far on this map. And Doki is cooking something. 9 and 3 is now up to.
As expected.
They've got sight.
G2 have been given too much.
Just turtle up, guys, it's fine.
They've taken full advantage of it, and, we heard them coming into it. We don't have to fight, just,
How's he got away with that?
Give them the mat. It's no problem. It is a problem, because right now, G2 are feeling great. They're on top of it, and they're going to punish you. If you give them something, they're going to take it. 2v2, M80 on a little bit of a fight back here, but now it's once again Kino on the clash, last alive, and it's difficult. He's going to get spun round on the spot, taken out. Great finish from G2. They were given more, Des, and they took it and ate it up.
They're making it look a bit too easy here. Not really much to be said, I think, on the side of M80. I know that they were talking again during the TAC timeout, like, cool guys, tighten up, play together. They've had 3 on top, they've had 2 on site, and G2 have just gone, cool, I guess we'll take site. And there was no vertical cover coming on through. This is what they mean probably by playing together, is that sync is just missing a little bit. It's not looking great for them, and Alamau is still laying it on thick at Packer. 0 and 14, 0 and 15. He is losing count, I think, as we all are at this point, Tim. I think he's down to 0 and 14. It's been a rough first game for him on land with this team, and it's...
The thing is,
to get better anytime soon.
As you know, I'm the first to defend and say, I know I said it earlier, Sergio, I'm not saying now, look, it's fine, 0-14. The point is, to a degree, you expect less out of your IGL and support players in those terms. But the reality is...
But you don't expect 0-14.
The reality is, in Modern Siege, you got to have a contribution. Yeah. It can't be to that degree that you expect less from them. You know, yes, you expect a little bit less from them, but in Modern Siege, you've still got to be in the mix. You've still got to be, you know, getting close to an even KD maybe as you can as that support player. No, it's not okay. It's gone out of hand, I think, for M80 now, and it's certainly starting to take its toll. 5v3 G2, you know, let's not just focus on the negative there. Let's look at how good G2 have been. You know, like you said, quick decision-making, opportunity spotting. It was something that Leo picked up on. You know, that used to be how they played with Alamau. You know, was it going to be as good? Were they going to take those opportunities without Alamau being the IGL and doing that? And the answer is yes, they are. When the chances are there, we saw it. There's 2 on site. Right, bang, go. Opportunity spotted, opportunity taken. Great stuff from G2, but all around just feeling more stable, more secure as well.
A little bit of threat being put through the mass wall here, not fully opened up as you can see, but enough just to remind them, hey, we could come this way, we could make use of those Maverick holes and make your life hell. So Sport's got to be careful playing around this part of the map, that future pressure doesn't start building on through. But it's the same story as before, Tim. The problem is M80 sat relatively static here, and for G2, they can just take their time, get the drones in, get control of the parts of the map they need, and then flood sight at the right time and overwhelm M80. It's worked for them every round so far. Why fix what ain't broken?
Diffuser's just looking to take the fight to G2 a little bit. Here's the barricade opening up, so you know what? I'll go and pop my face in it. I'll have a look, and he gets his reward. Kino, Diffuser Kino, been doing great work for M80 so far. Gunner gets in on the mix, 5v2, and this round is pretty much done as Diffuser picks up Blaz. It's going to be all down to Uno. He is just backed up inside of Ops at the minute, looking for any opportunity he can. 1 minute 15. The best thing he can do right now is wait and see if M80 get carried away, if they want to give him a cheap kill or two. M80, by contrast, just keep yourself out of the way. You know that he isn't going to get the round 1 almost certainly, so you don't need to give him the opportunity to pad those stats.
What I do like is actually how... I was saying I was worried about them being more dug in, that they're quite static, but the player downstairs around Rocket, undroned by G2. And then they had 3 players all trying to push in towards bathroom and around display side, not even wanting to let G2 inside the building. As you said so many times, if you let G2 and if you let them get set up, that's when they will roll over you. So fair play to M80. They've gone a bit more aggressive. They've challenged G2 when they know they've got a numbers advantage and come away the winner.
And this is what I said when we heard M80 say, let's give them a bit more of the map. I'm thinking, no, get up in their face, take the fight to them. You're on the back foot here. Best of 3, you lose this, you've lost the whole thing. Get out there. And it's just shown when they did, it put G2 on the back foot. They won the gunfights, the confidence helped them, and G2 struggled with the round. So M80, for me, learn from that. Keep it going. Keep up in their faces. Keep it difficult for them to get in the map.
What I will say is, I didn't realize this happened before, but Doki being the one that went down the rocket stairs there, if he doesn't die, you didn't have the Fenrir coming from underneath to take him out. It was down to a drone that they actually managed to find him, and I was like, what's that all about? If he walks up the top of Mez there and gets a kill or 2 and opens up the long corridor down towards display, M80 probably get completely cleaned out, and we're sat here having the same conversation being like, guys, you've done the same thing again. You've let G2 in, you've let them open you up. But I think because Doki paused on those rocket stairs, that's what gave M80 the time and space to react and what got them the kills they needed. Not to take away from them, they spotted the opportunity, they got the kills they needed. But I think that probably more came down to G2 not quite being as pacey as what we've seen them be so far.
Let's see how much G2 adapt here. Doki, I'm sure, going to be cautious. I was going to say he's not going to be opening up that top line of sight. We know that. They've got the thermite on side. Uno will get this breach going, and it will be opened up immediately. So that's really interesting. We've got this site that we've had a couple of times played now with that vertical presence. They've got everything opened up here, so no excuses for M80. They should have everything they need. And G2, they've opened the breach into sight, so they've got the access that they need. But by contrast to when M80 tried this, G2 this time are going for that top floor clearance, I think. We saw the shield up there, looking to start pushing across. Alamau looking to just bully those top floor players before G2 try to go into sight. They understand in which order things need to be done.
They know they won't get away with the rush again, essentially. They do have to play it more, air quotes, by the book, right? So I completely agree. If nothing else, having the walls opened up, though, gives that bit of pressure on site. It means for M80, it's not a safe place to pull back into. Kino, though, has had a couple of rounds here where he's getting busy, but Uno is in, and he's planting the same spot as last time. But, Tim, they haven't learned their lesson.
Blaz was just doing some work there to protect that vertical so that they could get the diffuser down. But can M80 use the weight and numbers they've got in a 5v3 to create the space to get on and disable that diffuser? It's up to G2 now to try and hold this maybe from above. Doki manages to pick up Packer. Blaz was playing above. He takes a little bit of damage from a goo mine, but Doki goes big, finds himself another 2 and brings it back to a 2v2. This is winnable for G2 now, Des.
Well, Doki in spot is having one hell of a map at 12 and 5. Can't quite find the Nexus down to Blaz. Can he find his man? He sees the backpack, puts him on his bum, and that's the one done, Tim. There's not enough time left. They'll close this one out, and G2 will move up to map point, but it was pretty close.
Blaz was so important in that attack, and we actually saw very little from him. But when Uno was planting, there was a vertical that we just saw Blaz use that potentially seized down onto that plant spot. But Blaz was constantly challenging from the stairs and just preventing M80. So rather than take the whole of the top floor, you know what? We're just going to make it impossible for you to play that one vertical that you need to. And it was Blaz that got that job done. And then he was smart enough to stay upstairs as well. I'm not going to go down and try to support on site. Even though players are dying, I'm going to keep the high ground. I'm going to keep the vertical, and I'm going to win the round for us. Really well played from Blaz particularly, but G2 on the whole as well.
And it took Packer going up to 0 and 14 to activate the superpower. Came on with a 2K in the round as well. Ultimately didn't change the outcome, but just G2 are very happy to let him know in all chat he is now indeed on the board. These 2 that he found, not bad start, but I think the problem is Doki, when he's on Tim, he is on fire. So much that he got achieved in this round as well, and ultimately...
He takes a gamble here. It's a big gamble, but it pays off. Absolutely beautiful stuff. That's round winning.
I have seen this happen. This has happened so many times, though, where G2 have just blinds. Think about Uno, for example, on Copy back on Bank after he dropped through, moved his way around towards Copy, walked to 3K. There was no real call on where he was. That wasn't far off the same thing, where they should know the breach is open. There is a very good chance there is someone outside, but not a soul is watching it. Miscommunication.
It's an interesting contrast, because if we remember back on Bank, we were critical of Diffuser dropping the hatch and going for the double kill when he thought that there was a revive going on. Doki dives inside a site there and gets 2K. If he doesn't get those 2 kills, we're probably going to be just as critical of that over-aggression, because then Blaz is 1v4. It doesn't matter if he's got the vertical, he's still going to lose it. They're going to be able to get the disable down. So it was a big risk from Doki. It was a big gamble, but boy, did it pay off. He just, again, is playing with that confidence, and he feels that that opportunity is going to present itself for him. And there was just a little bit of chaos in the ranks for M80. I don't think, you know, with 4 of them, they were kind of just caught running round a little bit.
A lot of map geometry short supporting Doki's push in there is the thing, though, but I get the point you're making. Look at this. M80 with 2 quick kills. They've realised G2 are coming in for, dare I say, a bit of a rush, and they have woken up. Gunnar especially. Bit of praise on him. He was down at, what, 0 and 7 earlier? We were concerned about him. He has risen back up to 7 and 9 here. Really putting on a show, but is it enough to get his team to overtime? Doki's going down as well, and this time round it feels like M80 will hold.
Yeah, able to use the verticals a lot better as well. Doki going in there, it was Kino underneath that actually took him out, and it could find Alamar having the same problem here, because you can see Kino's still underneath. He's just going to stand and watch that door. Sorry, it's Packer, I think. No, it was Kino. It was Kino on the shotgun underneath. Gunnar ultimately picks up the final kill, but that was really good from M80. That was really, really nice. They just got, again, aggressive early round, got a couple of kills, and just break the attack of G2 before it can get running.
It's where they found success, being more aggressive like that. Believe it or not, as dominant as this has felt towards G2, Tim, we are now staring at 6 and 5. It's doable for M80. If they manage to pull this map back and go on to win this 3rd map, it would be crazy, given how dominant G2 have looked throughout.
Oh yeah, it really would. It'd be a huge turnaround, that much is for sure. G2 definitely could do with, I think, knuckling down and getting this one. They don't want this to go to overtime, because M80 should have the choice of sides then, and may well have an advantage. And like you say, all of a sudden, when you feel like you've been really on top of things, you're going into map 3, and it could be a tough one. But G2, they will have what will be their final attacking opportunity of regulation time coming up. It's going to be onto the top floor again this time. And we will see there's going to be no blitz for them to play behind, so they're not going to be using that operator to create space like they have done previously. This time we're going to have the Grim being brought along, who will try to do a similar job, create that space, prevent swings, force players out of position, and the plan for G2 will be to take ground when that happens and potentially pick up a kill or two.
Potentially. We'll say with a couple of players on the side of M80 starting to wake into this game. You know, Diffuser and Kino we were spoken about, but Gunner's the one who started to get himself back on side here. Spoit a little bit of a ghost, it feels like, on this map so far. I believe it was the 3K we spoke about very early on, and since then, really nothing. A couple of kills, going 2 and 7 in that time frame. Got to see him really start getting activated here. He's that star boy on the team that we know can work absolute wonders. I mentioned it earlier on, but across all the major regions, second highest rated player around the world, second only to Volts, who we get to see play in our last game of the day here on the A stream. For G2, they want this done now, and they don't want to give it a chance of seeing M80 carry to overtime. I mean, that's one way of definitely giving the game away, I guess, boys. I get the aggression, but there's a level of aggression to consider in this.
Doki was well aware of, I think he maybe heard the barricade being pulled down there and just put 2 and 2 together, got himself back into position, and Gunner just punished far too easily there. That is, when you're at match point, that is a big risk to be getting so far outside of there. I think he was hoping for maybe somebody on the ops rappel or something, maybe on the stairs that he could pick up, but he gets caught out quite easily there, and that gives G2 a big advantage. It also locks those FNATs in as well, so whichever were activated will be the ones that remain activated. G2 could potentially use that to their advantage as well by alternating, moving, adapting their attack and going from another angle if they see an open avenue.
They've seen that early aggression, now kind of gone, cool, we're 5v4, we don't have to go nuts ourselves as G2 here. Let's see what they want to do to us. Do they want to go aggressive and cause any chaos? That's completely fine. But they're baiting out utility. You've seen smokes, you've seen goo mines around that display window, and now G2's march begins. They've got display completely locked off, which has let Mez be taken over by Alamau and Doki, and they've got the push coming in.
Spoit's the problem at the minute. He's in behind the desk, and G2 just can't clear him. Uno is stood on the breach, but he just can't move inside until Spoit has been cleared away. That is going to do the job, though, surely, as kills come in one after another. Rather than trying to get Uno on in to get that plant down, G2 say, you know what, let's just collapse on in, let's get aggressive, the opportunity's there, we've got the man advantage, we'll find the kills, and that is G2 2-0.
That second one getting maybe a bit closer than they'd like, but I think many will look back at this series and just remember a great showing from G2. Sure, not flawless. Is it going to win you a title like that? Maybe not, but it was enough to get the 2-0 and get those 4 points that we were speaking about. Especially on Bank, I'm really encouraged by what we've seen from G2. They just look like a team that's got their crap together.
We got to remember as well, this is day one. This is the starting point. This is the foundation for these teams. So teams that are coming in and looking pretty good now, but we're saying, oh, well, you know, maybe they could sharpen up here or sharpen up there. That will happen over the next few days. The more that they scrim, the more competitive games that they play, all of these teams will grow into this tournament. And G2 coming out with a really solid win in what could have been a very difficult opening game. That's a great start for the EU side.
There is, and all smiles at the end of the day as well. They know it's been a rough showing, but Packer, smiles, we're still shaking hands at the end. All is said and done. With that, though, we've got to see more coming out of M80 for G2. A lot of promise. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do in the coming days as well. For now, though, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, the desk will have loads to break down from this series.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Well, Doki, congrats. 2-0. I heard you talk to the team about it. It is in fact 4 points. Must be a good feeling.
Yeah, it's great feelings. We had some bumps in practice this week, so it's good to come out the door swinging. So really happy with the result.
That's awesome. Well, talking about practice as well and going into this match against M80, we talked about this being a team that's so difficult to predict with all these new additions. How does that change things for you coming in here with the preparation?
I mean, we took into consideration their coaching staff and their IGL, as well as like their new star players in Gunner and Diffuser. So we looked at their previous teams, Beast Coast, and what team did Packer come from? CL4L, the Challenge League team. And we kind of seen how they played the game and prepared that way instead of preparing for the old M80. But like, we have cameraman in our team now who used to be an M80, so he gave us some tips and tricks to beat them, and they didn't change. So yeah, that was pretty good.
Okay, cool. Well, qualifying with that team and then qualifying with you guys again here. What we felt about G2, especially in the first map as well, is you guys are in control of the rounds. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, we really, so as you guys know, we changed our IGL from Alamau to Uno, and we really worked on our communication instead of just our strats, because we knew that we were always on point there in our strats and stuff. So we worked on our communication. We just played so calm. It's the one thing we were talking about after every round. Panic. So that really changes a lot in the game. Hi Prano, it's Prano. And yeah, it was just great win, really happy.
Cool. Well, anything that wasn't calm was the alt chat. It definitely seems like you guys were trying to mess with the mental of M80 just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I like all these guys. I think they're all fantastic players. I think Packer had a rough game, and I'm sorry, we learned from W7M, Herds typing against us in the final. It really gets in your head. It's mental warfare. It's part of the game. Sorry for being a bit toxic, but, you know, it got us over the line. We didn't break any rules, so, yeah. All love, but at the same time, we got on his head.
Awesome. Well, that's the most important thing overall, though. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with your next game.
Thank you. See you later. Bye.
Thank you. Right, well, they definitely got in their heads. 4 points for G2 after this quick 2-0 fashion over M80. Let's talk about this game, Fresh. I mean, we saw great things from G2, and like we said, they stayed in control for the entirety of the game, it felt like.
Yeah, I think so. The whole best of three, I think G2 controlled more or less most of it, if not all of it, to be honest. I think Lair is a map that I think is maybe a little bit polarizing. Obviously, it's the first time we're seeing Lair in the 6th Invitational. I personally would say that I think Lair is probably leans slightly to the attacker sided. I think the attackers have a lot of options when it comes to Lair. So a 3-3 split for G2 when they got on their defense, I thought was very good. M80 tried to fix some of their problems with somewhat limited success. And then as soon as G2 got onto their attack, they had so many different ways of attacking, so many avenues that they had, and they had big clutch potential. Obviously, we saw Blaz and Doki get that 2 versus 5 as well. And realistically, like, you know, M80 were trying to throw answers, but running out there from Gunner's point of view, you know, not the best, obviously. I feel like overall, if you had to summarize it, G2's team play was so good. G2's communication, Doki alluded to it, was good. And M80, it appears that it really wasn't. It looked like a very, very new team from that front.
Yeah, I got to stand in the player area waiting for the game to be over, waiting to interview one of the players afterwards. So you could hear the communication from the players was actually really calm, like they were saying. They knew exactly what was ahead of them. They were also feeling themselves in a certain way, and I think that shows at the scoreboard.
Yeah, and that's particularly important for Doki as well. I mean, he'll be the first person that will admit this. He over-communicates, and he can have an element and a tone of panic whenever he can communicate when he's playing in games. Obviously, I've seen that from him. If he's worked on that and that, you know, that has improved, then he'll become a far better player. Obviously, he was the MVP of the map and MVP of the series, as you can see there, lit up in gold. 1.00 KPR. If he maintains that through this tournament, then G2 are going to go very, very far on.
Yeah, we saw some individual performances from these players. We talk about M80 as well in general, because this was obviously a better map from them than what we saw on Bank. There were some rounds they were able to win on their own attacks. And we do have Alfama standing over at the telestrator to explain to us what happened in some of these rounds that M80 won.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons this map was so close was because M80 finally stepped up in attack. And one of the things that we said is, you need to make it simpler. You need to make it simpler. You need to gain a little bit of control in that map, gain that man advantage, and then you can convert that into a round win. And the very first round of attack, that's what we will witness. As you can see, we're on top floor, Lair defense, and G2, as always, they want to spread, but they're spread thin. Doki is the heart of the strategy. He's holding TV and the core of the bomb site. Uno is on main stairs, holding main stairs and bathroom. Blaz can support him here with a crossfire and hold that single window. And Alemao, he's over there holding green stairs, holding the single doorway. And the last player is Loira, the lurker, the roamer with Valkyrie and the C4. And he's holding from that circus another jump in, that doorway into corridor. Now, as you can see here, they're covering the entirety of the top floor, but they're spread thin. And we can exploit that as attackers. As you can see, Packer and Spoit here with the ace are rushing towards that Loira because Kino has drawn him. This is your target right now. You know that you have one player that's isolated and you have a Deimos in the lineup. So Deimos will send a tracker and go downstairs to prevent Valkyrie from going down. And at the same time, as soon as the tracker goes on, Blitz can go in that barricade, can flash the Valkyrie, Spot can go behind him, and they get that double kill. Now at this point, Alemao wanted to do something smart. He wanted to go and help his teammate, so he shoots the drone, he was going corridor, but it's too late already. his teammate is dead. And what does that offer for MAT? A 2v1 and an easy one with Blitz. Blitz can then bait Alemao, Spot comes in and gets a free pick. It's a 5v3. Now, what did MAT change here? They just went for a simple target, a simple entry onto the building, get that man advantage, and in the end, they convert this 5v3 into a round win. That's what we need to see more of MAT. Fundamentals, go for simpler takes, but that are efficient. Now, enough talk about MAT. We can talk about the group now that we have great results. Back on the desk.
Don't you hate it when you come back from the shops and you've only managed to get 1 out of 3 things from your shopping list? I feel like that's what we got, unfortunately, here from the likes of MAT on that second map. But they have a lot to look forward to as we have the Group A standings, because we follow Group A all throughout today on the A stream here, and these are our standings so far after the first play day. Important to keep in mind, Unwanted haven't actually played a game yet, that's why they're in the middle of the pack, but this is what we're dealing with so far.
I think Unwanted would take it if the group ended like this, I'm not going to lie. Obviously, G2 dominating over MAT. We've just seen that game, and Liquid pretty comfortable again over Team Joel. Both clean 2-0 victories now. That's why you're seeing in the records tab, they've got 1 right at the very start, and they get 4 points because they won both maps. Had those have been 2-1 victories, obviously they would get 3, and the team that lost would then get 1 point. So that's why it's important from a map point of view. And G2 and Liquid, who both have aspirations of winning this group, it's so important that they don't let even a map slip up in a best of 3, and they didn't.
Yeah, so far there's no big surprise. I think G2 and Liquid were the teams that on paper had the most potential out of this group, Liquid being the most consistent one and G2 having the most potential and the highest ceiling, especially since that role change that I think we've seen is bearing fruit for real.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna see Unwanted is the big question mark. Joel was a little bit sick. MAT, it's their first match as an official team, the nerves maybe got to Packer a little bit. So it's still a question mark, but Unwanted, we haven't seen them, and I want to see how they rank compared to Joel and compared to MAT here at the bottom end of the standings, because I think we're, like you said, it's the group of opportunities. All 3 of these teams are able right now to get out of that 5th place. Right now it's Joel, but honestly it's up for the grabs for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, we saw G2 as the very first team in the group here. Now, we talked about a specific moment in that first map, but we're going to highlight it again as the blacklight detail for today. Where do you think one player on the side of G2 showed some professional excellence?
I think we have to highlight Uno, because the way he played on the bank, especially getting those clutches, was the biggest difference maker, I think, in terms of mental. That's what they went 7-2. Look at him planting here. So he's being covered. So far, it's a 3v3. And I can speak about this because I was in his shoes when I was a hard reacher. When he loses the cover, he will go aggressive here. Here's the reason why. Go aggressive, get that pick, and then you can go away. That is a game changer because he suddenly went from a 1v3 to a 1v2. What does that mean? That means that one player goes for the diffuse, and then it's a 1v1. This is why it was important to go aggressive straight after the plant. And not only a good hard reacher would know this. Now, as soon as one player goes for the diffuser, he grabs that kill. Certainly here, with that quick pick on the hatch, he knows the other player is going above. So he's now playing that 1v1 very safe. That was a mistake in my opinion, but that's fine. He knows he's coming here, plays with the SMG close range to get that pick. Perfectly played. And once again, the key game changer here was that he went aggressive straight after the plant and then rotated to get safe and go onto the diffuser.
In that 1v3 clutch, he identified and isolated 3 1 versus 1 engagements, and that is ultimately how you win any clutch. Uno did that perfectly today.
Yeah, it's really about separating those gunfights from each other, and that was a pure moment of excellence that we saw on the side of Uno. But that concludes it for us here for the second game on the A stream. If you like the Heartbeats episode we showed earlier, we'll have one more of those after the break. But after that, there is so much more to stick around for. We have SSG and Virtus.pro going up against each other, and that will be with the second squad for today. After the break, you'll be joined by Manic, and we'll be joined by Foxay and Laxing as well. So goodbye for us for today. We will see you again tomorrow.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou para mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou para mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei para ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan Fernando e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conheceu o tênis e foi aí que também ele acreditou em mim e que investiu em mim para que eu seguisse a carreira como jogador de tênis. Quando eu comecei na carreira, eu jogava por diversão. Ao passar do tempo que eu comecei a jogar a federação, não se tornou só um jogo mais por diversão, mas para mim se tornou também um jogo competitivo. Nossa, eu lembro que eu treinava de cerca de 3 a 4 horas todo dia. Fui vice-campeão 2 vezes de campeonatos da federação. Sempre tinha o treino depois que a gente treinava com as raquetes e tudo mais. Quando eu estava fazendo a parte de academia, que é no pós-treino, eu estava fazendo bicicleta e quando eu estava pedalando muito rápido, acabou de que o banco caiu. Eu senti um leve estalo. O banco caiu, sabe? E foi lá. Senti a dor e perdi um pouco da vontade de jogar tênis. Desculpa. Eu fazia não só porque eu gostava, mas eu acabei sendo incentivado pelo meu pai.
Sempre foi assim um grande orgulho para mim ele jogar tênis. Então, quando ele se machucou, eu fiquei muito triste mesmo, porque eu sabia que ia dificultar muito. Ali seria o ponto final da carreira dele de tenista. Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou para mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou para mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei para ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso, se um dia ele vai precisar ter uma profissão, né? Eu já até me arrependo porque eu devia ter apoiado o sonho dele, entendeu? Porque antigamente eu pensava muito nas carreiras profissionais, sabe? As pessoas têm que ganhar dinheiro para se sustentar. E eu não sei se é muito bem por esse lado o caminho da felicidade. Eu acho que o caminho da felicidade é você fazer o que gosta. E se ele gosta de fazer isso, meu papel como pai é apoiá-lo. Então, hoje, Juan, se você quiser virar um profissional de um jogador, eu vou te apoiar. Pode apostar nisso, tá bom? Eu não sei como é que se faz isso, mas se você quiser, eu vou estar...
Eu desejo tentar ser o primeiro que atravesse a porta do Invitational. Eu não vou dormir, provavelmente. Eu vou ficar pensando em que horário que eu vou. Eu só sei que eu tenho que pegar o metrô às 4h40 da manhã, um pouquinho mais cedo e vou. Não pensei que ia ter uma oportunidade como essa, principalmente no Brasil, né? Ver jogadores que já possuem títulos mundiais, como o Canadian, o Bolo.
It's G2 versus W7M!
Uno tentou desativar, tomou a bala, Neide garante, Uno, somente ele vivo!
A experiência presencialmente é incomparável. É incomparável. Você ouve a plateia, você ouve os tiros varando a parede, você ouve o grito dos jogadores.
Chegando com calma, 15 por mais uma, o Ibirapuera incendeia, é 4v1 agora, olha a pressão, beija,
São pessoas que jogam esse jogo. Cada um tem uma vida. Às vezes tem uma pessoa muito bem sucedida que está ganhando todos os campeonatos, que está ganhando milhares de dinheiro, mas também tem outras pessoas que estão iniciando nesse rumo, pode ter entrado por causa de uma depressão, pode ter perdido o pai. Milhares de pessoas jogam e todas elas acabam se conectando dentro do jogo.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Brother, handy. Nade. Oh! Shuts down his brother! Into red time we go. Where's the response? Look out, push through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Daz.
It is, and look at the cover, Jane. I know it's not a bathroom, it's killed 4!
This is it, you look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, make it a third, it's a 3K.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
This can be made successfully.
Information from the bees! He goes in, shotgun! And he swings on to Dodes! Vintage Breeding showing up, running out of time.
Round of the corner, bees, information. Shaiko pushing for it, Nath is there!
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Reaps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Reaps, what a swing and a quad, disgusting quad.
He and Rhymes with Buck. They will get the flanked out leader. Again, taking another 1v1. He knows the plan is close and he gets the headshot kill.
When he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know! The 1v2!
Welcome back to the 6 Invitational here in Boston. We're keen to get underway with the second half of the first day, but it's not just me that will be running you through these matches. I have 2 incredibly handsome gentlemen joining me, and not too far from home either. Boys, Another event under the belt. It's a pleasure to have you back. Lax, how you feeling in Boston? Big cold.
I feel great. I mean, you know, when you come to Invitational, I mean, Fox, you know this as a player, it's the energy, the second you get in here, the presence is insane. It's nothing that comes close to even a major. So the fact that we're here, that we can participate in this, go through all these games, and obviously with you once again, just like we killed it in Montreal, I can't wait to get this going.
I'm really excited, honestly. I mean, it's, to be back with you especially.
What
I mean, okay, that sounded a little bit dog. But the climate's a little different to this time last year.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's a little chilly outside, but it's a nice breeze. And I think Boston, I mean, it's a beautiful place to be.
Absolutely.
I love the whole theme of the event. And of course, I mean, I don't think anybody else has as much fun as we do on the desk. So the whole event, I mean, all we need is great games. Great games. We're already starting off hot. So I'm excited to see what comes next.
What comes next is our third matchup of the night. This one is sure to be a banger. Virtus Pro go head-to-head with SSG, a game that I'm sure will deliver on all fronts. There's potential for all three maps. Both of these teams have a lot to prove coming into the Six Invitational here in the 25th year of the 21st century. I always get confused by that. But this match particularly, Lax, I mean, does it feel as though it's evenly weighted?
Me personally, I think it does. At least when you look at two different playstyles, one is very aggressive, high octane, that's going to be SSG, and then a more disciplined, more structured, more static gameplay you're going to see from VP. So it's really the best of both worlds colliding in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when you look at Virtus Pro, they're very consistent. They're the team that you would expect to usually make a good run throughout their group stage. But I feel like SSG, we talked about it so much on the NAL that one day they show up, they're the best team around. The next day they show up, and their inconsistencies are still there. So it's something that they should have had enough time to focus on for Invite. It's just going to have to come down to the game day, and Virtus Pro is the perfect matchup, the perfect litmus test for them.
Well, we've got 2 weeks of matches for them to be able to prove their point. Let's start talking about SSG and how they got here, because, it's been impressive, Lax, but has it been enough?
I don't really think it's been enough, but you do got to take in mind, this is throughout their entire 2024 season, throughout the entire year, and they did end it on a good note, 5th, 8th at the Montreal Major, and that was a big impact of the fact that they got Benja going into that 3rd place that you saw in September during the regular stage of NAL.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen nothing but progress from them, especially in the regional leagues and especially at Montreal. And that's exactly what we wanted to see. But in Montreal, too, that's where the inconsistencies came. It knocked them short. So now they have really no excuses. They've had Benja for a long amount of time. Everyone's getting adjusted to what they need to do. They just need to execute.
On comparison, the other side of the server, and also the other side of the pond, mind you.
So this is the one that I really am looking forward to the most, even though they aren't part of my region. But VP in the beginning, they didn't have such a hot stage. 5th ace, missed out on that Manchester Major. But this was the pivotal point for this roster. They end up getting 3rd going into stage 2. And then you look at that Montreal Major, they get 3rd, 4th. And you know what the big reason and the caveat for this is the fact that they adopted a playstyle. And this blew everybody's mind, because when you think of VP, even from EUL standards, this is a team that has always played a game of structure, and they were just a brick wall, and they stuck to the basics. They developed a brand new playstyle of getting aggressive, making faster plays, which is what led them to that. So now going into today's matchup, I need to see them play the best of both of those worlds, of knowing when to get aggressive, knowing when to play passive. And like you said, this is a good matchup because they can play their regular playstyle against SSG, but there are moments where they will need to be aggressive.
Looking at the wider roster, yes, we've seen changes to their playstyle. Things have adapted quite dramatically this year. But how do you feel the 5 players in the server matchup now that we're into 2025?
I mean, I feel absolutely great. 3 of these players have, I mean, when you look at how long they've been in Siege and how long they've attended SI, I believe they've attended 6 out of the 9 SIs already. So they're super comfortable with being here. They know what it's like. But this 5 as a whole, and they just added Karjeka as a coach, a long historic player back on that Team Empire roster with Dan and all those guys. So they got to feel good coming into this, to having that comfort from Karjeka, but also knowing that they look good in the most recent international event at Montreal.
Right, and the consistency is something that Virtus Pro has always had. But the flares that we saw from Montreal of the aggression, the way they were using Pasha to get in, regardless of losing a life, obviously it's found a little bit of success, and hopefully them just falling short in Montreal doesn't prevent them from slowly working on that play style even more.
And on the other side of the coin, SSG, again, we've said maybe we could have seen a little bit more from them this year, but regardless, they've made it back again. Fox, the big one here that we want to just add to the note is that the KD is throughout the entire year of 2024.
If you look at everybody from SSG, there's not one player that's falling short. Obviously, Benja and Ashen are going to be your standout players. Everybody expects them to be farming the games, but the rest of the players, the old guard of Siege, they're all playing very reserved. There's no real reason that they should be losing. They've had the time, they have the structure on what they want to do. Call out behind them as a coach has been able to give them everything they need. Now we just need one old guard player to really step up and be that solid voice.
And you know what? I'm sure there's someone in the chat that was looking at Forest. Obviously, that does stick out. But the reality is, if you watch SSG's games, they are a unit. They are all playing together, and they are all in there for a purpose within those rounds. And Forest creates so much headway for this team to be able to make space, to get things done. He gets into the nitty-gritty of a lot of what SSG needs to be done. So you cannot write off Forest regardless of those stats.
Well, let's start having a look at the maps that we could be going to. Again, best of 3. This is really important as well as we get through these vetoes, because the way the points are distributed in group stage is completely different, and we'll talk about it maybe a little bit later. Fox, do you want to kickstart us here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking at the bans, you think Virtus Pro wants to go to a map that they're consistent with, a map that they love as a good default, and that's going to be Chalet coming out first, Bank coming out second. I think these are great picks for both teams because Chalet isn't one of Virtus Pro's great maps. They're comfortable on it, and this was one of the primary maps that we saw Virtus Pro try to play aggressive on in Montreal. So good pick from SSG to be able to bring them there, because obviously they want to fight Virtus Pro's slow style of play with their aggression. It'll be a great matchup to watch on Chalet.
So yeah, I'm definitely not surprised by the ban phase and where these maps are landing, especially with Bank. So when you look at a map like Chalet, in terms of playing that disciplined Siege, this is a map, if you want to get aggressive on, if you're meeting a brick wall like VP, it makes total sense to play against Chalet. Now, if you're SSG, you're going to pick Bank because it is big, it is sporadic, you can move around. That is a lot harder for a team that plays a lot, just more structured. You are going to need to be even more adaptable to be able to understand what's happening within the game. And then when you look at that cafe, so the interesting thing about that map is they actually did recently play in Montreal. In phase 3, VP ends up beating out SSG 7-5. So this is a little bit of a rematch. I do genuinely think that these teams are the best matchups for one another to kick off this event. And I do think we do see a best of 3. It's just a matter of what's really going to change it for me is what these 2 first maps look like.
Is it a quick, good benchmark for us to kickstart this one on?
No, absolutely. I mean, I agree with you, Lax. I think it's going to go to a game 3. I think in the ways that Virtus Pro is a little weaker on Chalet, it's the same ways that SSG is inconsistent on Cafe. Every time that we see SSG play Cafe, it always goes down to the wire. So I could absolutely see map picks going to both favorite teams, and it'll be a brawl out on Cafe. But I want to give it to the consistency of Virtus Pro. I really do think they had enough time to work on that flair and aggression, and I just don't know if SSG will be so much ready for it.
I think if it goes to the last map, if both teams win their respective maps, I think what's going to matter the most going into that third map is who's quicker at adapting and identifying when they need to play aggressive, when they need to play passive, and whoever nails that is going to be the one walking away from that Cafe.
Before we get to Cafe, we have to go to Chalet, and before we get to Chalet, we're going to put our snow boots on with the 2 legends. It's Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men. Gents, how we doing?
Yeah, great. I don't know what we did to deserve that nickname.
No.
I appreciate being called 2 legends. You know, I think between us, we've won how many 6 Invitationals? Just how many majors?
Many.
How many Pro League finals?
Exactly. We make a great couple like that.
Exactly. Real teamwork.
And don't forget, like, how many times have the both of you cast an OS Grand Final combined? It's unbelievable. It's unprecedented. Boys, the match is ready. We'll let you get to it.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah. We got some achievements between us, but so does Space Station and Virtus Pro. Yeah. We have 6 Invitational champions, we've got Major champions, we've got Pro League Finals champions in the server today, and this is one that we've been particularly excited for because unlike what we've seen in most of the games today, which have sadly been whitewash, 2-0s, this is the one that we bookmarked a week ago when we found out our roster for this tournament. We're like, this is the game that we're hyped for on Playday 1. Space Station versus VP. This is going to be a banger of a match.
Exactly. I mean, we look at a match like that just happened, right? Like G2 versus M8, and I was like, that can be a banger, but one squad is making a significant roster change, or one's made big role changes. These are 2 teams that have been added with the same core lineup for a very long time, trying to perfect their craft, and now they're gonna face each other. SSG, they can get crazy with it. I have one note for them to see in this matchup. be on the same page, because sometimes they get a little bit too individual in their heroics and it kind of falls apart at that point. For Virtus Pro, do your good old solid. We can play structured, we can hold angles, we can play slow, but as long as you have a little bit of flair of aggression sometimes. You can't just be passive. They were good at it in the previous major, you gotta stay good at it in this event. SSG banning Blitz is what I thought Virtus Pro would actually be doing.
SSG love their Blitz.
Exactly, like Forrest's been so good on it, and frankly, Virtus Pro's big struggles with the shield meta, back when there was like the Muncie, the Blitz, the Fuse, they don't play shields, and they were forced to ban it every single game. Sure, shields are weaker, Blackbeard's introduced, but I do think that this is gonna favor Virtus Pro more now in this current given meta game than 6 months ago.
Oh, wow. Peculiar start already going to Chalet. We, of course, in our first match of the day that we casted Liquid Joel, we saw a whole bunch of shields. We saw Blitz, we saw Blackbeard, and we saw that Montaigne. Now, Blackbeard and Monty are left in. And as you said, though, when we think of Virtus Pro, we think of this really traditional team. They were phenomenal, at least 4/5 of this roster. Back in the good old days, 2019 was their heyday. They were major champions in Raleigh. They were 6 Invitational runners-up in Montreal. They were Pro League champions in Milan. And they like to play Siege in that older style. And that doesn't usually involve the aggressive shield plays, at least maybe in a different form back in the day. They love their set pieces. They love their hard strats that they know before the server starts, they know exactly what each of them are going to be doing in the first, second, and third minute of every round.
That's it. That's literally it. And the only thing that this roster doesn't really have for Virtus Pro is they've never had like a proper shield player, but they have somebody like Dan, somebody like Pasha, who we see right in the first round. Dan is on the Blackbeard. This is a quote-unquote shield operator, but you have a primary assault rifle as well. This could be Virtus Pro's first time in really inventing a shield operator into their lineup, like on a consistent level. So I like the fact, first round, already experimenting, while still bringing that classic utility lineup. Capital, Flores, of course Striker with double throwable utility to like ADS burn or my burn. They can get any attack done with this lineup. It just comes down to execution and getting to the bomb site with enough players alive, like 4 or 5 attackers.
Another thing that this attacker lineup breeds is flexibility. Every operator has a significant rifle in their hands. Every operator is capable of fragging out, clutching up. Every operator has some kind of utility to support the push and has a level of independence as well. Even something like your hard breacher Ace is arguably the most fraggable hard breacher.
For sure, Selma's going out, and it seems like no response. We have a sprinter from Ashen, takes a lot of damage. Benji talked about a bullet or two earlier as well, so SSG are bleeding a little bit already in terms of like the health bars. Not the end of the world, but they are also sacrificing those player positions.
Oh, run out!
Run out, gets one, goes for a re-swing actually, this time punished.
That was a good move from Benja.
Yeah, the first swing was great.
Yeah, a little bit confusing as to why he'd go for a second.
He might have thought he was stuck. Maybe he was like, oh, this guy trenched door, I can't quite make my escape. Maybe I go for broke, get 2 kills.
It's really awkward to take that fight looking directly upwards because you can't actually look exactly above you.
That's true.
In this game. So I'm not sure if maybe Benja thought he would get the shot there onto joystick and just unfortunately wasn't able to make it. But still, Dan's a big player to take down so early on. It's probably a worthwhile trade.
I think it is a worthwhile trade. Trading passive utility of Sentry, the recruit and defense, with the active use of Blackbeard. So I quite like this as well. Of course, it slows down VP further. And now they got this position, office swing south, Gresham from always. Huge gunfight for him because now they gain more map control. They can keep advancing forward.
Jane, I know, is very lucky to be alive right there. Should have been a dead man walking after his teammate died. He's now been able to cross back to Mezzanine. He's got the UMP with the scope as well. Not a bad weapon. Here comes Joystick. He managed to sneak inside and he's taken down J90. That's the danger of having that hatch and library reinforced. SSG were not able to shoot Joystick as he jumped in the library window.
Yeah, they give us so much space now. The retake, double blue staircase. Nobody on the bomb site itself. Yeah, we gotta sprint back on in. 30 seconds though. Has getting opened up. VP again. They got capital fire, capital smokes. They got flashbang grenades on always as well. So much utility to go, but no drones. They gotta go in kind of blind here and guns blazing.
15 seconds. VP have the numbers, but time is an extra player on SSG's side. And now they've found the first frag of the Execute as well. Shepard to make his way into the plant position, but this is going to need to be flawless! Forrest denies the plant! And that's all he needs to do! We kick off this game with a 1v3 from Forrest.
And they're ice cold about it. Where's the hype, boys? Come on!
Bro, you're meant to hear these guys from across the other side of the west coast of the US. Like, what are these guys doing? This is not the space station we know.
I mean, we literally had a content piece before this matchup that was like, nobody asks when Ashen is playing because you know. And it's because of like being loud and it's popping off, and then they actually get a clutch going for them, but maybe it's the fact that that round didn't play out as cleanly as they would have liked. Also, I see why Benjamin out here. He saw the player on cameras, couldn't fight back, but he hesitated a bit there and lost the gunfight initially, or essentially. But Virtus Pro actually made I don't want to call it a mistake because it's not necessarily like a problem, but something that's uncharacteristic. They didn't have any cut in the map. What I mean by that is they weren't playing on that office double window. They weren't playing piano hallway window. So they were pushing SSG's roamers away from Solaria, master bedroom, office, just forcing them back into towards library. Normally when teams do this, they will force them back and have a cut somewhere in the map where they can catch them, get those kills, do a bit of damage, or punish them somehow. Thankfully, VP found a different angle in. It was that library double window jump in because the heads was reinforced and that joystick gets that opening instead. But VP are so known to cut the rotations in half. The fact that they didn't do it in that first round is a surprise to me. And I'll try and keep my eyes focused on if they're gonna fix that for these upcoming rounds to go.
We'll say, for all that we've said about Virtus Pro's playstyle being really rigid and being less opportunistic than the meta has typically been in recent years, that was quite an opportunistic round.
It was.
Particularly joystick jumping in library and taking the space when we saw that pressure coming from office side. That was good. And you need that on Chalet. I mean, such a small map, such a claustrophobic map. If there is space to be taken on the attacking side, you can't hesitate.
Is that a Solus I see? Is that a Solus?
We were talking about Solus, and what was that, 10 minutes ago? I was like, damn, I wish we saw Solus on Chalet earlier today.
Now we see it. And again, against a team like VP who are known for their intel games, similar to Liquid as well, it makes so much sense that despite Solus being a meta operator, you can get a ton of value now. Flashbangs flying out, the tracker going through, J9 in a world of hurt right now, takes a lot of damage. He's going to be stuck in this corner for a while because he knows as well, crossing back is likely not an option. If you can just waste time, kill more drones, while Might is coming out, he might be okay. But if he moves, he will die.
Yeah. He's low HP, he's not going to get out alive. Here comes the E1D.
Such good discipline.
Fultz is just waiting. Now that Lion is visible with the solar scanner. Hello? However, Fultz doesn't even need it. Must have been an audio cue or just good game sense. He takes down joystick. Numbers advantage early on. They know exactly where he is. However, Fultz is looking to try and support J9 trapped in this corner on mezzanine. Fultz is caught out and finished off from 2 outside windows, and this should be the nail in the coffin for J9 as well. A huge retaliation from VP. The Americans are again on the rocks.
I love that discipline of J9. He's just sat in the corner waiting, and I like that actually they kind of moved the players up to support him, but they might have overcooked it a little bit. I think you gotta cut your losses, fall back, play the 4 versus 3. Now in this case, even numbers. 3 on 3, 50 seconds left. The thing is, the attackers, they kind of own the bomb side, with the defenders having the control up above. So this comes down to verticality or reaching down the staircase, but they have no idea.
It was a great bait there from Always. He didn't even take down the camera in West Main. Knowing full well that SSG were going to waltz on down the trophy stairs unawares of VP taking that control. However, Forrest is somehow able to reply from above. He does find that player inside. And now VP have lost control of the objective, and they are going to have to retake. Forrest not rushing. He knows he can stay above. We've already seen one big clutch from him, and it could be the deciding factor again. Benji to take down Shepard, and yeah, it's all gone down the toilet now. Dan floundering on the objective, can't find a thing, and the Dane puts him down.
Good job, bro. It's been a fucking problem.
I'm really surprised at just the lack of route back to the bomb site for Virtus Pro. I mean, they had Always on the side in that 3 versus 3. He gets the pick onto Warden, and then nothing happens for a good 20 or so seconds. Where were the last 2 members of Virtus Pro, and why didn't they get into the bomb site in a safe manner? Because A, how did Always get in there? That route should be open. If he kills the player coming out Solarium stairs, you got Trophy Window, you got West Main. I feel like you had options, but they didn't have accurate intel about what was going to be clear and what was going to be a path of danger.
Man, look at that, Kajeka standing behind this VP roster. It's been a hot minute. Oh, man, how long has it been since we saw Kajeka on this lineup? It was It was Dan that replaced him, was it?
I want to say it was Dan, but don't take me up on that.
Well, we actually are in a very minor technical pause at
Yeah, we
the
can look
moment.
it up.
So
I
I'm
want to
actually
say
gonna
it
go
was
get
like
this.
2020 era or late 2019.
If I recall correctly, he played 6 Invitational with Empire.
Like for 2020 or for?
Yeah,
21?
actually. Okay, it was a lot longer. He played a lot longer than I remember.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. So Kajeka was playing on like the big statement that Empire made, the now VP roster, was at Invitational 2019 when they made it to the final against you guys and eventually lost. And then they went on to win Pro League finals in Milan. They went on to win the Raleigh Major. They went on to 6 Invitational 2020. That was when they started to drop off. And then the following season was when Kajeka was dropped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, about mid 2020.
Okay.
That was about when you guys picked up Virtue, I think.
We picked them up after SI 2020. Yeah. Okay, so same time era. Okay, interesting. I didn't remember Kaseka being against in the final in Raleigh, actually. I thought that was then. But good thing to know. And with that, we're also back in the server. But a good old throwback, and I think, obviously, great coaches don't have to be former players. We've seen that so many times in the past.
No, and he played almost 5 years ago as well. Let's keep that in mind.
No, sure, but I do think that standing behind your players as a former player yourself, same with like Fabian coaching a team or anything in that caliber, I do think it makes a difference to a degree, especially if players who are uneasy about the nerves, or they're stressed, or they're worried. Not that I think Virtus Pro, they have so much experience, they're not those kind of players, but I do think it can make a difference to some teams.
Yeah, I think also just the camaraderie of it as well.
Yeah.
It's not to be underestimated. It's nice to have a bit of history with other players. And, when Kajeka was on that Empire team, he was in a way the face of that roster as well, quite a leadership figure with them.
Yeah.
And he did have a little bit of experience since leaving Empire on a few different teams. He had a short stint on Rogue, a very short stint on the old Virtus Pro roster.
Yeah.
And then TT9 Esports briefly.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, not to much success, I'll be honest. And then retired for about 2 years until now. Here's an opening pick for Fultz. Another aggressive jump out. That's 2 rounds now that we've seen SSG garner early picks from those.
Yeah, Dan falling both times. Blackbeard once, Thatcher here in the second attempt. And just SSG getting opening kills when they're on defense is very dangerous because they play such fundamentals. Fultz is on a one-man mission right now. It's a 4+1 strat. 4 people, not counting Fultz, they're playing a strategy game. Fultz, he's just fragging out top 4 instead. Even if Fultz weren't finding these incredible frags that early in the round, look at it. We got Clash, we got Miro, we got Ward, we got Wamai. There is so much utility, but it doesn't matter.
What's happening, bro?
Because Fultz is 1v5ing them top floor without anyone else even being near him. He's the only guy on that portion of the map. It's a basement defense.
Yeah, this is kind of embarrassing. This is the worst way to lose a round if you're VP.
Absolutely.
Especially knowing that they are VP. I mean, these guys are notorious for being quite cohesive and being together. They always have a plan and they execute it as a squad. And that's exactly what has not happened here. And the 4th kill.
He's 1v5ing. They've lost 6 drones, James. It's not like they're walking in blindly. He's killed all their drones.
He's not even Vigil. He's not even supported by a million mute jammers. Maybe there's a few Mozzie pests. He's just running around.
He's got 3 magnets in his pockets.
No gadgets used. This is like your ranked teammate. And he spawns in on Jaeger, doesn't put down a single ADS, doesn't put down any barbed wire, and then just runs around the whole map. Farming. That's false.
Oh, they're gonna escort it for the ace. Clash can walk up, they gotta do it. They gotta try.
I'll tell you what, if we don't see this ace, I don't know what.
Here we go. Come on.
Shepard's like, nah, I'm good, thanks.
I mean, what are you... Poor Shepard, man. He's got a fire
surely...
display. You can use one of those fire arrows, maybe. Or just...
I have a feeling this is a bit of a reset for Shepard. 19 seconds, sit outside the building, have a chat to the squad, see what's going on. Pack up this round, forget about it. It's not pretty. Stare at some Claymore lasers.
Yeah, this is a unofficial timeout right here. He's gonna talk it through like you said. But I mean, I don't even know what happened that round. It's like Fultz was roaming top floor because you gotta have some map presence. He just casually gets the most random 4 kills.
I don't like bar that much. I think we go...
And just says, I don't like bar that much. Like he's so nonchalant about it. He's literally vibing.
I love listening into these comms. Not getting a lot out of him at the moment.
And he stopped talking.
Yeah, thanks, Fultz.
He's like, do you now? Timeout. Not surprising given what happened in that round, but definitely a bit of a sign of worry for me.
Yeah, it's an early timeout. I'd love to know what Kajek is saying. Can I say, the man looks younger than he did 5 years ago.
Yeah. He looks good.
I also don't speak Russian, so I have no idea what they're saying.
Give us SSG. At least we can understand. Mind you, both teams can speak with their coach, not just the team that calls a timeout.
Yeah, that's right.
So if they do go clear across, let's initially contest. We need to fucking cut our losses, and we can play for fucking rally. We're gonna read them the clears. It is gonna be nicer though, I think. So after this as well, if we want to go back to basic side, I think it's probably best just make the adjustment. How you want to stop the ice, probably make some wall or something like that.
I love that from call out. I mean, he said the same thing as well. Said that cut your losses because I'm pretty sure it's referred to like Jenna stuck in that library corner. They were overcommitting to try and help him.
Trying to save him, losing more players. Yeah.
He's
Whoever
like,
it was
20
that ran
health
to library box.
Yeah. It's like you got some. Oh, that is cheeky. Dan just droning a little bit too far. Look at this. Just holds the ankle, big window repel.
It's just like 5 50-50 fights more or less.
Yeah.
He's just winning.
And then here,
and the disorganization. VP even pre-fired that.
They just, I don't know.
Not even any hype after that embarrassment.
I think SSG, they are entering maybe like a new stage in their career as a roster where they came in very loud, very hot-headed, very, I don't want to say dramatic, but like, you know, Ashen got loud and they started some fun beef, if you will. This seems like a more head down, the job's not done type vibe instead.
Yeah.
Like they're not celebrating massive round victories, not the clutches. I know it's their first day, it's their first match playing here, etc. But still, this is very unusual for SSG, but I like it.
Yeah, they're not forcing it, right?
Yeah.
They're not forcing the hype in round 1 of their first match at the Six Invitational, and I'm fine with that. I would be very remiss if we don't see any more of that traditional SSG flavor and hype, especially out of a player like Ashen. I just don't think a team like SSG playing overly serious is going to do them any favors. I think you need that lightheartedness. It's part of what makes the spirit of this team so infectious.
I fully agree, but I think they've reached a state where simply winning and playing isn't good enough in individual matches. It's about placing high now and getting further in tournaments, because that has been the thing. They've had exciting matches, they've had good storylines, but they fall out of tournaments, I would argue, a little bit too early more often than not. And I think they're taking themselves a bit more serious now. We're like, okay, we can start showing up with the fun, the banter, like with the entertainment, once we earn our spot in the tournament, if you will.
No, that's very true. I mean, we saw the progression this year, a top 8 at Six Invitational in Brazil, but then struggling to go far at all in Manchester, only top 16, and then a huge upgrade, top 8 again in Montreal. And they'll be gunning not just for a main stage appearance, but wins on that main stage, especially as this is the inaugural Six Invitational in the United States of America, where 4 out of 5 of these players are from.
Exactly, so not the line, not much happened this round so far. It's been a very slow start for VP, which isn't all that surprising, but they're making 0 progress right now. Dan, Butterblue, Blackbeard, almost is taken on bad timing as well. They can't do it the mirror because there's no Ash on the board. So kind of a weird / wonky operator lineup here for Virtus Pro, where they can't really deal with the problems in front of them.
Good nade. However, Janano still allowed to survive. The Ibanez Xcaris will destroy his mirror window, but Joystick's low HP. Pasha supports and is traded back by Forrest in the long angle. Nice shot with the holo. Forrest has been sharp today. Him and Fultz together.
Oh.
And there's one for the Blackbeard of Dan. Fultz's Ranatera put to sleep fairly early, and that's numbers now for VP.
This reminds me of
what is that?
Oh, that's a jump out, run out, and a P90 kill across the entire map. Doesn't do any damage, but eventually finds the headshot to finish it off. I feel like the whole cut your losses wasn't fully acknowledged in that round because they overstayed, but it's fine. Benji gets another one back to Dan. Joystick on Lion, always on the Deimos. Deimos getting almost no value this round, by the way. 2 trackers in pocket, not even inside the building yet. 20 seconds. I mean, they gotta just brute force this breach right now. They got no other options.
Can't criticize VP for not cutting their losses when this hyper-aggression seems to be paying dividends. And now let's execute 2 players from VP being held by SSG. However, 2 kills come out. It's all up to Benja. And always spots him, but the Dane gets him back. Way too close for comfort, Space Station, but they rocket their way forward and get a second round on the board.
Not even a smile or a smirk from Benja. He is ice cold. I was thinking, okay, he's gonna run away. There's 7 seconds. No. He swings. He goes to the kill. Pure dominance right now from the mental side of things as well from SSG. They're fighting. They're not giving up. They always have like another play in their back pocket. Say, okay, we lost a player early. Let's slash on this window. Let's jump out over here. And I honestly thought, prepping for this match, I thought Virtus Pro's slower strategic approach would punish these kinds of aggressive plays from Space Station with like drones or claymores or nomad air jabs, like something. But every single aggressive swing has pretty much punished Virtus Pro, which is not what I saw coming at all. Oh, there it is. There's some hype.
Yeah, finally seeing a little bit of it. The rounds have to get close to start seeing that side of SSG, it seems. Concerning, though. I mean, yes, this is SSG's map, but VP got to choose the starting side. They chose to start an attack. They have not found a single round yet. 4 have gone by, sailed right past them. A few clutches here or there. But SSG have looked so good.
I like this again, the continuous pressure. Even if you're not gonna get a kill because Ashen's running away now from that spawn peak, just punching the window, applying that pressure. Virtus Pro are gonna make a note, okay, there's spawn peek in every single round. Let's take like 10-second extra and spawn and slowly approach the building. When you're already a slow team, further slowing down your game-fearing spawn peaks can make a big difference right now. And again, until Virtus Pro starts punishing Space Station, I don't think SSG should change up anything in the current game plan. Just keep things the way they are, which look at the lineup, look at the player positions, they have not changed a thing. They're staying spread out, they're staying aggressive, they got their top floor, they got their basement, they are playing the full map to its full effect right now. And VP are just struggling with like getting the default cameras, breaking those castle barricades. They gotta do all that work first before entering the building, which again, it will be a slow round where time might be a problem for Virtus Pro.
At least we're seeing Always get to work on the Brava. Even though his first drone was spotted. Oh, here comes that Solus, though. Has been seen in Snowmobile. Perfect counter to that drone work. VP is such a drone-heavy team. Measure twice, cut once kind of roster.
Yeah.
And still, I don't believe we have any boots in the building yet. Half the round done.
Yeah, just entered library. Just joystick. This is the thing, once they get in, they can go kind of fast because they know what is and what isn't clear until they meet their opponents in like office, master bedroom, and of course the bomb site. I really like this Solus basement because you can find those flank cams, you can always try and go for a backstab, and given the fact that we know time will be running low unless they speed things up soon for Virtus Pro, that backstab flank can be so successful because you get one kill, chaos ensues, and you don't have time to fix the problems, you gotta rush the bomb site, for example. What is that?
That's awkward.
What is that? He just double swings the door. Okay, good trade back from Always. A hero play because they have to. That's the more unconventional aggression that they can like do it again. But again, the gunfight still just going the way of SSG.
And they're not timed together, are they?
Nope.
Here goes another engagement, though, and it does bring numbers even for VP. And Pasha needs to recompose now. Keeping in mind that Fultz was roaming way far away from that bomb site. Forrest been taken down. He was the only one on the bomb site. They got Benja upstairs and Fultz on a far flank roam. That does open the gates now for VP on the bomb site as Shepard makes his way inside and starts to get that diffuser down. How does Benja respond? He doesn't. Always has spotted him. And now Fultz is in a 1v3. This was such a good position for SSG, and now it looks like there's nothing in it. Fultz can find a first. Another clutch is calling for Space Station, but I don't think there's anybody to pick up. VP have such strong post-plant positions, and Pasha and Always can just wait the timer out.
That's almost impossible. He's gonna drop down, they're gonna walk upstairs. Post-plant is so difficult. You see the outlines,
yeah,
they're already
impossible.
making their move. Unlucky.
Nothing to do except try and bait it and try and find some exits for Fultz. And Pasha puts him down. First round on the board for VP. About damn time. You can see by the looks on their faces that that is more of a sigh of relief than screams of joy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they won the round, but it wasn't all that clean, I think. If anything, SSG kind of maybe let go of the gas there for a second, kind of think, let's take our 50-50s, our 1v1s, because they were just swinging things solo. And of course, the final kind of nail in the coffin for Space Station, they lost their only anchor player. They had Benja top floor, they had Fultz and Solus in the basement. So VP just walk on in, they take the side, there's no verticality, there's no retake ability. this gunfight right here between Benji and Always, that could have maybe changed things if Benji gets the kill, but they didn't know where the plant was going down or when they started the animation of those 7 seconds. So that's the first round for VP. Things are great. Now you go back to basement, you bring out the Vigil, you bring out the Clash. Again, you're just annoying your opponent right now. Drone work is difficult. No longer getting those accurate intel because of Vigil. When you get to the bomb site, you gotta deal with a Clash. Most operators in the current meta of the game don't really deal with Clash all that well. We don't see Kali, Capital, Nomad all that often. In this round, we're seeing 2 of those 3 operators, likely because they saw the Clash. So great job for Virtus Pro recognizing the Clash will be a problem. We gotta deal with it. But they gotta get there first through the trees. Ashen takes down Hibana. That's your only real heart-reaching operator. Sure, you got cannon winners on the Capital, but you need more than that to attack the basement.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. And SSG will know full well when Pasha goes down, you know that that's likely one of your main, if not your main support player. That's probably your hard breach down. On this basement bomb site, hard breach is so essential. And yeah, a huge amount of utility has just been strapped away from VP, not to mention drones as well. We can see already 5 have been destroyed, 4 deployed, only 1 remains in pocket. It's not a good look for VP starting things off here. There's a huge amount of roam game to deal with, and Jackal is not a silver bullet for dealing with the roam game. It's a tool, yes, but you have to do the work with a man down.
I really like that we see Force just on cameras the entire time assisting the roamer saying, hey guys, there's shot Solari on cam, so that's where they're coming from. But Fireplace is clear, top blue cam is clear. That means your back and your way back to the bomb site are both safe. You can stick around for as long as you want because you have a way back. Worst case, you can clash up on those staircases and escort those players back down. So SSG right now, they're playing the peel back game. They're not gonna leave top floor until they have enough pressure upon them that it's bad to stick around. So unless VP roam clears it, they will have to deal with a flank later on.
There's an opportunity to try and soft breach. Oh, he's actually changing his mind.
JK.
Maybe he was baiting for a drone to see him go down. Oh, wow, that's a big pick. The Clash, how does Clash go down so quickly?
Air jab got triggered. I think Clash must walked into it, not hearing it on trench door.
That's awkward.
Yeah, very. But at least they trade back the kill, right? So it's still in man advantage for Space Station, but they've lost the most important operator, arguably. And then there was a second one with Cross. 3-on-3, no C4 in pocket, just 2 toxic babes with 60 seconds left. VP have a very realistic shot to win this round because they got a rotating Barlow. They can just walk on in.
Crucial mistake for Genano. He's the only operator that counters all of the smokes that VP have brought to the table. It's exactly the opposite of what Callout suggested to do in that timeout, but Fultz is going to mark up and find his first pick. Here comes the cover, though, from Always, and he doesn't find it. He gets 2 kills. Now it's a 1 versus 1. He's just around the corner. And I think he heard him. Benja just around and they trade! That means Benja wins the round again! Another 1v1 for him! And SSG close out a dominant half, 5-1.
Oh, man. You watch that 2v1 for SSG, and I'm seeing the Vigil swing the breach. I'm thinking, don't swing the breach, brother. If you lose the gunfight, Benja in a 1v1, he swings it. Nonetheless, Benja, with the bullet trade, secures the round for his team. And when things get scrappy, SSG, they can play loose, they can play fun, they can play an entertaining factor. But this spawn peak, absolutely gross.
Oh, yeah, here's that.
But they bait traded.
Okay.
I think, honestly, there's a world where the Warden walks through the air jab and Clash has gone out. Instead of Clash walking through and the Warden swings, I think there's a world where you're expecting the Clash to get knocked with his shield, maybe covering the back bullets, and therefore you'll live.
Yeah.
Maybe that was their angle, but regardless, they got the trade play. It wasn't an accident.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Still, so weird. SSG are just like, they're not holding back. They're doubling down.
Yeah, they are.
What exactly was it that was said by Callout? He said, we cut our losses, right, and fall back. Yeah, that's not at all what we're seeing from SSG.
No, really.
They're doubling down. They're going all in. They're like, no, we're retaking Boiler with Clash and Warden. And then even after we get a kill, Warden is retaking it solo again and being caught out.
That's true. I do think there's a point to be made here that what we see as cut your losses and what they have strategized as cut their losses might not be the same.
Maybe.
But from our perspective,
does not look like they're cutting anything.
No, they're cutting through their opponents. That's what they're doing. Now, this is what I'm excited about. Sense got reworked in the most recent patch.
Yes.
And works a lot more dynamic. You can like put down the, I don't know, the stingers. You can make them go up and down at a click of your gadget.
Yeah.
It's much more flexible, much more versatile, and also it's no longer that is a smoke grenade, so you cannot see through it as Warden, as Maestro with cameras. Sense is very strong, but hard to play. And now we're seeing SG actually bring it out in their first attacking round.
I think it's not a overstatement to say that Sense is likely the most creative operator in the game, and
right now, yeah.
Yeah, one of the most untapped as well. Early pick though, joystick goes down. That's a big one from Forrest on the Nook.
That's his specialty. Forrest, he creates so much space to this roster. Statistically, he's pretty average, if not behind the curve, but he creates so much positivity.
Oh no!
That's a Capcan trap on the window.
You check for the frost mask, but not the Capcan traps. They might be able to bait a kill out of it though.
Oh, genie, yeah.
Yeah, and that is worth it.
So smart.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there from Always. I think he did manage to finish off the kill on the Forest at least, but it's not nearly enough.
But you're trading 100 health or full health for a 20 health injured person. It definitely favors SSG there. They're attacking. They're getting all this manpower. They got map space. They know that there's two less Capcan traps on the map as well. And now they're hitting the reset. SSG are droning, they're checking, they're holding, they're waiting for an aggressive play. Okay, Pasha takes down Benjamaster, but you're still down a player, and both your defenders are in less than half health.
Pasha finished off very quickly by Ashen. Shepard really has to hope to isolate some 1v1s here. He may be gifted an opportunity, however, not to be. C4 could be big, but he doesn't blow it. That would have been a kill, and eventually it is. Needs to reload, but doesn't have the time, and Ashen stabs him in the back. And that is the 6th round for Space Station.
Russian bear, no eating in years. Russian bear, very hungry.
Russian bear, very hungry.
I'm trying.
VP are going to be starving tonight if this is all they can muster.
I'm starting to get a bit kind of confused. I'm trying to figure out, is this SSG playing incredibly well, or is this VP failing to meet expectations and the level that they usually play at? And I think it's a bit of both. I think I've been very happy with SSG in general, but I also think against, let's say, half the teams at this event, I don't think the plays they've been making would work the same.
Oh, no, not at all.
It's a bit VP kind of boggling some of these situations, whether it's Capcan swinging in the mud door on a Capcan trap injure like 10 seconds after the fact. Surely SSG will be able to respond, right? So, but a great look for SSG regardless.
It's funny, the VP are both respecting SSG not enough, and too much
at the same time.
Yeah.
It really is.
They're like, oh, nobody is stupid enough to run out a 5th time in this game. And yet SSG do, and it works. Like I'd love to see a stat of how many kills SSG have gotten in this game have been either run outs or spawn picks. Because it's been a damn lot of them. Even like a ballsy one, like running out from trophy window to kill someone on the lobby rappel.
Exactly.
I mean, that is a very egregious play to make for SSG. And nobody would expect that because it's so risky. And yet that's exactly the game that they want to play today. And it's working to perfection. VP have barely had a look in.
What I will say is what SSG are doing, it makes so much sense on like a top-down perspective. Like even this play, it looks random. No, it's an off-pace push right now for map control and rope clear, and they got the intel. They've cut the map in half-down bar. They know there's a guy stuck in stockroom pool table. They're droning it. They should be a free kill.
Yeah, this is such an off angle as well. Ben just got in. Flashbang goes in. The timing is not there. Oh, and he loses the fight. That's big from Joystick. All he needs to do is just get one kill and get away with his life. Any more time that he can waste is a gift. However, Faults eventually puts him down and finds his 10th kill in the match as well. Still, I will say for Joystick, that's a lot better than we expected him to be able to achieve.
That's a win. The fact that he gets a kill to Benjamaster there is definitely a worth it trade for Virtus Pro. I feel like that was a small hiccup from them. Nobody jumped in the window. The drone was a bit low in his time. They didn't bug up in the wall first. The line of sight cut. Either way, SSG get the map control. VP gets a kill. They're both walking out there thinking, that could have been better, that could have been worse, but we're okay with the outcome in front of us. The question now is, Virtus Pro, the other 4 players, can they hold on? Stan, a little bit quiet, 3 and 7 so far. We expect big things from him. Meanwhile, Dano injured, and of course, Forrest out dead as well.
Ooh, this is awkward. The black bit is deep in. J9 loses his head, and it's all up to Faults. A 2nd round on the board for VP. A very solid defense. It started strong. Joystick making the most of a bad position. Kajeka making sure that the team fires up, and Dan has plenty of words to say after that round. Even just a salvage of their pride to close this map would be a huge bolster for VP, keeping in mind this is SSG's map pick.
Yeah.
They layered the off swell?
Yes, they reinforced it like the eagle, like you know how people peek through that shit?
Okay, trying to get a scoop there in the strat.
Oh, it's so fascinating watching the space station comms. I feel like we didn't really get that in our first game of the day. We didn't really hear much of the comms from the player cams, but SSG are, I'll give it to us for sure.
Always just sprinting through the building, picking up bodies as he goes along with it. Even had the Frostmat injure onto Blackbeard as well during that whole thing. Tons of value to be found. And I mean, for SSG right now, ideally, in a perfect world, you just kind of try a couple things right now. One thing works, you take the map 7-3, 7-2, 7-4, whatever. But of course, if you want to play the long game, the more strats you can hide on Chalet, the quicker you can finish this, it's going to be very good for the long term, especially because they've only shown their defenses. Half of those were just individual people getting out of spawn peaks with a false 4K. Yeah. They've shown nothing strategically on this map so far. If they can close it out this round to the next, they can pretty much say they didn't even play Chalet at this event yet.
Yeah.
And that's huge for long-term games.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping in mind the fact that Bank is going to be a very different beast.
Yeah.
And I think VP, if they can find their footing and get rid of the jitters that we're seeing on this map, start to peel back the layers and get a bit of confidence at dealing with this aggression, then Bank could be a very different story. However, an overzealous peak from Dan.
Yeah.
And he loses his life in the first 30 seconds to Forest.
He's had a really hard time individually so far on this map, and I hate to be the guy that, oh, Dan is underperforming, but it's like, Dan is such a pillar of this team, usually very consistent, and if he's doing poorly, we'll often see the team struggling in general because of that important role that he plays in like the front, middle lines of things. So now as a pod player, that shot bigger. Great shot from Benjamin, just get a kill out of nowhere. That's the top gun of always dead as well. But VP are solo swinging everything.
Yeah, and Fultz has found joystick as well. I mean, this is over, surely. Ella has been spotted, and Janino just aims down sights and kills him. Deadly Blackbeard finds another victim. Now it's all up to Shepard in a 1v5 with the SMG-11. Spotted and finished off by Fultz. A terrorizing game from Fultz on the SSG, boys. VP never stood a chance. 2 rounds is all they could muster, and Chalet is done before it even begins.
Yeah, that was a very quiet, calm, kind of peaceful map, if you will, for all the wrong reasons. VP just kind of fell flat that final round. They were hipfire walking on the map being like, where are the enemies? I'm dead. Like, nothing really happened on a cohesion team strategy level.
Yeah, a rough look there for VP. They did not play their best game today, but there is more game left to play. Bank on the other side of this break.
Available now.
Well, what can only be described as a disappointing start for VP. They get slapped 7-2 on Chalet. Good news, it was SSG's map pick, so we take away a little bit of hope, but very minimal hope here. Unfortunately, Fox, VP just did not feel in this game.
Yeah, no, that's not what we expected at all, especially we highlighted VP on Chalet in Montreal and how aggressive they looked, but this looked like a classic Virtus Pro. Back to the roots, playing slow, just trying to get into the map. And what did SSG do? SSG read them perfectly. They obviously did their research. They knew exactly where Virtus Pro was going to entry in every single time. And when there's 5 guys from Virtus Pro always trying to come in solar side, it really isn't that difficult for SSG to piece it apart. And that's exactly what we saw. Every single moment they were fighting them head on. They would get that opening kill. And even though that they would get the opening kill, they wouldn't let up. They would fight until they got to a position or a man advantage that they were comfortable with. And that's when you'd see SSG fall back to site. And I think that's where the SSG just won it, was on their defenses. Virtus Pro couldn't even get into the building.
Yeah, Lax, we talked about this at the very start. We said, what kind of play style are we going to see out of VP? Is it going to be what we saw in Montreal? Is there going to be more aggression? I can answer that question. It was not there. They've reverted.
No, absolutely not. They have definitely reverted back to their play style of just being so static, so slow. And SSG was taking full advantage of it. You know, the prep starts outside of the game, and the execution and the adapting is what happens in the throughout the game. And we just did not see that from VP at all. And then when you look at the stats here, the one that sticks out the absolute most, it's a sight for sore eyes when you look at it from one end, but SSG, the opening kills was just drastically in their favor, where VP just could not find a footing. But it goes into back with what I was saying. They were playing a lot slower pace. And if you remember the one round where Fultz gets a 4K, that was solely due to the fact that he was taking 1v1 engagements, where had they played a little more aggressive, had they just played with one another, that round maybe could have went a different favor, and then we could have saw 7-3. But overall, SSG did their homework. They came prepped, they came ready, and executed flawlessly.
And I'm really glad that you brought up Fultz, because we highlighted with SSG, for them to be more consistent in this event, we need to see one of the 3 older players show up big, because obviously that's the area where they've been lacking. And to see Fultz at the top of the leaderboard, yes, he was getting those 1v1s and he was winning them, but he had his whole team behind him. Even though he would fall down, they would always have a trade ready. So it gave him the confidence to be able to pop off, and that's what we wanted to see out of SSG.
Lax, are you a little bit worried for VP here? I know we've got great storylines for SSG now, but VP, they look down in the dumps right now. Look at that.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to be too harsh on them. It is hard not to after a performance like that, but it's starting out the entire stage. You know, it's starting out the entire phase, I should say. There's still a lot of Siege to be played. They still can bring it back. They're going now to their map on Bank, so they can easily bounce back. You got to wipe it off. These are well-experienced players. They know what it's like to lose. They know what they need to fix, but it's just a matter, are they going to fix that going into the next map?
Well, it is time for us to go to a very short break. On the other side, we head to Bank.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
New map, hopefully new VP in this one. We head to Bank, and VP gets a start on defense. Do you think that will change how this game?
Yeah, I think you got to feel good. They did go through an entire attacking half where they were able to get comms, get things flowing. They just couldn't then make it work on that defensive half. Now they're going to be starting defense here. So the beauty of that is they're going to be comfortable. They're going to be able to play static. They're going to be able to do what they want to do and try to control pacing a lot better. But what worries me again is that they can't get rounds mustered out to then switch to a side where they couldn't even put clamps on SSG on a smaller map. You're not going to be able to do it on a big map like Bank.
Right, putting clamps on SSG, and that's what worries me about Bank, because if Virtus Pro just plays slow, utility-style Siege, that's not what SSG is coming out the gate with, especially on attack side Bank. The way that they play it, they're also split up around the map. They're abusing Garage, they're abusing the Skylights, they're abusing Dirt Tunnel, and they're constantly looking for these picks. So if Virtus Pro just sits and lets them do that, it's not going to go well for them. But we saw a little bit of life towards the end of Chalet where Virtus Pro tried to change it up, but at that point, the confidence was already shot. So if you can just not let that affect you going into map 2, you shake it off, you start from ground zero, but at least we need Virtus Pro to start shooting and going aggressive.
Lex, I got a quick one for you here. I do want to know a little bit about what you expect from VP in this first half. We've got a lot of and ifs and buts. When it comes down to it, we know what SSG are going to be like. We know they're going to be aggressive. We know they're going to be spread. They're going to be testing VP left, right, and center. How do they need to respond? How do VP respond?
They need to be the one setting the tone. You cannot let SSG set the tone, set the pacing of the match, because if you let SSG do that, they're going to absolutely run over you. And again, this goes back to what I was talking about previously with VP and where their success came from, is they were adopting a new playstyle. They were getting aggressive, so they weren't letting teams control the momentum. They were able to match that momentum. So if they really want to get a leg up against SSG, they have to match it slightly, but can still fall back to what they're used to. But what we were seeing throughout the majority of that last matchup, we didn't see any of that. We were just seeing basic VP that everyone knows that just loves repeating the exact same thing until it works.
Well, it's time for us to nearly get underway. Let's welcome in our casters again. Of course, comprising of 1/3 of the OCN 2019 Grand Final trio, Dev, Marta, and Pengu. How are you, gents? Are we ready for map 2?
Yeah, it's doing well. Strange accolade to pick, you know, amongst all the accolades that we have, especially the ones that happened in 2019, but yeah. What I want to see is VP actually fire up, because map 1, we got jack shit. Like, there was nothing there for it. No. And Bank is a really good map for both teams. VP's on a 10-map win streak, and SSG are on a 7-map win streak. One of those going to get broken in a few minutes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, boys. VP are going to have to go deep in the vault for this one. Enjoy Bank.
Thank you very much, Rob. What do you reckon? Can VP do it?
I think Lax can kind of hit the nail on its head, where it's like they gotta control the pace more for VP. Don't necessarily like run over them, basically. How they're gonna do it, how they're gonna get there, I don't know. Because I don't know what kind of meta operators they have in their back pocket, but look at the fan vote. It's going further and further in SSG favor, and I think Shay has told the story that they were the better team, left, right, and center.
Yeah, when it came down to the operator picks, the approach to Chalet, when it came down to the aggression, when it came down to gunfights, SSG had the number the whole time. Bank is going to be a different story, perhaps. Remains to be seen. This is VP's map pick, and damn, they love this map. But it's been a hell of a long time since we've seen VP get pushed like they did on Chalet. Now it's time to see if they can bounce back.
And the analyst floor, so to speak, the analysts, they spoke about how, like, VP, they were looking better on defense on Chalet, but only played a couple rounds on it. Now they start defense, and I'm thinking that's fantastic, but you're playing Bank. Yeah. You do not want to be on defense at Bank because you're stuck in corners, long lines of sight. Most of those, like top floor CEO, Taylor's Archives, they feel super restrictive and limiting on how and where you can play on the map, only leaving basement and open area. So operators, they're going to ship this quite a lot. Monty being banned out, followed by Grim. Very different look than that on Chalet. Curious about these defender bans. There's going to be Intel, yeah, for example, Valkyrie. I'm also kind of sitting here going like, there's Maestro, there's Kai, there's something like a Goyo that can really slow things down. VP, they say. Mira. Okay. That's a surprise to me, actually.
I guess VP love a Mira. They love a solid, staple operator, tried and true. There's a lot of places you can put it. Doesn't just work on the basement.
No, you're not wrong. It's just, I feel like there's such a simple solution with like bringing the Ashe.
Yeah.
However, now that you don't have to bring Ashe just for the Mira, it frees up your flexibility on the attack inside, so that could be an angle.
And we've seen SSG, they want to be bringing things like the Sense. They want to be bringing the Blackbeard. They want to be bringing these off picks. They don't want to be forced into an Ashe or a Hibana or a Twitch or however they want to deal with that Mira every single round. But as you talked about, it's SSG starting in the driver's seat on the attacking side. The last 3 times that SSG have played Bank, they've won 62% of their attack rounds.
Okay.
That means that they would expect a 4-2 split here. Their win rate on defense is down at 53%, so still positive on both sides, right? They're really good on Bank, but quite a significant difference. Their attack is so much more profound than their defense. So this is where that they would be hoping to get the majority of their rounds. VP really have to bounce back and prove that this can be a competitive series.
So one of the big key differences from Chalet to Bank is Chalet is all about the mini executes, right? The roam clear, the setup, taking library, getting the middle portion of the map. Bank often plays out very differently, where it's easy to get the initial map control, like whether it's like, you know, Heaven Skylight, Lobby. If the site isn't in those areas, like right now, you can just take a free. There's no contention for it. And Bank comes down to the late round full-on executes, the 5v5s, the 4v4s, you know, the bomb gets planted. So stylistically, very different flavor than Chalet, which can play into VP's favor, of course, being a more structured team, but SSG has always been known to have a great understanding of strategy. Then just drop the hats out of nowhere and gets a kill.
Yeah, okay. So SSG have already set the pace. We have a rushing Ashen through lobby, and we have a quick drop from Benja taking down the only roamer, seemingly, from Virtus Pro. That's the entire map control done in 50 seconds for SSG.
Yeah, and I actually think what SSG did there, they did what I call an off-pace play. When you're a pro player in these lobbies, you're sitting there going, they're not going to reach this area until like 1 minute 50 left on the clock, or until like I hear a certain sound cue. An off-pace play is when you do something...
He's going to drop and kill this guy.
Exactly.
What is this?
They're not expecting it.
Oh my god, Benja. Even if he dies and gets traded, which he does, it doesn't matter. That's your Echo you've just taken down. That's one of the main win conditions for the plan.
Yep,
this is
huge.
Oh, it's so pacey, like you said.
Yeah.
Genius.
I actually love that the other members of SSG, they didn't commit to that. That's Benja seeing a gap, no hesitation, making a solo play. We often see teams where like Benja drops, 2 seconds goes by, everyone else stops dropping afterwards, and it falls apart. This is a, hey guys, I see an angle, I'm gonna drop, I'm gonna get 1 kill, that's fine. As you said, Echo is dead. So these off-pace plays, 2 of them from Benja, massive success. Minute 15, the only thing to stop you from planting, Goyo Fire, that's gone with these 2 grenades. Then you got 3 Toxic Babes. You have time to plan right now default. You can do a completely normal and safe take. VP can't just sit back and touch utility. The problem, they gotta start taking gunfights.
Oh, this is beautiful. And when it comes down to it as well, SSD can go for that execute while executing with players dropping down these hatches. going for plays. And VP is sitting there shaking their boots thinking, are they going to push now? Are they going to wait till the last 15 seconds? When are we just going to see someone randomly drop or sprint down a staircase? You just don't know with this SSG roster.
There actually was one Goyo canister that wasn't popped by the grenade, so now time has changed. It's going to be about 20 seconds left on the clock when the fire goes away. 2 Toxic Babes now, so maybe Virtus Pro can deny this and force SSG to drop the hands and go for more aggressive play instead.
Yeah, this is awkward. Full to be called upon to look for an early kill. However, he is taken down by Pasha, and now the execute has to come in thick and fast. Aggressive, Ashen drops a hash, traded on back again. It's a 1v1 with 1 HP on Forest. Pasha sees him and gets him. And that definitely should have been SSG's round. VP, counting their lucky stars to have made that work.
It's one of those small things again. The double frag grenade from the Blackbeard was expected to destroy both the Goyo canisters, only got one of them. Yeah. So what happened is they lost about 20-25 seconds value of time, which meant all of a sudden they can't just wait out the Toxic Babes and plant. They had to go for deep aggressive play. Full's getting caught on the main staircase as well right before that happened. We've seen the moment here. That was the moment where the flank was dead from spacing. Wait, this right here. That's the solo flank player that got spotted by Yellow Ping. All the 3 other people were either on the hatch or on server side alone. So a small kill like that all of a sudden turns the tide for the defense.
And you know what?
What?
Wait, Twitch was banned on the first map, wasn't it?
Twitch was banned for the first map.
For some reason, my brain lagged and I thought Twitch was banned here. And I was like, wow, they really got screwed by not being able to deal with those Goyo canisters. Maybe we will see a Twitch eventually if we go back down to that basement, because I do feel like a Twitch pick could have made that round completely different. You take down those Goyo canisters early, like you said, missed frag grenades, and it's a completely different conversation. That execute would have worked for SSG.
You're completely right. The only thing that goes against that is what we talk about with the Ashe. It takes away the flexibility of the attacking lineup because you're picking a Twitch to deal with a Goyo, which is a 1-for-1 trade, but you can also pick... Okay, let's say Mira wasn't banned, they had Mira and Goyo. Twitch is phenomenal now. But with Mira being gone, there's a sole purpose, and that's not flexible enough for SSG in that round, so they've been up to go for it. But a good point nonetheless. Now they're bringing a glass, which I'm a huge glass enjoyer personally. I think it's hard to make work. I think there's a high lot of skill, coordination involved with it. Kind of like the Monty, your entire team kind of needs to buy into the glass playstyle around the smoke grenades. EMP fire falls up, that way they can't bend the trick, but then gets a pick onto Ashen. I think it was on Repel on the side windows. Yeah, he was on CO window Repel. So that's another huge pick there for VP to start things off.
There haven't been a lot of first kills in the series for VP. Only 2 on Chalet. SSG set the pace in most of these rounds. So VP finding that early pick is of huge advantage. Ashen also very prominent aggressive player here. One you want to take down early. But still, we've got that Glaz, we've got that Capital. These are the big instrumental operators for that late round. Pasha's spotted and taken down from above on the skylight. That's a big kill.
Can get a little bit awkward though now because Capital can't afford to die until you use utility. IQ, you can probably risk it, but Yoga drones will be hard to find. Leaving kind of falls on Heartbreach as the main injury, but he gets 2 kills. One on Sky, one on Winter Repel, watching the jump out. Ashen said, never. Never. So now, getting those picks back, VP forced into an uncomfortable position. They lost lobby control, they have side window repel, fires go out, smoke goes out. All we need now is to see the glass of J&O being activated on the staircase to attack the bomb site directly.
Yeah, it's not a good look from 5v4 now to 3v4.
What's happening?
Shepard is finding something. I think that was an aggressive peek with the scope on the Echo. Look at this, the Spider-Man repel takes down Dan, and once again, Virtus Pro are punished for overcomplicating things. They had an advantage, and they just give it away.
This is a very puzzling round because it hasn't made a lot of sense, but I respect that VP are trying to fight back, not giving SSG the bombs that execute, but now it's come back to bite them. Because now you see the glass, you see the smokes coming out, 1 fire left from fucking Kowtow, 1 smoke as well, and they have no way to stop J&O once he enters the building. They got 20 seconds, so they gotta go very soon, and they gotta go fast.
He's got to pack a punch with his DMR, does J&O. Shepard still has Yokais in the field to work with and deny this plant in the late round. That's why he's going to tuck himself underneath this table and sprint on through with that drone. He's going to get stuck. He needs to deny this plant. He's got to get to it in time, and he does! No! Forrest can't reattempt. He tries, but he now has to stick it. Fault is there with the cover. The plant's got to be denied. And Shepard finds the clutch for VP. Another round that SSG looked to have won, that VP thieved away.
It's way too close. the drifting drone hitting the couch, getting stuck on the chassis. Belmay sees the smoke, gambles the 50-50 position, denies the timer, and with 0.014 seconds, there's no time left at all. SSG, they start reattempting the plant to go down. There was about 2 seconds left, I think, when the planter died. It was so close, actually, from actually working out.
Dude, VP fans are going to have to get their hearts checked after this game. Way too many stressful moments.
I haven't seen a Yokai 0-second win in a while, but there was a meta back when the Yokai drones were invisible that we saw like 0-second plant denies all the time. It's the most unsatisfying way to win, and it's the most brutal way to lose because you just lose into a silly drone in the corner of the roof.
I don't agree with the unsatisfying part. I think it's such a satisfying way to win. Like, you clutch, you sneak your drone in there. Maybe if you have to move it to get it in there,
okay,
it's satisfying. But if it's just sitting on the ceiling invisible, okay, that's a little bit.
It's more so that
a little bit cringe.
You basically, you know, you've lost a round and you played it horribly, but you won on time. It's like that kind of. It's like, guys, we kind of lost it because I remember Fabian and like back in Penta G2, we'd win a round with Echo. Fabian goes, guys, we lost that round. I know we got the point, we lost it. We didn't play good enough. It's like, sorry, I guess. Good job, Goga, by the way, for using Yokai.
The good old days of CCI plant Goga.
Yep. Nowadays, we got SSG trying to stick it down against all the odds, and actually VP, I mean, maybe Alexian called it correctly, VP are a defense team, because this is bank, it's difficult, and they're actually fighting back. It was scrappy, it was messy, it's a bit confusing the previous round, but they did make it work in the end. They had those Joker doors as well to boot. Good entry, shut down, approaching doors before.
That's 2 rounds in a row now. Ashen's lost his life early. 2 first picks in a row for VP. SSG have been the favored team in most of these rounds, yet they still haven't found a round on the board. We already talked about this. SSG should be expecting a 4-2 split on their attacking half, and it's looking nothing of the sort. I'm starting to get deja vu of map 1, but with the team names swapped the other way around.
Yeah. I'm surprised that SSG are having such a hard time entering the building, because it doesn't seem like the team is having a hard time. I mean, Ben's just been here for a while, but where's the follow-up? Like, if one guy is in, surely everyone can get in and start getting stuff done. Now they got to that point. Self-destruction they can do, but there's a small change that happened in the most recent patch, mid-season patch that is. Buck has lost the heart-breaching gadget, which massively decreases his value in maps like Bang. He can't do self-destruction and get the hatches. That's why J9O now is on the Hibana. He's gonna open up the hatches, and then they gotta go down maybe square stairs, get the quad wall if they want right here, where Dan is playing. They got options. They got time to work with, but because they've lost one play already, they wanna try and fish for a kill first, perhaps.
This is a great move from Benja, but always reads him. There's no horizontal pressure, so always is able to take that fight and finish off the buck. Now that the ace has come through, always is swinging for more. He might even get another one here. He's peeking aggressively through electrical. A 3K on the round. SSG have been picked to pieces. J9O desperately looking for something, hoping the swing's gonna come through, but guess what? Always can vacate, run straight outside. Pasha finds the final kill. It's a perfect round for the Russians.
The ego on that man. Now, like, every single swing that he did, complete ego swing.
Yeah, he's earned it, man. He's farming.
I mean, he was popping off on Chalet. He was like the only guy like really fighting back.
He had 11 kills, almost not the server.
Yeah, and it's okay. VP, they look quiet. They look kind of like super picked apart on Chalet. Do they have that fight in them? Well, always does. He is literally solo fighting the entire team. Joystick also getting that one pick, immediately falling back down the hatch. They are cutting their losses in a way that, okay, we got our pick, we got our wanted. Let's not, you know, try and be greedy for more. Let's just fall back. And that always happens, but, you know, he wins.
Well, now we get to test SSG. How are they going to deal with this Goyo in the late round? Because they had such an explosive start to this basement attack in the very first round of this map. And yet, Time whittled away, and they fluffed it because of that Vulcan fire. Well, they've got the Twitch now. They've got the Kali as well, which is something a little bit different. Okay, that's going to be switched off of. The Twitch, however, is
so
stuck.
good here. Tuberao, Kaid, Goyo, like that. Now it becomes a matter of you have so much value potential that Twitch is the flex operator, because by playing Twitch, you can replace like 2 other attackers, like EMPs and like hard reaching, for example.
Yeah, but the thing is, Twitch is not a surefire, right? Like, you know, if you're tossing an EMP, you're gonna get that Electric Claw. When you pick the Twitch, there's no guarantee you get anything.
Nope. That's the gamble that you risk, but it's one of those, like, a lot of Siege Pro League is about numbers, like risk assessment. In this particular instant, it is worth risking the Twitch because of potential value and being like, oh, I mean, we could just play EMPs because that can also be messed up with Tuberao Kai combination. And I like that they double down. They play Twitch and Maverick. So if Twitch doesn't work, they can Maverick the hatches. But in case Twitch does work, Maverick's just like a free roaming gun with flashbangs.
Yeah.
It's a good backup. And then you got Hibana, because why not, right? The only thing you see they don't possess right now is what I call like bombs that execute. There's no Ying, there's no Glass, there's no Capital Grim. They don't have that, okay, we've reached the bombs at 5v5, how do we break it apart? 2 Goyos? Is there a third to be found? Max value right there.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yep.
And if he can hide it in there for a little bit longer, he might be able to get a little bit more value. There are ADSs to clear as well.
He's got a second Twitch drone. Just throw the second one in. Go again. Timer's also looking pretty good, like pacing is a big thing. That's a bit of a whiff. But pacing is good, 1 minute 30 seconds. The only thing they haven't accomplished yet is server control, where Dan was playing aggressively earlier, but he's actually now falling back to the A bomb side. So VP might have, they're also sacrificing Garrett's control. They're not watching this.
Oh, no.
They're giving it for free.
That's not good for Shepard. Big kill there for Ashen, unlocks Garage. And I'm starting to think that VP might have let this round go astray. SG in a great position. A decent cross there from Pasha. He has to contest this, and he uses the Tuberao to try and enable himself a little bit of aggression. I'm not sure he's going to be able to achieve much, though. He has the DMR to take this kind of a fight, but it's so risky to make an aggressive play out there. Joystick's gone down too. Benja playing on the stairs here, just waiting, and a player above. This is impossible now for Pasha, who's finished off, and an execute might not even be necessary. VP have been picked to pieces before it even begins.
Yeah, they're choosing fighting instead of waiting it out, and I gotta say, SG, while this is happening, they've gone lobby, they've gone elevator, they've popped up every single hatch. They're just gonna attack the boss of every at once. One spin goes wrong.
Retake.
Might be possible.
Oh, wow, this is dangerous. He's going to try and retake from elevator. Poor Dan is all the way trapped in gold. What? Forrest is prone peeking him? Now it's up to Always to try and have a flank. He almost gets that planter. Now all 3 of these players are lit. SMG11 packs a serious punch. This might just be winnable, but he has to play it perfectly, and Ashen isn't going to give him a chance. SSG, they got something to look for now. Finally conjured up around.
Yeah, I gotta say, VP wouldn't typically start lashing out looking for those kills, but I think they realized that strategically, they had nothing going for them. They gave up server without any value. They lost Garrett's control by losing a player, the Kaid. They were forced to take the desperate fights because strategically, they can't get out of the plant. All the goal fights were popped by the Twitch earlier. So what do you have left? You have 50-50 gunfights, which aren't really 50-50 because you're not even looking the right way right here. Joystick checks the stairs. Oh, it's clear. I'm gonna check Garrett's eyes. Forest prone peaks. These are very uncommon gunfights to have to take in very unconventional ways. HD, they make it work. They're still down 1-3 in round count. It's not pretty, but it's the start of something good. And the big thing here is, of course, the first 3 rounds, that's your primary first rotation. Get a feel for how your opponent's gonna play it, how they're defending it, what the setups are like. The second rotation is what we're watching right now, the final 3 attacking rounds. SSG now have information on what their expectations are from Virtus Pro, and they can make those small micro adjustments which can have massive positive impact. Like last time on CO Attack, they never got to execute. They were just kind of going in heaven, on the window rappels, and they never walked up a staircase and took map control. They might change that this time around. They got the Blackbeard, for example. Also got Sophia. I'm not sure what that's going to be used for, but they can at least do a cast the barricades if not for the Hibana. We'll see.
One thing I do love about SSG is they always seem to have someone in the building in the first 20 seconds of the round. It's got to be pre-placed drones. I'm not seeing them in the prep phase sneak in, but it enables that early aggression. Sometimes it'll catch off a player, and if not, it just sets the tone. make sure that these players aren't just sitting outside the building or spending the first minute wasting time outside, which we do see pretty often.
So I'm trying to think what Sophia could be used for, and there is actually a strat. I think it was G2 or FaZe that started doing this first, where you send a blitz in Janitor, and you can Sophia stun from CEO or Repel, and just like increase the odds of you win the gunfight. Blackbeard isn't quite a blitz, but fundamentally he works in a very similar way. Right now, Sophia just doing the good old, let's open up every window, every door, use all our utility, and then go for a take. But the issue is there's a Kyclo on the wall, and they don't have a Twitch, there's no Zero, they don't even have any frag grenades. You have EMP on Asher and Capita, but he's on the wrong side of the map, he's inside of ATMs. So you gotta start getting in the building now, figure out where the Kyclo is, or just say, too bad we can't get the wall entirely.
The drone work is starting to suss things out for SSG. Meanwhile, J9O has snuck into lobby, but he's worried about this lurk. If he goes too early, he's not going to find anything. Forest rebels straight on inside. With that Blackbeard and the aid of the Capital Fire, Pasha takes his head clean off and swings onto Ashen as well. J9O eventually does trade, but this is not enough for SSG. We need more, and Benja could be that player, but the Dread Mine forces him back down again.
I don't know about this. I mean, there's no clear take, there's no clear direction from SSG right now, and that's not like them. Falls with Diffuser on window Repel, two guys kind of inside the building, but they don't have any intel, no drones. They have 4 left in pocket, but none to be used.
Oh, nice shot though from J9O. Always has been a terror, and he's put to rest. Benja also still poised on the main stairs, and the Repel comes in from False. He's got Diffuser in pocket, but Joystick wins his fight. Over on the main stairs, it's just J9O now. 1v3 as he can pick that Diffuser back up. All these 3 players are separated. This is very winnable, but the Yokai isn't going to make it easy for him. Shepard is harassing him. He's got no audio. He's barely got vision as he tries to dance around and find something, but he's not given an opportunity. Dan swings him, and Pasha is fired up. VP have found their form.
Finally.
Took him long enough.
It did take them long enough. Pasha is such a funny guy, though. Very emotional in the best of ways. I think he feels a lot in general, the goods, the bads. I often have good talks with him at the after party about like how the tournament went, how he's doing. He's also very humble. He likes to ask other players for advice. When you're a young player trying to navigate the start of your career, oh my god. He just flicked one tap out of nowhere, off screen by the way, onto a Blackbeard. I guess that's how he got the pick. Sometimes it'd be like that. But for SSG, I saw so much of their vision on Chalet and what they were trying to accomplish on the attacking side. We're not seeing a whole lot of, oh, this makes sense. I think the basement attack, okay, that was very obvious what they were trying to accomplish on both the times. One, they got kind of messed up by timing. The second one, they ended up winning their only first round. But on those CEO attacks, I'm like, how is that ever going to work? I just don't see it. They're up against an Echo. They bring IQ the first time, don't find the Yokais. They don't bring IQ the second time. They do not find the Yokais at all.
Yeah.
And they had yellow ping information on every single play that they were making from SSG.
Yeah, the first CEO attack looked a lot better than the second one.
It looked a lot better, but it didn't look great.
No.
It's an isolated situation.
To be honest, we haven't seen many great attacks from SSG in this map. Those basement ones look pretty solid. I feel like they've spent a lot of time working out the kinks on basement.
It's also just like, you've been attacking that bomb site in the same few ways for like 7-8 years at this point.
Yeah.
So like, that hasn't changed a whole lot. Because even back in year 1 of Bank, the whole like server into A plant was also a thing.
Yeah.
CEO attack has changed, I would say, quite a lot over the years.
Yeah, especially when the Bank rework came out, that completely changed that.
Yeah. Can we call it a rework or a mini
buff?
Yeah,
the buff
the
thing.
buff.
Yeah.
I know that's a hot topic right now because they
True.
changed the map all that much. But it was Coast Bank and Border that got that triple trifecta change.
Yeah.
And it was like a bunch of quality of life upgrades. It was great.
Yeah.
We need more of that, I think, actually.
I would love that. I think, you know, the OG Clubhouse rework?
Yeah.
That, I think, is one of my favorite reworks ever.
No, I think it's the most impactful in a positive rework.
Absolutely.
It kept the identity the same. It fixed almost all the flaws with the map. Bar was still not that playable. Then they mini reworked Clubhouse Bar.
True, they mini reworked it again.
Yeah. So I think Clubhouse has had like by far the most success with 2 changes, both for the better. And it's a very iconic and unique map.
Yeah, and one of the best maps in the game.
I
very
think it's
unique.
my favorite.
Yeah.
With Old Consulate.
Oh, I like Old Consulate. New Consulate is okay. But there's something about Old Consulate, like the yellow stairs holes of the smoke player dancing in and out, people juggling ADSs.
How you played Meeting and Meeting Balcony on both attack and
iconic.
defense.
I will say though, like that map was horrendous sometimes. Like
When they
playing it
changed
for the
how
2 millionth
repelling
time.
worked, that everyone could repel upside down, that map became like low-key unplayable. But I will say, it had a unique character, it was a unique map in general, and I think that kind of got taken away with the rework, where it feels more like other maps in a way.
Yeah.
And that's what I want more of. I want unique maps, and that's where I feel like Clubhouse still stands out.
Yeah.
I think Theme Park, actually, with the rework that got taken out of Pro Play a year or two ago or whatever, I think that map also holds up still. I think that could return to Pro League.
My hot topic is that, my hot take is that
topic.
I always liked Theme Park, like since rework.
Same.
Yeah, not popular though particularly because it's just so defender-sided.
It's hard.
But I reckon you could give that a really mini buff and just add a little bit more verticality.
Okay.
Completely changes the map, right? Because like most of the 3 main bomb sites have very little verticality, particularly the top floor ones. You can't really play from below. As soon as you can play from below and attack bunks, I think it suddenly changes how easy it is to attack that map. Or just make it a little bit more comfortable, some of those areas on the external parts of the map. Yeah, I like that
think that's
one.
fair.
Anyway, that was a nice little side topic to talk about maps while that technical pause went on. I bet no one even noticed.
I was like, I didn't even notice it first.
You didn't even notice?
They started the run, I was like, oh, they stopped the run, I guess we'll just keep going.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. And we are back on basement nonetheless, and this is where we praised SSG for their attacks did make sense.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting some more success here. And you see VP, they know what they want to play into. Plant deny, time waste. The only issue I have with this is purely playing Goyo, Echo, Smoke, and then having 0 roam presence with a soft hatch.
They know about it as well. Like,
yeah.
They have the read on here. Like, that's the big difference. SG in the first round, they're sprinting in, they're going for drops. VP had no idea about it. Yeah. Now, you notice 30 seconds into the round, VP have forfeited open area, but they're still pre-firing up the hatch because they know that SSG are likely going for an early push.
But let's say they played open area, killed a few...
Oh, no, bro. That's embarrassing.
They killed a few drones, then ran back to bomb site. You wasted an extra 20, 30, 40 seconds. Now it's SSG with full map control, with 2 full minutes to spare. Sure, they don't have a Twitch this time for the Goyo canisters, but they have saved the time with a quick roam clear, the same as the Twitch would give you by popping the Goyo canisters early. So I feel like, again, we're back to...
Oh, nice joystick.
That's unlucky.
I think that's a skill issue, personally.
Now I think it's fair game. Now I think it's like VP might have this. You know, that's a huge pick, and Maverick going down as well. Of course, you said if you could banner pillars all the hatches, but SSG might need to now go for some of those funky hatch drop scenarios.
I mean, you need numbers on basement execute.
You do.
Even if you want to play an explosive execute, like, ideally you need 1 person planting, 1 person covering the planter, 1 person dropping, and usually a little bit of redundancy. You need some flank watch. Maybe you want a 2nd person covering the plant or a 2nd person dropping.
Ooh,
this is also really awkward too because the Kiba barriers have made
you need
Garage...
to punch them first.
Yeah, and there's barbed wire as well to clear.
It's genius. This is like purely a nuke counter because you have the proof of camera, but it doesn't see this.
He spots his foot.
Yeah.
He's got to win this fight. Ashen, you've got to win this. Still, Pasha survives a little bit longer, but Benja down the stairs. I don't know how he's managed to get into this position. One of those keeper barriers actually worked against VP. And now there is a chance. However, Dan threads the needle right between Benja's eyes. Ashen alone in Garage, Janano up above. And there's very little chance of making this one work for SSG.
It's tough. They got the Oka drones. I mean, that's been the saving grace of Bank, maybe the amount of intel adversary can work with. It's been phenomenal so far. And they've been so accurate, like, we know where the players are. Let's not swing, just hold the crossfires, 20 seconds. They need to come to us. And if they get bombs out control, again, Echo drones, look at this. They can't plant.
Yeah. There's nothing here in it for Geno. He's taking down the Yokai drone, but it's a 1v4. He's got to bait out a few shots, finds one. Magazine is simply not big enough for this. He's still going to give it a go. Goes for another one, finds a 2nd kill. Joystick puts him down. Good half. Finally, that's the energy that we've been needing from VP. 5-1 in the half. This really is a repeat of map 1 with the teams switched around.
So puzzling. 5 rounds on defense bank? Are we back in like 2017 or something? Like, this has been a while.
Yeah, man, not a good look for SSG. They were flying on Chalet.
But I do feel like SSG, to me, they've always been what I call a defense team. I think the way they play...
What happened with the... we didn't see that at all.
That explains how Forest died, I guess.
That's how half the... Yeah, I guess that was the idea of the push. They took garage control. They had someone go down main stairs. A very split-up push, because there was still a guy server, and yet this Blitz is trying to make things happen. But not only is the Yokai ready for it, but also the impact grenades. That's awkward.
Yeah, Ecodrones actually make life completely unplayable for shield operators. Blackbeard Blitz, Medics, Monty, I was gonna say.
Medics. Shout out to Medics, our observer, by the way.
Yeah.
He rocked up really late last night.
Yeah, I saw.
Flew in from Croatia. I spoke to him for about 2 seconds getting a coffee today.
Nice.
So he's had a big trip, but lovely to get the Croatian sensation back on the obsticks. We've actually got quite a few observers here. I believe there's 5 observers.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, he did say she. I did. I wish we could get the observer mic live to stream sometimes.
A little try-catch with the observer.
I'd love.
What do you think's gonna happen next, Mr. Observer? No, it's but I think SSG has always been, in my mind, like a defender team, even back in like Troy era, where they like to set up these obstacles for attackers to solve, whether it's utility like the SSG Clubhouse Basement Room, like Casa Americas, Gemas Mossy Pest, or it's like a very complicated roam game where they're like running around a lot. This one here at Benja is playing Victor to the corner. They don't know exactly where he is. The scanner runs out, he's forcing his position, can bait the impact back to the corner, and again, he'll have to re-drone. If he wants to, he could stand out that window, go for 1-4 and trade. If not, stick around and just waste more time. He's doing such a good job here. 6 drones shot already.
But he's in a crossfire from so many different directions.
Again.
This is a nice way to try and escape, though. Yeah, I like the usage of that impact grenade.
It's also getting Deimos tracked the entire time, by the way.
Yeah.
But the Vigil scanner cloaks it. So Deimos doesn't work just for the Vigil, but Vigil is the only target that you could track because he's the sole roamer top floor. So again, SSG is showing us that they know strategically how this plays out, and they are so prepared for this.
Benja eventually does go down. Wow,
he's an
all the way
ATM.
into ATMs? What's he doing, man? Come on, cut your losses.
Nah, not happening.
Nah, that's not how this team works, apparently.
So, just for comparison, SSG had full map control with 1 minute into the round, so 2 minutes left. Virtus Pro are barely inside top floor with 1 minute left in the round. The only issue for Jaina Nova for SSG, they need to actually get back to the bomb set now without just falling apart. Otherwise, the kills will make the difference in time lost, and VP will be fine. They're gonna advance forward. He's Deimos tracked, mind you, so they know he's here.
He's surely gonna die.
Yep, you called it perfectly. And this one, I'm like, again, cut your losses. Drop down that hatch, take the 4v5, it's fine.
Oh,
it's
the
2 versus
flashbang
4.
is perfect. Always can just waltz on inside. A flank from Faults as he retakes upstairs, but he's gonna have to drop. And I mean, he's spotted from top square. There's nothing for it. Doesn't matter how fast or slow you are. SSG have absolutely nothing. Not a single kill has gone out on the basement where that bomb site is. And now Forest is all alone up against 5 angry Russians marching towards him. And Inja on the joystick. It's simply not going to be enough. Always locks it in. All right, these guys are well and truly fired up. SSG, I don't know what you did, but you woke up the bear, and now they've come out to play.
Yeah, so much more life in them. Celebrating around victories. Not saying I'm seeing any smiles, you said, from VP. It's right?
I don't think they're capable of smiling.
No, see, this is where you're wrong. There's been 2 isolated instances where Shepard smiled in the player cams, and they were popping off when that happened.
Did that make the newspaper, like the front
It
page?
made Reddit, it made like all the news channels, the casters on the desk spoke about it. I think they screen capped it and they brought up like on the segment at some point. It's like when you see Shepard smiling, you know it's over.
This just in, Shepard smiled. All right, tactical timeout. What's call out saying to the boys?
Break the round, and Dallas fucking lose map, so be it. We got another one coming up, so let's just let them.
He's like whispering.
I'm trying my best to try and hear
He's
him,
very
but
quiet.
I have a feeling it's deliberate. Are they?
Yeah, I know.
Is it deliberate to us, or is he trying not to be audible to the other
He's like,
team?
these guys think they're so slick and they can hear us. If they stop talking, I'm gonna go quiet now.
It's all right. Surely production will just bump up the volume.
Surely, put the camera closer.
My favorite thing is hearing the player comms in the tactical timeouts. It's so fascinating. I remember the first time we did it, SI 2023 Montreal, 2 years ago. And so many iconic moments we got as a result. I remember Mr. Officer scolding Noodles. Fabian, yeah, you know, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he absolutely rinsed G2 when they were playing terribly. They went on to win the bloody event after that.
Yeah, that was the turning point, basically. Yeah. I think they took 5 rounds straight against FaZe when that happened, and it brought it back.
I think they only lost maybe 1 map for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, they were going flawless almost. Yeah. It was unreal, and I would love a world where you can have listen-ins. Let's say once per half, each team gets a listen-in. Like 20 seconds left, base and bank, execute. I want to hear HGT's comms as they're breaking that apart. Because that is lovely to my ears. The strats.
Yeah. Well, I don't know exactly what callout said. Maybe you guys got a chance to listen to it better than me.
I heard it break apart the round, which I don't know what that means.
Especially on the defensive side, right? Like, that makes sense on an attacking perspective.
It could be to disrupt what VP wants to accomplish, which is
Like,
again like
don't
the
let
road
them
game.
execute,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Break it apart before it happens.
The thing is, I feel like SSG were trying to force the issue too much in that previous round. They were trying to not let it get to an execute, and as a result, VP had to do very little to achieve a lot.
But maybe this is the thing. Maybe it's reversed, because when he said cut your losses on Chalet, they didn't cut their losses. When he's saying break apart the round, stop breaking apart the round. It's reverse psychology for the listeners.
Is it opposite day?
It's opposite day.
I didn't get the memo, but maybe it's opposite day. It would explain a lot.
Let's see if they can make it work, though. I mean, they're not flying out the windows yet. Oh! That's my bad.
Nicholas Moritzen! What have you done to him? You say it's not going to happen, and then exactly in that instant...
That was incredible timing.
That timing could not have been better. That's Siege timing, if I've ever seen it. SSG flying out windows, it's not beneficial to them. A trade does not leave the Americans better off. And now Joystick's found another one. Ashen has been taken down. J9 is trying to find this fight against Shepard on that blitz. Fultz is retaken up onto top square. Oh, nice shot there from J9 onto Pasha. I don't know how you win that fight, but suddenly it's all up to J9 against Joystick and Shepard for the map. The blitz waiting out the Warden's glasses. He's gonna have to reactivate it again, and there's the blitz. And that is Shepard. Crack a smile for us, baby. The bear is awake, and it is hungry for map 3.
Such a better... What a surprise! I mean, a 7-1 victory for VP after a massively disappointing lack of energy, no adaptability Chalet. It sets this up for a perfect third mapper. The second one of the day set because the other B-Stream had a game earlier. We're not going to spoil anything, but I thought today and this match would have been the first. Either I'm just happy that we're going to go distance and have a competitive match here.
Fantastic reply from Virtus Prof. Getting 7-2 on the first map. 7-1 is the score on Bank, and we'll have to settle it on Cafe.
Might have been hibernating, but I tell you what, they're hungry and they are dangerous now. Map 2 was absolutely domination from Virtus Pro. Something that going into it, we had a lot of questions around what they were going to be able to do, how they're going to be able to bounce back. One thing is for sure, folks, SSG, boy, do they hit the highest of highs. And boy, do they reach the lowest of lows sometimes.
Absolutely. I mean, we highlighted it before. We saw the same old SSG from the NAL. One day they show up. Yeah. Map 1, they showed up. And then the next day, Map 2, it happened all in one day this time. That was the biggest issue with SSG. They just couldn't get the opening kills enough. They couldn't make Virtus Pro move, especially on the map of Bank. I think that's really where it faltered them because Chalet is a lot more close quarters, claustrophobic. VP have to move. But on a map like Bank, they were very comfortable. And there was no moments where SSG was forcing them to move, and when they didn't get those opening picks, they couldn't play the objective game the way they wanted to.
Yeah, and realistically, you also have to give VP their credit. I mean, the way that they were playing, to immediately bounce back, wipe that first game off is just, you know what, we know we did wrong, we know we have to go into this Bank and play the way that we need to. And like I said, them starting on that defense, I wanted to see them get rounds. I wanted to see them find that success that they just couldn't get on that Chalet side of defense. And then sure enough, we see that get displayed beautifully on their defensive half, go into attack, end the game on a 7-1. I mean, this is the exact VP that we wanted to see going into this map.
I will say in the areas that we wanted VP to turn up, which is take the fight to SSG, we didn't see that aggressive Virtus Pro. They still played very slow, stuck to the game plan, and that's what carried them out.
I will say, I know we didn't see see the whole team get aggressive, but always was a player that we 100%, and especially for their IGL, to be able to get aggressive, to be able to make a lot of these plays, make a lot of headway, create spacing, take these gunfights in these defensive rounds, and just pick apart SSG. I mean, you got to give him his flowers. And again, being the IGL in some of these rounds, on these attacking rounds, setting up your team and also getting the job done and putting yourself in these positions always was a pivotal factor for VP of finding the success that they have been finding so far.
And a lot of these situations that he found himself in were just based off of the objective. Either he's holding down the site, he gets a pick, and he flurries with more picks, more aggression, or he's on attack, he's playing his pinpoint position, and he's able to shut down the SSG over aggression. So once he was able to make something happen, he capitalized off of it with the aggression. The rest of the team from Virtus Pro, they know that the system works. It didn't work on Chalet, but it worked on Bang.
Momentum is a big thing in any kind of game, but has it swung a little too heavily now?
I mean, I think you look at both maps. Both teams won their respective maps. Now you're going to go to a cafe. And again, same thing for SSG. Sure, they lost 7-1. It doesn't look good. It's not pretty. But this is still a roster that we've seen them time and time again. They pick themselves right back up and immediately bounce back into the next matchup. And again, I said this was most likely going to go to a best of 3. And the biggest thing now is both teams are going to have to understand their play style and what they're doing wrong and how they can counteract one another and through going into the last map.
You ready for a third map?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's not the situation that we expected going into it. We both said Virtus Pro would be able to take that third map, but I really do think this is the best outcome for both teams. It'll be a really good even playing field.
Well, hopefully it's an even playing field. We don't see what we've just seen in the first 2 maps. Hopefully they both come with their A game. We head to Cafe after this short break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
SSG shot into the stratosphere in map 1, but boy did they come plummeting back to earth in reality real quick in map 2. As we head to Cafe, the conversation hopefully changes to something where it's completely even playing fields here, Lax. But, I mean, is that going to be the case?
I think it is going to be a little bit of an even playing field, because even when you look back at this, in Montreal, these two did meet in round 3 of phase 2, where VP would inevitably beat them 7-5. So it was still a close game. Obviously, these first 2 matchups haven't been close, with a 7-2, 7-1, so either it's going to be a 7-0 or a 7-3, we don't know. But I do still expect this to be a close map, and just for the simple fact, both these teams understand what they need to do. They understand what they were doing wrong. Now you need to finish here and execute it here going into Cafe.
I think it'll be a lot closer because both aspects that the respective teams won on their maps are still pivotal when it comes to Cafe. Yeah. I don't think Virtus.pro is going to change too much to their strategy. They're going to play slow, they're going to play methodical, they're going to wait for SSG to mess up. Now, Cafe is a smaller map than Bank was. Yeah. It's smaller in the sense of Chalet, where it will be a little bit more claustrophobic. It is defender-sided, but you still have to be proactive on your defenses. So I think SSG will be able to find more opening kills, be a lot more impactful on getting inside the map, and I think that's where you're going to see it even out against both teams.
And then to go against that, like you were saying, that's going to be in favor of SSG. If VP is learning from what happened on Chalet, where they could have taken advantage of some of these players and just coordinating together, being faster, being together better, this map should reinforce that of how claustrophobic it's going to be. They should be able to play those trade games. They shouldn't let SSG walk away with so many opening kills. So for that alone, I can expect both these teams really to come out here swinging and try to close this out.
Very quickly. Who takes this?
I'm just going to have to say VP just for the 7-1.
I think it's a battle of who's going to win most attacks on this map. I think Virtus.pro is a little bit more consistent right now. I'm going to give it to them.
All right, well, usually we go for something fun and crazy.
At least you know we're not biased.
Okay, there's no bias over here, but maybe there is on the casting desk.
So VP's going to win this one. We can pack it on up. Forget about it, Americans. It's Jova.
Hold up. I, as the actual EU shield, have to go and say, SSG, this is a map, Cafe. They're much closer together.
Why are you shilling for NA, dude?
When they're closer together, they get more stuff done. The fans are going with EU. The desk is going with EU. You have gone against me as well, but I will stand as the last NA fan and say, SSG got this.
I can't believe this. You can take Pengu out of the NAL, but you can't take the NAL out of Pengu, apparently. Look, map 3, it's a rematch. We're going back to Cafe. We saw these guys meet here in Montreal, and it was a tight 7-5 victory for VP. SSG fell asleep on map number 2. As Rob said, they really got a reality check, came back down to earth, but I think they can steer this ship back up again. I do think there is a chance in it for SSG. Great Cafe team. This is a map both teams love and have played aplenty, but we'll see if SSG is able to recompose. Did they get rattled after map 2? Because they were the ones doing the rattling on Chalet.
SSG starting on defense, banning out the Monty. It's very interesting to me because last I checked, VP don't play shields, and SSG, they do. And they're known to it. No, they probably like Black People Blitz more than the Monty, but I feel like, again, the operative ban of the Montaigne is catching me by surprise. It's 2 maps now it's happened, but regardless, Castle follows up. That's going to be Piano how to defend, of course. The big question now, Valkyrie, Asami, Mira, Maestro, so many good defenders left on the table. Kaid, actually. We do see Kai being banned out sometimes on Cafe because you don't want to deal with like bringing EMPs or Thatcher or Maverick, but it's such a rare sight that it usually just goes through that operator ban phase untouched.
Yeah, the only operator similar to when these teams last played on Cafe in the ban phase is the Monty. Last time SSG banned the Nomad and the Warden, and VP for defense banned the Azami instead of that Castle. So quite a bit of a flip here. We do have Azami on the board. We do have Mira back in as well. So a lot of really strong power position anchor operators on the board. It's the second time we've seen a Nomad ban on Cafe today as well. Sorry. I'm getting confused with the previous time. We saw a Nomad ban earlier today. Now we're seeing the Grim ban, which is usually good at clearing those power positions. So I feel like this is going to be a pretty power position-centric kind of game.
What I like about SSG when they play more compact maps, like something like, let's say, a Clubhouse or a Cafe, is that they are such a good team at just building a maze of things to navigate for the attackers, whether it's utility or ADSs or long lines of sight. They have so many different win conditions in a given round, and this first one is exactly that. They have Clash, which they're hiding in the drone phase, so VP should have little to no info about it. They're playing Mute and Mossy for drone deny for that active intel. Then they're playing Asami and Piano, not having its norm, but they're pairing it with the Clash, with the Mute Jammers, with the Wamaites to make like Piano a pretty much impossible fortress to control over if you're Virtus Pro. So we gotta see how they can problem solve. Benji goes punished. I think he was trying to go for a spawn pick on CEO or in cocktail window. He was, yeah. So that's not a good start.
No. It is funny though, as we were talking about, this is an operator veto that really does lend itself to the defense playing power positions.
Yeah.
And yet, Virtus Pro have a read on SSG where they're going to run double flank watch. We got Gridlock and Nomad. So they're expecting SSG to play a very spry game. And that is what we would expect, because that's how SSG love to play.
Yeah.
So SSG aren't leaning into what is conventionally powerful here with this veto. They have decided to go for a bit more of a loosey-goosey lineup. A lot of these are fraggers, and then guided by that Clash, Numira, and the Azami is taken down from this upside-down rappel. Janano caught out.
This is the thing, with how they're playing this setup in prep phase, I would expect Benji and Janano to both be passive players. One went for a spawn peek, one ego turns the window rappel. Where it's like, you got the Clash, you have cigar control, you have the Mutammer and the Bossy Pass. None of that has come into active play yet, and the round might already be over if VP they keep this up. So I feel like this is again SSG not really playing their strat to its full effect.
Oh, dude.
Now we're just dancing between the rotates, and what are we expecting to happen right now? Okay, it's a 2v5, they run the chalk, do some crazy things, but how we got here is where I have a problem with the playstyle.
That's it. Round is over already for SSG unless we see some serious heroics. But with that Clash, there's not a lot that you can do on the defensive side. SMG for SSG, now in hand for Forest as he puts that shield on his back. Good night. Beautiful shot from Dan. All up to Forest now in a 1v5. The plant's going down, and he's just a dead man walking. A little pre-fire. There's a tickle of damage on the joystick, but always puts him down. First round, and we're already hearing the bear begin to roar. Great start from VP, untouchable on the attack.
A flawless start. I mean, again, this goes back to map 1 where I'm like, is SSG really good or are VP kind of trolling on Chalet? Now I'm like, is VP really good in that round or is SSG kind of trolling on Cafe? Because, again, this swing, unnecessary. The piano death, in my mind as well, also unnecessary. It could have been that because of playing 4v5, General felt the pressure to make a hero play, took the 50-50, died, but it has this domino effect. Benja messes up, now Jin&O gets desperate. Jin&O messes up, now the rest of the team at 3v5, they also get desperate, and they don't get to play their strat. I want to see SSG put themselves in positions where they can play out a round to its full potential. Whether it's 5v5 bumps and executes, whether it's staying alive and falling back, because this has been the biggest talking point for us since the very beginning. Cut your losses. We said it, technical timeout happened, the coach call-out said it, and we just haven't seen them cutting their losses. They keep fully and arguably over-committing to these plays.
Yeah.
And VP are punishing it now. Like, they're here.
And look, to SSG's credit, it worked on Chalet.
Yeah.
It's not going to work for the whole series long. That's the thing of a BO3.
Best
you
of
have
threes.
to adapt. And SSG just haven't done that. VP have. And if anything, the more that SSG play this aggressive playstyle, the more that VP can just sit back and relax and wait for the picks to come to them. Think about that last round. VP barely had to do anything except sit on window repels and wait for it to be a 5v2.
You're so right. I do like this, the roam. I think this is necessary. Like, you're playing kitchen and kitchen bomb side, you need some map control, take down the timer, kill some drones, fight for map space. Because if you don't roam, they're gonna full clear it in 20 seconds and you're stuck in the bomb side with no way to win. The only thing is though, if SSG don't find success on the roam by getting ideally a kill or two, their orbital lineup is extremely fragile for the bomb side. There's no plant deny, there's no time stalling, there's a single C4 on a roaming player top floor. So they need this roam to work, especially if VP are going to contest it, and there's going to be fights happening.
Yeah, very quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Just waiting. They want to play this peel back roam. They're not going to try and overcommit. I think that's the intention. I mean, Ashen is on the verge of falling back.
3 drones left. They have a Jackal, but he's not inside the building yet, so they can't scan the feed seas, so they have little to no intel. And that's why they're waiting, because they need to get Jackal active. He scans one, that's the Asami, but there's more. There's a Vigil hiding right to the sky with a G in hand.
Oh!
Ooh,
Just barely finds the kill. Ashen doesn't confirm it with that impact nade, though.
Lucky.
Unfortunately, that does mean, oh, well, okay, Benja is able to find a kill. Joystick's still able to be retrieved. And this is a worthwhile trade for Virtus Pro. They get their squad back up again. They found the kill. Ashen is low, and they've got the ground for it. So even though it was a mess, I think VP should be pretty happy with it. SSG, I believe, still have a Roma, however, hiding in train.
That's why I think this might not be worth it. Look at the timer. 1 minute left. They gotta do verticality first. Okay, Fold's falling back. I think that he feared they had intel on him, but we know, as you know, with the Observer HUD, they didn't actually know. But if Fold sticks around, gets a kill, I think that's completely fine for HSD. Especially if you take down the Sledge, the only vertical operator on the attacking side. But even with that fall back, they're playing 4 versus 4. No C4 in pocket, by the way. And this is like a 50-50. The only thing that I don't think you are knowing about, there's a sense in the board for Shepard, who's been hiding this entire time. When those projector walls go south, they can go for a free plant.
Yeah, and the freezer walls have been completely reinforced, so it might not matter that Ashen has VIP control. VP can actually go for an execute now.
Totally. I mean, the only saving grace Jaina knows is aggressive on the bomb side, played by the bomb chassis. He's now found out, he's now run away. He has to make a play here.
This comes down to these entries from VP, but Jaina holds firm. Dan goes down, and here comes the flank from Ashen. There's nothing to be done for it. Jaina farms on the side, and now a desperate plan attempt. There's simply no time for VP. And SSG are back into this game.
Yeah. Let's go mining. Let's go one without.
Does Benja talk, do you think, in this roster?
Oh, there. This is the second time you've done this, man. You have to stop. You have to stop.
The cast occurs. I was gonna say, I haven't seen this guy speak a single word so far. And Benja, this is the funny thing about the SSG Benja pickup, is that on so many levels, it makes no sense. But on the flip side, Benja isn't bad in any lineup.
I think that you just look at like a young player that arguably hasn't even hit his peak yet, who happens to be a world champion, who happened to have been dropped from his former roster. Yeah, you pick him up. If you want to spice things up, how can you not pick up a player like Benja?
I do have to say one thing though. I think, and this is not a bad thing, I do think Benja peaked at SI23 when he won with G2 because he was, without a question of doubt, the best player in the world at that event.
Yeah.
I think he was averaging 2 grenade kills from below a round.
Yeah.
The guy didn't lose a single 1v1, didn't lose a single clutch. And it's not that, oh, he's peaked, like he's never going to be good again. He's still a phenomenal player. But having that kind of live performance doesn't happen many times in most people's careers.
Very young to peak. He is not even the youngest player on the roster now. He's 21, and Ashen's actually the 3rd youngest player at the tournament, still just 19 years old.
Nice. Yeah, it's funny, we've had 4 Danish players in Pro League. 2 of them have won an SI. A 3rd went to a Pro League Grand Finals.
Zeronic
in Year 1 Season 3 against Playing Dogs versus CTM.
Who's the 4th?
Thompson. He played for Team Barrage in EUL. They went 0-10 for the season, and he went to the military and never came back.
Yeah, right.
Because he just stopped playing.
Yeah, that was a fun time. I remember that Barrage roster.
It was terrible. I think it was Drid from G-Bots was on it, I think, and
there's a guy called Quantic who actually played for what eventually became the IG roster, the Airwolf team. He played for them a very long time ago.
Yeah. He's got some lore from our observer that he played with Thompson at one point as well. Interesting. World is a small place, but regardless, I was kind of glazed the Danish population here.
Okay? Of course
4
you
players,
are.
3 have been to a final, 1 in SI. That's a pretty big deal. And Benja, I would say he hasn't had like a wow, massive best of 3 so far, but he is a quiet killer. Like he's there, he's doing stuff, he's finding value. SSG as a team, same with Virtus Pro actually, they're all about every single person getting value, every single person getting involved. I wouldn't say either of these 2 squads rely on a single soul carrier. And that's good. That's a good thing.
Absolutely. We do have 2 world champions in this game. Fultz obviously winning SI 2020 with Space Station.
True.
Benja winning SI 23 with G2.
Also true.
VP yet to find themselves a hammer, despite a lot of these players having played in those grand finals several times. both against TSM in 22 and against G2 in 2019. What is going on here on this upstairs clear? Always backstabs for a double. What? That's what we need from them. Danger does find one before being traded back up to Forest. Now, as he slinks back towards the side, trying to isolate these 1v1s, but he's made a hell of a lot of noise, and they should know where he is by now.
I love this in Virtus Pro. They're just letting go of the mouse and keyboard. They're droning, waiting, scouting. 2 out of 3 people actively on drones. They got 40 seconds to work with. And again, Forrest, he's amped up, he's ready for a gunfight. Bleed him out. Make him go, okay, what's happening now? Okay, kill another drone. Where are you? I don't know. They got time to work with.
Oh. He's been spotted. He's been trapped. Oh. And this Blackbeard as well from Shepard, forcing down that plant, the perfect operator to prevent any kind of a reply here. The C4 is an air ball. Now Forrest looking to try and get around this, but Pasha and Joystick have gone above. And here's the Blackbeard on side, just staring him down. Plenty of information to be had. No C4 remaining. Vert enabled from the X-Kairos. It is a devastating position to be in. That's a nice shot there. Shepard goes down, looking for a little bit more. Pasha takes some damage. Shotgun comes out for Forrest. Gonna land a couple of shells, but Pasha's got him. And a cheeky smile on Always face. He knows that this game is hurling towards a swift finish for VP.
Also, it's not very common for you to find those kinds of gaps, and Always the man who was smiling on your camera screen there, he's the one who found it. I think it was on Cocktail Rappel, just went on in, got 2 kills, one before that for a 3K, and it just completely opened the entire round for Virtus Pro.
Dude, Always has been insane today.
Yeah.
That makes him over 20 kills in the series so far. Next closest behind him is Faults down at 14. And Pasha, believe it or not, who's managed to really steal things. Let's see what Callout has to say. Hopefully he's not whispering anymore.
Oh, he's whispering. Doc, or whatever the fuck it is, just for either a trap up or a C4 up, maybe we'll do that. Same shit. So we're gonna do mirror freeze, mirror cocktail, and we're gonna do fucking yeah. And then you're gonna play. It's gonna be pushed inside the stock.
Okay. So, utility, the mirror windows, the setup, playing a bit more dynamically off it. The dog I heard as well. I think he mentioned they're expecting a sense, and this would kind of deal with it, from what I understood at least. So they're expecting some sort of performance out of Virtus Pro, maybe adapting from the last attack that they did against them at least. But I like the switch up. Bring out the mirror, bring in more utility, playing for more stable map control, and just taking the gunfights.
Like we were talking about a few times.
Shepard smiling. Shepard smiling.
Oh, wow, that is the red
Breaking
Shepard
news,
smile.
everybody. There it is.
So if I look to my right and I saw Always with that just cheeky smile, that cheeky grin, I couldn't help but laugh as well. So SSG, we've talked about how this entire match, they have been playing so loosely, so aggressively. They're trying to make plays. That's the bread and butter that we know and love from SSG. And it worked so well for them on Chalet. Hasn't worked since. That was Callout saying, guys, can play dynamically, sure, but we're playing around these mirror windows. We're playing around these positions. I want you on the dock. I want you grabbing a gun where you're not necessarily running around, but you're taking confident fights. You are a turret. That's exactly what a mirror window is as well, and to some degree what an Azami is. They're trying to lean more into this, and I think it's the right call.
Yeah. Mirror windows, they have a massive upside and a potential downside. They will often tether players to their location. What I mean by that is, if you see a mirror window here, every bone in your body is like, I should play here. This is a good position. And that can be a good thing because you're holding a part on the map. The potential downside here is you might start getting too stuck on that one position and tunnel vision that other things go the wrong way because you're giving up map control. I don't think SSG will have that problem particularly, but it is something that we see at pro play, lower level, tier 2, tier 3, and ranked especially, where, mirror window, I'm going to sit here the entire round, regardless of what happens, I'm not going to adapt.
The flip side of that as well is if you're an attacking side, you see a mirror window, that's basically knowing where one player is.
True, yeah. And there's 2 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Now Dan finds an early pick. Where was J90? You shouldn't be losing your Azami in the first minute of the round. Azami is meant to be staying alive as long as possible, fortifying her position, wasting time as those keeper barriers generate. That's a huge blunder early on, and the story continues for SSG struggling in these early rounds on Cafe.
And they only have the Twitch drones from mirror window counterplay. Only one left alive right now in bar, just like the Bravo. It's fishing for the right value. It gets one mirror window done instead of freezer. So you've lost this Sami, you've lost one of your two mirror windows. Always gets a nade kill into Forest. That doesn't really happen a whole lot these days.
It's over. This is devastating. Benja to find one kill with a C4. It's going to have to be an ace. You might catch someone on the rotate, but the plant's going down. He needs to take this first 1v1. Good shot onto Pasha. You know exactly where he is now. SMG 11. Quite a few fights to take here, and they're all going to need to be 1v1s. Cafe is just about the worst map to try and retake. This post plant is impossible. There's just no way you could possibly get that counter defused while players are still alive. There's always a smirk from Kajeka behind the roster as well. And it's business back as usual again for VP.
This is everything is going according to plan. I mean, you're playing a structured, slow-paced game against one of the best structured players in the world, coming from Europe. That's, of course, Virtus Pro. I'm kind of a little bit surprised at the lack of verticality from SSG. Okay, that's how he died in piano, by the way. Holding the window up like that.
Why are you not playing behind a keeper barrier?
Yeah, why are you dry swinging that with the risk of dying? You're sprinting across, dying as well. Not even taking gunfight opportunities, dying by running around. When I think of SG and Cafe, I'm thinking C4s below. I'm thinking Valkyrie cameras. I'm thinking verticals. I'm thinking map contested across the board. They're playing top floor bar cocktail. They have 5 guys top floor actively swinging window repels. I'm like, that's not SG that I know and love.
No.
They got the mirror windows, great. 2 people die before they get cleared.
Yeah.
Also not what I expect from them.
Yeah.
Now they got the Valkyrie. Yeah. That's great.
We do need to see just a change of pace and a change of mentality. SSG need to realize that if they don't give anything to VP, then VP have to earn it. And to be honest, VP haven't been earning a lot of these rounds. They've just been given opportunity after opportunity. Here's a player holding an angle. All you have to do is drone him out or win an angle fight. You hold your angle as people rotate around the bomb site. That's another opportunity. SSG need to stop gifting VP these moments that allow VP to steal ahead.
It goes back to that first kind of philosophy that I spoke about, right? SSG are so good at creating this maze that's hard to navigate for attacking teams, but that's not been the case here at all. It's been hard for SSG to figure out what's the footing that we gotta go for. I hope now, past the halfway point after a technical timeout, they can realize this. I don't even think the fact that Falls, to be fair, everyone but Benja is massively struggling on the individual fragging department, but I don't think that's the problem. I think it's more about, again, the decision makings as a team overall, how they're approaching these rounds. It's quote-unquote easy to fix, right? Just change your approach. But you're down 1-3, it's round number 5. If you lose this round, you're down 1-4 in the 3rd mapper best of 3. You gotta fix it right here on this upcoming round. Ongoing round.
Even now, just look at the way Ashen's playing this. He's trying to get up in their faces. Not a lot of time has been wasted. Half the round done, just about. VP have made some progress, but VP are more than happy to play slowly here. Yeah. We need SSG to just hold on to their positions as long as possible. Ashen does find his kill. At least his injure and not confirmed. At least he does cut his losses. He doesn't need to overextend. Same story here for J90.
Cut the losses, you got the injury, he's low in HP, that's good enough. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. You can now start playing those basement staircases or the bottom floor staircases, play by the bomb side, fish for a C4. They got 2 in pocket, Valcam as well. They're in a prime position still. VP, they gotta do verticality, they gotta walk down the red staircase, they gotta figure out what set they wanna attack. HC, they can sit back now, wait for the next kind of couple of moves, then lash out and strike back.
SSG just have to keep biding their time. They don't need to rush things here. There's so much ability to deny this plant from below, no matter where it goes down. We have Valkyrie cameras, we have Mozzie. We need to just whittle down that timer and then spring to life in the late round.
As it crazy as 8 drones alive from VP, all deployed on the map itself. They have so much intel in their dedicated areas. 30 seconds left. This is the first 5v5 execute I think we've seen in the entire best of 3 so far. It comes down this next couple of seconds. Who's gonna get that opening kill?
Ash is just waiting. There's the opening pick. Ashen down. One of the C4s eliminated. Forrest, the only one with a nitro cell left in his pocket. And Pasha has the read here. He finds the kill on default. The second one goes begging. Forrest, he's the one with the C4. He goes and takes down Pasha. The plan is denied. Ben just swings through to save the day for Space Station. And they keep their heads above the water.
They brute force it. Again, where's the verticality that we know and love? But the thing is, VP, they thought about it, right? They were attacking the downstairs bottom mid portion as well, knowing that, hey, there's gotta be a C4 player downstairs. There was good distraction game, good bait and switch, and SSG, they played on the same page. They all fell back towards the bomb site. They all waited together, and they said, okay, now they're planting. Now it's 4 versus 5. 3, 2, 1, push from every direction possible. Either we get the kills or we get the planter. Either scenario is enough. This gunfight took way too long, by the way, from both players. It's a weapon swatch, run back up the staircase, get the deagle kill. And while that happened, kill the player vertically, 2 players send it together, Benja getting both those kills, then take down the planter in 0 seconds of time.
Yeah, but skin of their teeth, though, for SSG.
Way too close.
It was just Benja winning that. And if he hadn't won the vertical fight through the floor,
and then it's over.
It's completely over. VP got damn close, and now SSG have one last chance to hack it on their defensive side before we switch over into the second half. And I still am not convinced by SSG. That was by the narrowest of margins that they got that round. I'm not convinced that they'll get another one. And look at that. As soon as the round begins, E1D.
Yeah, the reason why you do that these days is that if defenders start running around, you red spot them, so Deimos can track them essentially. Obviously, Action Vigil is going to pop the scanner, so he's not going to get spotted by the line charge. But if you see an early E1D in ranked or competitive play, is to try and get the pings of Deimos to actually get it as early as possible, like with Mossy getting spotted here.
Yeah, very good. Doesn't waste the drones as well, which we've seen have been a hot commodity for VP.
Yeah,
then just take
8 live.
Hell of a lot of damage there as well. As that Deimos tracker pushes him back. Got the Jackal as well.
It's very aggressive VP this round.
Jackal, Dokkaebi, Deimos, Lion. What a combo.
Yeah. Also worth noting here, SSG had reading bomb side open for them. Despite that, they went for kitchen again, which statistically is like, what is that about? But they got this kind of pseudo roam game, first floor, top floor in mind. The hatch isn't open though. Jenna, we see this already, sprinting across the bomb site. I gotta open this hatch right now, it's important for my teammates. SSG don't want map control, but as we said earlier, VP's lineup, the Jackal, the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, they are so suited to fight this. Ashen goes kind of unnoticed because the Vigil Scanner's active, 50-50.
Oh, nice bait. And the Jackal also is not being used on him, it was being used to spot faults. Now they need to find Ashen's footsteps. He could be the savior of this round. The death mark fails, but always finds it through the floor. Great work there from VP to get the response needed. Joystick is done, but that doesn't really matter. The Jackal, his utility to force back these defenders was utilized already, and SSG have fallen back to the basement.
Exactly. Joystick did the job, and they're getting the kills everywhere right now. They know how they're getting these. They've seen a 2v4. Now they're kind of forced to walk up a staircase and go for more kills because they have no C4s at the pocket. The floor is being broken right above their heads. There's a free play somewhere on the floor. I can hear it. And I think it's one of the active players, possibly at least. But regardless of that, with the Deimos tracker being alive, one of these players will get spotted the entirety of this round, basically.
What's more, Benja is low. He needs to find this kill so desperately. Reveals his position, vulnerable to Vert in so many different positions. Just a matter of time before VP find it, no doubt. Here comes the swing, and Shepard gets him. Up to Forest now in a 1v4. And VP have already made their way forward. He needs to get aggressive. 2 players in the freezer. He has to find a nade tossed his way, and Shepard puts him in the dirt. VP have won the half outright, 4-2. The momentum squarely on their side, and the ball will just keep rolling.
And even more importantly, VP are showing us both sides of the coin of how they play Rainbow Six Siege. They played that super slow, methodical top floor attack against the mirror windows, where they're using their utility, their drones, they pick apart the mirror windows, they push it in, they plant. It's very simple. Then in that most recent round that we just witnessed, they're doing fast entry, top floor roam clear, getting super active, the verticality, the trade game, the precision, while being so quick. That's that newer style of them that they're still getting used to. We see it once in a while, and they're getting better and better at it. So that's attack done and dusted for Virtus Pro. Can they find success on defense? Laxing was the one saying on the desk that when they went to bank, they they start defense. That's going to go really well for them. That's what they thrive. That's what they like to play. He was so right about it. If that same philosophy is going to play around here, going up 4-2, entering defense is going to be a ridiculous stat line. It's going to be very hard to beat if you're SSG.
Yeah,
this is beating expectations.
This is massive exceeding of expectations for VP. I'm just really concerned for SSG. They were playing out of their minds on Chalet, and they just seem rattled. I don't think they have a way back into it. Their confidence has been shaken. And yeah, whoever loses this map still gets 1 point out of the series. That's how the group scoring works.
Yeah.
There are 4 points up for grabs in every BO3 in the group stage. If you win it 2-0, you get all 4. If you win it 2-1, you get 3 of the 4, and then the loser gets just 1. If you lose 2-0, you get nothing.
Yep.
So SSG, should they lose this game, they still walk away with 1 point, but that's a far cry from what they were looking for.
Yeah, especially how things started out, like that 7-2 Schlieffen Station. It looked like we could write off the entire series right then and there. 7-1 victory by VP on Bank, followed shortly after. What is going on? Things are just flipping upside down, back and forth, and SSG now on this attack. Noteworthy now, I guess, Foles is 0-6. He has not found a single on the server. This man is so... I had a word in my mind. I don't know. The potential is there. He can do it.
He's
That's what I'm trying to say.
erratic, though.
Yeah.
We saw map 1. What was he got, like 10 kills or something?
Exactly.
On the first map. 7-2 was the scoreline of the map, but he was farming. He had some huge moments, and he was fired up. I saw him in the hallway after that game. I said, oh, well, you guys played out of your minds, and he said, yeah, we'll do that the same on the Bank, and then they didn't. And now he's 0-6, former world champion, can't hack it. VP are only building that momentum more and more. Here comes the aggression from Forest. He needs to find this kill. Always eventually goes down. And this is what we've needed to see from SSG. They flood the site. They find the picks. Now it's all up to Joystick now in a 1v4. An ace will be required. He's not in position for it. Like days of old, he's got that 416 in hand, but Ashen puts him down. And the half starts flying for SSG.
Beautiful gap find. This is exactly what the kind of playstyle Forest brings to a team. We saw his stats for the year. He's like -74, but he just single-handedly found a gap that won them the round. Just dropping Skylight, Fire Flames goes out, gets the 1 kill, flicks and tries to go for a second. The entire team is working off him initiating that push. It was beautiful. It was VP. They had 3 ADSs, Asami, keep the barriers, all of Piano. None of that mattered because he just took it from Red Hatch drop, New Hatch drop, and Skylight drop and just found 3 kills in quick succession. It's simple, it's clean, and it worked out flawlessly.
And yeah, like we were talking about on the first map, not a lot of hype out of the SSG boys. They know that they're on the ropes. Yeah, and very stoic in the cameras. Not a lot of volume out of them. I can't believe I'm saying this, but VP are louder than SSG in this series. And it's not like VP are spanking him or anything. It's 4-3 on map 3. Only 1 round separates them. SSG need to fire. We need that energy back.
I'm very curious, VP, like, let's say they go for utility again. I mean, because I got like the Warden, the Jaeger, they're still kind of playing more old school cafe, if you will. If this keeps not working for them, then we gotta talk adaptation. And that's kind of where Virtus Pro, they are the weaker team than most of this event. When you gotta flex on the spot and say, oh guys, our primary plan isn't working, what's next? So if SSG can win out this round, already that will do like a lot of mental damage towards VP in their strategical side. Really get SSG into the right spot. I mean, they're bringing some funky operators right now. Sense, Amaru, Blitz, Ram. Not super conventional on Cafe, but certainly can work. And the thing is, they can do many different styles of attacks with this lineup. I have no idea what they're cooking right now because it's just like on the roof, they're opening windows, doors, applying pressure. It's a dining hatch angle.
Yeah, this is something very special cooked up here.
So you can sense box him in and get up, basically.
Yeah, wow.
You see the sense now coming out. 3, 2, 1.
Up he goes.
Reinforced twice.
Wow. The reinforcement makes this impossible now. Oh, the C4 shot out of midair. They know exactly what's going on. And the plant still goes down. A few picks found regardless, but the plant denial was not there. Now SSG have to cover this in the post plant. In a 3v3, that's not a given. The Blitz does find some. Okay, absolutely nothing. It seems that Always has sprung to life. He's having the game of his life at the moment. He hits 10 kills, and now Benja has to cover. Always finds every damn one of them. VP on the retake. SSG have some funky strats, but the bear's been awoken. There's nothing you can do about it.
I'm trying to put together the post-plant plan there because Foles got the plant down, stayed inside of dining. He's 1-6 at that point. Loses a gunfight against one of the top fraggers in the entire server of always, and just dies. And it's like, what about the window repel? What about downstairs control?
Where's the coverage?
Where's the I feel like there's so many small ways where SG could optimize the post plant. The bomb going down. The Devo's weapon swap the exact same frame. Blitz goes up, dies as well. I feel like SSG could have actually peeled off instead of aggressing forward there. And again, just play for post plant. You planted down the diffuser. That's the hard part. The easy part is what comes next. But they didn't go for that.
Damn, that reaction from Pasha.
Genius
Passion.
Pasha is a goat.
Yeah. Oh, he's bringing the energy. That's for damn sure. All right, 2 rounds away from closing this matchup. VP have been in control for the last hour and a half, 2 hours in this series, which is so funny. SSG, I mean, if you tuned in Chalet, you saw that, and then you tuned out, you thought, oh, this is going to be a bit of a boring series. You would be in for a hell of a surprise if you tune back in now. SSG, they keep trying, they keep coming up with nice ideas, they got these pocket strats, and I love the enthusiasm, but there's no conviction behind it.
It's close, but close doesn't cut it, right? I mean, there's these like very small imperfections that just crack the entire picture. Again, they get this like tiny spot where they can plant behind the sense wall. VP have no idea what's happening, and it still just doesn't work. Now they're bringing out, I guess, more conventional operators like the Capitals being brought out, the Blackbeard, the Hibana. They're chilling. I think SG right now, they're gonna slow things down, go back to basics, if you will, try and pick apart Virtus Pro. And they brought themselves also a bit of like looseness here. The Mute, the Warden, the Capcan, the Jaeger, all very free operators that roam around to take gunfights. Only Shepard on Smoke, who is the support player, has to worry about his life because like Toxic Babes get more value the less time there's left in the round. And with Space Station being relatively slow so far, this plays more and more into the benefit of Virtus Pro, given that they have Capcan and Smoke on the board.
Was Genino cooking? Ashen on the rappel of White Window. Genino looking to march forward, but the gas forces him back a little bit longer. He can breach through the wall here. A little known ability from Blackbeard to breach like that. Always continues. 12 kills to only 2 deaths. That Blackbeard feeling the pressure, the shots, the HP dwindling. Out comes the nade. Genino finds one onto Pasha. Dan just needs a few bullets. The smoke grenade doesn't work for him. Dan's found 2. It's a 2 versus 2. Fultz and Ashen look to try and reply. Upstairs, Fultz in the fight. He gets joystick. The reply, it's Fultz against Dan! But Dan finds 4 in the round! VP are just 1 away from getting this done.
I feel like we've barely said Dan's name his entire best of 3. He's been kind of silent. He was completely missing on map number 1. He's like 3-9 on the scoreboard. Now, he's finally had a big moment with that phenomenal 4K. It's been popping off so far in his entire best of 3 series. He was 11-2 when this round started. No one can stop him. When they finally do, there's a different bear who's even more hungry. Dan, 6-3 when this round started. 10-3 at the end of it. It was a great bait play there, but then they kind of ruined it for VP. And then here, bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, too good.
It's clean.
If there was any moment for Fultz to stand up, it would have been right then. How do you come back from this? SSG, 3 match points against them. It's been a long journey, full of heartbreak in this map, in this series. Starting so strong and gradually getting worse and worse. Map 2 was a shellacking in favor of VP. Cafe's been competitive, but I'm not gonna lie, I've never had hope for SSG in this map. We've seen little moments, but just something about my heart has been won over by VP.
I get it. I do. I just feel like the SSG we saw in Chalet was such a different take than on Bank and such a different take than on Cathay. I know maps that play out differently and whatnot, and you adapt as Abyssal 3 progresses. But for some reason, I can't quite figure out why that would be, I feel like SSG are so far from the playstyle of Chalet, where they play together, they have the good timings, they had a mini play and execute for every single outcome. Now it feels like they have plan A, and the second they lose a player, or they can't get what they want immediately, they don't have another great point to go towards. And it just kind of falls apart. And they're relying on individual heroics, kind of like in the past, but without having the numbers for it. The most positive player they have is 8 and 7 Benjamaster. Like, that's it. And he's not the first guy in the building. He's like usually like one of the last players in the gunfight. The fact he has that many kills is often late round or exit frags, not super impactful.
Well, SSG have begun the Vert game. C4 finishes off that Mookie drone. What else is there to say for SSG? We need more of this floor Tauna.
Yeah, they gotta be fast because again, they got Echo, Goyo. Actually, C400 is spent by always on the mute, so just to go in the Echo as well. So being good here, or being fast here is a good thing. The pacing is excellent from SSG. They gotta keep it up. Get those switch drones down, pop the Goyo canisters, buy yourself that time later on, and then hit the bombs at execute. They got Blackbeard, they can escort in the diffuser. I would say SSG, they got everything going for them so far.
And yeah, I still find it hard to believe that they're going to win this. Are they looking for a gap? Are they going to go Bakery?
Wait, that's not super common, actually.
This is unusual.
This could be dangerous, because like this is where you can lose the round if you don't clear out this like effectively.
There are Yokai drones to support as well, should that Blackbeard come in.
Oh,
this is a huge risk from SSG. Here comes the boost spot as well. Joystick is the perfect operator for it. He's got that DMR. He can thread the needle on these pixel battles.
They have no more nades, just flashbang. They're walking in.
In they go.
Behind.
Straight into the meat grinder. The Yokai's there for it. Benja finds it eventually, but not without a lot of damage being done. Folds finished off. Always traded back by J90. SSG weather the storm. They take the map control at significant cost.
3 and 3, 25 seconds. No time to drone this. She's just gonna go and full send it. The thing is, there is still one Echo drone in pocket. Yeah, inside a Bakery. So if timer keeps ticking down, it will be the end of it all because they got the Yokai. J90 1 health now. Goify was popped behind him. 10 seconds left.
It's got to come down to Benja. He hears the Yokai though. He has to shoot it. There's no time. There's no ability.
There's no way.
Shepard is toying with them. Eventually the Yokai goes down. And now Benja has to stick it, but it's denied. If you poke the bear, you better be ready when he wakes up. And boy, did VP wake up today. They go down easy on Chalet just to bounce back on Bank and Cafe. It's a 2-1 for the Russians.
I know the Yokai drone itself didn't stop that, plan from going down, but what it did do is both of the attackers were flicking up, down, left, right, and when they finally went for a plant attempt, guess what? The other VP players pushed up aggressively and got to that outside, shut down the plant with their guns instead. Timer was slowing down, almost those seconds left. Players, one left in the lobby as well. SSG got out-adapted by Virtus Pro. Didn't see that one coming.
Not something we see every day. We'll have an interview after this break, so stick around.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer,
I'm with Dan from Virtus Pro after an incredible win against what was a lackluster SSG in the end. Dan, I've got to ask you, this first map did not go your way at all. How do you reset after what would have been an infuriating first map?
I think we were playing very well on in the beginning of the round, for the first 3 rounds, but we lost some very important moments. We let them clutch these rounds, and we knew that we have everything to win. We just need to focus, don't let our rounds slide away, and be confident, be more confident, because we were nervous a little bit on the first map. Didn't take gunfights. We were just waiting for them to pick us, but they played really well. They didn't give away positions. They were just sitting and waiting until we do something. So we were not confident on first map, but when we know that Bank is our good map, so we just need to do what we can do and be full confident and full focused, and just reset mentality, forget about first map and keep playing.
Now, you don't play SSG a lot. In fact, you've only played them once throughout 2024. Do you take anything away from the Montreal match that you had in Phase 2 where you won 7-5 against them? Do you do any kind of prep work from that matchup?
Yeah, of course. Before that game on Cafe, we were remembering why we, if I'm not mistaken, we took one attack against them in Montreal. And we were trying to remember what went wrong there, what we can change, and we took 4 attacks, I think. So I think our preparation worked well, and we played confident, did some mistakes, but still I think we played well.
Now, originally the play style that we've seen from VP, everyone always says it's slow, it's methodical. Montreal, we saw a bit of a change up, things kind of sped up a little bit. How do you feel like it is coming into SI25?
If we will find our confidence, if we will be confident in ourselves, we could try to do more aggressive stuff. But right now it was our first game on LAN, so it's always shaky, and we will just try to prepare our focus next game, and maybe we'll show something new.
Now it looks like things are building for Virtus Pro, SI25. This is a big one. What are the expectations?
I don't like to predict our plays. I just hope we play some good Siege, and our fans will enjoy our gameplay.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Dan. Best of luck. Very interesting conversation with Dan. We got to dissect a little bit there. The one for me that kind of sticks out the most here, Fox, is the fact that he's mentioning that their play style is dictated on their confidence. Yes. So only when they reach a certain level of confidence will they pick that speed up.
Yes, and I'm happy that they highlighted that just to show that all the players here are human, and especially Virtus Pro, even though they are the iron giant of just consistency, it still takes some time to warm up. And we saw that in the first game, and as the maps progressed, they only got better and better with the confidence in their plays, and you could see it. They knew start to finish how the rounds were going to play out. Some of those rounds going down to the wire, 10 seconds, 15 15 seconds, they knew that if they just focused on the game plan, they would be able to snuff out and isolate and choke out SSG's attacks. SSG just wasn't really able to get anything going, and that's where we saw Virtus.pro come into the Virtus.pro that we know. They just slowed them down and won it out in the end.
Like I said, going into this last map, it really was going to be about which team was going to figure out the correct form and style of Siege that they wanted to play, and VP did a phenomenal job at doing that. I mean, always, again, I talked about him last map, I'm going to talk about him this map. Him being their IGL, their flex player, he was such a pivotal piece. But Dan, I'm glad you did an interview with him, because Dan was putting up some big numbers as well, and even the positions and the situations he was in, he was playing those phenomenally.
And if you look at the KDs, I mean, Fultz not having a great third map, he was the lifeblood for SSG. He was the big player that we were seeing step up, and that's what SSG needed. They needed somebody else to have that firepower, and Virtus.pro ended up catching a grip on exactly how he wanted to play, and they were just so good at just shutting down the big players from SSG.
Yeah, and again, when you just look at all the stats across the board, I mean, realistically, everyone played together. Both teams played extremely well. It just came down to the basic fundamentals of Siege, of what team is just going to get the better grasp and better hold of what was going to happen. And then again, when you were comparing the IGLs of Fultz and Always, I mean, Always was just phenomenal throughout this entire series.
And the opening kills, if you look at the opening kills, this game score would go the opposite way. I mean, Virtus.pro was losing so many opening engagements.
But they had good trades.
Exactly. They were focused on the trades. They knew that they were going to play the objective, and that's what carried them through the long game.
Well, there is a certain segment that I know we have prepped, you and I. It is the Details, sponsored by Blacklight. Dan, you mentioned his name a couple of times.
Dan the man, I mean, the 4K that he ended up pulling out in the second to last round, I mean, it was such a beautifully displayed game of Siege. I mean, you're reading these situations. When you're in these moments as a player, there's so much going through your head. There's so many comms that are being picked up. You have to understand what's the best course of action, and Dan played that perfectly. He took every single engagement in a 1v1 scenario, not having to worry about someone flanking him. He knew what he had to do in those moments, that he didn't have to run, that he needed to take these engagements and take them fast, and that's exactly what he did. And he executed it beautifully, getting a 4K that ended up solidifying that round for them and then pushed them into that match point.
Especially at the end in that 1v2, you saw he pushed out into Tarp to take that white fight so that he could turn around and isolate the 1v1, because he didn't want to stay there and get cross-fired. He went for those gunfight engagements. He had that confidence, and he got him the clutch.
Now, looking at this picture from, I guess, an overarching perspective right now, Lax, only 6 rounds won on the losing side for each of those maps. So 6-1, 6-2, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I would like a little bit closer of a game of Siege. They were playing their best maps, so it just goes to show that their records are still clean on those maps. Goes to show why you don't bring any of these teams to these maps if you want to play against them. But still, to go to Cafe, to still keep it relatively close, but again, for VP to find their footing, find the understanding of what they need to do, that is the important thing. This is why you can't write off any team based off one game or the second game. It's a best of 3. There's a lot of Siege to be played, and a lot of these teams just have to get their foot in the water. They got to test the waters, and that's exactly what Dan said in your interview. He said the confidence part. They just had to get comfortable. They had to get warmed up, and then they ended at 7-3.
And for SSG, it was their first game, but it's still the same SSG, where one game, they can absolutely blow their other team out of the water, but they can just as much fall back and just stall out and play like a completely different SSG in the situation. So hopefully they can just get a little bit more comfortable as the games progress. Today was not their day.
Well, we still have one more match on the A stream. Oxygen go up against W7M, but we're going to leave you in a short break with FaZe as they take on Shopify Rebellion.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
successfully. Oh, a shot from Bitterkinger onto Grixar. Sideswipes his head, and suddenly now Canadian's entry into the site not going to be that easy.
Absolutely massive take. Doesn't get the second though. Look at the health on Canadian. He's a sliver, and they know they got to try and push right now because it's the only time. It's a 2 versus 1. Under and over. There's the cover from the glass. But 14 seconds. A sliver of a pellet will be the end of it. Can they try and get themselves?
They're not sure where he
9
is.
seconds. We are ticking our way once again towards the end. He's got to try and cross the divide. The distance.
He got off the block.
Why did you get off the block?
He's back
Canadian,
on it.
hold back on. He's down. No!
What?
Unbelievable, Canadian.
What was that?
What?
No!
What happened?
Oh,
Okay,
Canadian!
Wait. Let us slow that down because it got a little bit loosey-goosey at the end there.
That is where composure needs to be at its paramount, and an unfortunate moment for Canadian. He gets off the plant. Not at that point. This replay's too late. There was so many more moments even prior to it. Well played from Handy, and it goes back a little bit. I didn't quite have the time to sort of talk about it as it happened, but the rotate down towards Lounge to open up the floorboard says to Canadian, there's pressure down below, and I can't plant default now because of it.
Yep.
But Handy never, ever stayed there to watch it. He just opens the floorboard and runs back.
This is it. Okay, we're going to break that down just very quickly into how that went down. Because, you know, a lot happened. So that part was brilliant. He put the phantom pressure on, and phantom pressure in the concept of Siege is you have an opening. Now they have to know whether it's being watched or not. Great. Instantly pulls himself back up in a 1 versus 2. What I assume happens, and you can never really know because you're not in the calls or the comms, is the player pushes across the divide. Now, Canadian, I think, gets off the plant before the cover gets killed or gets dropped or down. So they were expecting the player to just try and sprint straight past. He expected the player to come into his firefight. It doesn't happen. Handy stops himself, just goes for the 1 versus 1 engagement on the player outside, maybe thinking it'll be a post-plant, but I could win the next engagement. Who knows? Canadian gets off. At that point, he is in a sticky situation.
Then he gets back on it.
Then he gets
he's
back on
sticking it, and then he gets off again.
And then he gets off again.
Then he gets back on it, and then he gets off again.
Again, it's super easy for us to sit here and say what the right or the wrong play is because
you got to commit to at some point. You have to make the commit, and that's where the composure. And Canadian has that composure. He just couldn't show it there in that moment, and that's the reality. Is it should be 6-5 to Shopify. Cyber then with the opening pick. And this is where FaZe are just so good. They will punish you. And now in your head for Shopify, it's like you've still got that little moment of doubt. Comes into this next round. Bam. 2 opening kills. Say goodbye to Rexon and Grixar. It becomes a 5 versus 3. And now FaZe are on the precipice of taking this opening map. But Canadian wanting to make amends. Big kill, 4v3. And Ambi looking to get aggressive towards Blue, but he falls back.
Now, that's at least one back on the side of it. The Skopos is trying to get themselves out of there. Don't know Skopos, one of the more recent operators. They can swap towards a different shell hidden on the other side of the map. The other one will remain. It can be destroyed and removed. That allows Aroma to draw some attention, and now the player is back on site. They have no pressure. You hope that they check the bathroom and get rid of that robot so it's not just going to pop up behind and cause a problem. No, they haven't. So at any point, the Skopos could change back towards that operator, and suddenly they're above them. Suddenly they're behind them. We'll see if that happens. It's sort of like Chekhov's giant robot with a gun. Here, 3 versus 4, FaZe, they have the body advantage. They have one of the most defender sort of driven sites possible throughout the play on this. It was close before, but the limitations is the gadgetry at this point from the side of Shopify.
Well, there's still plenty of time here, but they're all stacked over towards Secret, coming in towards Blue. I'm not a big fan of this right now. Although playing behind Blackbeard and Canadian, at the very least, there's a bit of comfort. If you are Surf, never mind. Surf will lose his life behind him. A little peek and a swing from KDS to spot out the attack of Shopify. And they are well prepped to try and take this map out. But Ambi, double headshot out of nowhere! And suddenly changes the course of this round and potentially the map until he's traded by Cyber. 2v2 into the final 20 seconds of regulation.
Barely any help on the side of Canadian and Surf, and Canadian goes down. Surf He's going to try and get himself past them first. He does. He slipped himself on towards the back end of the dining table, and he's going to hold the plant for now, but with 10 seconds, they're just spraying themselves. Here's a man who holds his composure. Cyber, though.
That's what Canadian needed to do in the last round. Oh, FaZe get it done, though. 7-5 for what turned out to be a very entertaining map. In this best of 3, it's 1-0 to FaZe to begin, but certainly they were made to work for it in a lot of different areas. A 3-0 start for Shopify Rebellion, followed by 4 rounds in a row to FaZe, and then it all kicked off towards the end, back and forth, back and forth. Canadian will be kicking himself on, of course, the previous round, but nevertheless, FaZe closed it out 7-5. They take Clubhouse.
I mean,
Is the Rainbow Six Invitational.
is this the moment where we can crown a new champion?
Let's go. At the end of the game, we on top. I got a team for the champions, huh? Check on the stats, I've been racking them up. My brother need me, I'm backing them up. Picking up over the corner, I got my team, I'm never a loner. We coming back, we fighting for champ, cause we got the heart of a soldier. Go. I'm playing with Oryx, so you already know that I'm moving with speed. Okay. Last one alive, but I'm finna clutch, relax, we winning with ease. I'm checking on A, I'm checking the bombs, I think he had B. Come on. Put up the walls, defending the bomb, I'm hoping they never get breached. They thinking they know how to beat us, they gotta relax. Stop. Aiming at you through the crack, don't try to wrestle, you get one tap. I'm pushing with all of my brothers, we moving in packs. I tell them go to attack, the way that we moving, they think we hack. We came in to win, we never pull up to lose. Tired of playing it cool, just give me a second to get in my groove. We beating them fair and square, we play by the rules. I'm doing this for my team, already winners, got nothing to prove. Let's go!
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
They say time flies when you're having fun. We're already into the fourth matchup of the day. I think that'll answer any questions that we need to have. Guys, we've got an interesting matchup coming next. It's one that I think it's a very difficult sell if you're a North American fan. But if you're a Siege fan, no, you don't
Not
think
at all.
so?
I think we're so excited for this matchup, especially with me and Lax. I mean, we've been waiting to see OXG play at a major, so
The curse is broken.
You know, I'm excited to see them match up against currently the best team in the world.
When was the last time OXG was seen?
Last time it would have been at an international event, would have been Gamers 8. But if we're talking SI, that would have been 2022 when you guys removed me.
Oh.
Was it 2023?
Yeah,
Sorry, 2023. Yeah, sorry, 2023.
After we dropped you.
Yep.
Oh.
After you dropped
Berlin.
me. After all the hard work that I put in with you guys in qualifying.
To get us to Invite.
To get us to, yeah.
We dropped you, and then we went to Invite. We got third. We thought we were cooking, and, you know.
How did it go after that?
Didn't make a single
now he's
event
here with
until
me.
now. You know, now I'm here, yeah.
Now he's telling. That tells you everything you need to know. The slow descending chaotic ride of a player into talent. Next thing you know, you'll be a player manager that's helping them on the side. But this is an interesting matchup. Oxygen go ahead of W7M in this matchup in terms of, I guess, some NA bias on the desk. But I will say, W7M have had a very interesting year, and they've capped it off really nicely coming into SI.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, start to finish, if you watch W7M this year, they've only been getting slowly but surely better. They have amazing, talented players, and over time, we saw them get second at EWC. They go to the Montreal Major. They win the Montreal Major. I mean, the meta, they play so perfectly against it. They play so well against the other teams on what they want to do, and it's very fresh watching them play because they're so aggressive in the way that they want to roam, the way that they play, and it's an old style of Siege that a solo roamer like Loban is able to take advantage of that we don't see too many teams capitalize on, but Loban clearly makes it work.
I mean, outside of Loban, you have to also give huge credibility to the entire team, but also Volps. Volps has tremendously improved this roster as a whole, coming from that old Liquid roster, made a staple name for himself of obviously finally winning a major after coming so close so many times, and he did it. And now it's a question, can they lift the hammer?
Oh, well, the thing for me as well is not only can they lift the hammer, but what kind of pressure do they take into this year knowing what their predecessors had done prior?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Beast Coast win the Manchester Major, and then the next stage after, completely flunked out. They played very bad. So it's a whole nother set of challenges. Yes, getting to the top is difficult, but staying at the top is just that much harder when you have a target on your back. Every single team wants to beat these guys. They're putting so much information into reading what W7M has to do, and we'll just have to see if W7M can overcome that.
I absolutely think they will.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I think Oxygen, they'll do something. I don't know what they'll do. They'll do something. I'm being way too toxic at this point. I feel as though this is a very interesting team to get into SI at this point and to see what they've got, because realistically, we haven't seen a whole lot of them.
Listen, the curse is broken. After like 2.5 years, the curse is finally broken. We finally see them at an international event, and we see them at SI out of all events. That's got to feel good for these guys. And thankfully, when you look at 4 of these players, Diaz, Gomez, Yaga, Newers, they've all been on top teams. They've all been at international events, placing top 3, being very close to the finishing it all. And Hat is the only one that doesn't have that experience. So I would say that's where the pressure is going to lie here. But as for a team, it's got to feel good to be back at an international event. Yeah. Now, as a whole, we have talked about them a lot, me and Fox, throughout the NAL stage and what they look like. They had a terrible history throughout these past 2 years and an even worse last stage. But realistically, if you were paying attention, if you were an NAL watcher, you would have realized every game was relatively close. It really could have went either way, that we maybe could have seen them in Montreal had things worked in their favor. So they clearly are improving because for the fact they are here, it's just a matter of can they consistently improve here and make names for themselves, then immediately just go straight out.
Yeah, every single game that they lost in the NAL was always just shy of being the other way around.
I think the lowest was like 4 rounds.
Yeah, it was a 7-4. And so OXG obviously has the team play. They have the individual players. Some regard Newers as one of the best players in the NAL. They've just needed to be able to make it work, the coordination. And I think now that they've had that boot camp in Texas, speaking to the players, they feel very confident going to this tournament. They've had scrim partners along the lines of Furia, BDS. So they feel very comfortable coming to surprise this tournament. They don't expect anybody to think that they're going to win, let alone beat W7M. So I do think this is a great matchup for a testing point for OXG. Will they just be the same OXG? Will they get steamrolled? Or will we see some life out of them?
Hopefully a good benchmark for the rest of the tournament. Hopefully they can continue to adapt as we get on. But it is time for us to have a look at what maps we will be heading to. Of course, a best of 3. Now, a big talking point just very quickly before we dissect these maps. Do remember that the point system is different here at SI25. 4 points for a clean 2-0 win, and then it kind of slowly progresses or degresses from there. We'll talk about that a little later on, but Lax, we do head to Lair first.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that we're going to see a Lair. For Oxygen, I mean, this isn't like a great map. This also isn't a worse map. I think they, with all the off time that they've had, they've able to refine this map. I don't know what scrims have looked like. Fox has told me that they have some scrim partners, so maybe this Lair looks completely different than what we've seen throughout the stage. So I'm curious of what this looks like compared to what I recently have seen from them. And then a border pick, that's a no surprise for me from W7M.
I really like the map bans because the last time we saw OXG play Lair, it was against Sonics, now Shopify Rebellion, in Stage 2, and they just barely threw it away and lost 7-5, and they easily could have won that game. Border is a map that we have not seen OXG play at all in the NAL Stage 2. It's a map that was our favorites when we were on the team, but they completely abandoned that after making the changes that they did, and now to see it be let up, that makes me think that OXG really did go into the lab and obviously recook on the maps that they want to play. Going to Alera was a shaky map. Going to a Border, shaky map. Cafe was one of the only maps that OXG did find success on, and leaving it as a third map obviously gives them that little bit of an out, but I do think we're going to see a new and improved OXG here, and that's what I'm hoping for.
Is there pressure on OXG to perform this as
Absolutely, 110% there's pressure. If you don't make an event for 2.5 years, you lose out every single time. You come so close in the last stage of just winning a game to put yourself up higher. There is immense pressure on this team. I'm sure they're all smiling, they're happy to be here, but once you get into that lobby, once you get into the presence of a team like W7M, they aren't going to go easy on you. They're the reigning champions of the most recent major, so they want to prove to the world that they can not only do it at a major, but they can do it here at SI.
Yeah, I'll go as far as to say with all the struggles that OXG has gone through, especially after the amount of time that they've had to build this roster, this really was OXG's final chance to make an event. So obviously all of the pressure, all of the performance is on them. But from talking with the players behind the scenes, they feel very confident that this is their moment to shine. Everything's gelling really well. The communication has always been the biggest downfall for OXG. When they lose some rounds, they're not communicating. They feel like they've finally fixed that. And I'm glad that we're going to see them test it up against the best team in the world currently, because I want to see where they stand amongst the ranks.
Absolutely.
Hopefully they can take some confidence against what is a juggernaut of a roster. Speaking of juggernauts, why don't we welcome in 2 of my top 10 Brits? That's right. We've got Des and Ace. Boys, how we doing?
Oh, good, man. It's good to see you, Rob, as well. It's been good to catch up with everyone the last couple of days.
It's been beautiful, honestly. I think the cold weather might be more suited to you boys than it is to me. I don't know.
This is T-shirt weather.
I tell you what, we got to the airport. There was actually a guy in shorts, and I was like, I don't even wear that mental. I don't know what he was up to, but yeah, travelled in shorts, so I was like, fair play.
I'm not going to lie.
Check about the forecast.
I did get off the aeroplane in, I was going to say thongs, but I'm just going to very quickly preface for everyone.
Sandals.
They're sandals. They're sandals. Let's call them thongs, okay? Just want to make sure we abundantly make that as clear as possible. But boys, we do have a very interesting matchup. I'm going to ask you, Ace, who you got in this one?
I think it's got to be W7M, realistically. It's an uphill battle for OXG. I'd love to see them come out and prove something here, but, you know, lowest rated in the global standings coming into SI. That's the reality of their situation. Anything they can get out of this one is going to be a bonus, but with Cafe to finish, I think it's got to be done in 2 for OXG if they're going to get anything.
All right, gents, we'll leave you with it. It's over to Lair for the first matchup.
Thank you very much, Rob. And the guys over on the desk, I agree. It's one of them that you're looking at and thinking, oh, actually, it'd be lovely to see him have a good start because...
Love it.
Let's be honest, NA have had a tough day so far today. Now, at the minute, we've got Shopify Rebellion losing. They've lost the other 2 games they've had. OXG now step up to the mantle as that other team to give it a spin. And I'm just a little bit worried that we're not going to see what we need from them in this game against W7M. For Oxygen, it feels like they're NA underdogs coming through the LCQ against the reigning major champion, as well as for the organisation, the reigning world champions. They are literally at opposite ends of the spectrum here, and I get the sense it is going to be a 2-0, Tim. However, let's not count them out yet. Maybe Oxygen really have been cooking some of these last couple of months.
Absolutely. Like I say, you know, you look at, and it's always fun to have a look at the numbers from like an org perspective. The rosters are very, very different, but there's a couple of interesting things. You know what? OXG's SI pedigree is very, very good. Like, they've had three SIs where they've finished in the top 8. So, you know, very, very good runs from them as an org sometimes. The team, the roster, can't necessarily say the same. But when you look at the head-to-head between these two teams, it's a bit of an opposite story. They've played 4 times. W7M have won every single one of them. But again, the rosters have been very different for all of those matchups. So let's see whether history repeats itself or whether we get a little bit of a difference this time coming in. But OXG, like I said, Des, for me, looking at Cafe, it's a big map for W7M. It's their top priority map. It gets banned against them a lot. They're very, very good there. So for me, if OXG are going to walk away with a little upset here, a little win on day 1 to buoy the spirits of the NA fans, I think they're going to have to do it on Lair and Border.
I think that's a little bit of a bait coming out from W7M, though, because they will happily play any team, anywhere. Their map pool is massive. It's hard to find a place that you consider them weak. But let's talk about these bans coming through. First and foremost, the Monty ban, I think, is a bit of a target against Yogg on the other side. Plays a lot of Monty. No big surprise there. The Deimos, I'm not too sure about that one. We haven't seen loads of Deimos coming out of this W7M side, so wasn't 100% sure on bought into that one. Azami being a target ban against Dodez, the best rated player on this team at the Montreal Major, where they walked away victorious. And the Two-Brow coming out to close. Again, not a super popular operator, more used in specific maps, Lair being one of those maps where he can be employed. So I think that's more of a map-conscious ban than anything else.
It's also interesting to note when, you know, we think about the maps and we think about, like you said, W7M, you know, quite happy to play anywhere. Interestingly, through Stage 2, OXG actually played 7 different maps there. There was only Nighthaven Labs that they played twice, and they didn't get wins on a lot of them. They only got 1 win on Bank, and it was really tough for them through Stage 2, and that screams to me that they're struggling to find where they are comfortable. They're struggling to find those maps that they really feel like they can lock down. I think Border definitely, you know, leans in towards them for that because, you know, it's one of those maps where it's not massively difficult, it's not massively big. You can just go in there, you take your gunfights, you see if you can come away on top on mechanical skill. Not going to be easy against W7M, but it gives you a chance. Lair, I think, could be a tough start for them. I know they've picked it, but I think it could genuinely be a tough start.
Oh, there's no easy map against W7M, and in case you want some evidence of how difficult that can be, Volp's highest rated player out of everyone in the major regions around the world across Stage 2 and the Montreal Major. He was the highest rated. Dodez, as we all know, shone in Montreal, was absolutely prolific. So if you're a bit new to these teams and not quite sure, who should we be watching out for here? Who's the player you expect to pop? It's absolutely going to be the man on your screen right now in Volp. So keep a very close eye on him, but don't ignore Dodez either. And truthfully, Tim, the rest of this team, given their moments, can absolutely pop. Lobin is a very exciting player to watch. Flies around the map sometimes like a madman, picks up a 3K, other times he dies in the weirdest ways, and you just think, what on earth is he doing? So either way, you're in for a lot of excitement with W7M on the attack here. Oxygen are the ones who have now got this big challenge as that NA underdog, as I said, to try and now dismantle current reigning champions of the Major. So, things are getting started off, Tim, and Shokara, we've got this Blackbeard on side. We mentioned about the Monty ban coming on through. On their side, they want to employ the Blackbeard. Much more lethal, of course, has the nades as well. Just almost like a Monty with teeth is the way I'd describe him.
Yoga's just been forced to give up a little bit of ground there. He's dipped away from Ops and Ops Corridor. He's just been pushed back in toward Masks. But Noyes is going to be the one to pick up the initial kill onto Lobin. That is a huge start here for OXG, and maybe just buys them a little bit of space, a little bit of freedom. Noyes was actually out on the other side towards Bathroom, so it tells us that W7M, they're trying to prod, they're pushing, they're looking at a number of different angles. We can see already dots moving across Skybridge as well. If OXG can shut this down from the Blackbeard, they put themselves in really good stead for the rest of the round.
I mean,
oh!
This This is the problem you face. At least there's a trade coming in from Gomez, getting dots back on the other side. But you touched on Nuez, Tim, and just to pick him up, one of the best entries and outright entry players in the world. Like, I think he's absolutely phenomenal. But it never fully clicks. I don't know if it's because he's an emotional player or what, but you don't quite see him fly the way that you see other big entry players around the world. He does get a lot of kills, but it doesn't lead to the outcome for the team. And just like this, suddenly all the momentum is back with W7M, despite that entry going OXG's way.
Yeah, Yoga is stuck inside the site now. He's just going to be watching the breach here, just trying to prevent any push forward. Diaz has actually moved himself away just outside of R6 room, nice. And that is a huge kill from Yoga, because Diaz is potentially going to have an opportunity once the Grim Bees moves away to maybe move back in towards the B-bomb chassis and challenge from the opposite side, but he might not be needed as Yoga finds the second out of 3. There's only one left, and all of a sudden W7M's advantage has melted away here in round 1.
I was going to say 30 seconds still to play, and Volts will be the man you want in a 1v2, but OXG, they commandeered the end of that round really well, and what I love is how they were willing to actually get aggressive onto the Blackbeard earlier in that round. You're giving constant 1v1s, fair chance he's going to win the most of them, or they'll capitalise and form a 2 versus 1, where the Blackbeard is soaking all your attention, and your teammate off towards the side is getting a freebie. But instead, OXG make it a 2 versus 1. In the series we cast earlier, G2 versus M80, our big frustration that we didn't really see any aggression coming out of M80, and it cost them quite a few rounds. I'm loving that already we've seen OXG being willing to say, you know what, we don't care that you're 2 of the best rated players in the world. We don't care that you're the reigning champions. We're bringing the fight to you, and it's good to see, again, an underdog being willing to take that position.
Yeah, Yoga doing fantastically inside the site there, just showing a great knowledge of his angles and just not getting overexcited, not getting over-aggressive there, waiting for the kills to kind of come to him. And Yoga deserves a shout as well. You know, we've talked about Nuez, we've talked about his entry ability, and he's generally top-rated. We look at Yoga, he was consistent through Stage 2 and LCQs. He was second-rated, only to Nuez on this side. So, again, he's a player that W7M are going to have to look towards. They're going to have to deal with. As it is, we move into round 2. Obviously, OXG, having won the top floor, have to move on. It's going to be a basement defense this time around from them.
Yes, a lot of them out to work your way through, which is why you've got the Jackal being brought along here by Dodez. It's why you've got the Dokkaebi on side. It's why, of course, you've got that Blitz. Those 3 together going to form a very terrifying combo to have to deal with, but you've got to hunt down this Vigil in Nuez.
Got to be aware, though, here, do OXG, there's only one on site. They've got Diaz at the minute who's on site. If W7M recognise that, I'm not saying they're going to rush in there necessarily, but what it could mean is they don't have to go for an entire clearance. If they get in, maybe get 1 or 2 kills, they're then thinking, right, there's an opportunity to cut them off and get into sight and get control. So OXG just need to be careful that they don't get run over on the rest of the map too quickly.
I think when you brought this comp in particular for W7M, trying to hit site with like less optimal operators to get the job done would be a massive mistake. So I'm glad that they have focused on trying to get rid of Nuez. So far, haven't got away with it. He's down to a fraction of HP, and they'll be kicking themselves that they couldn't quite land that second shot or the headshot to get him finished off here as well. It's all running the clock down. Yes, it's only 60 seconds, but Tim, the longer they take trying to get rid of Gomez and Nuez up here, and Hat in this case has gone down as well, the less time they'll have to actually get set up for the execute and pull it off. But it's looking good so far. 1 already down, and Nuez low.
OXG need to be careful that they don't overcommit to this top floor hold. The Blitz goes in, Dots is going to take some damage. Gomez takes an awful lot as well and has to drop away down the hatch. The Oryx being the perfect player to try and deal with that shield, of course, but the answers keep coming towards W7M. Volps, Dodez find 1 apiece. It's 3v2, a minute 20 left on the clock, so they can take their time. Lobin gets picked up to really solidify that back into the 4v2, and it means W7M can get back on the drones, get back on the intel, and they can just have that little bit of a pause and find exactly where Diaz and Gomez are playing downstairs.
I think a narrative we saw back in Montreal is only going to carry on here as well. W7M, despite winning the whole tournament, were like a bottom 5 team for number of plants or a percentage of rounds that they planted at the tournament. Compare that to, say, Shopping for Rebellion, they were at 42%. W7M down at just 15. They like being aggressive, they like taking gunfights, and given that Oxygen are very happy to stack up and match them around the map and force these gunfights, I don't think we'll see too many plants going down, or if they are certainly not going to be the focus of the round. Here, for example, it's been all about the kills. They're in a 4v1. The plant, if nothing else, will just draw Diaz in, but they want to come in and finish him off here. They want to pad them stats in. Plant going down, a 2K coming out as well, and suddenly they're like, right, forget about the plant for now. We've got to be super, super careful. They've got the information tin, the bulletproofing behind him. They see the diffuser going down, but Dode's going to find his man. W7M, 2 rounds.
Yeah, Dode's just going in for the peak at the right time there, but I tell you what, I bet there was a bit of a wobble in the comms of W7M because that 4v1 becoming a 2v1 makes it a very winnable, or from their perspective, very losable situation. Very possible for Diaz to be able to pick that up, but ultimately the rough start continues. OXG.
You say that first round was good. I wrongly said 2 rounds, and that's on me. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Or the second round is there, is what I meant to go for on that one. But I think you've seen both teams show a little bit of flair, like just... Fair enough, man's playing Assassin's Creed at this point. Managed to find his man. I think it's more the team clearance of this second floor is the most important part there for W7M. I spoke about the aggression they showed back in Montreal. They love getting involved in gunfights, but that ain't just one man running in by himself and trying to take a 1v3. It's team-based aggression. G2 do it quite a lot as well, and it makes it really exciting to watch. And again, I'm really glad that Oxygen are actually rising to the occasion and are willing to challenge them around the map, not just sit back and let them surround you and just flood you on site once you're all sat and bunkered in. As we saw earlier on, that worked really strongly against M80. So for Oxygen being a bit more aggressive, it's exactly what I want to see. Just a few more tweaks to make here after that second round, I think. Got themselves a bit punished. I think it was the right sort of idea, but it is hard to bring down the reigning major champions. There's a reason why they won the last event, and it's just not as simple as saying, oh, just hit your shots, guys, or oh, just play a little bit more together. It needs more nuance than that.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I think, you know, like you say, OXG, they've got to come in with confidence. They've got to come in with that belief that we can win these fights, we can take it to them, because if you sit back against a team like W7M, they're going to run over you. It's as simple as that. So, OXG, they need to just try and build on that first round. Yeah, it was a 2v3 clutch, and they can't rely on that all the time, but this time they've got to hold on to that top floor. They've got a real weight of players up there. Again, 4 out of 5 are going to be playing the vertical game. Up on that top floor, we saw the majority of utility, barricades, everything being used up there. So it's a real signal that we're going to try and hold on to this. Vertically, we're not going to allow you to walk into sight. We're going to have everything covered if you try to get the diffuser down. And W7M, they're not risking going straight in, direct. They're going to go for top floor. They're going to clear it out. They're going to force OXG to fight those fights.
And again, they've got the tools to do it. The Dokkaebi, I'll always come back to this operator. It's so ridiculously powerful. It's somewhat negated by the fact that Hat's playing on the mute, but it's still strong enough that for these roamers up on this top floor, it's going to be frustrating. You even see the jammers coming into effect up there as well. It's denying information away from the attackers. So they're still around, I wouldn't say blind, but obviously very conscious there are players on this top floor, but not able to set up, you know, the most perfect crossfire in the world to punish someone up on this top floor. So Oxygen so far, again, really impressed. The setup's looking good, but W7M are starting to make their moves, and here comes one of those Dokkaebi calls in just to reveal the location, at least through audio, on where they are.
OXG, interestingly, are kind of adapting as the round goes as well. We didn't see it on screen there, but Hat actually doing a very late reinforcement at the minute 30 mark. So they've given it a bit of time. They've got a feel for where the push is coming from W7M. They've recognised the weak spot, and they've adapted. They've looked to try and create a situation where they've got a little bit more strength inside of that space that they're looking to hold. Dots does manage to find a little bit of a line onto the one underneath. C4 is going to be shot out of the sky.
I love this because you haven't got Oxygen trying to over-defend here, like holding bathroom and display. They've largely given it away, and instead of just playing really tight on the R6 room door, or that double door that you've seen them trying to step through, that Nuas has constantly kept on smoking out. They've had C4 play below. They're looking really put together, Tim, and W7M look a bit stuck. They said, forget about top floor, let's go and hit site.
Yeah, they're rotating the diffuser across to just try and get in there. Dodes is going to be the key man upstairs. If he can get the second kill, then it could open up for W7M. Dots manages to find Nuas, and there it is. Dodes finds Hat. They've got the top floor. They can now surely get in and plant. Gomez knows. He sees the danger, and he goes for the retake and finds it. He can now play this. 10 seconds to go, but they managed to snatch the diffuser back, Des.
Oh, they'll get away with this one, I think, as well. There is a ping coming on through. Might get the angle, has to win the vertical fight. But Dodes already walked into sight and found a 2K, gets the closing kill to make it 3 in the round. And just when it looked like OXG had done enough, W7M snatch it away from them.
What really impresses me there about W7M is perseverance. So much of that round was spent kind of looking at top floor going, let's try over here. No, there's strong resistance. Let's move around there. No, we can't really find an angle in. And then, like you said, ultimately, they got to a point where they just kind of had to say, right, Dots, Volps, just get down underneath and get yourself in position to get into sight. And Dordes just kind of went, look, just leave me to it. I'll sort this out. And they were playing with the mute and the smoke upstairs, so it was the double shotguns up there that they were really trying to keep a hold of that top floor, of that verticality. And Dordes just went in and got 2 great kills to open it up for W7M. Despite it taking nearly 2.5 minutes, he just kept plugging away until the opportunity presented itself. Gomez, I gotta say, he was super unlucky there. That was smart play from him. Recognised the danger. As soon as those two die on the top floor and Dordes has some control, he knows that the round is potentially lost without that top floor. Goes in for the retake, drops the diffuser on the ground. He's actually kind of unlucky because if he plays the hatch, he may have got another man coming in to try and recover the case. He kind of looks away to impact nade above it to create a second angle. I get what he's doing. He wants to create a little bit of unknown, a little bit of mystery. They don't know where the challenge is going to come from, but it was just unfortunate. It was just classic siege timing. That was the exact moment that W7M ran in and grabbed the case, and it just gave them that space that they needed to win the round.
I do want to stress, though, really impressed with how OXG played that round. It was really good stuff. And W7M is the reason why they're major champions, right? And like this, they are now in at pace. They've switched things up. It's not been the slow, calculated, cautious approach from last round. Instead, it's much quicker. And that's even with Yogg being hidden away. He did tuck himself in by the masked wall during the drone phase. So W7M wouldn't bring along Thatcher, wouldn't bring along micro EMPs. They don't care. Tim Dordes has gone in through a window and just killed the bandit anyway, so who cares?
Yep, Lobin's going to pick up Newers, and W7M feel like they're starting to run away with things a little bit. Hat managing to find Volps, though, brings it back, so it's still 4 versus 3 in favour of W7M, but it might just give them pause for thought. They might just have to hit the brakes a little bit. Let's not forget, last time they attacked this side, OXG were able to hold on in the 2v4, so it could well be something they repeat. But if you remember, I said they cannot rely on those clutch moments because W7M eventually will wear you down.
It's so frustrating for Gomez. He was trying to be the X factor in this round with a little roam up towards Highway, but it was still covered off by W7M. Even when they're in this 4 versus 3, they're still taking things slow and kind of hitting the brakes and saying, look, we've gone fast at the start. Now we go slow, we drone, we get these flank watches in, and everything is just moving in the way they need it to. Only 2 left on side here, and Hat and Diaz as well against the onslaught of 4. But again, W7M aren't panicking. They're hanging outside the building. They're not feeling the need to press in at any particular pace. Just wait for the opportunity to line up, and sure enough, a good C4. I thought might find 2, but no, finds 1. Dodo's down to a slither of HP. He's got the right idea to the left of R6 room door. He'll see the barrel first and finds his man, but doesn't get the kill. Not flashed out. Stepping in with the shotgun. Still finding nothing, and in comes Dodes, who is absolutely setting the scoreboard a light year in these first 4 rounds.
I tell you what, Diaz is so unfortunate there on a number of occasions. Nitro goes out on a different day, like you said, maybe gets 2, but then that challenge as well. He sees the man on the doorway. If he just pops a headshot there, it's a 1v1 and it becomes so winnable.
I was about to say, like that last one was just pitched. Our comms are good, our energy could be a little bit better. Let's get a little bit more electric on what we're calling and what we're covering. Other than that, like, as long as we're fighting together, it works. So, like, the other round, we just weren't fighting together. Like, we need to be making sure, like, you're covering your teammate, calming that you're covering your teammate, and we're good. Everything else is fine. They're moving slow as shit. They're scared as fuck. There's 2 rounds we should have had. Like, reset, mentally reset, we got this, okay? Yeah. Nothing crazy to say. They're playing super fucking slow. We just need to make sure we have the bodies to cover each other, okay? Listen, the only other tech we could do is they could do a garage direct, okay? So just be careful of the garage direct. Let's focus the fuck up. We got this. Come on. Let's go, baby. Come on.
I actually agree with Redeemer. And a fun fact about this team, they all actually got an Airbnb down in Austin, so they could be near Redeemer's home, because it's where he lives. And spent a good month with him, and I think the words that he stepped in and said there, very spot on. They are playing well. Like, energy, like, sure, we don't see that so much here, but they've done a lot of things right so far, OXG, and you said it a few times yourself, Tim, our ex-player on OXG has got a bit unlucky there, and it's so close. But what I love is that you're putting yourself in that position to be unlucky, and it shows that they're still close. Just the odds are going against them at different points. So small things like that, being caught out on a slither, on a pixel, are the things that will come back to bite you. And to be fair to W7M, they will capitalise every time you give them those kind of positions. Another thing he said, a little bit fast at the start of the last round, but outside of that, it has been slow and composed. Probably because they don't know what to expect coming out from OXG. They've dealt with C4s coming up from below. They've dealt with potential flanks really well. it's very not W7M alike, right? Normally they are this fast and aggressive team, but I love how we're seeing them manage this game so far. The energy has been really controlled by them. OXG, though, they are close. Don't take it away from them. This could swing massively in the second half.
Yeah, I think this game could easily be 2-2. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as saying OXG have maybe done enough to be leading here, but definitely could have had one of those rounds, you know, and could definitely be in a situation where it was level. I think, you know, the thing we have to remember is they are playing the current best team in the world, W7M. They are persistent. They don't make many mistakes. They will punish everything. You know, this may be a game that OXG, you know, don't come away with a win from, but what we're seeing, for me, is promising looking towards the rest of their group stage games.
I like it. And of course, we've still got plenty more to see throughout the series. Logan falling down early, dream first pick. Dokkaebi, you have to wait 45 seconds for your first call and another 45 seconds for the second. And guess what? If you take her out before 45 seconds like OXG have done, no calls in the round. Perfect time to be Aroma, and you've also got to deal with things like you're seeing, such as Legion Gumines, you've got the explosives coming out from the cap can. Lots to work against W7M here and trip them up, so they've got to play this so disciplined.
Dots is in a position to potentially get in here. He's just going to rush into a smoke and start throwing that diffuser down. And I love this from W7M. It's one of their big qualities. Is just having that opportunity and they're willing to go for it. They are never scared of anything. Dash manages to find Gomez as well. And all of a sudden, OXG find themselves on the clock. Newers manages to pick up Dash. 4 versus 3. OXG still trying to use those verticals. Still trying to find anything but W7M. They've dipped themselves away. Largely, but Dots, he runs into Diaz. He's got no idea, Dez.
That's unbelievable. He should have been dead to rights, but what a spin from Diaz. Newers getting another back. A 3 versus 1. The defuse coming on through, but can they get it in time? Dode's starting to round on through. They've got no idea where it's coming from, but Newers has got a 3K and OXG. Despite that warning from Redeemer, be careful of them going direct. They do suffer to it, but they pull it back. Great stuff.
That was great from OXG. What a retake that they've just pulled off. And the thing that tells us there is that, you know, like I said, W7M, they're willing to spot an opportunity. They're brave enough to go for it, but they got ahead of themselves. They didn't really have what they needed for the post plant. They didn't have any vertical option to hold on to that whatsoever because they hadn't cleared up above the sides. They were just kind of scrambling once the diffuser went down to get onto the best angle that they could, but the fact that, I think it was Dots, for example, just ran into Diaz, it tells you that they weren't prepared. They didn't know where everybody was.
It was the other way around. Dots was crouched in the corner and Diaz came through the door and I was like, oh God, Diaz didn't know that he's there. But as he pulls off the shield and he hears the shield, Diaz, I don't know how the hell he does it, spins 180 and instantly finds the head before that pistol can even be fired. It was beautiful. And honestly, without that play from Diaz, you spoke about the kind of air quotes moments of luck in previous rounds.
That went their way that time.
Yeah, it's a skill thing, but that's one of them 50-50 moments, so really it's more of a 90-10. Like, there's no reason that we should have seen the shield losing out to Diaz there, but he did, and it's enough to get the round over the line. Great stuff for OXG. Still in with a chance here, bringing this up to a 3-3 and having it all things even going into the second half.
Yeah, it'd be a great start for them as well, of course. But yeah, OXG definitely impressive at points. Some really good passages of play and certainly not being scared by W7M. But, you know, W7M need to take a lesson away from that. They need to make sure that they're not getting ahead of themselves. It's all well and good throwing yourself on into sight and putting that diffuser down, but it doesn't win the round. You've got to be able to hold on to it. And OXG with a great retake. We're going to see the pressure mounting here as the Blitz chases them down. Diaz and Hat, though, managed to take down Dash and Lobin, but the answers are always there for W7M. There's 3 versus 3 very quickly inside of this round.
In one hand they giveth, in the other they taketh away, unfortunately. It was a great bit of play coming out from OXG, but W7M also have their own play going on elsewhere around the map. And that's the problem, it feels like you might get a small win. Now you've got 2 shields to deal with and the plants going down. This is rough.
Yeah, Volks is watching the door there. It was great movement, but how about that? A pre-place from Yoga is going to do the job. Dots goes to the challenge, finds his man, 2v2. But Gomez, he comes around to try and take it on as well. He can't manage to find him. And Dots is just going crazy on the Blitz right now.
He's got this 1v1 if he gets the flash on, and the range is absolutely massive. So Newers here, as long as he keeps himself at bay or a distance, should be fine to avoid the flash, and Dots knows it too. There's half a round still to play. The mind games that could play out here could be absolutely ludicrous. In comes Nuas, must know where the plant is going down, sees his man, and Nuas yet again has got 2 or 3 crucial kills to see his team over the line.
OXG again, super calm in what could have been a very difficult situation. W7M played it aggressive. Volps walked into sight with the Blackbeard. He just held the angle so nobody could push across from Mask's side, and it enabled the Blitz to move across site and start putting the diffuser down. But they were ahead of the game. They had the nitro, they had the answer, and then played it beautifully at the end. Nuas just not getting pulled into any sort of tricky situation, just played it patiently and found his man. Beautiful stuff.
Again, to go back to Nuas, because I spoke about him quite early on in this game, like, fair to play, many would probably also agree, one of the best gunners in North America. Whether it's on the entry, whether it's KD that is collecting, he's one of those players that you know and go huge. And but for one reason or another, we see him tend to crumble at certain points during a competition. Again, whether it's an emotional thing or not, I don't know. But we don't really see him fly. But at least today, there's probably 2 rounds that I look at and say, without Nuas playing the way that he has, they wouldn't have those rounds on the board. It could be a 5-1, for example. Really impressed so far. It's not just him. There are others on the team. Diaz with that unbelievable 180 onto the Blitz. So many moments that I'm looking at already and just thinking, Oxygen actually looking like a really put-together team. And we were all studying before the series, Tim, saying, oh, it feels like a 2-0, you're against the major champions. They're at least starting to show that they might be the underdogs, Tim, but my God, can they bite?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's still more to be proven. You know, if we're going to go ahead and say there's potentially something in this for OXG in terms of a win, in terms of a glimmer of hope for the NA fans, we're going to need to see a little bit more yet, because W7M have had their moments too. But great stuff over the last couple of rounds. And they were 3-1 down, let's not forget. OXG have shown some great perseverance there. They've shown some great resilience not to get sort of under the hammer from W7M.
Just a note as well, your ears are not deceiving you. Yes, we are sorting out the game sound. Give us a couple of minutes and we should be back in with things. However, you can't hear it, but a call has come out here. Diaz on that Dokkaebi this time around. Spoke about it back in the first half in the hands of Dash about how oppressive it can be. Well, you've just seen a call come on through, and immediately W7M on the defending side have backed away here, giving a little bit of ground to OXG. Not all of it, of course. Still willing to challenge, and sure enough, Gomez losing his skull.
Yeah, Dash has got away with that, playing super aggressive. Nuas does manage to go in and get 2. Diaz onto Lobin as well. And despite those heroics from the Legion, Dash just trying to prevent Gomez entering, the damage is done by others. And W7M very quickly find themselves on the back foot.
The most nonchalant flick from there. It wasn't a huge flick, but just the reaction, the moment, the casualness about it. Oh, incredible to see him once again has got 2 big kills that opens up the map for his team. 2 left on side for W7M. Dodez and Dots got it all to do, and Dodez, as we've said so many times, has been flying. But in this round, the numbers are stacked up against him. You've still got a Dokkaebi call. You've still got 2 Jackal tracks. You've still got a Blitz on side. There is so much for Oxygen to work with here, but not really like that, Tim. In they come. Plant looking to go down nice and early, and a call coming out at the same time. Nuas finds a 3K. What have they been feeding this guy, Tim? Because he's going absolutely nuclear.
Dodez is just trying to find a vertical angle with the red pings coming out, using that intel, but no success, really, as the diffuser goes down. That is going to be secured, and so now about 35 seconds left to do something about it. Dodez moves his way downstairs on the castle, but he's going to be pushing into the Blitz very, very soon. We just see him peeking around the doorway there. He knows that he's got the manpower ahead of him to be able to take the challenge, so he pushes forward. He gets aggressive. Dodez, he is in a tricky situation. Surely a matter of time. Yoga will indeed finish him off, and that's going to be a first attacking round for OXG, and W7M. They are backs to the wall now.
If you went sledge instead of me.
This was still on my cards as a game that would be fun to see. More because I was expecting to see, okay, what are W7M playing like here? How have they come into the competition? I thought everything would be about them. I can't stress this enough. Oxygen really are impressing. Like, just the quality of team play you've seen coming out. For a team that, again, has battled their way through LCQ, and I had a chat to their analyst, or assistant coach, Phenomene, sorry, and I was asking him, what do you make of your team at the minute? What are you worried about? How's your prep been? Just a bunch of questions. And he was proper like, you know what, we want another LCQ team to lift the hammer, and we've been grinding endlessly since November. A slight slip up potentially coming in through the LCQs, but we still managed to go out and win in the end anyway. They're just looking like a really solid, put-together team. I'm loving what I'm seeing from them, and I'm hoping this continues.
And what a story! What a story it could potentially be for OXG, you know, having a good run here in the tournament. Let's not forget, they had to not only go through the LCQ, but they had to qualify into the LCQs. You know, they didn't finish high enough to even get into the LCQ. They had to go through the closed qualifiers. They lost in the final in the best-of-1 to wildcard, but then that was still enough to qualify them to the LCQs. They went in, they had the rematch against wildcard, and in a best three, they got the job done. And they got themselves here to SI, so they really have come the entire journey of OXG, and what a start for them on layer.
I was about to say, it looks like a focus coming in here towards upside, but players still scattering themselves largely off around this west side of the map. So highways are not going to be a focus. Ops, I do expect we'll see some kind of pressure or push coming in towards as well. Castle barricades at least would beat them for now. Not too big a worry. You can get through with the Selmas if you need to. Outside of that, I'm probably looking in towards something like the Kali instead that you don't really see all that often, but of course is the safe option to get rid of those gadgets that may be impeding you, but also an alternative to deal with things like the Bandit if you didn't want to bring along a Thatcher, which Oxygen have in this round regardless. I don't blame them either, because you're seeing things like the Mozzie coming out here, similar to what Hat did when he was playing on the mute earlier on, just really annoying. It impedes the intel coming out of the drones to try and move their way through the map, and here, sure enough, with the Thatcher EMP and those Selmas coming on out, they've got this mask wall opened up.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting the job done. Not always easy on the attack to get those hard breaches done once the Bandit is in behind the wall. So they've done a good job there of OXG to get themselves that little bit of access into Mask. They haven't really disrupted W7M too much yet. That would be my concern. They've got the kill onto Dash, which is a big one, taking down the smoke. But otherwise, W7M are pretty well positioned inside a site. They're quite happy. They're holding down towards Ops. They've got Volps out towards Bathroom. They're pretty confident and pretty comfortable at the minute, I think. But Yoga, he deals with that. Comes in on the Capitao and gets a double. Surely a third, no! Dots cuts him down and goes for more.
I love that. Just as you start getting comfy inside of Ops, W7M send not one, not two, three players to swing onto you to make sure you're never getting comfortable, you're never quite sure what's coming next. And like that, they've cleared out this entire upside focus. And now the last 2 or 3 players, you've got Diaz focusing on towards Mass Wall, as you can see here. Hat and Gomez are currently focused on Highway. They've taken out one angle of attack here from OXG just by being really aggressive and not sitting back and letting the attackers come to you instead, wanting to take the fight to them. Diaz finding one more, bro. He is dead, I promise you that much. So now it's down to just one. Volps, I've already shouted his name enough today. A bit of a quiet start. You don't mind when Dodes is going absolutely nuclear. But even for him, well, the best player across the second half of last year, around the world in all these major regions, I don't know if he can do it against 3.
The diffuser currently is in the hand of Hat, which is going to be coming off from the right-hand side of your screen. So Volks is focusing there at the minute, but it's ultimately Diaz who's able to move in through Masks and get that final kill onto the Legion. And OXG, they just keep on going, Des.
Diaz is on one himself today, right? From that 180 onwards, I've just been like, the guy's on it. He's
really
electric today. And looking brilliant. They're up 5-3. Not something I thought I'd be saying today, to be fair. W7M calling an attack time out of their own because they know that this is going south pretty quickly.
I'm going to hit you with a fun fact while we've got a little attack time out, Des.
Go on then, Tim.
OXG as an org have never beaten a Brazilian team on LAN. And there's a few people that are going to go, wait a minute, Ace. They beat Team 1 in Charlotte at the Major. And they did, but Team 1 were playing from Mexico at the time. So it wasn't on
True LAN.
True LAN sat down at the tournament as they are now. The record is 0-14 against Brazilian teams. They've played them plenty of times on LAN, but have never been able to get the win, aside from those 2 best-of-1 results that they had against Team 1 when it was played on LAN. But yeah, so it's an interesting little fun fact for you from OXG. And maybe Des, the fortunes could be changing today, because
Would
right
you
now
count
they
it as
are in the driving seat.
If they win the series, though, is when you classify it.
Yeah, not the map. No, it's got to be the series.
They've got a bit of work to do still. However, it's going pretty good so far. Border could be where things really get defined, though, because, as we all often know, Border often comes down to who shoots best. There's still strategy involved in the map as well. I think it's oversimplified sometimes and reduced down to nothing by a lot of people that look at it and go, it's just a gunfight map. It's a bit more than that. It's team play as well. There's a lot of things that weigh into it. But between these 2 teams, and given what they've both shown so far on Lair, I couldn't tell you who walks away as the winner of that one, despite it being W7M's map pick.
W7M then going to take on the top floor defensively once again. They brought the mirror along this time. Dash is just going to be applying the black mirrors out towards... Basically, they're looking at the same sort of push from W7M here, potentially. Sorry, from OXG. They're looking to prevent them moving from that north side. Dots has brought the bandit again. He's going to be playing on the wall there. We'd maybe expect a little more success. The Thatcher does make it slightly more tricky, but this time he's going to have a mirror window just to maybe provide a little bit of help. It won't do much because they're going to walk up and smash it, quite simply. But it's maybe just going to provide him with that little bit of information to say, look, they're on the way. You need to be prepared. You need to be ready.
All eyes naturally fall, I think, here to Diaz once again on the Sense. Now, we saw Sense in use earlier on. Interesting use now that you can drop down those light walls and bring them back up again at your leisure, essentially. I think it just makes things so much more dynamic for the attackers to be able to determine when an engagement takes place and when it doesn't. So if nothing else, keep a close eye on that operator and see what Diaz can do in this round, because if that goes down early on, well, you're losing a hell of a lot of capability in terms of utility that is brought along to the field.
Lobin just looking to make that challenge out towards Newers potentially. Knows that there's going to be a little bit of attention coming in from that side of things. Not going to be too aggressive here, Newers. Just wants to know exactly what's going on. Spots out the FNAT. That's a really important one, because it's just going to prevent him sort of over-aggressing, going in here and getting himself challenged when he walks into that FNAT. He knows that there's still a bit of attention being paid, but the Grimbees have just bought him a little bit of space. Lobin's not going to swing across this, whilst elsewhere, Gomez does manage to pick up Dash. That's the mirror taken down. The little battle between Newers and Lobin continues, but Lobin has actually dropped away from it now, so Newers has an opportunity to potentially move in now that Gomez has cleared that little bit of space ahead of him.
These mirror windows might be a real frustration sticking point here, I think, for OXG. Got to find their way through, and look at this, the aggression coming out from Lobin, stepping up, but they were anticipating it. Gomez has dealt with both the mirror and Lobin in this round by just waiting for them to get aggressive. So much good work being done by him, and we could be on for our third 3K in a row from Oxygen if he carries on at this breakneck pace.
I feel like the initial shots there were aimed towards that Selma charge on the door frame, and didn't really need to get so aggressive to take that out, and ultimately lost the fight, 5 versus 3, and you just wonder here, W7M started out so well.
Brutal.
Yoga takes down Dots with the skeleton key through the wall. Great intel game. Obviously, OXG just very aware of everything around them, where everybody is, what is happening. And the last man is cut down by Diaz. Who else? OXG put themselves onto map point, and it feels like it's been at breakneck speed, Des. It was 3-1 W7M, and then OXG have just run it clean back the whole way. This is great from the North American team.
I was going to say that's 5 rounds in a row now, and across those 5 rounds they've had 3 3Ks, they've won a 1 versus 1, and they've only dropped the entry in 1 of those rounds. They are on fire these last 5 rounds, and I bet W7 have sat there scratching their heads like, well, we didn't expect this today. Like, who is this team that's turned up and why are they so terrifying? NA underdog, sure, but I said it earlier, they've got a bit of bite and they're about to bring down, at least on the first map, our reigning major champions. Extremely impressive. W7M are going to have to book up their ideas when we get into that second map, when we step into Border. But for now, Oxygen have got their eyes on closing this out. 7-3, 1 more round will get the job done.
It is OXG's map pick, let's remember that. You know, but they've come in here, they've looked good. They're going to move on to Border, which was W7M's pick, but it's not really necessarily a favoured map for W7M as to, you know, what we've seen historically from them. The thing that I think about Border when I look at it, if you remember, I came in and said, look, I really feel like OXG need to get this done in 2 if they're going to get a win. I don't fancy them to take Cafe against W7M. I don't fancy many teams to take Cafe against W7M. So, but Border, what a chance. It feels like even though it's another team's pick, it's kind of still a 50-50 map because it's just all gunfights. And at the minute, guess who's winning them all? OXG. You know, W7M are kind of struggling. Dores is on 12. Aside from that, everybody else maybe just struggling a little bit to get themselves into this enough to have a real impact on the game. So let's not forget, if we look at the bigger picture here for W7M, of course the roster is different, but this is the org that won SI last time around, and for me that puts some pressure on these players. They've won the Montreal Major, so now there's some expectation there to get this win, to get this SI and move out of the shadow of that previous roster, to continue that success. And so there is that element of pressure to prove themselves.
Not forgetting they finished second in the game as 8 as well. Like, they've had 2 really strong performances on the international stage is the way to look at it. Manchester, they didn't make it, but new org, sort of new roster, everything was coming together still. You forgive them a little bit of chaos there where they got themselves established, but they have done it incredibly quickly. And what I love when you compare that to OXG, we mentioned it on the desk. Yeah, they finished 3rd at SI 2 years ago, but, I mean, nice bait, I love it. I was going to say it's taken 2 years to really try and figure out what's going on. It's been a journey of self-discovery for OXG as an org and what roster works for them. They're convinced they've got it right this time around. Of course, the tournament will prove that right or wrong, but things have started out incredibly well. Half the round still to play with here. W7M, they are down a man.
This is largely going to be on Diaz. It was Dores, sorry, who was up above, but he's going to be dealt with by News. I was going to say Dores is your man, really. He's the one holding the vertical above. OXG didn't really seem to be playing in towards him. They weren't looking to clear him. It was all kind of site-based, but News has gone up there and got him. And right now, W7M, they're in sort of last stand mode, Des. There's 3 of them. They're all inside a site. They either hold on or they don't. There is no other options. There's no plan B here.
OXG have got time. No, I was actually keeping freebie there for a second, but no. Information being fed back and forth. They know where one other is, and this is the problem. They almost get him. In fact, they do. Diaz finds his man, and Volts once again is in a 1 versus 3. I don't think even he can walk away with this one. Yog gets the kills, and Oxygen takes 6 rounds in a row to secure the first map.
Yep, great stuff from the NA team. Finally giving NA something to really get behind and get their teeth into today, Des. The fans are going to be loving that one, I'm sure. It is not done yet. OXG have got more work to do against W7M, but I tell you what, they've proven that they can bleed.
Turns out what you didn't need, Tim, was any hopium or copium. All you need is a little bit of an oxygen supply and things start looking much better. We'll go to a break. When we come back, we'll break down this map a little bit further. See you in a few.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Rolling back the years, you would have thought it was 2022. The boys here pretty happy with the performance from Oxygen.
Hey, I don't want to say I'm like super happy. Obviously, I'm glad that they did muster out a win here and that they are showing improvement, but listen, this is a sprint. This ain't a race. I mean, this is a race. This ain't just a sprint. They still got a long road ahead of them to show improvement, to show consistency across the board. But again, I am glad to see far better improvement than what we saw originally during the NAL.
No, OXG won the major. Let's go. No, but I mean, it was an amazing performance. I do think the map play had a lot to do with how OXG came out on top. I mean, the way that they were just maneuvering them out around the map, I feel like it really fit their play style. Always setting Newers, always setting Diaz up in these positions to be able to farm out W7M. I don't think W7M really respected OXG on this map at all. They constantly were going for these gunfights, and that's what just led OXG to just win one after the other. The verticality play from OXG on this map was beautiful. It's exactly what we saw in the NAL, just that much better. W7M did not have a response.
And we were talking about this in the back. You know, some people are going to look at Oxygen as possibly a free win just based off their history and how bad they have looked. And that can really bite you in the butt given this performance that they're showing, especially taking a map off of the most recent major champions. So it goes to show that they are keeping it competitive here. But again, my biggest question is how long can this last? How long can they go? Can they keep it consistent and constantly show improvement?
Exactly. I think to keep things on a more humbler note, we have to see OXG do this on another map. We have to see them continue it through the tournament. This was a great start. Fundamentally and strategically, they beat W7M on all fronts. But also, W7M did not expect them. They did not expect this OXG roster to be as good as they were on the gunfight department. The respect was not there.
Did any of us really expect them to be this good, Lax?
I'm going to be completely honest. I mean, I thought it was going to be a lot closer. Sure. To be fair, Lair is still a map that I think is still being discovered by the region across as a whole. So this map is still, I can't really tell you who it looks better than from region to region. But what I can say is from what Oxygen played previously to where they are now, they do have a far better understanding. And like you were saying, the vertical play that they had it displayed through that is truly what highlighted that gameplay for them and that they genuinely understood in how to approach that map.
Sometimes one player can flip the script entirely. Newers had a pretty good performance here, folks.
Yeah, he did. I mean, you can't talk about OXG without talking about Newers. Obviously, when we talk about how OXG was setting up in these situations, constantly putting Newers in these positions where he can just shut down the enemy player. Lair is a map where you get your entry in the building, your lurker in a position, and you just play around him. And that's what they did. They had the verticality set up around him on defense. On attack, they would use so much utility to get him into these firefight positions. And when you just put a guy in front of Newers, I mean, he just showed that he can obviously keep up with the best of the best. And he was shutting down everybody on W7M. They never had a moment to get back into the fight, get that pick back, and that was beautiful. That's what we like to see.
Well, it is time for us to go to a short break, but I'm telling you right now, you don't want to go anywhere. On the other side, W7M look to bounce back on border.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel, let's go.
They say you mess with the bull, you get the horns. Oxygen have certainly waved that red flag in front of this roster. Do W7M respond here, Lax?
I definitely think they do. I mean, when you look at W7M and the teams that they've had to go against, even in the most recent major, I mean, they've gone against some pretty heavy hitters, and especially BDS. So they know what it's like to be down in the first round and to then go into the next map and completely bounce back. And that's what you would expect from a team that can win a major. So in no doubt in my mind, they're going to bounce back. They're going to go into their map and they're going to feel far more comfortable and realize where things went wrong. And again, Border is not going to be played the exact same of how Lair's played.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, in the areas that W7M lost Lair was they were constantly going for gunfights when things went wrong. When they weren't able to make something happen, they just sent another body one after the other. You can find success, but they obviously did not find it on Lair. But Border is a map where there's gunfights all over the place. You are lucky if you can win defensive-sided rounds because it's such an attacker-sided map. And W7M obviously was looking for that. And now this is a situation where it'll be a little bit more of an even playing field if W7M continues to go for those gunfights. But obviously, new sets of challenges for W7M. Obviously, they're going to be the most VOD-reviewed team at the tournament because they won the prior major. OHG's clearly done their research. They took them to a map that was weak for them. Now you're going to Border, which is a map that OHG has no footage on in the last, like, 4 or 5 months. So it's all going to be up to W7M just showing why they're the team that won the major. They need to adapt on the fly. Yes, you can go for those gunfights, but if it's not working, I want to see some strategy come out of them.
Lax, W7M here, their backs are a little bit up against the wall because the point system is already kind of an interesting discussion, especially when we get toward the end of phase 1. But this is not the performance they would want to kickstart their campaign on.
No, absolutely not. But it goes into what we just even recently talked about with VPSSG. Sometimes you got to play the first game to get your foot in the water, test the water, see what it's like, see what you're going up against. Oxygen is a new entity for everyone that's going to be here. So you got to get that general understanding of who you're going against. Yep. And I do feel that they had that going into this. But like Fox said, this is going to be a very, very aggressive map where there's going to be gunfights the second you start trying to enter the building, whether you're on that defense or attacking side. So for me, for W7M, understand where you went wrong from the last game, where you were letting Newers come in, where you were letting Diaz come in, getting free picks, losing those gunfights, because this is what this map is going to come down to, is gunfights and key positions and holding those key positions, especially on the defensive side that they are going to be starting on.
From what we just saw, Oxygen is well and truly up to the task, but it is time for us to get underway with this one. We go to Ace and Dez for Border.
Thank you very much, Rob and the guys. Indeed, Border is going to be where things could be settled, Tim. We all came into this saying, oh, this could be a 2-0. I don't think many said that in favor of OXG, but they've looked like the team that can get it done. Best thing is they're winning their gunfights, hitting the shots on the previous map. No reason why that can't carry on here. Can W7M bounce their way back in, or does their campaign here at going on to try and win an SI after winning a major start with an earth-shattering defeat to the NA underdogs?
Yeah, the devs are absolutely right in what they're saying about the difference between Lair and Border. You know, of course, this is going to be played in a very different way, and OXG aren't necessarily going to be able to rely on like what they've done on Lair to get them the win here on Border. But the problem is, you look at it and you say, right, okay, W7M are going to come in here, they're going to be strong because it's their map pick, and they're going to take gunfights, and they're so mechanically skilled. But they've really sort of made life difficult for themselves because they've now just given OXG a really good warm-up coming into this one. If OXG are ever going to contend on that mechanical level, ever going to come in and just really dominate a gunfight every map against somebody like W7, it's going to be now when they've just come off of the back of a good map.
Well, we'll see if it requires all three, if Cafe will be our decider, or if things get done and dusted here and now. Let's get into our operator band. W7M going to start things off, taking away the Deimos. Surprised me a little bit because it is an operator that they also play, but most definitely want to take that away from Nuez. Has been his most played operator over the last 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, Deimos is always going to be a tricky customer on Border. There's so much verticality, so much destructible surfaces. Get him underneath, get the tracks going, you're going to find yourself a couple of kills. So I'm not too surprised to see Deimos taken away. Monty's going to be the other one, possibly, again, a smart choice. You've got Monty being used to, you can get a good view on bomb sites really, really quickly. You can send him to Archives door, for example. You don't even need to try and push in and get the plant. You can just have that window set up to feed back all that information to the rest of your team, and also pushing into areas like CCTV. Monty is perfect for clearing something like that. So no surprises there to see Monty taken away. Azami, again, super powerful, keeping hold of those power positions that the Des spoke about. Your CCTV, you know, your armory half wall, your areas like that that are going to be difficult to hold on to. Get the Azami, the keeper barricades. It can really shore things up, but not going to be possible as she's taken away as well.
I think with Azami and Mirror going away, it makes it quite a free-flowing map. Like,
yeah.
Those to one side, you know, things like Castle definitely leaning towards us as well, like you're seeing Lobin taken here in round one. But it's them architects, as Ubisoft described, the ones that help transform bomb sites, make them a little bit harder to take over. With them being offline, I think you are going to see this map again flow a lot more freely. The gunfights will be even more important, especially when you can't hide behind things like the Monty. However, also consider that the Blackbeard is still on side. You've still got things like you might see in this round, with Hat currently hovering over it, and Osterplant coming in through the Archives door. Still a lot of things that you can see that revolve around shields, but pretty fair to say this one is going to be a just straight-up shootout between these two, which I love to see.
Let's get into it then. First site is going to be exactly as expected. Top floor, Armory and Archives. We've got that Fenrir on side. Once again, we've seen quite a bit of Fenrir play so far. The FNATs, of course, you know, being difficult to push through. You got to be careful as an attacker going in there and getting that kind of near sight effect and making sure that you're able to challenge on when you're trying to get aggressive. So we'll see that being used, interestingly, just on the exterior as well there, with that wall left half soft. That's pretty aggressive from W7M.
It's nice because the intel's there, right? You hear it go off, instantly swing on that. Whether it's Dodes running out the door, whether it's Dash swinging onto the soft wall, just creates a little bit of a death trap unless Oxygen have done their homework and done a little bit of droning. Thing is, Tim, with the Oster on side, as mentioned, you're going to see an Archives door push. Unsurprisingly, that is where all their focus is. EMPs up over the top, plant going down, EMPs to try and cover away the C4, which, as you can now see, is stuck to the door and can do absolutely nothing. They'll get away with this, Tim, and now W7M have got to try and fight their way back in against all 5 players still up on the other side.
That is absolutely brilliant from OXG. EMP after EMP after EMP going in there to make sure that that Nitro did not disrupt the plant going down. They recognised W7M weren't in a position underneath to deal with it, and they've taken full advantage. The kills are coming back in. 3 versus 3 as Dash manages to find a double, but with 12 seconds left to go, this is going to be super tricky. Hat not only gets the diffuser down, he gets a key pair of kills to close out the round. OXG showing that sometimes, Des, this game can be real simple.
Super simple. Get someone in below so you can't get C4 from below. EMP the hell out of the plant when it's going down to any C4s from over the side of the shelf wall. Bookcase can't connect. And there's nothing more that needs to be said. Like you say, Tim, it's just super simple siege. W7M kind of floundering at that point, but no easy way back into it. Now, I imagine we'll rotate away and keep finding ourselves going through 3 different sites here before we return back up to that top floor. Sure of events and workshop coming in for round 2. W7M saying no more of that, please. Let's go and try something else.
What a turnaround. What a turnaround so far coming in. We expect W7M to be strong on this map. Don't get me wrong. OXG, they're not going to get away with that plant again. They're not going to get away with being able to just go in
You
and
say
pick
that,
one.
Tim.
Well, you say that. How do you stop it? No, but it's very unlikely that they're going to see themselves just wandering and be able to get that done again back to back. I would be surprised if W7M let that happen. But the thing is, if OXG can nick rounds like that here and there and get, you know, maybe 3-4 attacks, then we might be in a situation where we're looking at this, and at the beginning of it I said if OXG are going to win this, they need to win it in 2, and it's with every passing round looking more and more possible.
Do you think if Fresh was here, he'd have said that was a waddle into sight?
Definite waddle territory.
Was it, yeah? Okay.
It was perfectly played, don't you? It was a,
no, it was they made it look
a very
easy.
good attack. Yeah, the thing is, you look at attacks like that, and it's those ones that make you go, how does that plant not happen every round on that? You know, because it just seemed so simple and so smooth. It was great from them.
Lobin's getting pinched on a little bit here. He's got to be super careful. I believe there's someone also up towards his left here, on towards the balcony side. Also one watching from on high, got a drone at his feet. Everything is going against him here. He's got to be super careful, but the longer he can hold on, the more time he can waste, and sure enough, bullets are raining on towards him, but Oxygen have yet to make him move.
Yeah, they don't really have an answer to him at the minute. We see Nade, I think it was, just going in there, and it's, again, not really going to do too much damage. Lobin is going to move away, but Dots manages to pick up Newers elsewhere. Lobin's moved himself into break room for the time being, and I would question, do OXG know that?
Surely not. The mid-round rat? No way. No way. They probably are wondering, well, where's he gone? I guess he's gone, guys. If he now comes out later in this round and wins from the vertical, I will cry.
Diaz is working underneath at the minute elsewhere. I was just wondering if that said that they knew where Lobin was, but they don't. At this point, I genuinely don't believe that they're aware of his position.
They've largely ignored it, to be fair, and Dash is the one holding on to 90 here, as you can see. Looking to waste a bit of time. They're aware of
so
his
much
presence.
trouble. They're in so much trouble. Hat and Gomez are heading in from balcony, and they are going to be in so much trouble. But no, Diaz manages to find the kill. 4v4. Lobin tried to pounce, but was unsuccessful. And we see Dordes taken out by Yogger, and once again, OXG, they're in the driving seat, Des. They're fighting for top floor control, but Volt, he digs in his heels and starts to hold on.
They've waited about 2 minutes upstairs with this player as well. I honestly don't know how he got the kill. I don't think that quad wall next to him was opened up. I think it was soft, but not opened up. And Lobin, I don't know if it's by luck or whatever, but from east stairs, that's where the shots came from to connect and get the kill. And it's a little bit of a sting because he was in such a good spot to win the round for his team there, get 2 kills with the shotgun at close range. But for Oxygen, where they've been unlucky at the start of Lair, well, it's paying itself back in dividends right now. 35 seconds to go in this 3 versus 3. And Oxygen, this is where you start getting forced to make errors here that cost you the round or cost you lives as you go on through. So for W7M, that clock is now becoming the 6th man.
Yeah, they're just trying to create a little bit of a pinch here at OXG. They've got Hat moving through bathroom, Diaz through waiting room, Gomez up above. Hat does get taken down, but W7M have been able to wriggle away. They've got one into customs, but Gomez, he descends at the right time and finds his man. The plant is going down. Diaz is going to be able to stick this dash. He's in a difficult spot here. Nitro goes out, and he has to get back on it. Diaz, he's going to have to stick it, but can't. And Dash, with a well-thrown Nitro, just manages to drag that round over the line.
Really would have loved to see the Ash try and stick it there as well. Like, I understand, you know that you've lost a man and it's a 1 versus 1, but you're getting a little bit confident, hoping for a kill or him to step out aggressively. A team that has won a major is not likely to go aggressively swinging with 2 seconds on the clock. They'll let that diffuser get held down on the ground and then make their move. Bit of a 50-50, a roll of the dice, you might call it, but W7M are the ones who come out on top. And we're at 1-1, Tim, exactly how we started things back on Lair.
Yeah, I think OXG, that's going to be one of the first rounds that they're kind of kicking themselves a little bit. They've had 7 in a row until they've lost that one. That, for W7M, at least stops the bleeding. But it was so winnable for OXG. When that diffuser was going down, it must have been very, very close when that Nitro was thrown and Diaz came off the diffuser. That must have been a difficult call, but ultimately just played perfectly there at the end in the 1vx to close it out for W7M. So they will rotate their way back upstairs rather than go into Bathroom and Tellers. They're going to give Armory and Archives a try once again. We can see from the lineup, as I suggested, OXG will not be going for the Archives door plant. There is no Orsa on side this time around. Yoga is on the Blackbeard, so keep an eye on him. He's going to be super important for that entry, trying to create a little bit of space. I'd maybe like to see him pushed into CCTV here to try and dislodge the two that are in there, Sentry and Legion.
We saw this before the Blackbeard rework, to be fair. A lot of the Dokkaebi plus Blitz coming along as a pairing. Just get the sound down and the Blitz charging in, can't easily be blindsided. You run someone down, a flashed out, they are dead to rights. And we're seeing, at least so far across this series, Tim, a little bit throughout the day as well, that actually this Dokkaebi and Blackbeard combo is looking very, very popular. I think because there's less risk associated with the Blackbeard, you know, also much more deadly than, say, a Blitz would be. This gives you a lot more that you can work with as a team, but don't get me wrong, we have seen a good balance of all our shield operators so far today. Not as dominant as maybe they were historically. This is what a lot of teams said coming in, was the meta feels good right now. A lot of different strategies work. You don't have to play shields, though we are still seeing an awful lot of them.
Yoga, after a little bit of movement back and forth, is going to look to try and pressure towards balcony. Just pinging out a little bit of intel, suggesting that Lobin is playing in and around that area, which would be correct. And instead, he's going to look to maybe try and get himself in, just taking advantage of that mechanic, of course, being able to use the utility from behind the safety of the shield, just to dump that nade onto East Stairs and see if it forces anybody away, as it is. Volks was playing up at the top, so didn't really have too much of an impact. Needs to be careful, though, as Lobin just gets a little bit aggressive, and he's getting slippy back into break. Finds Hat on the door, and right now, Oxygen, they're knocking on the door, Des, but they're not getting an answer. They're struggling to find a way in.
But look at this, DS has come up behind as well and managed to clear this out. So they've got East Stairs back on side once more, but only just barely. There's still C4s coming in, there's still gunfights being taken. They are not getting this part of the map easy, that is for sure. In fact, it's taken 2 minutes, Tim, to get control of East Stairs. A real battleground starting to form between these two teams.
Yeah, going to be very difficult to break down W7M now, but Yoga with an important first step in doing so. Manages to take down Dodes. Lobin has been forced all the way back into sight as well now. He's there supporting Dash. There's only Dots that's away. He's outside in office. So there could be an opportunity here for OXG to now overwhelm sight. They're effectively 3 versus 1 with Dots in office. He's going to now have to make his way back in. He could potentially be cut off.
W7M, though, they're never going to sit down and just take a round loss like nothing. They'll always fight their way back, and sure enough, a good C4 over brings down Nu as a 2v2, and Tim, yet again, a round is coming down to the wire between these two squads.
They've still got, I was going to say, they've still got that Blackbeard to play in behind, but Dash, that's an essential kill. Managing to take down Yoga now leaves it super difficult for OXG. Diaz moving in, cannot find either, and will be shut out. And right now, after what looked like a promising first round for OXG, I think we're starting to see it for what it was. And that was a fantastically executed attempt at getting that plant down unexpectedly on the door. But when it comes to the actual siege, when it comes to actually going in there and having to clear the top floor and not get away with that, OXG is starting to struggle against this W7M.
I think those last 2 rounds have been super tight, though. Like, look at the previous one, the 1 versus 2 that, yes, W7M went out expertly. This one, a little bit more control in the dying moments, for sure. And Oxygen, they've battled their way through right up until the dying seconds, where W7M just started collecting names. That kill there is a key one I want to talk about, to be fair, because looking back at our previous map, I said this back then, is they're not the kind of team to just sit and wait for you to execute on them and then look for kills. Think about when they had 3 players swinging onto Ops through the softball, for example, right? They really wanted to clear out that part of the map, and they committed 3 players to make it happen. A similar thing here where it's not so much committing numbers, but they aren't scared about swinging you at a spot where you'd normally think, okay, you wouldn't swing that, you haven't got the advantage here, you know, we're on land, for example, Pika's advantage ain't quite as big as it might normally be. They'll have your name for it. They'll still happily swing and try and force the numbers in their side, because they realise by leaving 2, 3, 4 angles open to OXG, they will just overwhelm W7M. So you have to try and clear one out. And I don't think it's really cool to see. Like, you might put it down to being a bit crazy, like, oh, why are you swinging that? I think it's because they identify that if they don't, they'll be at a massive disadvantage come the actual execute, and they'll start losing rounds. And so far, it's working wonderfully. They've got these 2 rounds in the bank if you accept that one for the first round that was more of a one that you write off as soon as that diffuser is already down and stuck with 10 players left alive, Tim.
Quite a bold choice coming in from W7M here. They're going to take Customs as their third choice site rather than Bathroom and Tellers. So keep an eye on the CCTV and break area particularly. At the minute, it's going to be Lobin trying to defend that once again. He's going to be cut down. That is a big start for OXG. And I think W7M just getting a bit too aggressive there when you're looking at such a key area for this defense.
Think back to what I said about Lobin earlier. Sometimes you'll look at him and just think, what the hell are you doing? Other times, Tim, as you said in the last round, he gets slippery. He gets really mobile and it's hard to pin him down. And look at that, OXG, more team play coming together, punishing individuals, and Volts is the last one left standing. He's been left in 1vx's so many times over, but it's still not going to be enough. Can't quite do it today. OXG not giving in the room. We're up to 2-2, Tim.
That was good from OXG. I was said it coming into that round. A little bit concerned that maybe, yep, they'd got one round by getting that door plant done, but that W7M was showing a better mastery of border overall with their 2-round wins. But no, OXG fantastically taking opportunities there, recognising CCTV and break is our #1 location. We need to go in and get that cleared out. Lobin gave them a gift. He gave it them on a silver platter, and they were more than happy to eat it up, cutting him down there, and that kind of then was the sort of pin coming out of everything that was holding it together, and they were able to walk in and start getting these kills and taking that top floor, and it was really well played from OXG.
Beautiful stuff. To come back to that point about Lobin. Either looks like the best player in the world, 2 or 3 kills, literally flowing through an enemy team and just dicing them up, or gets caught standing in the doorway for free, and it's just like, what the hell are you doing there, man? That's what you have to roll with Lobin, and I think you see that like echoing across the rest of the team. I mentioned about that play style of not wanting to sit back and just let yourself get executed on and trust in your turtle ability. They would rather go and take away 1 or 2 attacking angles from OXG and force it to be a much more predictable end to a round. One thing's for sure though, Tim, it stays all square at 2 apiece, and I like how close this game is looking already. The last one, as we mentioned, was down 3-1 at one point. W7M were way in the lead on Lair, only for Oxygen to win 6 rounds on the back-to-back. It could still come down to that if things carry on building up the way they do. You don't know what's going to happen in the second half, but both teams have really given it their all, and it's great to see.
We found ourselves back down in ventilation then. It's the first site that W7M were able to win here on border. To be fair to OXG, it was a close run round. It came down to a 2v2 at the end, and there was real potential for OXG to maybe grab the round, but they were unable to. However, Gomez goes in and finds an opener onto Dodes, and I feel like that's something that OXG are doing well here as well, Des. They're taking the onus, they're going in there, they're getting entry kills, they're willing to take on these fights, and it's giving them an advantage. It's giving them the best foot forward. Gomez puts another foot forward as he takes down Dots. 5 versus 3 now for OXG.
Gomez isn't exactly setting the scoreboard alight, but a few rounds through this series I've been really impressed at how he's just basically walked in, found 2 or 3 kills for his team, and won the round at the back of it. He's got 2 here. I look back at his push down highway back on Leo when he collected 2 kills onto the mirror, and I forget the second operator, but he just makes it look so effortless at times. Some rounds you don't see him, but the ones where you do, you really notice his impact.
And it's such a key factor for attacking onto border. We talk about it all the time. The best way to defend border, realistically, is to stop the attackers getting in the map, stop them being able to establish themselves. But OXG are always finding a way to, like you say, just walk in and get a couple of kills and get things moving. They have stalled out a little bit here. 1:15 left to go. They lose 1 to a Nitro from below. 3 versus 4. W7M have dipped themselves back to site now, so OXG can start working on this verticality. They've got the top floor. Once they recognise and are comfortable with that, they can then start pressuring site. But they need to be cautious of that time. Only 60 seconds remaining.
Time, as I've said, throughout this game has already been the 6th man on a couple of occasions. Nate coming in alongside Dokkaebi Call here, Oxygen. I feel they've got enough time to work with those two. In a 4 versus 3 and 45 seconds to play, that is tons of time to get something done. My main issue is they've got no one downstairs, no real idea about what is going on below them. And sure, the round opening things up might move some players away, but I just feel W7M have to have one player that goes unknown about and he can ruin the whole round.
That's going to be Dash. He's out in the bathroom at the minute on the Kaid. He is low health, which might not help, but he is in a position to potentially just spray through and deal with any plant attempt if OXG are able to get themselves in position to do that. We can see OXG just being chipped away at a little bit from underneath. 13 seconds left to go. Now is the time. Diaz manages to find Volks. There's the kill that I was talking about, but despite stopping that diffuser going down, OXG have all the angles covered. They find the kills they need, and they get themselves in the lead once again.
They just had knowledge of where every player was the key thing, and that's what I was on about. If there's one player that slips the net, isn't seen in the drone, that is where the disruption can come from for W7M. But I think Oxygen just had tabs on everyone. The last kill, came from top metal down in towards Supply and Customs area. And that's where we saw the initial attempt come through to try and stop the diffuse going down in the first place. So just good knowledge of what was going on at the round end there. Nice and composed. As I said, 45 seconds and 4 of you up should be more than enough time. And they make it work wonderfully. Oxygen once again back in the lead, Tim. And last time they got in the lead, they did not let it go.
Absolutely not. And I'm certain that OXG aren't going to be too keen to take W7M to Cafe. They're going to be well aware of trying to get this done here and now on border, and this is a fantastic opportunity for them. Make no mistake, they're going back up to that top floor once again.
Surely not.
We have the Ursa on side as it stands, Des.
Surely not, right?
Surely not, right? Right?
I doubt you get away with the exact same play again unless W7M really have fell asleep at the wheel here and the wheels are truly coming off. Dodez, I hate dumping on players just for stats alone, but 0 and 5, he was 12 and 7 back on the last map. He was a massive contributor towards round outcomes for them. He could really come alive in the second half on the attack, I don't know. But for him to be starting this slow, dare I say, is a big reason why we're seeing players like Gomez marching on through and getting a 2K. Why we've seen Hat currently sitting where he does at 6 and 2 after a pretty quiet first map. You're missing a very key, sticking, sharp point really coming out from W7M, and that is Dodez, unfortunately.
So straight away, attention towards that Archives door. They're setting up for it, Des. They are setting up for it. The thing is, how do they stop it realistically, W7M?
There's no Thatcher on side.
Board, there's no Thatcher, but it's going to be dealing with the smoke. That's going to be one of the key elements. Yes, the Nitro is going to be a factor potentially as well. I think they're just going to try and bait that out instead.
Is it a bait?
It does do some work. Dots and Dash find one apiece, and you better believe that they are ready for it. This time 3v2 now, as it's just kill after kill raining in. 1v3, it is all up to Hat on the Ursa. It was a little bit of a bait and switch. They tried to play in from the Armory side, get them looking at the Ursa on Archives door, but W7M, they weren't going to be fooled, Des. They knew exactly where the pressure was coming from, and they got themselves the kills they needed.
Really good reaction, and good to not get sucked in by what again looked to be a similar setup to before, and what looked to be a near identical execute. I think once you didn't see the Thatcher EMPs on side, it was quite obvious they were going to try something a little bit different. The Sen's definitely indicating to that at the same time. W7M just showing again that caliber that it takes to win a major. Now up to 3 and 3, we go to the second half. They switch over to the attacking side. And as I always say, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You could see a very different team stepping out here from either OXG or W7M. Don't think we're going to find ourselves with the perfect 3-3 half, though. I think this one will get done in regulation.
Yeah, that first Nitro really undoes the attack because they wanted to control from Archives windows, and it may well be that they're still going to try and play on to Archives door, but ultimately 2 of them over on Armory Wall were thinking, let's walk in and get a backstab here, but they just hadn't dealt with CCTV. And W7M, as soon as they hit that Nitro on Archives window, they know, look, he can't realistically plant here on the door because he doesn't have his window cover, so now we can go hunting elsewhere, and boy, they find themselves a couple of prizes. So OXG go 3-3 in the first half. Not terrible for Border. We do tend to say that there is a little bit of attacker advantage here, especially once you get yourself established inside of the map. So OXG, they need to learn from that lesson, I think, and get themselves up to those boundaries, up to those barricades, those windows, those doors, and make it real difficult for W7M to get on inside.
Let's see how things shape up then. Yep, Blackbeard, no surprise to anyone, is going to be making an appearance here in this first one. Well, you don't see too often actually for this side, so it's going to be the Maverick that you're seeing coming along for Loben here as well. Of course, not the most effective unless you're trying to deal with a fully electrified wall. I think more identifying that because there's a tube around the Kaid on side, well, there's a pretty good answer to that. concern always being that you've got to make sure this south side is clear, which is why you've got the focus coming in from W7M. They get control of CC, they're then free to do whatever the hell they like towards that main wall. Without this control, though, it ain't so easy to do, and you're likely to lose a Maverick for it.
Yeah, Yoga is in such a key position at the minute, but the problem is that Newers has now been removed and Dots is starting to work his way through on that Blackbeard. I suggest that they would use him to create space to get in there and force players out of position. Yoga is done for and taken down, and this is a clinical attack from W7M, Des. They recognised where the space was. It was at top east. There was nobody out there defending it, and they have walked in there quickly. They have moved across the map, and they have absolutely dissected the defense of Oxygen there. Really great stuff from W7M. If you remember, beginning of the round, I said OXG need to get up to the boundaries. They need to fight them. Don't let them get established. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. Gomez played deep inside of Fountain and Office rather than maybe being at top east, which would have prevented the Nomad and Blackbeard from moving in through that direction. It would have given more of a fight for W7M, but they just went in there. They looked pretty electric that round.
I think the key thing that happened this round was when Newers died, they lost control of 90 immediately. Bearing in mind this is about 60 seconds into the round as well, but you need a little bit of time still to get yourself set up, know where the attack is coming from. Once W7M found that initial kill onto 90 and realised that the sort of linchpin of any defence on the top floor of this map sits there, players are then isolated, you aren't going to be able to support as defenders, and that's when they suddenly said, right, Yogg's alone, he's dead to rights. And that was assuming they just needed that control for their original plan to make use of the Maverick, right? Even without that, they found themselves 2 kills without losing anything in return. And I think the round was pretty much sealed from that point onwards. You don't really tend to find yourself coming back from a 3 versus 5 against the kind of caliber of team that can win a whole major. So, Oxygen now find themselves behind once again. We said when they were at 3 and 2, we've already seen them take the lead once back on Lair, and they did not let it go. They had 6 rounds on the bounce to close things out. W7M, quite fairly saying, it's not going to be the same outcome this time around, friends.
Downstairs we go then. It's going to be ventilation and workshop for OXG. A lot of presence upstairs, as we would expect, but I would say the same thing again. They need to make sure that they don't let W7M in the map and to get established. As it is, W7M are already lining up towards Office and East Stairs, because guess what? Yep, that's where they're being allowed to enter the map. So they're going to go in there and start picking apart this top floor defense.
Already starting themselves onto the single wall into Office as well from that balcony window, just opening up a nice line of sight straight through this top floor. Bolts has already fallen down though. It's a Thatcher offline, Tim.
We had some really nice play from Diaz there as well from underneath. They put the Hibana pellets onto the Office into Archives wall, and he went underneath with the Kaid and just shot them all off through the soft floor. So that's really helped this top floor defense to keep themselves in position.
Holding on for as long as they can up on this top floor is a great idea. Just don't want to completely give away your lives for it is the crucial one. W7M surround themselves in. Dodez and Dashel moving in at the same time. You also got Dot starting to march on forward through Archives. He's been picked off, but like that, a kill goes one way. Immediate trade back with a C4. Oxygen still holding on to the numbers advantage here, Tim. Feels like they've done enough to be able to close this one out.
Yeah, they've just dipped themselves back to site. I think, again, a good choice. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to give those lives away. 3v2, they can now start playing angles inside of site. They just need to make sure that they don't give away any cheap deaths here. I like Gomez's position as well. He's just moved himself away into customs. He's actually been joined by Yoga, so they've kind of given up the site here and said, you know what, if you want it, W7M, you go and have the site, because W7M have only got 2 players, Des. If one goes into site, it then means it's an easy challenge for them to try and retake top floor here, Oxygen.
I'm worried about this because Diaz has really pinned himself in and put himself alone, and like, what's he doing, man? He was repping. They knew that they knew where he was and shouldn't be getting himself picked off, and I thought, you dug so far away here from your team. You're in a 3 versus 2. Playing for trades is the way to go. Thankfully, Gomez at least gets 1 back, and Dodez has got it all to do against 2. But this round is still losable if they're not careful.
Yeah, but as I suggested they might.
Oh, dear.
Where is Yoga? He's retaken top floor, Des, and that is exactly what Oxygen were playing for. 30 seconds left to go, and a very, very difficult plant here, potentially. Dodez is going to try and tease it. He's going to try and put it down, but he knows he needs to go and take the fight. He doesn't have a choice here.
Got to force it because he knows he's got no chance of being able to stick it out for 7 seconds. The round comes in and Yogg's found his man. A bit too close to meet him because, again, in the 3 versus 2, you shouldn't be letting it get that close. But when it matters most, they hit the shot. and they get things back square once again.
Yoga played that really well. Like I said, Gomez Yoga got themselves into customs it was. Diaz went over into bathroom. He put himself in a little bit of a bad spot, as you rightly said, just kind of got himself cornered and dealt with. But Gomez and Yoga were always looking from customs to try and retake top floor. Like I said, that's why they gave them sides, because they know there's one of two things are going to happen from W7M. Both of them are going to drop into sides, and you can retake top floor, or one of them only is going to drop into site, and two of you can go and double up on the man upstairs and take top floor back. And that is exactly what Yoga did as soon as that opportunity was clear. As soon as it was clear that both of them had dropped and both of them were working downstairs, yep, thank you very much, I'll have those verticals back. Really well played from Oxygen. 4-4, and this one continues to rumble on as a really tight affair on border.
Great quality game as well. I think this and Lair, the whole series.
I'm loving it.
It's been super tight between both teams. It's been really entertaining to watch. I know the scoreline back on our first map might suggest it wasn't too tight at 7-3 going the way of OXG, but W7M started that map pretty strong. It's just that Oxygen hit a whole new level once they got onto the attacking side of that map. Now then, let's see how W7M can fare coming into this attack, looking in towards things like the Ying and the Blitz and the Lion. They're really bringing out the whole arsenal here to try and get one over the line, because where I think they've found success so far has been in those early rounds. It's where they found themselves getting good parts of control of the map. We saw them march through a couple of rounds ago and get a couple of kills to start things out. They look great at that point, but where I think OXG have found a success themselves is playing the map a little bit more. Like you say, the vertical. Here, though, direct towards site, Tim. They're in for the rush, and can they find anything new? It's full white flash, but the plant is going down. A smoke to cover him off at the same time, and no one has died yet, Tim, but it's still going on.
Yeah, it's a classic attack, really. You get the smoke canisters out, you get the candelas going in through the drone hole into bathroom, and it makes it very difficult to do anything about the diffuser going down. But once again, we saw this from W7M on Lair, where they saw an opportunity, they went in to take it aggressively, but they weren't always prepared for what came afterwards. And that's exactly the same here, Des. They just weren't ready for it. They weren't set up. They're using the toxic babes to allow them to get onto the diffuser. Hat is going to be able to secure it. The kills came in, and OXG are looking almost unflappable here.
That was so well dealt with. Look back at Lair after the tactical timeout, where Redeemer said, beware of the direct hit. And what came through? A direct hit. They dealt with it then, and they've dealt with it now. Oxygen just showing whether it's W7M's slower game that we were used to seeing back on Lair, or if it's a quick direct to site one, they've got the answers. And I think at this point, Tim, like the latter parts of Lair, the momentum is really building with this North American side.
I always say there are upsets in groups. We always see them. Do we always get to see them as quickly as day one? Not really. But this one is looking like it could be headed in that direction. 2 more rounds for Oxygen. We'll see what I would say will be arguably one of the biggest upsets of the whole group phase. And that's not me saying, you know, Oxygen, this or that. They've played fantastically here. But the reality is, this is a team that didn't qualify for Manchester, didn't qualify for Montreal, was ranked 49th in global standings, playing against a team that were ranked 3rd overall and won the last major. Like, this is a big gulf in results between these two teams, and for Oxygen to come in here and be winning in the fashion that they are will be a big upset. But what a deserved result it will be for Oxygen if they are able to get this over the line, because I tell you what, Des, this is not about W7M losing rounds. This is about Oxygen making good decisions, winning key fights, and having a fantastic game of Siege.
Really impressive, and gives you a lot of hope that this group might be even spicier. We were talking about it yesterday, which group's the group of death, and everyone sort of said B. It looks like the group of death, right? Cyclops are there to play their upsets. But Oxygen, I think quite fairly, a number of teams or a number of people have written off coming into this and said, look, they're through the LCQ, sure, but they're not quite at that level yet. At least here are looking good. However, 5 days of groups to play, a lot can still change. In we go then for round 10 to see how things shape up on the attacking side. Nothing really worth writing home about, I think, overall, Tim. Instead, you're seeing a standard lineup coming out with no shields being brought along, nothing to worry about on that side. On the other, looking more towards potentially the castle here to try and impede. You've got the tools to deal with that as the attacker. Savannah, absolutely perfect for dealing with that kind of utility. In fact, Tim, seeing 2 hard breaches on this map feels quite rare overall.
I do recall yesterday somebody mentioning Group D, Des. If you remember who that was. Or...
No memory of it, to be honest.
I think think you would have.
It wasn't recorded, so...
No, I didn't think you would have.
No.
It was me, for the record. Dots is just going to be taking a few pot shots there. Again, Hat is in a key position here, just inside a sandwich in office, looking to try and hold that position, but, like you say, cleared out. W7M had a great attack on the top floor last time around. They took everything that was offered to them and more. They were able to march through and just make it difficult for Oxygen to hold on to any key positions, and it's looking like it could be more of the same.
Pull themselves back here rather than trying to play too extended, because don't forget what happened last time around. They were here and they lost a player on 90, they lost a player inside of CC. They've just regrouped back on site and said, okay, then cool, let's chill out a little bit here, get ourselves back into good positions. And Nuis has then worked his way back out towards 90 through Metal and has found himself picked off again. That's unfortunate because now they've lost that main pivot point of this top floor, like I mentioned earlier on. W7M playing a wonderful round so far, not lost anyone for it, and has still got some good time to work with.
Diaz has got himself underneath there. I'm not really sure how much work he's going to be able to do. It's going to be a tough ask, really, to try and get anything done. It's also leaving the rest of Oxygen a little short-handed. Yogurt and Gomez up on this top floor trying to hold on to site, but as one is cut down, Yogurt is now pinned in the lockers area. Going to be taken down behind half wall, and that's going to allow Dots to get the diffuser down. Doesn't even have time as the flawless round is confirmed. Lobin knew that the last man was going to have to work his way from underneath. Cuts him down as he tries. That's going to be W7M taking the round and leveling things up once again at 5-5.
They look very comfortable attacking that top floor, don't they? Like, both times now. That was different as well because Oxygen learned from last time. To a degree. They abandoned the CC hold quite quickly and said, right, get away from that. We know there's danger in there. We don't want to lose a player for free. That was good. Nuis then works his way back out to 90, as I mentioned. Him being picked down exposes so much of the map where you know you then have no presence and no pressure anywhere else in the map. This kill here is the key one that I was on about. You've then got Office being pressed in, you've got off towards main wall being pressed in, and there's very little that the last 2 or 3 players on Oxygen that are sat inside the site can do. W7M just forcing 2 versus 1s and completely ripping them to shreds. A flawless round. Very dominant in round 10. Tim, dare I say that O-word may well creep out here over the next 5 minutes or so.
Wouldn't be day one without an ace and Des overtime. We will see whether this is the one that delivers or not. OXG going to be heading downstairs, like you said. Not real surprised to see them moving on and rotating away. W7M just so good at attacking that top floor at the minute. But the strange thing is, last time around when they defended Ventilation and Workshop last time, OXG actually did a really good job of holding the top floor for the beginning part of the round and then dropped away, retook it later. And it was just a really well-managed round from them overall. So W7M going to have their work cut out for them. They need to learn the lessons of last time around. They tried to breach that office wall. It didn't work because they just shot it off from underneath. So, you know, maybe they need to be putting a little bit of pressure onto Bathroom immediately. You can do that from Teller's window, but the Blitz is going to be stacking up here in detention and ready to go and try and put a bit of lateral pressure onto Oxygen.
Well, we know the W7M love a direct hit. We've seen it, what, 4 times now if you include this round across the series? And Oxygen, as I remarked earlier, have dealt with them pretty well. They've been able to retake. They've been able to really put the fight back up against W7M. So that's where I want to see how this one plays out. Do W7M break that trend, or do they carry on buying into it? And it'll be Oxygen moving up to map and series points.
Dots is kind of just lurking at the minute. He's looking to push his way into blue and take a little bit of ground. And I think he's now going to be pushing forward in towards start. And there he goes. The smokes will be deployed, but Yoga manages to pick up Dash 5 versus 4. However, the plant will be stuck, and that is now confirmed. That's it, Oxygen once again on the back foot against the clock, trying to work on that retake. We've seen them do it fantastically well so far, but the kills aren't coming this time, Des.
Oh, and the Blitz is just feeding so much information for them as well. But now he's gone down to them without a shield. No call left on the Vault side here. They're basically out of the utility they need. In fact, as I say that, it comes back up, Tim. The call's coming through. The disable's going on. It's halfway done, but Vaults has got the vertical 3 versus 3. 2 kills come back over. They've got to find one more, Tim. They're down to the last few seconds as well, straight upstairs. This one looks a bit cut though, Tim.
Dodez was scrambling to get back onto that top floor, and you feel like there was maybe an opportunity. There was maybe an opportunity for OXG to hold on to that attempt at disabling the diffuser, but they didn't know where Dodez was. But he didn't have the vertical. He was relocating. He plays it well for W7M, gets them the round and gets them the map point opportunity. This one could be going to map 3.
Oh.
Talk about it really honestly.
Oh, actually, time out. Let's have a listen.
Just owning picks, and we're not there to help each other out. I think we go. You guys want to go bathrooms?
Either that or workshop. I don't think we're on either.
Want to go workshop?
Yeah, either workshop. But they just rushed to rush. Either that or we go bathroom.
Listen, don't be scared. Don't be scared to fucking fight these guys, right? Like they're kind of splitting. So like if we need to like find something together and just flood and fight those guys, they're not all together. They're spread out around the map. So don't be scared to fight. Once we get man advantage, then we can kind of like pull it back a little bit. You guys are fine. We just got to be a little bit smarter when we're taking engagements. A lot of individual nets. You guys got this, all right? Let's lock this shit out.
It's the same sort of stuff we were remarking on W7M doing well, is knowing, okay, they're attacking from 4 directions, pick one, swing it. Yeah. They'll commit 2 or 3 players to it if they have to make sure it's clear. We saw it back on Lair, we've seen it on Border, and I think Redeemer's kind of request, his ask of his team there is, look to do the same. If they're playing quite split, which I agree with him, there's a couple of times you'll see 2 players stacking up on one angle, but they're not as a full team at any given point. If you can push and isolate out one of those angles and give yourself less to think about when the execute comes on through, why not? Not too many more chances to work with, though, Tim. They cannot afford to get it wrong. They win this next round. We get that glorious O-word coming out here on map 2. They lose it, though. Cafe will be the decider. And what'll be really interesting about that map, I think, Tim, it will demand a lot more strategically from both teams. It won't be as gunfight-driven as what we've seen the first 2 maps be.
Yeah, I don't know how much that last round is going to affect Oxygen here as well, because it was so winnable for them.
Tight, yeah.
It was so winnable at that point, but just not knowing exactly where Dodez was or what was going on with that last man, it was tricky for them, and it's easy for us when we sit here watching the silhouettes and we've got the top down and we've got all the intel. But obviously, in the moment, in the server, you're just going to do exactly what you think is best. And unfortunately for OXG, that wasn't the case that time. But we know they've got rounds in them. It is very possible that they take us into an extra few on board here. W7M, they are going to be grasping at Cafe at this point.
Here we go.
They want to get this done.
They've rushed straight in. The Candela's coming in this time round to really do a bit of work for them. They're in for the same plant again by the looks of it, Tim. Dot's in a different location. Smoke's going down deep, but I don't think they can stop this one. In fact, Volts is straight in, and he's causing absolute chaos along with Dodez. Nothing really to be said about it. W7M, they were in a 5 versus 3. They might lose one back, but the plant is down, and this one does not look winnable.
No, it's very difficult now to try and fight back against this W7M because they're in position. They just feel like they were more prepared for that rush of a plant this time than maybe they were last time around. Dash is going to pick up Hat. 2 versus 4. We can see Utility just being thrown in now. The asphyxiation bolts from Lobin doing their job, preventing them, pushing in. Need to be careful. Oh, jumping in through the window. Diaz got 2, could have been 3. It was a very risky finish, but W7M, they get it locked down and they take us to map 3 of Cafe.
I feel like this series deserves it as well. It has been so neck and neck between the 2 teams. We've seen absolute brilliance back on Lair. We've seen a bit of a tighter one here, but just a little bit of difference coming out from W7M on their own map pick. Each team winning their own, which now means the decider has to be what splits the difference between these 2. And Reiki's ready though. We'll go to that when we come back. The desk will break it down before we get into Cafe. Don't go anywhere.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
The Bulls charged headfirst into what was probably one of the more entertaining maps I've seen in Siege in a long time. Back and forth, to and fro the entire time. But ultimately, W7M, they right the wrong from the first map, and now we're headed to a third.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love a border map. I just, the aggression that you're able to see, the gunfights. I mean, OXG came out the gates with this Archives rush. They were able to win it through, and I really like the strategy that OXG was bringing throughout the game. But W7M, same thing we saw from the first map, was they were just trying to rely on gunfights, big plays, individual plays, to shut down OXG. And I believe as we watched that progress, W7M got into the heads of OXG. The gunfights shattered their confidence a little bit, and the strategy that we saw from OXG that won them lair, we didn't see them anymore. And then it was just sloppy back-to-back rounds. Very basic ways that W7M won, holes through the floor, and a fast rush with nobody there. Those are ways that OXG should not be losing rounds after how good they looked at the start of this border match.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to say I think both teams started to respect one another a little more in terms of pacing and how the tempo was being set for both teams. Some teams were getting really aggressive one round, while the other then was playing a little more passive. And it was really a back and forth. It was a ping pong match to say the least. But then towards the end, I mean, the rushes that were happening, the fact that OXG let that rush get off twice.
Yeah.
And for the fact that the last round, they weren't there to counteract that because originally they previous won with the retake, just goes to show that they didn't show the respect in that last round. But even for W7M, in the beginning of the maps, I mean, what they were doing is OXG was doing such a good job at identifying where the holes were, sneaking up, getting some picks, taking some of these entry points, where W7M then started to capitalize, realized that that's where the mistakes were happening. Then it turned into that ping pong match. But a big player that really stuck out for me towards the end of this game was Dotaz, especially in that second to last round with that huge clutch where, sure, Oxygen should have just stuck the defuse, but we have the top-down view. We know what it looks like. You can't think of hindsight like that. But again, for Dotaz to stick through it, not over-panic, not get overzealous, and bring that round back, that was a huge heads-up play from him.
Yeah, to give credit to W7M, it wasn't just OXG misplaying. W7M realized that OXG was abusing the verticality again on the same map. Constantly, we would see Yaga downstairs with the C4, or them using the holes above. So W7M just took that from them. They would completely wipe out a floor or do a fast rush to just limit the verticality that they can use. You want to try to be smart, we're just going to going to go so fast that you have no idea how to respond to us strategically, that you have to gunfight us, and W7M was winning it every time.
And I think what they're slowly starting to understand is something that we've known for a long time, and everyone at NAL is Oxygen likes gunfights. That's their home. Like, that's what they feel most comfortable with. So you have to be able to match that sort of aggression, but at the same time, be more methodical on it. And W7M can 100% do that, but we need to see that displayed going into this last map.
Look, the energy's been matched. There's no two ways about it. We now need a third map to decide this one. We head to Cafe after this short break.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Oxygen have definitely made a statement in this series, and they are looking really solid to kickstart their SI25 campaign. However, one team stands in their way, just little old W7M. The winners of the last major, they continue to look better, but now they're getting tested, they're getting pushed. We go to Cafe next, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, I do think that this is best case scenario. Both these teams are 2-1 on this map. They do get it banned against them. So this is the best map to decide who is going to be the victor here. Now, a big thing for me with Oxygen is more so of the fact is they can't just constantly play an aggressive game. They do eventually have to pivot to being a little more static, letting W7M come in, take advantage of some situations compared to what we saw on Border. But again, the vertical pressure is going to be applied on Cafe, and the biggest thing for me overall for both teams is who is going to, and who's going to prevail for a win here is going to have the better half on that attacking side.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. The verticality will be the biggest factor. W7M has shown in the prior 2 maps that responding to the verticality, the only thing that's worked for them is just going through it, going so fast and slaughtering out everybody that's on the floor in front of them and forcing OXG to have to come up from the holes that they're playing. And so it's something on a map like Cafe that you can't do that too well just because it is so limited in the amount of width on the floors. There's not a lot of room to play with. So we could see W7M get caught up in that regard, but I really do think they have the confidence on their shoulders, and this will be a test to OXG's mental because from what we've seen throughout the NAL, when things don't go well for them at first, it takes a lot of time for them to adjust due to the lack of leadership, and the communication quiets down a little bit. So if we can see the effort and the work that OXG has put all their time into leading up to this event, we will see it come into this 3rd map here. Even if they don't win, I'd be happy if I was OXG with keeping it close against W7M.
Absolutely.
Well, let's welcome in our casters. Now, I actually have to say, boys, we were just chatting before and Lax yells out Tim and Derry, and I don't know why, it just sounded like someone's favorite ice cream. Thoughts?
It's not miles off, is it, to be fair?
It's not bad. It's not too bad. It's a little awkward at times, but I feel like that could be something. Tim and Derry?
I always get grief for my favourite flavour of ice cream.
What, vanilla?
It's vanilla.
Yeah, okay. No.
He's so boring.
I don't even know what to say to
It's
that.
default for a reason. It's because it's the best one.
There are so many options that you could go for. Let me get your thoughts on this one though. It's B-Stream's popping up right now. Ace, who takes this one?
Default option.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be a default option for him, but Oxygen are looking good.
Oxygen are looking very good. Look, at the beginning I said that I think if Oxygen are going to win this, they're going to take it 2-0. Cafe is a good map for them. Cafe is a very good map for W7M. So I just think, given what we've seen so far, can Oxygen win it? Yes. Do I think they will? No. I think W7M still take it.
Vanilla.
I couldn't agree more, mate. Go and enjoy your vanilla caster.
I will do. Honestly, mate, every time I've learned a new thing about your drinking or eating habits, I'm just like, you're so boring.
I'm not talking like a basic vanilla. I'm talking like, you know, like the really...
Walls vanilla, are you?
No, like a really nice, like a really good vanilla.
I don't like that as the basic vanilla. I only like Walls vanilla. That's what you sound like right now.
We do in the UK have a type of vanilla called, it's usually like Cornish cream vanilla.
Really pushing the boat out now, mate,
And
aren't
that's
you?
really
But you're still talking vanilla.
That's really good.
Ugh. Well, hopefully, some stuff is being served up in this kitchen that's a little bit tastier than just vanilla ice cream.
I'll send you my vanilla ice cream reviews, Tim, of all the different ones.
Tim, you're the only
nuance
only
between them.
food review that I've ever known you do has been water. You are that boring.
I tell you
that
what.
you talk about vanilla ice cream and water.
There's a lot of variety.
Well, then drink your water. I can see the glass in your hand, mate. Go on, you do that. And
a
I'll
lot of variety in different waters.
Yeah,
I will
all right.
say the NA water is pretty good.
That is crap. I haven't enjoyed it so far. W7M start the banning phase off, though, here on Cafe. They will be on the attacking side, it's worth noting. And they're going to take away the Ying as their first ban.
Yeah, we'll see what else follows. We've seen a lot of shield bans. We've seen a lot of Blackbeard play, so maybe Oxygen will look at taking that away from W7M. We'll see right now. Oh, it's going to be Monty instead, so I was right with the shield at least.
Yeah.
Not too much, like I said, not too much of a surprise. We had the shield nerf, but they're still very viable, and they're just great at creating space and just getting in there and forcing those defenders out of position. So Valkyrie will be the first defensive ban that we see, and then W7M will round things out, not taking any time at all. They knew exactly where that was going. It was going to be Mirror, and that shapes things up.
They banned the mirror away back on first map, on second map as well, on Border a moment ago. And that kind of surprises me, because the thing I've observed about W7M throughout the series, as much as we said, you know, they won Montreal by being this really fast-paced, aggressive team, didn't care about getting the diffuser down, they just wanted to kill, 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 kill. That version of W7M, I think I'd understand banning away a mirror a lot. You don't want to get impeded and held up by these mirror windows that can really be a thorn in your side. Whereas so far today, Border kind of accepts it because of the map itself, but they're playing quite a slow, composed and controlled game against Oxygen, I think. So although I wouldn't, maybe it's more of a case they just don't want to face off against it and they know they won't play it themselves, they'd rather ban it away. But I'm kind of surprised they've lent in towards banning that for 2 of these 3 maps so far.
Let's get on into it then. It is round 1 of map 3. I'm not going to talk about where this one might end in terms of score, but as the desk said, watch that attacking side. Whoever can manage that side better may be the one that comes away successful in this map. W7M, they're going to be the ones to start an attack. They're going to be attacking down onto the basement. So we ask the age-old question, will they go in and try to get above and use the verticals, or do they just come in direct to site, which we've seen W7M do a number of times on Border. The lineup says it's gonna be the former. Get in there, get the book, get the ram, get the tools working, and rip up that floor of the mid floor.
Very extended hold coming out though from the defenders of Oxygen here in the basement. More lateral than it is like vertical. You have got Gomez and Nurs for now at least holding up on the second floor just to put up a bit of resistance, but I expect them to drop away quite quickly. The main thing to notice with the defenders, you've got the hold inside of VIP and you've also had the Echo of Hat playing around inside of Bakery. So they really are, I don't want to say pushing the boat out, but they are looking to hold a lot of this map. It's quite aggressive in terms of space control that they're looking to try and do here. And W7M, if they spot that, as we've seen a few times, are more than happy to go direct to site.
I think we've just had a bit of a wasted Kiba barricade from Newers as well. That could be quite important, really, because we know how valuable that utility is. He went to deploy it, and it was one of them that was, you know, caught on a funny angle of furniture and didn't really deploy. But Newers does manage to find 2. Gomez onto Dash. I take back everything I said, Oxygen. They've come out looking like their tail's on fire at the minute, Des, and they are running through W7M right now. 5 versus 3.
They've shot 3 players in the back there, Tim. It just feels like W7M didn't do their homework with the drones, had no idea what was coming, and have paid the price for it as a result. Almost getting rid of Gomez, but didn't know about Diaz, the second player coming down the red stairs. He gets the trade back the other way. Now it's a 1 versus 4 for Lobin. I know he's got a lot of time to play with Tim, but I'm not optimistic, and Noah's agrees. 3 kills for himself in the round. Very, very convincing first one coming out of OXG.
Yep, great start from them. Picking up that kitchen site, getting it done. We'd expect the defenders on Cafe to be picking up their first choice side, but taking nothing away from OXG. They've done a really good job of it, and you pick up on it perfectly, Des. W7M actually looked off the pace there. They looked like they didn't really know what they were going into. Where was the drones? Where was the intel? Why were they not ready for those fights? Why were they not knowing where that attack was going to come from? It was beautiful from you. It was a little bit unlucky probably for Dordes and Volps. They kind of stacked up on white stairs, and Newers just got the timing perfectly for them to line up. But ultimately, W7M just were not prepared for that level of aggression coming out of Oxygen. Now, I also like what I'm seeing in terms of site rotation from OXG here on the defense. They've gone kitchen, they've gone reading. They might not even touch the top floor here, Des.
That's it. I mean, more for me, for W7M, it's more the concern about trying to get any kind of control around the map that isn't given up for free, and Oxygen showed in that first round for me, and we've seen it across the series. They want to challenge W7M. They don't want to sit off and play turtle and dig their heels in deep and hope for the best when it comes around to execute. They're happy to fight for things. So I think W7M, unless they're really meticulous about their droning here, which they certainly were back in that first round, and already here have lost 4 of them in their droning phase, they will keep on getting bitten by the players on the side of OXG. So a bit more composure. I think W7M is going to sorely need that as this second round also goes against them.
Potential run out from Newers here. What a big start this could be. He's going for it. Impact nade finds his man. Nobody there for the trade. Oxygen are taking the fight to W7M. There's Lobin taken down.
Whoa.
And look who he's got. It's the Ram. You don't get to choose them, but that is a huge kill here when you're defending reading. They still have the book on side, yes, but that is a big, big loss.
And the sledge as well. In fact, a lot of vertical destruction overall coming out for W7M. So like you say, maybe not the biggest loss that it could be, but it's still a player offline for free, and there was no trade there to be secured. And again, coming back to the drone work, you can't watch every angle in the game, but normally front door run-outs or that kind of craziness is the sort of thing you want to check early in the round. And they paid the price there for being a little bit tardy with their drone work in the early phases.
Volp's aware that there's somebody ahead of him.
He wanted to go again.
Who is going for a little jump out. I think they're going to be taken down by a Claymore to level things up at 4-4. OXG obviously feeling like they're on top of things here and just wanting to keep that pace high. Don't let W7M settle. Don't let them have anything easy. It's causing a little bit of a problem for them, but not much here. They kind of just leaving him out in the cold. Volps is doing the work on the book. He's in cocktail, ripping the floor up. It's not a massive problem because Dores is kind of holding Hat in position at the minute. So manages to find Gomez as well. Dots takes down Hat. Much better from W7M here in round 2.
Just again, really good response to what came out there. Gomez coming up red stairs. Brilliant call from Hat. He says, okay, no other guys on piano stage. A 2 versus 1 is formed, but W7M are almost using the piano player as bait there, knowing that Oxygen are likely to go aggressive and try and punish that solo player. So just really good bits of team play coming out of both teams, but W7M, they've been one step ahead so far in this round, and that is why they've got this 4 versus 2.
Yoga can't quite find his man back on the white stairs there, so we're going to see a Vulcan canister detonated as well to prevent any drop coming through into Laundry for the time being, but there's lots of seconds left on the clock. 40 for W7M to continue working with. They've got everything they could wish for on the vertical angles. The sledge of Dash is continuing to rip up the floorboards there to gain angle after angle. It's just about just now getting that diffuser into a position to put it down on reading door, and that's going to be the next step.
Here comes the round they're looking for. If Yoga gets his first kill, then this could really unsettle the execute coming out from W7M. Diffuser is now going down. Flash is at least keeping him at bay. Down goes one more. Dodes on fire in the round with a 3K. And Yog might try his best, but it's going to be a closeout for Volps. W7M taking the round.
Yeah, W7M again looking pretty good there. They suffered that early run out from Newers, managed to get the nice opener onto the ram, took down Lobin, but W7M had stacked the lineup with so much soft breach that it just didn't really make a difference. I like what they did with Hat as well and how they dealt with that situation and just basically went about their business around him. So that levels things up at 1-1 before we move into our next round.
Really good recovery, to be fair, to lose the entry as well. Like, often you'll see teams, when they get the entry kill, they're going for about a, 70 to 80% likelihood to win a round. Really good recovery, really good baiting, I think, is the most important part. I mentioned it when we had the player up on the piano upstairs. 2 players pushed in from Oxygen, and W7M almost used that as a trap to secure a couple of kills themselves. Really smart play, and again, a very difficult situation, being down to 4 versus 5. But it's the sort of stuff that makes a major champion, Tim. It's always that question about how does this third game go? I honestly really don't know. Like, I think it feels like W7M should walk away the winner. But with Oxygen, how they played, first round was well. They see them across the series play really well. Probably feels like overtime should be the only answer.
I don't think we've ever crossed off Freshers bingo card on day 1
I don't think so, no.
Map 3 overtime. We've had overtime quite regularly on day 1. I think I'd like to go back. I think we've had overtime on day 1 of every SI that we've casted. But yeah, we've never managed to do the map 3 overtime and cross it off on day 1. We'll see whether that's a road that we are destined to go down. Honestly, it kind of feels like it is going to be the way these two teams keep battling back and forth, and whichever one comes away with the
W7M rushes in.
I was going to say they go in for it again. The Blitz moves straight in. We'll see the smokes, and they're going to get into position and start putting that diffuser down. What can Oxygen do about it? They've got no vertical on here. They're trying to fight their way back in. Dores is going to catch out Yoga. Gomez is there for the trade, but it doesn't matter because the diffuser's down, and now OXG are on the back foot and working against the clock once again.
Hat's really got a kill. Got to get a kill here on red, I think, to make this work out for them. Sees the one, and it's a great kill that he gets. But knowing there'll be one more on the window, and you've still got the Dokkaebi ringing out, so much working against him. You've got to see for him back pocket. My man, no! Exposes his feet and naturally through perspective loses the kill. In comes the Blitz at the same time, but can they make it work? No, they cannot. W7M absolutely love their rushes, and we've seen a bit of mixed results earlier in the series, I feel, but as time has worn on, they've got far better at seeing positive outcomes from them.
Yeah, Dots played that really well on the Blitz. After the plant had gone down, he just moved himself through into train and just held in that position for a little while, knew that he he was on hand, knew that he was close to that diffuser and could get in there and challenge quickly if he needed to, and that's exactly what he did at the end to get it over the line. W7M, for me, Des, feel like they've just got a little bit more air in their lungs, they've got a little bit more energy in their muscles, and they're kind of pulling ahead in that race towards the finish line.
Given how scrappy the game has been at points where W7M has shown that slightly more slower, composed play style, I think a map like Cafe, as we remarked, probably is better for them. Lair was very chaotic for a Lair, to be fair, overall. I mentioned the constant swinging coming out from W7M. Didn't want to let OXG settle at any given point in that game. Border is border. This map, I feel, commands a little bit more calm and control because there are a lot of bottlenecks, because there are a lot of power positions that you can play. It's sort of forcing both sides to have to adapt, and I think W7M are the ones so far, as you can see by the scoreline, and even coming back from a 4 versus 5, are the ones that are looking the most comfortable. It's not surprising, given it is their favourite map of all the maps that they can play.
Back we go to Kitchen then. There's one site that OXG have managed to get themselves a win on so far. And they're going to try to double down on that, but that is not a good start for them. Like I said, W7M for me feel like they've just got the legs pumping a little bit more in this sprint towards the finish that it's becoming. Yoga taken down and it's the Warden Des. Not ideal at all. Potentially suffer. There's only a couple of flashes on side, which is at least a good thing for OXG, but still, the Warden tends to be a real linchpin in most defenses that operator is present in, so somebody else is going to have to take over that space.
I'm not sure exactly where he died, whether it was onto the bottom white stairs doorway, whether it was in towards bakery double door or small bake window. One of the three was where he went down. I guess we'll see it in the end of round replays, but whether or not he's trying to go for a spawn peek or just got caught up lucky with those soft barricades being shot at, I don't know. As you say, quite a critical one to lose. Those flashes now become far more potent, of which, to be fair, there are only two. So we haven't got to worry too much about it, but it's still a gun that is not going to be available. And Yog, as we remarked a couple of maps ago, is having a great time so far too, really making himself known. This map, yes, it's been a slow start for him, and W7M, the one's in a good position here, with all 5 players alive, and both though could be calls about to become available to them.
Thought Lobin was maybe just going to pressure from wedding window there, but steps away and get on the drone and maybe look to push in through main and into court check area and try and apply a bit of pressure from there. Gomez is the real problem for W7M at the minute. He's in VIP, he's not been moved. We can see his shield is still present as well, so they are trying to sort of prod and poke back there, but not really finding the answer. 3 versus 3 as a couple of kills come in. Diaz was there to support Gomez and just keep them locked in that position. He does the same again with a kill onto Volps, and that is really important for OXG, just holding on to that VIP side and making it really difficult for W7M. They never made any real progress on that ground floor level, and that hold of VIP was a big part of that reason. Really well played from Diaz and Gomez that round.
I think the Vulcan canister's really doing a lot of work for them there too. It didn't matter that they managed to find the Warden early in the round, but the Blackbeard you can't look at as the big entry point for your team. It's sort of his role, right? He's a shield bearer, he's got a big gun, he looks forward to come and do some damage, but I think being held at bay by those Vulcan canisters. Bit of a stinger for them, couldn't get the control they needed to try and remove Hat, who was dug inside a bakery. Now towards VIP, as you mentioned, Tim, they were just dug in so well in there, the 2 players holding together. And what I thought surely would turn into a W7M win has gone the exact opposite way. And in fact, no, it wasn't on the white door. It was, in fact, on the white garage door wall, as you just saw there. Stinger to die in that way, but paid the price for being in a bad place at the wrong time.
OXG definitely liking the bottom floor there and getting the win on Kitchen once again. But in all honesty, it probably won't be enough if that's the only site that they can lock down. We're going to see them going up to the top floor this time. It's going to be Bar and Cocktail. W7M, I think they're going to be fancying this. If they can get the next 2 sites like they did in the last rotation, they're laughing. 4-2 on the attack of Cafe. That should be not quite a done deal for W7M, but it's a big step towards having this one in the bag. So OXG, they need to shake things up now. They need to get a win somewhere other than Kitchen.
They do. But the 2 teams, as we said back on board, Tim, they're staying neck and neck already. Both teams have had brilliant moments, and in fact both teams now have won a round where they lose the entry early on and yet still come back to recover the round in pretty dominant fashion, to be fair. Both teams showing they're very comfortable in this map. It's not, although yes, it's W7M's favourite map. Oxygen look very, very happy to play. In fact, I think they've both got the same record on it over the last 6 months. Both 2-1 on it. Both like to play it. Very rarely banned it away. In fact, both have banned it away twice. And it's been banned away against both teams about 10 times or so. So in terms of map preference, you're actually looking at a map that both teams love.
Prepare yourself, Des. You're going to hear me say that I actually prefer the top floor side. In these circumstances, I do prefer this for OXG, given how W7M were able to just take such easy top floor control and use all that verticality when attacking onto Reading, for example, and the rush that they played into mining. I just feel like this gives OXG a bit more wiggle room. There's less space for W7M to work with. They're going to have to try and get themselves into piano, and that's all they've really got. They can't get above, they can't really use the verticals, and I feel like it could suit OXG a little bit more. But saying that, Dots and Lobin managed to pick up 2, but as I've said, OXG, they're able to continue fighting back here. Yoga manages to find one on the return, 3 versus 3.
I've got the man in the window. This is the problem with this white window. It restricts all movement down it, but also from you playing inside a bathroom, which is such a key power point to keep control of piano itself. It's now gone against them. Just 2 left standing. DS and Yogg to hold, both dug inside a cocktail, and W7M have got all the time in the world to work with him. They've been really good when they've got this man advantage in the clock to work with, to not then make silly mistakes that cost them rounds. In fact, dashes out on a drone. They want to know what's going on before they start their push forward.
Yeah, this is it. They pretty much pinned back into cocktail now. Dots is tickling the diffuser, looking at potentially putting it down. That kill will surely signal the opportunity to do so, which it does. Dots, he's going to stick it this time, but actually the time won't be allowed for him as Dash manages to find Diaz from Freezer, and that is going to be another attacking round for W7M. This is what I said the problem was for OXG. You can't just win in kitchen. You've got to be able to pick up a site elsewhere, and now that's Reading, mining and top floor all failed. I felt like that could be a better site for OXG. Like I say, there's a little bit less map to manage. There's no verticals to worry about realistically. But even still, W7M were on top of them.
Beautiful stuff. And for me, again, that 3 versus 2 at the end there really just showed that composure from W7M that, like I said in the moment, they like to slow things down. They want to play things properly. We have that beauty of seeing the overhead view, but where one was making the diffuser go down, the other 2, it wasn't like a full-on sprint to try and get a sideswipe off. They were pushing forward together at the same pace and looking to secure kills, like laser focused on where those last 2 players were. Just really good team aggression coming out, good team playing communication, and not feeling the need to panic and rush things. Really good composure, things that you love to see. Last round now of this half, we're going to try things out inside of Reading and see if Oxygen can get themselves another round on the board. Otherwise, Tim, 4 attacking rounds for W7M on Cafe does not sound like a bad spot to be in if you're Brazilian.
No, not at all. I think it's, like I said, yeah, it's really setting W7M up for success at this point. Let's see if OXG can at least level things out then. Reading is going to be our final site. They've got plenty of utility up on the top floor as we would expect. Just the last little bits of preparation are going on, but I tell you what, they better be ready because W7M are not messing about, Des. Here comes the blitz once again. That rush is happening. Dots is going to take a lot of damage on the way in, but he gets to where he needs to be. Dordes manages to find the entry onto Yoga, and the plant is down again. W7M, they're going to have to maybe not do much.
No, that's unfortunate.
The power of W7M's rush, Des,
has broken the server.
Has done the server. It's had enough.
This now becomes a bit of a sticking point for them as well, because now that they've shown what the game plan is, for the other side, they know what's coming and now can adapt to it. That makes things a little bit sticky because you have to pick the same operators as well, for example, but they can't well employ the same strategy knowing what's going to come at them. So it's I don't know, horrible situation to be in there and a bit unfortunate, I guess, for the attackers of W7M. For Oxygen, it might be a little bit of a lifeline, but we will go through a rehost, I believe, to get this one step back up.
Yep, we'll get everybody back in as soon as we can do, and then we will go from there. The admins will square away everything as it should be. But, I mean, like I said, on the face of it, you look at the score, and it feels like, yeah, this one's really close. I'm not sure it's as close as it looks at the minute. Like I said, Oxygen have had 2 very good rounds down in kitchen. I'm not going to take that away from them. But overall, they've kind of shown an inability to hold on to W7M anywhere else in the map. W7M have just been consistently better when they've been on the other sides. We don't know what might happen at the switch.
I think we're going to see a very good W7M on defence. I think they're going to be able to lock down a couple of sites. I think they're going to make it very difficult for Oxygen. I expect to see W7M getting out in the map and challenging all around on all floors and making it very difficult for OXG to go in there and grab any space realistically. You know, we'll see after the side switch whether that is the case or not. But right now, it's definitely, for me, W7M in the driving seat.
It feels that way, and I look at the numbers for how the stats are looking so far across the series. Volps and Lobin are both really negative, like 12 and 21 for Volps, 10 to 22 for Lobin. These are two players, Volps especially, that we're used to seeing set the world on fire. Yeah. Dodos are still having a great performance, as you come to expect, but outside of that, Dots and Dash, they're about break even at this point. So no one is really looking at it and saying, oh yeah, these guys are flying, the team looks fantastic. On the other side, you probably look towards Diaz, Nuas, Yarg, all having great games. But it just goes to show that based on numbers alone, W7M look to be doing, air quotes, worse. And I imagine that is mainly based on the way that Lair played out. Yeah. But you would never guess it that they're the ones who feel like they're in the driving seat and the momentum sits with them on Cafe based on those numbers.
And looking at W7M as a whole for the tournament and looking at this performance, I'd say the same as I often do, and that is you don't want your best performance on day one. At a tournament...
I'd have it every day, Tim.
Well, yeah, obviously you want to come in and have your absolute best performance every single day, but the reality is that's not when you want your best performances. When you look at the tournament as a whole, you need that form to be coming at the right time. So if W7M come in here and get a 2-1 win and it's a little bit scrappy at times and OXG put up a good fight, W7M aren't going to mind that because, like I said, you've got to be able to win the hard games and then you have your good days and you win the easy games. And you would much rather that comes in the quarterfinal. You'd much rather that comes in the live stages and gets you to those big games. So, yeah, W7M, I don't think are going to be too concerned overall. It's been pretty solid from both teams. I think that's the important thing to recognise. Both of them have turned up. Both of them have played a good game. Both of them have had their moments. There's a lot, I'm sure, for other teams to look at here and digest and take away. W7M and the amount of rushes that they've played. Is that something that's going to continue? It's certainly something teams are going to have to be prepared for.
Having it in their wheelhouse, I think, is the most important part, right? Knowing that they can bring that out at any moment. You can't get comfortable against them and just assume, they'll play this slow, composed game and we should be ready for that. We're out there extending quite far around the map to know where the main push points are coming from. You do that and they rush you. It's so hard to deal with them. And again, I'll come back to it from earlier. We heard Redeemer mentioning it, being aware of that direct hit from them. They've done it half a dozen times throughout the series now, and I imagine a lot of teams that are watching this or analysing it back will be sat there thinking, yeah, that's definitely one to write down and be aware. They'll pull this out 2-3 times a map if they have to, if we feel that they're seeing a gap to be able to exploit. But that's the beauty of the game. I think is not having a go-to cookie-cutter way that you approach every round. Being able to change things up all the time, Taser try and upset the other side is good stuff.
I think we're going to be getting back in very, very shortly. We can see there Redeemer just clapping the notebook, getting the team energised and ready to load back in and get back into this one. We will be going back in. It was W7M still on the attack, defense.
I think we're not 100% in the clear yet, question mark?
No, I don't think we are. We will get, I think, the reason that I said we've got a screen where we can see the game and it would load it in with W7M on defense, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not right.
Yeah, other way around.
So we will get that sorted and we will get back in it. It might take 2 seconds to juggle things about and get everybody sorted. But yeah, I think one way or another, I think we're in for a fascinating ending. I've got a feeling that W7M aren't going to have it all their own way on defence. I think that OXG are going to come in and have something to say about that. I just don't know if they'll have enough, but we will see when we get there.
It's ridiculously close, and that's the important part. Quiet time now, children. Is that kind of golden rule in case you weren't aware. During a technical pause, you are not meant to communicate. The only time where you can communicate with your coach, or in that case, it's during attack timeout. The team itself only when the game is actually active and ongoing, which at the moment it's not, as we work our way through these technical issues. But I can see on my other screen now that everyone is rejoining into the lobby, so give it 30 seconds or so and we should be good to go. Sorry about the delay. I know we're all keen to see how this one wraps up.
Oh, it's one of them games where it's like, it really doesn't need any help building the tension, does it? But then you have a break like this and it's like, it puts you right on the edge of your seat, wanting to get back into it. And obviously the impact that it potentially has on the players. W7M had some good momentum building, and now you have this couple of minutes out of the server. You've got to get back into it, and maybe it has an impact. Maybe it just gives Oxygen that little breath of life that they need to get themselves back into things.
People now setting their invites in order. To break it down a bit as well, in case you're curious about why sometimes rehosts can take so long, is players have to rejoin or join the game in a certain order, so it syncs up with player cams and things like that, and the scoreboard lines up right, all that kind of good stuff. So you do have to wait for everyone to join sort of one at a time in the order they're prescribed, rather than all 10 players accepting an invite at once. Delightful slurping sound there. That's really weird.
Perfectly timed laugh. Thank you for that. Getting in
Brilliant.
on the action.
Absolutely, throw yourself in. Can confirm that W7M are now on the attacking side, so I think we're all good on that point,
I
Tim.
think we should be good to go.
For me, again, come back to what I said earlier. It's a real difficult spot to be in. Look, rehosts are going to happen. It's the nature of a game that there will be technical issues in the game. It happens in every sport at different times. But for me, the real confusing part about this, and no doubt frustrating part, is that W7M had already showed their hand in that round. They'd already rushed. Now Oxygen know that that rush is coming. They can adapt their setup slightly to be able to deal with that. And so W7M have to change their mind about what it is they do in this round. And that could be what looked to be a plank going down, and almost certainly a round victory is now back into the mix. And it's a 50-50 once more.
It's just one of them things.
It is, sadly.
It is the nature of video games, unfortunately. You know, these things are going to happen, and as a team, you've got to be able to just roll with the punches, get on with it, and do what you need to do. And that's exactly what W7M will do. They're not going to think over too much on that. It'll just be back to the strat book, back to the plan. Which option do we go with? And, you know, we roll again, and we go into round 6, which is exactly where we find ourselves. Last round, before the switch, before Oxygen move on to the attack, OXG, for me, this is a pretty critical round. They really could do with winning this one, leveling things up 3-3, and it gives them an opportunity, at least, if they're able to have a good attack in half, maybe to get something out of this one. If W7M go 4-2 at the half, I think they probably pick up their first defense, because it would be their primary side choice, where they're the most confident. They maybe go 5-2, and at that point, if you're OXG, it probably feels like it's slipping away a bit.
It does, and I think the nice thing here is they've been given that sort of grounds to change out their comp if they want to. Haven't got to stick with the same setup. That's good. A couple of things have stayed the same, but no Dokkaebi, for example, no Blitz on side, no Lion, no Blackbeard. The only thing that was consistent was the Thatcher.
And it's the Thatcher that's gone, and that could be a real key component. The Kaid is on site. Got the Tubarão as well to support and prevent any hard breaching that they're going to try to do to move across that top floor. The electric claws have actually been applied to freezer wall into piano and washroom wall into piano. So they are really trying. You can see all the electrification there in front of you. And OXG are just trying to prevent W7M being able to move their way across that top floor and get the verticals above reading again. And taking down the Thatcher, you don't get to choose those early picks when you're looking out of a window, but they could not have picked it any better. The twitch is going to be so important now, but getting a drone into position to clear that electricity is going to be super tough.
Time.
A little bit unlucky there, Newers. He's going to be breathing a sigh of relief to walk away with his life intact.
Very fortunate, and largely now going to ignore this top floor, which means they'll have to keep a player upstairs in piano to watch this hatch if they're making use of train to try and pull an execute off. Honestly, at this point, you probably start looking in towards reading, I'd expect. Get that top floor, and then start looking for an execute on that side, because now trying to push in through the electrified walls of that top floor is going to be really, really tough.
It is. Dots is going to find himself in position now to potentially think about putting this diffuser down. He just creeps on inside the site. The question is, are OXG aware of this? And if they are, is there anything they can do? Because they might find themselves challenged. He's just walked in and put it down. That is a big mistake from OXG there, Des. They've got away with one W7M here. They continue to do it, whether it's the rushers, whether it's the sneak plants. We see one just being downed as well. 4v4, and this is not looking good for the NA side.
Dots is cleaning house here as well. He's the one who's got it all done. Got that diffuser down, crept back out towards Train, and got 3 kills for his time as well. Lobbing on towards Yogg, and Volts with the close. In a way, it feels justified given how things are going before the rehost, but that feels like a big slip up by OXG to let that one go off. I think he identified, they're reinforcing the wall. I could spray the wall and try and kill someone, but why not plant while there's all this noise going off on white stairs? Just a really good read of the situation. And OXG, truthfully, let that one slip through their fingers big time, and they call an attack timeout.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
I don't think that's the tack timeout discussion, Des.
I agree.
I think his headset might not be working.
Then they're going to pause the game and you're going to have to time it.
Okay.
You can do like pause and then like...
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll sort it out in a moment. Basically, let the timer run down, I believe, and then they'll pause the game again so they can have that timeout regardless once that's back in. So it should be all good. They'll still have the time to be able to have the conversation with the team or make up for that, no problem at all. And I imagine here, like we saw this back in our series between G2 and M80, there's a whole conversation about when they take the timeout. It was at the halfway mark, and I was like, this feels like a really strange time to do it. So I'm really curious to know what he's going to say here.
Let me know. Check.
So far, hello and check, as all I've heard. Maybe not quite the advice the team needs.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Hit a full mental reset. We're really good on attack. The biggest thing that I noted is on all the defenses, bar, basement, and actually just the 3 sites, reading, mining, all that, they hard fight Cigar. So we need to make sure we're just getting fast entry points into like the other, like the bottom part of the map so that we can go for picks. Because I don't want us to be sitting outside Christmas because they hard fight it with a zombie and mutant Cigar. So so don't sit outside the map trying to hard fight the entry points. If we're struggling, let's get inside the map. Let's just get some picks and then work from there. Does that make sense? Yep. For their basement, they have one row. What do I have? They have one row where they're hard fighting up top, and then they have a full bunker. Okay. Listen, we got this. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Kind of twofold in a way. One, hard mental reset, like, look, that's it, done. Now we're focusing immediately on how we play out this second half. And jump straight in there with information, right? Like, reminder, here's how they play the half, here's the sites they're going to play and what they're going to do with them as well. I like how it's so focused specifically on, here's the way to adapt, here's how to deal with it, and here's what to focus on as a team. He can't control, of course, what happens in the rounds themselves. It's down to the team and their communication, their focus. But I'm very impressed with Redeemer's timeouts. I've enjoyed what I've heard from him.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think it's, like you say, you've got to let the team play their game, but as a coach, it's about, what can you input, what information can you transfer, and like you say, Redeemer, in that concise amount of time, I think is doing a good job of that. So let's get into this second half. I feel like there's a possibility here that we see W7M, as all champions must, display that they've got that extra gear, that when it really counts, they can just take it up a notch. Yep, you've been kind of close to us, OXG. We'll give you that, but we've got another level to go to, and that's what W7M need to find now.
But I also think on the other side, like, looking at OXG, again, they battled through the LCQ where you're always just a map away from death, from being eliminated and not being able to make it to the biggest tournament of the year. Not many expectations set on them. Again, the NA underdog is how I describe them coming in towards this series.
No
pressure for themselves. I mean, at this point, the only pressure is on themselves to deliver. So I'm really excited to see how these next 6 rounds play out.
Volps is desperately waiting to go out of this window. You can see it's already 2 hit at the bottom. He's waiting for that repel sound. As soon as he gets it, he's going straight out of there. I'm not sure whether Hat is sort of prepared and aware or not. There's certainly not any claymores or anything down to do any damage. There's none available on the side of Oxygen, so they need to be careful here because Volps, he could well.
Now they know.
There you go. That is what I wanted to see from OXG. They are playing a good game here. They are paying attention. The due diligence is being done. They're building a good picture of what's going on ahead of them, and they're not going to give W7M anything easily. But the problem is, Lobin, he'll take it the hard way as well. He's going to cut down Gomez. 5 versus 4.
Look at the drones at the top left corner of your screen, Tim. They burn everything trying to figure out what's going on up here on this top floor. This isn't even the site, yet they've been able to unsettle Lobin. They've not got rid of Volps, and now they've got full control to do whatever the hell they like. Not the best start from OXG here. Really going to have to rely on some instincts or a utility jump to make this one work. They've got 4 smokes to play with, 2 flashes. You've got the sense light screens. There is a lot they can do, but there's a whole map to work through before we can even think about that.
Almost able to find a kill, but no, Dordes cuts down Hat, and again W7M are just able to improve on their situation. Dordes with the trade onto Yoga, who had picked up Dots. 4 versus 2, and W7M are in a great spot now. They can just hold their angles. I was going to say hold their angles, but Dordes says, no, I'm going to go looking for more. He manages to find Diaz, and it's all up to Newers. Misses his opportunity on Volps as he strafes across the door. Final kill picked up, and as I suggested it might, W7M get that first defensive round and get the 5-2 scoreline. OXG now really on the ropes.
That looked a little bit too easy, let's be honest as well, right? Just taking away all the drones early on meant that OXG there were really going in on a bit of a hope and a prayer, swinging in, hoping to find players where they thought they might be. And again, that's where I said like intuition is really going to build into this now. So on the ropes, for sure. But these boys have been here before, Tim. A reminder, I know they beat Wildcard in that grand final to make it. They lost to them in the upper bracket semi-final the day before. They were down in the lower bracket. They know what it's like to lose and really be within a map or a few rounds of not being able to make it on through and seeing your dreams dashed. Here it's still day one. It's not the end of the world, but my God, what a statement it would be to bring down the reigning major champions on day one of SI. It's a bit of a climb to go, Tim, but we've seen bigger comebacks than this.
Oh, of course we have. It's absolutely doable. And out of all the teams that I've seen today, I've watched almost all of the games. And OXG, to me, are looking like one of the better performers that we've seen.
Agreed.
Even if they are a losing team, I would still come away and say they're probably one of the best losing teams that we've seen of the day, realistically. You know, a lot of promise there, and I'm sure there is going to be better results to come for them. But right now, they need to dig deep. They need to knuckle down and start fighting back into this one. Honestly, for me, they need the next 2 rounds. They need to force W7M to do what they did on defense and to just go back to kitchen to try and grab another round, because look at it this way. W7M, I think, can reasonably rely on getting 2 kitchen defenses. That puts them on the 6 marker. So they're going to have to find one of the second or third choice sites. And that's what Oxygen need to deny them.
Let's see how it goes for now. I look back to the old days of playing both like a Rooney and Castle on this site and really locking up that double doorway in towards Cigar Shop tight and really dragging a lot of utility out of the other side to get it cleared on through. Here it's a bit easier. Nose up on the rappel, gets it opened up. Still got to deal though with the replaceable gadgetry coming out of Lobin on this Azami. Now, last time round, Oxygen chewed through all their drones. They're down to just 4 left here, Tim, with only 60 seconds being played out. I am concerned that they're leaving themselves with a lot to do without the full resource at their disposal to get the job done. So, a little bit nervous already for them, to be honest.
Yeah, they've not managed to move Lobin as of yet. Still playing around those windows on Piano Gomez and Hat. Just trying to get something going here, Newis, as he moves up red stairs. Going to spray into sight a little bit. Can he apply a little bit of pressure? He's not going to find anybody in there, realistically. Piano is going to be the sticking point. They need to get that full control, be confident. They still haven't moved Lobin away from Pixel's spot. They've got Dash playing inside a Cigar as well. W7M are really fighting them at every single opportunity. We see Gomez dropping off the rappel there. Hat does go in and find a kill on to Dash, but Lobin, the problem, Azami that they never move, is able to find the trade.
Nuas has spent half the round because they're out of drones, staring at the same spot, suspecting a player is there. They don't know. They have to rely again on intuition or just constantly rechecking these angles. It's slowing them down. It's taking his focus away from what could have been a kill inside a Cigar Shop. It's a 4 versus 4, but as I said before, Tim, that clock now starts to become the 6th man here for W7M.
It's not looking bad for OXG at the minute, though. They have got piano control. All of W7M have been forced away from top floor apart from Dordez. He's not really holding a great angle that's likely to net him much here. Newers manages to find Volps, and that could create a bit of space. Diaz is looking to get himself down and into a position to deliver this diffuser on into sight. Newers is alert to the danger. Dot's taken down, and OXG are starting to pick this defense apart one piece at a time, but W7M are fighting back, and with 15 seconds left to go, OXG are going to have to take a risk, and they do. Newers goes deep into sight. Yoga finds another, and that was really nice from Oxygen. They had a minute. Once they got into Piano, they got the verticals, they forced W7M back to sight, and then they pushed on from there.
The key thing about that attack from me, like, look how stacked and focused they were around red, because they identified, we're out of drones. We need to play as a team here. If you go off playing one man over here, one man over there, a couple of you can play down towards the south together, for example, you just open yourself up to getting caught out by a player like Dodez, who was up on that new hatch, ready to do a hell of a lot of damage to anyone who rounded off towards Paintings, and it would have been round over. You'd have lost players just one at a time, and that is a very unfortunate way to die, fair play. But again, I think just playing so tight as a team here and not really inviting much risk. Like, look, 3 players are all basically on top of each other here because they don't want to invite too much risk. And when risk does get introduced, like it was shown by Lobin here, there's players ready to secure the trade. Really good and smart play from them, identifying what the current limitations they had to their strat and being able to capitalize off the back of it. 5-3 now to W7M, and Oxen showing it that maybe actually they have got that composure, that discipline to be able to still get this over the line.
Well, if you remember, I said that the 2 rounds were very, very important for OXG. That was the first, this is the next. If they can get themselves back to 5-4, force W7M back down into the kitchen, they might just start feeling like there's a chance that they can do this, maybe take it to overtime, see how it shakes down. It's going to be reading this time. Oxygen last time, what I liked about it was the show that they didn't need much time. Lobin did a great job on the Azami and Piano of burning away 2 minutes, but even with just a minute left on the clock, OXG was super focused on what they needed to do, where they needed to clear, and they got it done. Diaz was then immediately moving with the diffuser towards site. They didn't need it in the end. Newers was able to get most of the kills, but still, everything was ready and prepped. It was like a clockwork attack in that final minute, and it was really, really nice. So they need more of that kind of organisation and focus.
All right, we're in for a double shield setup here, Tim. We've seen a lot of shields so far today. As I mentioned, coming into it, we've seen a bit of a mixed meta is the opinion coming out of a lot of teams. You can afford to play shields, you can play no shields if you want. Pretty fair to say, they're still pretty damn powerful. We've seen a lot of them today. Blackbeard especially, I imagine come the end of it, will be the most played operator that we've seen on the attacking side of things. Really for OXG, it's about now making use of those. Yogg is, for me at least, going to be the key driver. Of course, a bit quicker than the Blackbeard. Looks to get aggressive up nice and close. And sure enough, both shields are dropping in here, Tim. They're looking to do what they can, but they've missed out Dash, who was sat under the skylight and has caused so much damage. A 3K for himself. And like that, OXG's attack is over.
We just saw Newers on the player cam there, and I think his expression really said it all, kind of just rubbing his forehead, knowing that that one had fallen apart, that they've made a mistake there, that they've just allowed W7M to slip through the net, to Dash there just in such a lethal position, and he does a great job. He's still holding on to that now. He's going to play the rest of his life there, because why not? Dodes manages to find Hat. Dash gets himself another one. It's flawless for W7M, and that's a real danger. They now find themselves on series point, and they're going back to kitchen, where they absolutely dominated on the first of their defenses.
For me, again, that big trend that's coming in is just the control of information. W7M are picking off drones for fun. It's like Clay pitching shooting for them on easy mode. And even in that round there, when it came down to the last few, like here, you can see top left of your screen, 4 drones on field, 3 are in back pocket. They didn't know that Dash was here. They hadn't seen him on a drone, and that's why they paid the price when the drop came on through. And I hate talking about drones at the time, because people are just like, oh, well, drone count doesn't mean everything. It's not just all about that. And I completely agree. There's far more to a round than how many drones you've still got left alive. The frustrating point more than anything is, in that round, it has literally cost them the round because they did not know where Dash was. It's small things that keep on hurting them across the rounds. And for me, at this point, it just feels like W7M have cooked up enough that they can get this one done. Over here, 7-3.
Siege is a game of essentially marginal gains. You gain a little bit from having the drone intel. You gain a little bit from having the manpower. You gain a little bit from having the utility that you need. And all of those things need to add up to come together to give you enough to get rounds over the line. And like you say, in that case, it just wasn't enough for OXG. Once again, they've lost a lot of drones. 4 have gone in the prep phase, leaving only 6 on side. They do have the Flores, the Roteros can be used to gain a little bit of intel. Not too much, because obviously they're running on a clock all the time until they are going to detonate. So that's, you know, maybe something they can work with if they need to, but it's going to be more focused on getting to that utility. Interestingly, Yoga has brought along the Sense, an operator that we've seen a lot more of here at Invitational, especially with those changes that have come in. That means you can choose to put the light screens up and down. I like it. It could be, you know, the little throw of the dice that they need to grab this line. A good start there with Gomez picking up the opening kill as well. This now gives OXG an opportunity to get in there, get control of the top 2 floors, and start getting that verticality working for them.
Thing is, Tim, we've seen both teams be in a 4 versus 5 and come back to win the round. I don't imagine W7M are too rattled about the fact that Dodes has gone down. Despite being a very slow operator, Goyo is normally one of those go-to operators, because you can drop down all your utility, your Vulcans, and anything in back pocket, and then you are just a roaming gun at that point. Someone else can shoot the canisters for you. So Dodes, like I say, I don't think it'll be too beat up about the current spot that they're in. They can still do this.
Dots is in a key position at the minute. He's the player off in VIP. There we go, thank you very much. That's where we saw Gomez have a big impact for OXG. You will notice Dots doesn't have a shield. They haven't brought one along for him, so it is going to make him more vulnerable potentially. Should be pretty easy for OXG to get him out of that position and deal with him. That kind of leaves 3 other defenders that they need to worry about. The verticals are all in position, which has forced W7M basically completely off-site. There is nobody in the site at the minute because there is nowhere really safe to play. We see there's auto canisters just doing the work on delaying that hatch from detonating and being opened up, but still there is a reasonable amount of time here for OXG.
Nice sort of idea from Dots. Indeed, there is pressure building up around
They've got to clear him, though. They've got to clear him.
There's that, but it's mainly around the hatch where the focus is going right now. It's one thing I'll give Oxen. They've still got time to play with here. I know we're coming down to that last 60 seconds or so, and you start thinking, God, got to get a bit of a move on.
Clear him.
But at this point, they've lost the player on hatch. This is a stinger, because now they've got to drop in, and look who's waiting. It's Dots who's still sat here. Volt's covering up his top side as well, so no one can threaten him there, and there's a C4 ready to go. No droppers come on through, so this will find no one. A good bait, if nothing else, coming out from OXG.
They've got to clear him, because if they don't, he's going to continue to hurt them. Dash manages to find Hart. There's the spray, and that's the kill they needed. That could open the round for OXG. It gives them the opportunity to drop the hatch and to start pushing on in towards start. Yoga is going to take an awful lot of damage. He has to take the goo mine out. He finds one through the smoke, but he will be taken out from the evil eye. 2v1. He's going to have to throw it down here, Newers. There's almost no time left, and that is W7M closing it out. Despite a great attempt by OXG, they just can't get it over the line, but what an attempt.
Very rare that you get to see a maestro, Tim, but you've just seen why. Every now and then he has a special little place in certain compositions that can completely ruin a game for one team or another. I felt so bad there, being zapped out by the maestro Evil Eyes, smoke going off, goo mine in the foot. Like, you're not getting away with that one. It was a nice attempt, as you're saying, good use of the Sense light screens as well, but ultimately just not enough to bring down W7M. The thing is, for OXG, Tim, I'll say it again, really impressive start to the tournament. Loved how they played on Lair. It was nail-bitingly close on border. It could have potentially been over. That's how tight it was. I very much no doubt we've seen the last of them. However, we're going to throw to a quick break. When we come back, our analysts will break this one down for you.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive le rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
All right, we're here with Loban from W7M. Obviously an impressive win. Did you expect Oxygen to be as competitive as they were going to be?
We expect them to be like really different, like with a different play style, because they are coming from a different meta and they just came from LECQ, so they are pretty confident. Yeah, it was pretty hard to have gunfights, so they were winning some gunfights that were tough to lose. So yeah, we did expect some different things, but yeah, they did a good job. It was a little bit of a surprise.
Now, one thing that surprised me anyway, we saw a lot of rush plants. I think there was 4 or 5 between map 2 and map 3. Can you run me through? Was there something you saw? Were there just comms that you were getting?
We just saw that they had like really easy sites to rush. Like they had a lot of Kaid and traps. Well, the other traps were to the lurk side and not to the side. So it was just easy. It was just like reading the strats when we were watching it. And pretty much when we did the first rush in border, like we lose it, but guys, it was pretty easy. Let's just rush again. And we did it again and it worked because they didn't change anything.
Now, I want to ask you separately to that, how do you feel like this has kick-started your campaign? Do you feel good after this win?
Yeah, because we didn't just win really easy, so it just gave us a warning that, bro, it doesn't matter that what you achieved is a new tournament, a new day, so we have to be paying attention to everything. We were pretty cold in the first map. And I think it's a little bit of a slap in the face, so just, yay, come on, bro. And so I think it's a good start.
Now, obviously, Montreal was huge for you guys. How does it feel being a world champion? You've had a couple of months to sit in it.
It feels amazing. The respect, just the weight of the shoulders that you get out just because it's the dream, you know? So it feels amazing. We really want the hammer, but we have to celebrate what we have, and it was amazing.
That's it. There's only one bigger dream than winning a major. That's winning SI. What are the expectations for you and the team for this tournament?
Yeah, the expectation is to win it. That's the only thing that we are thinking right now. We want to bring another trophy for the W7M, but more than anything, we as a players want the hammer because that's the biggest dream in Euro 6.
Loban, thank you very much, mate. Best of luck. Yeah, shots were fired. There's absolutely no doubt. The warning shots are really clear. There is no free team here, lads.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And like I said, Oxygen is going to give a couple teams a run for their money, especially after the performance that they just put up against W7M, because, again, they are an unknown entity. Everyone is probably just writing them off as, hey, you know what? They haven't looked hot. They barely made it. But after watching this matchup against W7M, I think everyone's going to go back through their prep, look at this VOD, and realize, okay, Oxygen is here to play. They are here to make a statement. We can't just take this map and take it for granted.
I mean, I'd be happy if I was OXG, especially after the last year that they've had to make it here and obviously compete against W7M, keep it close. I think obviously it's not the end goal that they wanted, but to get this far, I think that says a lot from where they started to where they are now. I think they have to take a little bit, just like Loban said, you take the wins where you can, and they have plenty more games to go. And obviously, looking at this group, I mean, I think OXG surely is going to be more of a threat as time goes on. For W7M, it just really showed that they were just the better team today.
Do you feel like they ran out a bit of steam toward the end? That was a long series, Fox.
That they'd be the better team towards the end?
No, did they run out of steam?
Oh, with OXG. I mean, I think the issue with OXG is they came in with a really good game plan, and once they get shut down, I think some of those issues of what they're going to do next, the leadership ability, I think that's where, you know, it's still flared up a little bit, but obviously we still saw them in high spirits towards the end. That's one step closer, and I mean, you never know. With these runs throughout these tournaments, teams can turn into super teams with a little bit more practice.
Yeah, and me and you were talking in the back, and you specifically said and hit the nail on the head, was more so the fact is they didn't have really a good job at understanding of how they wanted to approach or adapt or fix the mistakes that were happening prior. They don't have that exact leadership that we have put on Gomez for quite some time and being their IGL. But yeah, towards the end, it kind of looked like it was fizzling out, that something wasn't working. Then instead of trying to problem solve in that moment, they would just try to spearhead something and get it done. And exactly, I mean, something that really shows that is their defensive rounds of getting rushed on and getting these rush plans where it's a 5v5 up. And Loban said he did a really good job. You know, it was just comms that they would realize that all the utility was to stop flanks, to stop the lurks, whatever that was. But sight was completely open, and W7M did a fantastic job at exploiting that and understanding that they were able to do it and do it again and again. And that goes back to what you were saying in the back, that comes down to an IGL, any player on that team to step up and be, hey, we need to put more focus in these areas and less here until that becomes a problem.
Yeah, OXG was hitting the nail on the head with the verticality, but W7M, they showed why they're the major winners. They steamrolled through it, and OXG didn't really do anything to adjust. So obviously, that was the main takeaway for what OXG can improve on. I'm sure they'll be able to look through the VOD and notice that right away. And if they're on the right path on how they're getting better, then I think they'll be A-okay.
Again, there are a lot of moments that happen throughout a series, and the detail, sponsored by Blacklight, will absolutely highlight a pivotal moment that just went completely wrong for Oxygen.
Yeah, I was on border. I think that was the tides were changing for the... it was just an amazing 1v3 for Dotas. Obviously, the case was put down by a great rush by W7M. They lose top control, so great read from OXG. Dotas, all the way in supply, gets a pick. He retakes upstairs because he knows time is dwindling down. OXG makes the blunder by giving up top floor control. Dotas just retakes it, and with little time left, he's able to stop the guy who is defusing, and he just wins the round for his team. So obviously, he was miles away from able to from doing anything, but he gets the first pick. He trades his teammate, and he good game sense reading to understand they gave up upstairs control. I'm just going to go up. Path of least resistance. Nice vertical play used against OXG. Really well played from Dota.
And I've said it throughout my time here. What really stands out from like a decent player, from a top tier player, is your split-second decision making. And the fact that Dota was able to quickly identify they gave up top floor, let me retake that, get that pick, put them in match point, then going into series point was a phenomenal job.
I actually didn't realize how close
it
was to actually finding that pick.
He got
off of it because Dota's got the first pick, and they thought that he was going to be running through the blue hall. So just smart heads-up play from Dota's right there.
Happens every time, but it has been a long day. The first day of many here, the Six Invitational in Boston. Let's have a look at how things have shaped up. Of course, it's important to note that as we look down the list, this is how they currently sit in the standings. The points obviously not shown, but as we start to look through these groups, Lax, is there something that sticks out to you more than others?
I mean, you know, we didn't get to watch it, but we definitely got to hear it. That FaZe versus Shopify. I mean, that was definitely a very important match today. And Shopify put up a really good fight against FaZe. But I said it in the beginning, I think FaZe is probably going to take it this event because they came so close last year that they really want to make a statement here. But they got tested against Shopify.
Yeah, in my opinion, the one to look out for with Group A, I mean, I could see a world where M80 doesn't leave that bottom position. Obviously, the performance that they put up today was not what they wanted. And I don't know, when you look at all the teams and how they performed today, I would be a little bit worried if I'm M80.
Now, it's also important to note there is still a game going on the B stream, CAG taking on Furia. So Group B, it's not finalized for the results yet. Anything could happen from here. CAG could win. APAC could be up. That's not going to happen. But let's have a look at how the matches play out for tomorrow. Still 8 best of 3s. It's absolutely jam-packed. If you're a fan of Siege, if you're new to Siege, this is the single greatest time of year to watch. Stream A will be covered for the entirety of the day. Fox, what's your match of the day here on Stream A?
Secret Shopify Rebellion. I think both teams have a lot to prove, especially after the performance Shopify Rebellion put up today against FaZe. And Secret, I mean, I don't think we saw them today. So obviously they're coming fresh off the boat with a fresh VOD. I think that'll be the most anticipated matchup for me.
I mean, after seeing a lot of the teams and especially Oxygen coming back into fruition, I'm going to have to say the Oxygen versus VP because they just played a team that does typically play aggressive and swaps a little bit. Now you're going to go into VP that is very structured. And VP will want you to get aggressive against them. So I am curious to see how that match pans out.
I want to see Unwanted and Team Liquid. I think that has potential to be
that's fair.
That's going to be a banger tomorrow. Very quickly, it's time to close up shop. Final thoughts?
We got more Siege tomorrow. Today was a great day, so I'm only more excited to see what tomorrow has to bring.
Fox?
Nah, I mean, happy to be here. It's been a great time on the desk with you guys. You know, I mean, the games have been great so far, so hopefully they keep up, and, you know, we'll see everybody on the main stage too, so hope you guys got tickets.
God damn, you are jumping way ahead, but that's all right. Look, we do have to jump ahead eventually. It is time for us to close up shop. Please remember the B stream is going to continue running. You can watch it here or at Rainbow Six Bravo. It's up to you. We don't mind. But all I know is we'll be back tomorrow for more Siege, so please take care, stay safe, and good night.
All-around roaming operator in the game. The T5 has next to no recoil. It has a respectable rate of fire. The damage is good. Goo mines do a number of things. They do damage over time, they stop you from being able to run. Nice run out, by the way, from KZ as he's gunned down by Shirniko on repel. Herds dies to Black Ray 2. Furia gets the lead off pick, but CAG answers back immediately. This is the exact opposite of what happened in round number 1, where it was Black Ray to get the first kill and Philippox to then follow up with 2 right thereafter to give the advantage back to Furia.
This is a great spot. They've got a man advantage, full top control. They've got a ram up above. That's not great. Capcan's in the game, and Black Ray finds that out the hard way, so he'll go down to a trap. That makes it down to a 3v3, but they've still got Anaton, who can give them a bit of an advantage with this shield, find out some player information, get that safely before anything happens. They think they've got a read on somebody white stairs, but there's nobody there. Instead, they've fallen back to the hallway. Can they find that out and convert it to a pick?
Smoke will go as the Monty looks to walk down. Shirniko covering over this. White stairs control very firmly held by CAG at the moment, but I don't think they know that Philippox is there. He's tucked away inside Laundry. Now he's given his position away. It allows JV92 the freedom of movement to escape. Now a drop over towards Pillar, but Shirniko is fighting people who don't even exist. JV92 lines up 2 quick kills, and a third will be his quite easily. Furia back to their old ways, potentially. Not breaking a sweat so far here on Cafe.
3-0, another day at the office over CAG. Again, countering the shield play pretty well. I mean, we're again seeing Anaton in that 3v3 even stacking up on the white stairs. Didn't really take any space. You know, he looked down the stairs. They thought there was somebody below. They got really fixated on that. There was nobody down below. Maybe there was at some point, but there certainly wasn't when they were going for that 3v3 execute. At that point, though, I mean, with the smoke kind of fading, they really were just sitting at white until one other player was able to vault over the balcony and try to take a gunfight over by Pillar. Not the worst idea, right? Distract with the Monty, have the guy hit the back, but then that kind of pinch play from the back player didn't really materialize into anything. So ultimately, it is another round loss from CAG, and it prompts a tactical timeout being brought out by CAG now. So what can they do to answer this? What can they come up with as a response? Again, I mean, we're looking at the shield. It's always going to be a focus with CAG. Do we start to stray away from it? Do we start to find some other answer? Because Furia are bringing a lot of anti-shield operators, even the Orcs in that last round. So it's being read into, it's not really working. At some point, you might want to make a change here from CAG. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, obviously a worrying sign when you choose the map Admittedly, your opponent chooses the side, but you still choose the map. You get blanked on a 3-site rotation. You have to call your tactical timeouts 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Tactical timeouts are very, very important. Do they change the trajectory of a game? Not always. Are they the make or break for a team? Can be, depending on when it gets called. The way that this matchup has gone, just through these 3 rounds of map number 1, there have been very little good looks for the CAG team. I think that this is a timeout more just to lock in the team and get them centered more than it is a strategic one.
Well, in any case, they've given Anaton a gun, so we'll see how it goes. Once again, 13-4 with a gun in his hands in the last chance qualifier, playing against the other top teams from APAC to try to make it to the 6th Invitational. So we'll see what Anaton can do with this now. Also bringing the utility on the Capitao, and this is one of Anaton's most played non-shield operators. We see him playing Capitao all the time. Loves to go for smoke plants. Can use those firebolts to great effect. So excited to see what he can run with this new op. They've also kept Shiraneko on the collie, so continuing to want to deal with these castle barricades. No mirror windows this time, but still going to get some decent value out of this. I don't hate it. I don't mind the collie being brought, especially for a bomb site like top floor. Certainly worse ops to bring on a map like this, so I can respect it. And it did get a pick, although it kind of baited the first round. It did find a frag. Oh, that's a crazy yokai. You see that? That's to help Felipox go for a run out, I believe. Also just to keep him safe.
It's the first round, by the way, without any shields for the attackers. As you got 10 seconds to scout with that yokai before
here it comes.
Oh, he loses the duel. What? Where was Chibisu this whole time? How was he not spotted at all? They were so concerned with the player on Repel, who KZ eventually ends up getting. They didn't know that one player from CAG was right by the door. I guess when you drone, you can't see it all, Jesse.
No, that's a tough one. Running out with the commando. Wasn't the Roni, so we can't blame it on that, but still. Rare misses from Felipox. KZ trying to equalize. I mean, I like the smokes coming out. And nades as well. Lots of pressure. He still wants that smoke, and he will get it. Not in the way he wanted. Downed now on the window. She-Reap outside. Managed to get that. If they don't pick him up, it'll be a 5v3, and this might be the best advantage they've had.
Numbers now equalized, though. Yeah, with KZ bleeding out, the advantage very decidedly in favor of CAG as they go for the drop. Not a ton of time for them to work with. Close enough that they're in striking distance of this bomb site. KZ picked back up. Nade firing a couple warning shots. Both get away with their lives still intact. No fire arrows remaining for Anaton, who's yet to find a kill through 3 rounds. But he's got smokes in his back pocket. KZ dies moments later. Herds is just waiting for the drop. He's looking elsewhere. Nade will need some help. Nobody will be dropping Skylight. Instead, Capitao has gone over towards Red Hatch. Nade, oh my. No hits whatsoever. Bad ending to that round, despite an okay mid-round for Furia, and CAG finally gets on the board.
I just know that KZ's like, why is he still in the window? He's still there. He downed me once, and they couldn't finish me off, and he's still going to be holding it. Yes, he is. He absolutely is, and that's going to be the first round on the board for CAG, and it came when Anaton wasn't holding a shield. I don't know. The stats are lining up. Maybe Anaton deserves to be a gunner. Maybe he needs to be on these guns more often. The shields just aren't really going his way. Regardless, they're on the board. They've got some life in them, and you can see that kind of powers them up a bit. You can tell CAG that gets the energy flowing a little bit more. Sometimes in a game like this where you're going up against the world champions, you're the heavy underdogs, and don't get me wrong, CAG will be the underdogs in every match they play this tournament. It can really be important to get that first round, you know? Believe in yourself. Understand that you can win these rounds. Sure, certainly, some players on Furia went for some aggressive moves, and if they rein that in, I'm not sure if you're going to get those same picks, but a win's a win. You're going to take that, you're going to try to roll with the momentum. It's excellent for CAG. Now they just need to keep lining them up, get more of those as they come through. In the prep phase, by the way, JV92 spent the entire prep phase not helping his team, but instead lying on the floor, and that's a tactical decision. because he doesn't want CAG to know, to drone out, that there is going to be a Kaid this round, and they didn't see it. And Parker, they've got no answers other than maybe a Twitch drone to try to clear out an Electroclaw on the freezer hatch.
Every single round, somebody from Furia has been tasked with hiding. This time it will be KZ tucked in upstairs. Teams will drone out Piano and they'll drone out Cigar, but they don't always check Ticket Booth, which is where KZ will be seated. Shurip just spotted him though, so the jig is up. This will be a full clear from the top on downwards, and Chibisu is baited in, and JV92, TCSG flattens him. Shurip gets run over by KZ, who earlier had been exposed and managed to get out of that position, and now KZ opens up another window for him to see maybe one more from CAG. Blackbeard is now in. CAG winning the round. They did not bring a shield operator. That's Felipox dropped, and Herds almost died out as well. Herds gets finished off. JV92 with yet another. This is a hectic round, and KZ will reveal himself. Oh my, and get 2 for his trouble. CAG picked up a single round, but outside of that, it's been business as usual for Furia. They look just as strong as ever. 4-1 this first half.
It's a really smart idea to rat there from KZ, because the last time they played basement, they played it full anchor. They played it very respectfully. They had 5 players sitting on the bottom floor. They were happy to just not play aggressive. So this time they said, okay, well, why don't we pretend like we're playing passive just like last time, but we'll send one guy to the top to try to, you know, sneak past a drone. And they droned him. Credit where credit is due. CAG, they found him out. But it didn't matter because the teammates were there. JV92 pushing up the red stairs, working off of that information that Keg has. He knows his teammate got droned, so he's going to make a play off that information, and then KZ comes back for a second too, because he's KZ. He's an SI MVP. He's kind of good at the game. So it really makes sense. That's that coordination that won Furia a world championship not too long ago. They keep that up. It's going to be very difficult for CAG to convert, even when they have the information, as they did in that previous round. Another loss where Anaton is on shield, so if he's keeping his swap to Montaigne, it's not looking good.
First Fenrir and first Scopos. Quite a first half for Furia, and their flexibility on these defenders. Through the first 2 rounds, played 8 operators, then they added 5 more to that tally for 13. Added Echo. It's 50. Now 2 more being added. Oh boy. They've almost played 20 different defenders in these 6 rounds, which is honestly quite a carousel. You typically will see maybe 2, 3, 4 operators show up every round. Legion a good option for that. Castle a good option for that. Mute or Smoke a very good option for that.
Yeah.
The only Smoke that was played by Furia was in the previous round. Played 1 time. That's quite remarkable stuff. With how isolated all this action has been, I don't necessarily know if Smoke is the greatest counter to CAG. CAG have had very staggered interactions and have been playing almost as if they are a team of individuals instead of a proper team.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's difficult sometimes, too, when it's the defense that are making all the moves happen. Not this time, though. KZ caught out from the window. Sheeran Echo, the first time he's not playing a Collie in that position, is able to get a frag, and then a second as Nade leaves his head exposed to the top of red stairs, so Blackray's going to be able to find that, and all of a sudden, we've got another man advantage. Can CAG capitalize this time?
The tricky part's going to be dealing with this Montaigne. JV92 going for a big gamble here. Can he get back in?
No.
Oh my, Shurip! And he had a read on Shiraniko as well, but he can't outduel the Ram. Herds was being hounded by that death mark earlier on. Felipox will now have to get closer to his teammate on this middle floor, as Amonte will soon be breathing down their necks on white stairs. They might not know Felipox's whereabouts down on that bottom floor.
Very similar situation to the last time they were on this bomb site, but the man count is better for CAG this time. If they couldn't convert in a 3v3, surely the 4v2 is what they need. Felipox, he knows it's a dire situation, though, and he's about to do something drastic. He pushes up. He might just catch them off guard.
Oh!
Never mind.
Sheeran goes breakdancing on Pixel Spot. Now the Monty inside the site. Herds will challenge him, but there's gunfire above. There's gunfire from the walls. There's gunfire everywhere around him. And he gets beaten out as CAG have a soft landing as they head into that second half. Now, based just on where they started and what sides, Furia should now go on to the harder side.
Yep.
So that's good news for CAG. As the first half goes by the most common scoreline that we see in Rainbow Six, which is 4-2.
Absolutely a good start here for Furia still, though. I mean, you're going to be happy. The only way you were losing rounds through this first half was when you were getting maybe over-aggressive. You were taking risks, and CAG were able to punish that, right? So that's going to be a part of every Rainbow Six Siege game, but it did feel like CAG were struggling to make their own movements, make their own openings in the rounds. That last round, they did find one pick early, so that was something to say for sure. Now as we move to the defense, Anakin keeps up the shield. It'll be Clash that gets brought out for the first round in reading. And this has actually been where Anakin has set himself apart from other shield players. As shields have gotten stronger and stronger in Rainbow Six Siege, initially with Monty and Blitz, and now in the current meta with Blackbeard, a lot of other teams have been bringing more and more of these operators. Obviously, you see it from Secret in Europe. You see it from a bunch of teams like Liquid and FaZe during certain times. In Brazil, a lot of NA teams, including Old Beast Coast, NA team that Canadian's going to be on. You see a lot of shields being brought out, but Clash didn't really see that same boost in popularity. Anaton has been playing so much Clash over the last year of gameplay in Rainbow Six Siege. He's been a real believer in this operator more than anybody else. So I'm excited to see what he can do on this op. I don't think he's actually leading the world in most attacking shield plays, but he is for Clash.
Just based on the operators that Anaton has rocked, by the way, of the 7 rounds, now 7 rounds, the only round he did not play a shield op was when he played the Capital on round number 4. Beyond that, it's been Blackbeard, Monty, and now Clash. Blackbeard will be brought from KZ with 7 kills. He tears through Shuri, finds himself a big opening on that cocktail window, and instead of opting for more, he falls back. Allow the rest of the team to recover. You've killed a minute so far on the clock, and taking care of the smoke, one of the most critical operators for an execute. Fortunately, Shuri is towards the bottom in terms of kills, but he plays support roles just like Anaton. You're not expecting them to get a ton of frags. KZ dies moments later at the hands of Blackray, who's having a great game so far with 7 kills. As long as Anaton can stay alive and guide this team forward, good things could happen, especially when you're Chibisu making shots like that on Grenade. Next one up is the Deimos of JV92, confronted by the shield at the top of White Stairs. Chibisu will stare down JV92, but they already know his position at this point. Deimos will walk on in. Chibisu is picked off by Felipox, and down goes the Clash. Not down, but down.
To the bottom of the sea. No, sorry, to laundry room.
I was going to say. You seem to be mistaken as to where we are.
Yep, no, that was a little brain lapse on my part. 3v3 again. I've seen this one before, Parker, and it didn't go the way of CAG. But now they're on the defense, and they seemingly had a better start on D. 40 seconds to work with. The fuse kit's not in hands, but I believe it's right next to JV92. There he goes. They're going to go for a classic reading plant, but this guy Brown.
It's in his hands now.
Yeah. And Shiraneko is on Brown stairs. Watch out for him. He's probably going to win them this round.
They've got the Clash.
Oh, he's being trapped.
On read. Blackray taking out JV92. The shield is still up. Blackray has been down for his trouble, and now finished off by Felipox. Final 10 seconds. It's time for Herds to get into action. Felipox with diffuser in. Herds is the only one watching. He hears a body come up Brown stairs. The Clash puts the shield away. It's up to Anaton to clutch out the round against 2 players from Furia. And Anaton might have the lineup. He sure does. 1 and then a second will follow. A tight angle that pays off for CAG. They're victorious on their first round as defenders.
That was actually sick from Shiraneko. Obviously great from Anatson as well. I don't know if you caught that. Shiraneko was bottom of brown stairs. They had an idea he was there, but they didn't know for sure. So they Deimos tracked him. But he was playing mute, and he kept the jammer in his pocket. So when he got tracked by the Deimos, he put it down at his feet, and that stopped the Deimos from tracking him, and it alleviated that pressure. Now, they did still catch his flank. He came up a little late. If he moved earlier, he wins that round much easier. Instead, made life a little bit difficult for Anatson, but he steps up and he clutches the round regardless. I'm telling you, Anatson can shoot. People talk about him as just a shield player, but he does well with a gun in his hands, and he proved it in the 1v2 post plant. Herds and Fleepox both just holding the angle, not able to find the head first. Anatson able to get that done. So, we're in a good spot for CAG. All things considered, it started off like pretty rough. Furia were off to the races on defense, but with just one round on defense, now CAG are within striking distance. If they can just string together one more of these, then they're going to be tied. 2 more, of course, a full site rotation, and they'll take the lead. A 4-2 lead in Siege is often one of the most deceptive leads that you can get in the game, because as soon as that side swaps, it can disappear so quickly.
Been a completely different team since they called their timeout. CAG started off 0-3 since the timeout. They have gone 3-1, shoring up some of their weaknesses as defenders, or as attackers, and now turning it around as defenders. It was a great first round on defense, but it's not exactly something you can replicate every time. A clash clutch like that does not happen all that often. Honestly, part of it comes down to the way that CAG played the clash. At the very beginning of the round, when the execute from Furia seemed to be taking shape, the clash was very forefront, at the very forefront of the action, but then kind of fell off a little bit and allowed the remaining players, particularly Black Ray, on the side of CAG to excel. What it did was it kept Anatson hidden for a little bit. He won't replicate that same success on the clash as now, oh my goodness, he'll play on the Frost. When you're Furia, you hit crazy shots. CAG, I guess they're channeling their inner Furia today. Those have been some disgusting picks.
I can understand why these guys get second in Japan every single stage. They're kind of nasty when it comes down to the mechanics, and I think this is something that's known for a while. Sometimes they haven't been able to put it to work when the pressure is high at big events, but they absolutely are talented players on CAG, and that's going to be a big advantage, taking down that primary hard breach of Herds. Now, the freezer hatch was opened by the defense, so it's not a complete round ender, but it still will be an important operator to take off the board. Still an important player as well, with Herds being one of their best players. Now, with the full top floor control, what are Furia going to be able to get done? They've got a buck, they've got a sledge, but with time starting to tick down, how much are they really going to be able to use off of this? When it comes to the execute, all they've really got are these smokes on Fleepox. Otherwise, they're a little bit shoddy.
KZ taken out by a Nitro Cell, and CAG in prime position with a little bit over a minute to go to tie up this match, which might start to sound some alarm bells for Furia. As you and I talked about in our matchup earlier today, and it bears repeating in every game, not just casted by us, but by everybody, is that you don't make it to the 6 Invitational unless you are one of the best teams in the world. And while there might be a difference between the top and the bottom, these best of 3s can really go either way. Another Nitro Cell will connect, the second so far this round. Goodbye, Velapox. Black Ray is the only casualty from CAG. It's Nade and JV92 for Furia, so double the numbers right now for the Japanese team. Down goes Shureep. They were hoping with the sidearm that Warden will be able to prevail over Chibisu. Won't be had. Now it's Nade, frozen out of Brown Stairs, about to move towards Whiskey, and he could use a nice stiff drink after that round. Tie game with Cyclops, picking things up. After those first 3 rounds, they've been a very different team.
Shiraneko makes some magic happening for the 2-man advantage, and then in the 3v5, Furia don't give it really their best shot. They smoked off the Warden player in VIP, which is never a good idea. They were smart enough not to swing it afterwards, but still we saw that the frags coming out and being cleaned up by the Warden there. 4-4 ends up our scoreline. I should say, Furia, in their history, throughout both their time on W7M and now here on Furia, have never in their team's career lost more than 4 rounds to a Japanese team before. They've played Scars on 2 different maps, and they've played CAG on 2 different maps. Their worst result ever was 7-4. That was a loss to Scars, their most recent game. Otherwise, they've lost 7-1 to CAG, 7-1 to Scars, and 7-3 to CAG. So this could be a new beginning for Japan's dominance over Brazil, or it could just be a 4-4 game on Cafe I'm reading too much into. In either case, Tag have a shot.
Furious still have their timeout as well. They were able to talk tail end of round number 3 when Cyclops called theirs, but confidence that we see is really quite something. And Shiraniko misses an opportunity to give a huge lead to his team early on. Shuri doesn't miss, by the way. Down goes Herds, and no more silhouettes seem to be appearing as it's a full court press from Cyclops. Taking no prisoners. Herds on that Ram is gone. That's your primary soft destructor. But not all hope is lost. Elapox very likely has the secondary shotgun on Jackal. I assume that KZ has the same. Yep, they're on Gridlock. Super Shorty will open things up. So you've still got some shotguns to tear through the floor, but none as effective as a singular Boogie drone, let alone a few that Herds has.
Little hacked drone from Chibisu. You can tell on the HUD he's hacked 2 different drones, actually. The other one's in Pillar. You can see on the HUD right now. So lots of information being set up. Okay, and the other one upstairs inside of Cigar. This could be huge for CAG. Fury have no idea where these drones are at. They'll know there are hacked drones somewhere, but not a clue as to their positions. And that could be massive as we look at the lineup with 3 C4s inside of 4 C4s on CAG.
You saw how successful those C4s were in the previous round. 2 casualties on the side of Furia. They lost Herds early. Now they'll lose their main hard destructor on the side of Furia as Nade is picked off. Not a single point of damage has been done to CAG. Both of those kills have been very safe, relative freebies. Elapox and KZ now at this point are on half HP. Finally, some damage has been done to Cyclops. That's Shiraniko on sentry, but a long run around the building. Almost as if they circled the whole building before finding their way to their destination. The Deathmark will go out, and Philippox gets the very first kill for Furia. They'll need quick action now. 1 minute left, and CAG still having the numbers advantage.
The guy down here, of course, it's Blackray who's lurking alone down on the bottom floor. They know where he's at. They know he's down here at least. I thought they did. Leapbox has got to be very careful of that. If he's not, Blackray is sure to walk up these brown stairs and shoot him in the back. If he goes quick enough, though, it might not end up being a problem. He's got to converge with the rest of these teammates. With the Jackal track now, this could be big, an opportunity.
I almost thought that was a kill through the soft wall. I was going to say, excuse me. Blackray and Chibisu with Anton just before it as a team effort comes out from this CAG squad, and they have their very first lead of the series. A single round is all Furia has to show after CAG called their timeout. Cyclops, well, they've got 5, and it prompts the Brazilian teams, the defending world champions, were absent from our most recent major, but are looking to win once again to call their timeout.
It's often really hard for talent and viewers to judge the skill of coaches. We don't know what they're saying. We don't know what they're talking with their teammates, especially when they don't speak English and tackle timeouts such as this. But I think, given his accomplishments, it is safe to say that Igor, the guy standing behind Furia, is one of the greatest coaches in the world. And it's going to be a tall task for him to get these players back on track. Get them to lock in. They just lost how many rounds in a row to CAG? This was a 4-2 game at one point. It was 4-1 before they started this losing streak. Now it's 5-4. The game has started to slip away from them. And really what it's been over the last couple of rounds is just CAG getting early aggressive picks. They're often disrupting the game plan from Furia, much the same as Furia were doing against CAG in the first half. So they need to be more aware of these aggressive moves that are starting to happen from CAG. Been a lot of spawn peaks. It's been run out sometimes that CAG are going for on a map like Cafe. Those are effective. Like it or not, those are the strategies that prevail often in ranked and in competitive as well. There's no difference. So I want to see them starting to get a little bit more aware of these aggressive plays. We saw a bit of a drone chase there as Chibisu tried to catch another one. If they can manage to stop that aggression, right? If they can manage to slow down CAG in the early round, get their 5-man roster to the bomb site, that might result in some more success. That might result in some better win cons. And what a lineup they're bringing to try to accomplish that fact. Nade, the hard support planter, bringing the Amaru. JV92 hopping on that Blackbeard.
First blood has resulted in a correct conversion in all but 2 rounds. So very, very impactful part of this game. You get first blood. You almost certainly go on to win the remainder of the round.
Okay.
Right now, it's Cyclops drawing first blood 5 times and Furia doing it 4 times, which perfectly mirrors the scoreline, though. If you remember, it was all the way back in round number 1 that it was Cyclops to get the first blood and then ultimately not win the round. It's a botched Nitro Cell, by the way, that we saw that almost killed JV92. Could have been another spectacular start for CAG.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I'm talking about, right? This early aggression. Furia had to find a way to shut that down. I don't know if that was them shutting it down as much as it was a misplay from Anaton.
What? Where does he get the read to just jump on in? They have commandeered this top floor, and CAG look like sitting ducks as they try desperately to slow down Furia. The guns might not be able to do it. That's the 3rd Nitro Cell kill in the last couple minutes as KZ guns down Black Ray after the explosive from below was good enough. Smoke will linger, and a 3v3 is what confronts us. Anaton eliminating KZ. Next up is Herds, who walks all the way to the top. Down goes Shureep, who's completely blind. Diffuser will now be retrieved by the Buck. Top floor control is good for Furia with half of the round to go, and a 2v2 presents itself.
And an opportunity to equalize that or get a better man count. Didn't quite find it though from Philippe Hawks. Anaton sprints past the angle. He's got a bit of, he's got the heart scanner, which he can use to get a bit of that information as to where these players are at. The Buck is not exactly being stealthy, so it's not like that's going to be difficult. Probably better to hold the angles. They're going to have to use these Flores drones for some of that soft breach. Here comes the cardiac sensor now from Anaton. See if they're going to drop that hatch. Still 60 seconds. Furia can take their time with this, or they can push anytime they see an opportunity. The bees are out. That must have been a mute chamber that just got destroyed. So the Grim kick up. The Grim's been dead for a long time. Caught me off guard a little bit. They might be able to catch Anaton from above. He's holding the angle, but if he gets shot through the soft wall, the soft floor, the bars, could betray him.
You think the bees could have been hibernated? Maybe they just woke up from a long nap.
I think you're thinking of bears. Bees and bears, very different animals.
Battlestar Galactica. Final 30 seconds, and all that hard work on the top floor will be for naught if Furia cannot get into the bomb site and plant that diffuser. Herds has walked in, and next to the armoire will find some security as Fleepox watches from above and maybe pulls trigger a little bit too early on. Herds standing up, and you know what? Maybe he doesn't need Fleepox. Maybe he just needs himself as he finds both of the kills to tie the game. And Fleepox was somewhere else on the map entirely. Great play by the Brazilians to bounce back and keep this one close. Timeouts apparently meaning an awful lot in this map.
Yeah, it was great from Herds to find that gap. Obviously, they had so much time to work with on that top floor. It was like a minute 30 or something from Furia. And eventually, Herds found a way into the bomb site. And Anaton, he was the guy inside of Laundry. In theory, he should have been the one shutting down Herds from just walking in through the reading door. But he was so obsessed with staring upwards at that hatch. He was convinced, based on the intel he found from that pulse scanner, that there was going to be somebody dropping the hatch to try to make a play or at least contesting the hatch. There never was. Instead, it was the doorway left wide open that Herds walked on in, got the plant down, and then the last 2 kills beautifully done, as we know that he can. Nice job from Furia. This will go at least 12 rounds on Cafe. Can Furia keep this momentum rolling, start to make things happen? I will say for their part, Keg, the shield attacks weren't so successful. For Furia, they're 1 for 1, and JV92 is liking those odds. It looks like he's going to stick this up. Okay. Looks like he's not going to stick this up because he doesn't like those odds,
You
Parker.
fell for it again.
I did.
You fell for it again.
The classic caster trap. Well, we'll see what they can do then with the sledge in his hand. Not a common operator you see for the top floor of Cafe, especially with no castle being brought.
The Boss G got nerfed, by the way. It's not as strong as it was. It doesn't stop Shureep or going fishing.
He's on the... Oh, that's insane. JV92's the first person to ever use that ladder.
The devs were like, well, they didn't even know they could climb it. We just put it in.
That's crazy.
Unfortunate for Shureep is he's broken double digits, but in the wrong direction. He's the first player to break double digits in deaths. As he hits 10. Vigil could be quite good on this bomb site. Being able to roam on that middle floor, being able to take the stairs. If you want to set up a flank drone, you wouldn't be able to do that. They'd rely an awful lot on the gridlock at this point. No Claymores brought either, so it's just the track stingers that would have kept the Vigil at bay should he play on that main floor or even go for a hop out. And Shiraniko seems to be thinking about it, Jesse.
I think it worked.
Go for it. Do it.
Now he's looking
Do
at it. Now he's
Hold
looking
on,
at
do
it.
Do it anyway.
No,
do it anyway.
Nate is staring at this
Do it
angle.
anyway. Go.
He will die.
Go.
10 seconds ago, 15 maybe.
No.
Now,
don't be a
no.
Coward. Don't be a coward.
He wasted his moment. It's gone. And he's not
you
wanting
can
to.
reclaim a moment. Go, Shiraniko. Like his intrusive thought. Do it. Uh-oh. GBSU dies to Herd. There's no way he's still looking right. Boo!
The right
I
call
wanted
was
to see
made.
a hop out.
The right call was made.
Wrong call. Calamity, by the way.
Yeah.
Furia seemingly motivated by that most recent round, and this is their game. Shiraniko, who wanted that hop out for so long, instead gets a great shot onto the skylight. He'll have to muster up a lot more than that. Maybe not. Nate gets him on repel, and Furia moved him at point.
Nate was going to kill Shiraniko that round if it was the last thing he did. He made sure he was going to kill that player. If you're going to jump out, I'll find the frag. If you're not, I'll still find the frag. Beautifully done.
I think he should have jumped out.
It wouldn't have changed the result of the round.
It does not matter. I am here.